Jiang Xingtong gazed at the determined Jiang Xueqi, who insisted on switching their marriages, and realized that she too had been reborn. A smile graced Jiang Xingtong's lips as she readily acquiesced to the exchange. In her previous life, the illegitimate child had risen to wealth and prominence thanks to her efforts, only to have that very child betray her, leading to the tragic demise of her and her mother. This time, she would show Jiang Xueqi that marrying a disabled and ill-fated man, who was enamored with another, could still lead her to the pinnacle of success. She would crush Jiang Xueqi and her scoundrel into oblivion, ensuring that the unworthy would pay for their transgressions in blood. Chapter 1: Rebirth and Marriage Exchange. With a resounding slap. A sharp sound echoed through the air. The loud crack of a slap, accompanied by excruciating pain, jolted Jiang Xingtong from her slumber. Clutching her stinging cheek, she opened her eyes to behold a young, striking woman before her, exuding an air of arrogance. Jiang Xueqi? Jiang Xueqi was the true heiress of the Jiang family, a fact obscured by a mix-up at birth due to the negligence of the medical staff. Her adoptive parents and Jiang Xueqi believed that this false heiress had usurped Jiang Xueqi's identity and owed her a debt. They had bestowed her engagement to the heir of the prestigious Zhan family, Zhan Zai, upon Jiang Xueqi, while marrying her off to a fallen nobleman's illegitimate son, Fu Zixing. Yet, had Jiang Xueqi not been the one to betray her marriage, driving Zhan Zai's beloved to madness, resulting in her disfigurement and untimely death? How was it possible that she was alive again? Jiang Xingtong, I return the engagement to you. Hurry and get up to prepare for your marriage to Zhan Zai, Jiang Xueqi commanded imperiously, giving Jiang Xingtong's arm a sharp pinch. The veridical sensation of pain jolted Jiang Xingtong's disoriented mind into lucidity, a harrowing scene flashing through her consciousness. Not long after Jiang Xueqi's tragic demise, she, on the cusp of childbirth, was murdered on the operating table by her husband, Fu Zixing, who she had personally elevated to the apex of wealth, and Zhou Jiai, her cherished university benefactor, in a calculated conspiracy. Jiang Xueqi, noticing Jiang Xingtong's absent-mindedness, bellowed in fury, "Are you deaf? I'm addressing you." Jiang Xingtong, observing Jiang Xueqi's irate countenance, furrowed her brow and hastily retrieved her phone from under the pillow to consult the calendar. To her astonishment, she had regressed to 5 years prior, the very day of her nuptials with Fu Zixing. Coincidentally, it was also the day Jiang Xueqi was to marry Zhan Zai. In an attempt to consistently overshadow her, Jiang Xueqi intentionally coerced her adoptive parents into scheduling the wedding on this particular day. Her intention was to ensure that everyone recognized Jiang Xingtong was marrying a disreputable illegitimate son. Jiang Xingtong directed her gaze toward the arrogant Jiang Xueqi, inquiring, "The Zhan family marriage was something you vehemently insisted upon initially. Why the sudden reversal? Why does it matter? If I tell you to switch, you must comply," Jiang Xueqi retorted, her eyes darting furtively. "Don't forget, if you hadn't usurped my identity, I wouldn't have been found by my parents until I was 15. You owe me this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong could only scoff in derision. She was merely an infant at the time. What could she have possibly done? She, too, was a victim. However, her adoptive parents also attributed blame to her, believing she had caused their precious daughter, Jiang Xueqi, to endure hardship in the countryside for over a decade. Jiang Xueqi, seeing Jiang Xingtong's silence, arrogantly pointed at her nose and exclaimed, "When your parents tragically perished in that car accident, my parents, feeling pity for you as an orphan, did not cast you aside. They provided you with a refuge. You owe our family a debt for life, and you ought to repay us through servitude. Therefore, whatever I command, you must comply. I loathe being spoken to in such a manner." Jiang Xingtong's expression turned icy as she suddenly raised her hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps across Jiang Xueqi's face. Had it not been for my saving Zhan Xiao's grandmother, would the Jiang family have had any chance of marrying into the Zhan family? You only kept me around because of my utility, treating me as a mere servant. With a sharp crack, 2 bright red handprints appeared on Jiang Xueqi's cheeks. Before she could retaliate, Jiang Xingtong continued, "Jiang Xueqi, if you can persuade your parents to give me 5 million, along with a document severing our familial ties, I will agree to exchange marriages with you." In her previous life, she had been morally coerced by Jiang Xueqi and her adoptive parents, who used their benevolence to bind her to them. Despite having the capacity to lead the Jiang family, she remained, akin to a pawn, obediently accepting the arrangements dictated by the Jiang family. Like a lapdog, she yearned for the love of her adoptive parents. Moreover, in her attempts to assist Jiang Xueqi and the Jiang family in mending their mess with Zhan Xiao, had it not been for Zhan Xiao's mercy, owing to her past act of saving his grandmother, her fate would have mirrored that of Jiang Xueqi. She had repaid the Jiang family's kindness in her previous life. In this lifetime, she would no longer be a mere pawn in their game. She would live for herself. Very well, just you wait, Jiang Xueqi declared, disregarding the stinging slaps she had received, as she hastily turned to seek out her parents. Jiang Xingtong cast a contemplative glance at Jiang Xueqi's hurried silhouette before rising at a leisurely pace to attend to her morning routine. It seemed that Jiang Xueqi had also experienced a rebirth. She must have envisioned herself as the wife of a wealthy magnate, basking in glory, and perceived Fu Zixing as a promising asset, prompting her desire to exchange marriages with her. Alas, she had miscalculated. In her previous life, had it not been for the exceptionally astute business genius, Jiang Xueqi, who met an untimely demise, she would never have had the opportunity to elevate Fu Zixing to the pinnacle of wealth. Jiang Xueqi's intention to swap marriages was, for her, nothing short of fortuitous. In her former existence, her status had antagonized numerous individuals, often leading to assassination attempts by unknown forces, which rendered her unable to reveal her true talents in public, resulting in her being perceived as a fool. In this life, marrying the powerful heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Xueqi, would bestow upon her the protection of being Mrs. Jiang, allowing her to confidently showcase her abilities and achieve greater accomplishments. As for Jiang Xueqi marrying the ungrateful simpleton, Fu Zixing, her future would depend solely on her own fortune. Moments later, Jiang Xueqi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Jiang Xingtong, I have brought you everything you desired. The wedding car from the Jiang family has arrived. Hurry and board the Jiang family's wedding car to marry Jiang Xueqi." Good. Jiang Xingtong took the check and the severance agreement handed to her by Jiang Xueqi, examined them briefly, then turned to approach the wedding car of the Jiang family. Jiang Xueqi watched Jiang Xingtong walk unhesitatingly towards the Jiang family wedding vehicle, a radiant and triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Little did Jiang Xingtong, this foolish girl, realize that the illustrious heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Xia, was, in fact, a man with a disability, confined to a wheelchair, and burdened with a terminal illness that would not allow him to see his 30th year. Moreover, Jiang Xia's father held little regard for this ailing son, favoring instead the illegitimate child born of his cherished white moonlight, and had long been covertly preparing to pass the Jiang family legacy to that illegitimate son. Once Jiang Xingtong married Jiang Xia, she would inevitably descend into a harrowing hell, while it would be Jiang Xingtong who would meet a tragic end, marred and maimed. In contrast, her union with Fu Zixing, a man of immense potential, would lead her to become the illustrious wife of a tycoon. As Jiang Xingtong approached the Jiang family wedding car, she confidently reached for the rear door, poised to enter. However, at the moment she swung the door open, her movements abruptly froze as she beheld the man seated within the back seat, a vision of striking beauty. The man before her possessed sharp facial contours, with piercing eyes and a noble nose, his features exquisitely crafted as if by the hands of a divine artist, embodying unparalleled handsomeness. Clad in a tailored suit of impeccable cut, rendered in the familiar black and white, he appeared as though he had stepped forth from the annals of ancient European royalty, exuding an indescribable aura of elegance and privilege. At this moment, he cast his gaze downward at the documents in his hands, emanating an air of aloofness and coldness that kept others at bay. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, exuding an aura of stoic restraint, yet bearing a pallid and almost ethereal coolness. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Could this man possibly be Jiang Xueqi, who had tragically departed from life in his prime in a previous existence? In that past life, Jiang Xueqi had led a reclusive existence, and the media dared not report on him freely. Photographs of him were virtually non-existent on the internet, leaving most people unfamiliar with his true visage. She too had never laid eyes on Jiang Xueqi. After marrying Jiang Xueqi, Jiang Xueqi had treated her as mere heir, a mere ornament, never visiting her family or engaging in public displays of affection. Sensing Jiang Xingtong's unwavering gaze upon him, an unsettling discontent flickered within Jiang Xueqi. Abruptly, he closed the documents before him and fixed her with a piercing, frigid stare. "I married you solely for the shares. You shall forever remain an ornament. I could never harbor any feelings for you, nor would I ever touch you." As his words hung in the air, he unexpectedly found himself ensnared by a pair of clear, vibrant eyes, reminiscent of a fawn's innocence. The profound familiarity emanating from those eyes sent his heart into a sudden, chaotic flutter. Chapter 2, Slapping the faces of foster parents. Soon after, he regained his composure. Jiang Xingtong had always resided in Jiang City, and she was merely a superficial counterfeit heiress. How could she possibly be the person he had sought for so long? However, upon gazing into her eyes, Jiang Xueqi's icy tone inadvertently softened considerably as he continued to persuade her, "You should carefully contemplate whether you truly wish to marry me." Jiang Xingtong gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, whose words were laced with cold indifference. Indeed, he was Jiang Xueqi. Candidly speaking the truth and granting her the opportunity to choose. In her previous life, had he not also extended a similar choice to Jiang Xueqi? Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed behind Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong, stop right there. Upon hearing that familiar reprimanding tone, Jiang Xingtong instinctively shut the car door and turned around. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Xueqi. She had yet to respond to him. As she pivoted, she was met with the furious faces of her foster mother, Li Shulan, and foster father, Jiang Xueqi, both glaring at her with palpable rage. She calmly inquired, "Do you require something from me? You ungrateful wretch. We have toiled to raise you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you incite Xueqi to exchange marriages, marrying a bastard." Li Shulan fumed, jabbing her finger at Jiang Xingtong's nose. "You are nothing but a heartless fiend." Jiang Xueqi, seething with anger, exclaimed. It is one thing to covet Xueqi's chance to marry the heir of the Jiang family and live a life of luxury. But to have stolen the 5 million yuan dowry we had prepared for her? You are utterly deranged. Jiang Xueqi, please clarify the situation to your parents. Jiang Xingtong cast a cold glance at her furious adoptive parents, her expression icy as she turned to the slowly emerging Jiang Xueqi. At that moment, Jiang Xueqi adorned herself in an extravagant, limited-edition wedding gown that cost a fortune, her makeup meticulously applied, presenting herself with utmost grandeur. In stark contrast, Jiang Xingtong, clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, appeared almost like a princess beside her. With reddened eyes and a look of fragility, Jiang Xueqi addressed her parents, "Mom and Dad, after all your efforts, you have finally found a member of a prominent family, a legitimate heir, who does not mind my humble origins and is willing to marry me. My sister has misunderstood your intentions and insists on severing ties with you. I cannot bear to see you distressed over losing her, so I have taken the initiative to switch weddings with her. As for the 5 million yuan check, if my sister desires it, let it be a gift to her." The guests attending the wedding, witnessing this scene and hearing the words of the Jiang family, could not help but murmur among themselves. Jiang Xingtong, the false heiress, truly lacked shame. Had it not been for the Jiang family discovering her deceit and generously taking her in rather than casting her out, she would still be toiling in the countryside. The Jiang family found her a husband from a distinguished family, albeit one with a questionable reputation, yet sufficient to secure her future comforts. It was utterly ungrateful of her to covet the wedding of the true heiress, Jiang Xueqi. She was indeed a heartless ingrate. The Jiang family should have expelled Jiang Xingtong from their home the moment they discovered she was an ungrateful impostor. Hearing the guests' indignant discussions and witnessing Jiang Xueqi's feigned demeanor, Jiang Xingtong was filled with a mix of anger and amusement. Jiang Xueqi desired a change in marital prospects, sought to salvage her reputation, and intended to trample on Jiang Xingtong, ensuring that even if she severed ties with the Jiang family, she would remain unable to hold her head high. Did they truly believe she was still the same pliable individual from her previous life, devoid of any spirit? Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong approached Jiang Xueqi, grasping her wrist and striding towards the wedding car of the Jiang family. Without uttering a word, she pressed Jiang Xueqi's head and forcefully attempted to push her into the vehicle. Zhang Sai looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. "Jiang Xingtong, what are you doing?" Jiang Xueqi clung desperately to the car door, unwilling to enter, angrily questioning Jiang Xingtong. With an impassive expression, Jiang Xingtong replied, "Now everyone believes you have been wronged. Hence, I am returning the Zhan family's wedding to you. Hurry and get in the car to head to the capital to marry Zhan Sai. Do not waste the auspicious moment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi's face paled with panic as she exclaimed, "I do not wish to marry Zhan Sai. The engagement with Zhan Sai was originally yours. If anyone should marry him, it should be you. Thus, am I not the one who has usurped your engagement?" Jiang Xingtong retorted with a cold laugh, leisurely posing the question. Jiang Xueqi quickly nodded, asserting, "The one engaged to Zhan Sai is you. You saved Zhan Sai's grandmother, and the Zhan family established the engagement with you. It should indeed be you who marries Zhan Sai." Jiang Xingtong released her grip on Jiang Xueqi's head, casting a light laugh towards the indignant guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you all understood?" Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, the guests exchanged awkward glances, falling silent as they directed disgruntled looks at Jiang Xueqi. It was all Jiang Xueqi's fault for misleading them, transforming their previous remarks into a jest. Sensing the unusual gazes upon her, Jiang Xueqi belatedly realized the absurdity of her words in her moment of panic, a shade of embarrassment creeping onto her meticulously made-up face. Witnessing their daughter becoming the subject of ridicule, the Jiang couple, incensed, approached Jiang Xingtong and loudly admonished her, Jiang Xingtong, regardless of who holds the engagement with Zhang Xiao. Your eagerness to sever ties with us and pilfer my daughter's 500,000 yuan check is an undeniable fact, isn't it? Chapter 3, The Ruin of the Jiang Family. With a scoff, Jiang Xingtong stepped forward, violently grasping Jiang Xueqi by the neck, her voice coolly inquiring, Jiang Xueqi, enlighten everyone. Was this 500,000 yuan check willingly given to me by you, or did I steal it? The pain in Jiang Xueqi's neck surged. A wave of suffocation washing over her, filling her with an overwhelming dread that she might be choked to death in an instant. She aspired to be the wife of a wealthy magnate, she could not afford to die. In a flurry, she hastily replied, this 500,000 yuan check was given to you by me, you did not steal it. Had she clarified this sooner, she could have spared herself the humiliation. Jiang Xingtong coldly released Jiang Xueqi, bemused by her lack of fortitude and the audacity she possessed to slander her. You wretched rustic. How dare you attempt to strangle my daughter? Had I known of your malignant nature, a treacherous ingrate, I should have expelled you from our home at once. Jiang Weigua, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, furiously raised his hand to strike Jiang Xingtong across the face. In a swift motion, Jiang Xingtong deftly pulled Jiang Xueqi in front of her as a shield. A resounding slap echoed as it landed on Jiang Xueqi's face, leaving a vivid red imprint and causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of her mouth. Stunned, Jiang Weigua stood frozen, helplessly gazing at Jiang Xueqi. Li Shulan, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in anguish to embrace Jiang Xueqi, her voice laced with venom as she berated Jiang Xingtong, you despicable wretch. How dare you harm my daughter? Is this how you repay our kindness in raising you? Have you forgotten that we were the ones who buried your parents? Without hesitation, Jiang Xingtong produced a check for 5 million, hurling it at Li Shulan's face, interrupting her tirade. It was your husband who struck Jiang Xueqi, and I am not responsible. Since you ceased to provide for me when I was merely 10 years old, relegating me to the status of a servant, consider this check as repayment for the past decade of care, as well as for my parents' kindness. Li Shulan picked up the check, her eyes widening in fury as she beheld the sum. This 5 million check rightfully belongs to the Jiang family. Are you treating us as fools by returning our own money? If it were not for my timely intervention to save the elderly matriarch of the Zhang family, your Jiang family would still be an inconspicuous small enterprise, or perhaps it would have long since collapsed. How could you have risen to become the leading fashion powerhouse in Jiangqing, with assets exceeding 1 billion? Jiang Xingtong cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Weigua and Li Shulan, suddenly snatching a 5 million check from Li Shulan's grasp. A mere 5 million pales in comparison to the immense benefits I have conferred upon the Jiang family. To express gratitude with such a paltry sum is, in fact, a disservice to me. You are utterly unqualified to take it. I hope you recognize the situation and refrain from being greedy. Having exploited me to the fullest, you still desire reputation, dignity, and wealth. Truly, you have been indulged. I would rather donate this 5 million to charity than bestow it upon this hypocritical family. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Weigua's face as he awkwardly avoided the peculiar gazes of the onlookers. Li Shulan, eager to reclaim the check from Jiang Xingtong, defiantly boasted, our company's fashion design director, Linda, is a globally renowned designer. Her creations are in such high demand upon release that, without the Zhang family's support, our Jiang family would still thrive, so do not flatter yourself. Oh, really? Jiang Xingtong replied with an ambiguous cold laugh, her gaze icy as she regarded Li Shulan and Jiang Weigua. Then you shall find that there will be no Master Linda in the future. Without her, the Jiang group will surely face bankruptcy within a year. After speaking, she disregarded the Jiang family, turned, and boarded the wedding car of the Zhang family. With a decisive motion, she shut the door and commanded the driver, drive. The Zhang family's chauffeur, who had been silently observing like a mere backdrop, cast a cryptic glance at Jiang Xingtong, then timidly turned to the silent and icy Zhang Xiyue, inquiring, young Master Zhang, shall we proceed? Zhang Xiyue, with a cold and composed demeanor, fixed his gaze on Jiang Xingtong, who regarded him as though he were invisible, and with a voice laced with frost, cautioned. You will not find happiness marrying me, you ought to reconsider. Before he could finish, Jiang Xingtong dismissively waved her hand, interrupting. Marrying you is a promise made between me and your grandmother, I hold commitments in the highest regard. Suddenly, she locked her gaze with Zhang Xiyue's narrow, profound eyes, playfully fluttering her eyelashes. This marriage is a necessity. As Zhang Xiyue met Jiang Xingtong's butterfly-like lashes and the lively sparkle in her doe-like eyes, his heart inexplicably fluttered. He was certain she was not the girl he sought, yet her eyes evoked an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. However, this was the first time he had encountered Jiang Xingtong since their engagement was arranged by his grandmother. How could they possibly have met? Noticing Jiang Xueqi's silence, Jiang Xingtong, with a straightforward demeanor, rubbed her fingers together and cheerfully remarked, "Young Master Jean, if you believe marrying me would be a hardship for me, I wouldn't mind a little extra compensation." In her previous life, although he treated Jiang Xueqi as if she were invisible, he compensated her handsomely in terms of finances. Jiang Xueqi maintained her esteemed status as Mrs. Liu, respected by many in the outside world. Had it not been for her reckless infidelity during their marriage, driven by the intolerable solitude that tormented Zhang Sai's beloved, she could have led a life of elegance and ease. Zhang Sai gazed at Jiang Xingtong's exquisite and ethereal beauty, his eyes inexplicably drawn to the pair of clear, pure doe-like eyes that evoked a sense of familiarity within him. One moment, she professed her strong sense of commitment, and in the next, she sought compensation. Should one label her as hypocritical or genuine? Since she prioritized her own interests, perhaps they should simply fulfill their respective needs. After a moment of silence, he commanded the driver, "Drive." Upon hearing Zhang Sai's directive, the driver instinctively glanced at Zhang Sai's legs and then at Jiang Xingtong before starting the engine and speeding toward the capital. This woman was rather pragmatic. One wondered if she would have regrets about the marriage once she learned the true circumstances surrounding Zhang Sai. Li Shulan watched the Zhang family's wedding car drive away, uneasily inquiring of Jiang Weigua, "Does Jiang Xingtong know Master Linda? Does she intend to sever our collaboration with her?" Jiang Weigua replied with utmost confidence, "There is no need for concern. Over the years, numerous major companies have sought her out, attempting to lure her away with substantial offers. Yet she has steadfastly refused to leave our company, even providing us with design and guidance free of charge. Jiang Xingtong is merely a false daughter of our Jiang family. Master Linda would pay her no heed, let alone take her advice." As soon as his words fell, a peculiar WeChat notification tone suddenly echoed from his phone. This was a message alert that he had specifically set for Master Linda. Jiang Weigua hastily took out his phone to check the WeChat message. "Our collaboration has come to an end." Upon reading this message, Jiang Weigua's complexion turned pale, and in a state of panic, he quickly replied, "Master Linda, why have you suddenly decided to terminate our partnership?" However, a red exclamation mark appeared before the message he sent, indicating that he had been blocked by the other party. Jiang Weigua was utterly anxious, exclaiming in distress, "It's over, it's over. Master Linda has abruptly informed me of the termination of our collaboration and has blocked me. What shall we do about our clothing company from now on?" Chapter 4, She is, in fact. A hidden tycoon. Jiang Xueqi raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, glancing at Fu Zixing, who stood a short distance away, holding a bouquet of red roses and dressed in a white suit, radiating confidence as he addressed Jiang Weigua, "Father, there is no need for alarm. He is merely a clothing designer. We can easily find another. Once I marry Fu Zixing, our prosperous days lie ahead. As for Jiang Xingtong, we shall simply await her downfall. Fu Zixing is exceptionally handsome, robust, and destined to become the wealthiest man, far superior to that fleeting specter, Jiang Xueqi, who has a moonlight obsession. Moreover, in the previous life, after becoming the richest, Fu Zixing was devoted and gentle, showering Jiang Xingtong with affection, making her the envy of women everywhere. In this life, the object of envy shall be none other than me, Jiang Xueqi." On the other side, as the Rolls-Royce sped along the highway, Jiang Xingtong calmly blacklisted Jiang Weigua. With fingers as slender as green onions, she leisurely tapped on the keyboard of her phone, accessing the dark web. Upon entering her work account on the dark web, several messages popped up, which she perused with indifference. "Master Dan, a prominent figure in the capital is offering an 8-figure sum for your expertise in healing legs. Will you accept the commission? Master Linda, the Princess of Country Y sincerely invites you to design a set of jewelry and a gown for her coronation ceremony. You may set your price. Would you be willing to take on this task?" After reviewing the messages, Jiang Xingtong replied uniformly, "I am getting married today, so I will not be accepting any commissions for now. Let us discuss everything once I have the time." After sending her replies, Jiang Xingtong logged out of her work account and gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside the car window, her emotions a blend of conflicting feelings. In her past life, due to the oppression and moral coercion from her adoptive parents and Jiang Xueqi, she had concealed her talents, obediently becoming a mere vase favored by her guardians, posing no threat to Jiang Xueqi. Misled by her close friend Zhou Jie, she mistakenly believed that Fu Zixing was her savior from her youth and silently supported him from behind, elevating him to a position of prominence. Ironically, in her past life, Fu Zixing was utterly incapable and remarkably patriarchal. Out of concern for his pride, she never revealed her true capabilities before him, acting as his unseen strategist. Perhaps it was only after her demise that Fu Zixing would realize her significance, when he could no longer reach the strategist who once helped him ascend to the pinnacle of wealth. As the vehicle traversed the highway, Zhang Xian transformed into a workaholic, engrossed in the documents at hand, paying no heed to Jiang Xingtong's actions. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, a despondent voice emerged from the receiver. "Jean. The elusive divine doctor has finally responded. Regrettably, he mentioned he is getting married today and will not be taking any new clients." Following this, the caller jestingly added, "You're also tying the knot today. Do you think the divine doctor might be your bride? If she were indeed your bride, not only would your legs have a chance of healing, but your hidden ailments might also find hope for recovery." At these words, Zhang Xian instinctively raised his gaze, observing Jiang Xingtong, who was lost in her own thoughts outside the window. This faux heiress, with an ordinary background and merely 20 years of age, could not possibly be the enigmatic divine doctor renowned worldwide for her mastery in traditional Chinese acupuncture. It was inconceivable. With a curt dismissal, he ended the call without hesitation. Although no one truly knew the gender or age of the divine doctor, he speculated that someone of such global renown must be at least 50 years old. A seasoned elder with profound medical experience and knowledge. Meanwhile, seated beside him, Jiang Xingtong had faintly caught the sounds emanating from Zhang Xian's phone, though the words were unclear. Intrigued by her own conjectures, she subtly glanced at Zhang Xian's legs and inquired curiously, "Are you searching for the divine doctor?" In her previous life, she had heard of Zhang Sinai, who was desperately seeking the renowned physician Dan. She had also come across Zhang Sinai's request on the dark web, seemingly aimed at treating his legs. However, considering that Jiang Xueqi was Zhang Sinai's wife, she refrained from accepting his request to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Just now, she had encountered a lucrative offer from a prominent figure in the capital seeking treatment for his legs. Could it possibly be Zhang Sinai's request? No. Zhang Sinai coldly dismissed her with 2 words, returning to his documents and ignoring Jiang Xingtong. His disabilities and the secret that he would not live beyond 30 were matters of the Zhang family's confidentiality. To preserve the stability of the Zhang family, he could not disclose such information to Jiang Xingtong before they obtained their marriage certificate. "Oh." Jiang Xingtong responded to his indifferent reply, touching her nose as she silently observed Zhang Sinai, who continued to work diligently, treating her as if she were merely an inconsequential presence. It was said that the illegitimate son of Zhang Sinai's father held shares equivalent to those of Zhang Sinai himself. Should Zhang Sinai fail to secure his grandmother's shares and have his secret of a debilitating condition revealed, the Zhang group would swiftly fall under the control of that illegitimate son through public opinion, resulting in Zhang Sinai's ousting. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped away rapidly, and the driver had already brought the car to a stop in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the capital. The driver respectfully opened the car door for Zhang Sinai, announcing, "Young Master Zhang, we have arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau." In accordance with the wishes of old Madame Zhang, Zhang Sinai was to take Jiang Xingtong to the bureau to obtain their marriage certificate as soon as they arrived in the capital. Zhang Sinai tilted his head, his handsome face shrouded in an icy demeanor as he regarded Jiang Xingtong. "Have you brought your household registration book and identification card?" "Yes." Jiang Xingtong promptly produced her household registration book and ID from her pocket. Ever since her adoptive parents discovered that she was a false daughter, they had removed her from their household registration. Thus, she possessed her own independent household registration book. Zhang Sinai, taken aback, had assumed that given the strained relationship between Jiang Xingtong and the Jiang family, they would not provide her with a household registration book. He cast a frosty glance at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his expression hardening as he solemnly cautioned Jiang Xingtong, "Jiang Xingtong, my heart belongs to another, and hence, I shall never love you. Are you truly certain you wish to marry me, to endure a lifetime of anguish with someone who does not love you?" In his youth, he had been kidnapped and had promised a girl that he would marry her and cherish her for a lifetime. Back then, they were both victims of abduction, and after escaping together, when pursued by their captors, his frail constitution rendered him a burden. yet the girl had never abandoned him. Despite injuring her foot, she resolutely carried him down the mountain, ensuring their escape. He vowed never to betray the kindness and bravery of that girl. Whoever claimed that marrying someone who does not love you would lead to a lifetime of suffering is mistaken. Chapter 5, Has the plot gone awry? Jiang Xingtong fluttered her long, thick eyelashes, smiling at Zhang Sai. In her previous life, she had observed netizens mockingly proclaim online that as long as the money was sufficient, it mattered little if a husband did not love her or refrained from intimacy, even if he neglected her for a mistress. She could graciously attend to both her husband and his mistress during confinement. Zhang Sai regarded her as nothing more than a mere ornament, while she leveraged his influence to evade assassination and seek out the young man who had once saved her. Once Zhang Sai was no longer in the picture, she would extricate herself without hesitation. What a fortuitous opportunity this was. Let us hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau before the staff finishes for the day. With this declaration, Jiang Xingtong unhesitatingly opened the other side of the car door, stepping out and making her way towards the bureau. Zhang Sai, aided by the driver, was seated in a wheelchair and entered through a special passage. Half an hour later, the staff presented 2 crimson booklets before Jiang Xingtong and Zhang Sai. Congratulations to both of you. May you grow old together and share a bond unbreakable. Jiang Xingtong, brimming with joy, produced a handful of pre-prepared candies from her pocket and offered them to the staff, saying, "Thank you for the blessings, enjoy the wedding sweets." Zhang Sai snorted coldly. "We will never grow old together, nor will we share an unbreakable bond." Jiang Xingtong patted Zhang Sai's shoulder, regarding him with sympathy as she advised, "I understand. Life is fraught with disappointments. You should try to look at things more positively." Of course, she had no intention of growing old with a man destined to meet an untimely demise before reaching 30. However, she had not anticipated that Zhang Sai possessed such self-awareness. Zhang Sai furrowed his brows, gazing at Jiang Xingtong with an expression of disbelief. Did this woman truly lack the intelligence to comprehend his words? Wasn't it she who should be the one to adopt a more relaxed perspective? It's getting late. Let us hurry home for lunch and not delay the staff's departure. Jiang Xingtong casually uttered a remark, propelling Zhang Sai's wheelchair as she strode towards the exit. Zhang Sai fell silent for a moment, lifting his enchanting gaze in bewilderment towards Jiang Xingtong, who was maneuvering his chair. Having just completed the marriage application and taken photographs for the certificate while seated in the wheelchair, he pondered why she had not inquired about his condition but instead seemed preoccupied with the prospect of returning home for a meal. Was her thought process not in alignment with that of an ordinary person? As it was impractical to discuss matters further in public, Zhang Sai, shrouded in curiosity, accompanied Jiang Xingtong back to the Zhang family estate. The Zhang residence, a grand estate nestled on the mountainside, boasted an expanse comparable to that of a sports field, complemented by breathtaking scenery and delightful vistas. Upon entering, Jiang Xingtong beheld the antiquated architecture, as if she had stepped into the manor of an illustrious family from ancient times. Complete with babbling brooks, rockeries, and gardens adorned with pavilions and intricately carved beams, both exquisite and imposing. Truly, the Zhang family deserved their esteemed position as one of the 4 prominent families of the capital, rich in heritage. As Zhang Sai led Jiang Xingtong, who was gazing around as if she were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, to the entrance of the main hall, the butler cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingtong before promptly reporting to the elderly matriarch within, "Madam, the eldest master has returned with the young mistress." The matriarch urged impatiently, "Quickly let them in." The butler swiftly guided Zhang Sai and Jiang Xingtong into the main hall. Upon entry, Jiang Xingtong observed a lively gathering of elegantly dressed individuals. Some were playing mahjong, others engaged in card games, while others chatted or enjoyed sunflower seeds while watching television, creating a vibrant atmosphere. She was once again taken aback. She had imagined that gatherings of elite families would be characterized by an atmosphere of sophistication, with glasses of red wine in hand and coffee served for socializing. However, it appeared that their gatherings bore no distinction from those of ordinary people. "Grandma." Zhang Sai greeted the elderly matriarch with an economy of words. Upon hearing Zhang Sai's voice, the group turned their gazes momentarily, only to register the presence of Jiang Xingtong, who was dressed in simple and inexpensive attire, with a flicker of disdain in their eyes. They swiftly resumed their conversations and card games as if Jiang Xingtong were invisible. Only the matriarch responded with warmth, waving enthusiastically at Jiang Xingtong, her face radiating affection. "Granddaughter-in-law, come here so grandma can take a look at you." Jiang Xingtong approached with poise, offering a polite smile as she greeted the matriarch. "Hello, Grandma. My granddaughter-in-law is truly beautiful," exclaimed the matriarch. "Here is a token of my affection for you, take it." With a cheerful demeanor, the matriarch placed a red envelope into Jiang Xingtong's hands and then removed a bracelet from her wrist, attempting to adorn Jiang Xingtong's wrist with it. Jiang Xingtong glanced at the unexpected red envelope in her palm and instinctively declined the matriarch's offer of the bracelet, saying, "Grandma, there's no need for this, it's too precious." My dear, please accept it. This bracelet is meant for the matriarch of the Jiang family. Since you have married you will henceforth be the matriarch of the Jiang family." The matriarch firmly placed the bracelet around Jiang Xingtong's wrist. Then took Jiang Xai's hand and placed Jiang Xingtong's small hand in his palm, gazing at her with kindness. "Child, I hope that you and I can weather all storms together and create a glorious future for the Jiang family." A derisive snicker suddenly echoed through the air. Following this, a well-maintained middle-aged woman, adorned in luxurious designer attire and sporting exquisite makeup, disdainfully discarded her mahjong tiles and cast a scornful glance at Jiang Xingtong. "A country bumpkin posing as a genuine heiress," she remarked mockingly. "It's a miracle she doesn't hold you back." The notion of her contributing to the illustrious legacy of the Jiang family is utterly laughable. Another slightly plump, plainly dressed middle-aged woman tossed aside her cards and shot a contemptuous look at Jiang Xingtong, her voice dripping with disdain. "Indeed. I've heard from the sisters in Jiang City that this pretender severed ties with her adoptive parents upon the arrival of the Jiang family wedding car. Believing she had struck gold, she even audaciously stole the 5 million yuan check her adoptive parents had given her. How can someone of such character aspire to be the matriarch of the Jiang family?" A third middle-aged woman, dressed modestly yet possessing a sharp demeanor, spat out a sunflower seed shell and regarded Jiang Xingtong with evident distaste. "Mother, do ask Yi if he has registered their marriage. If not, demand back the red envelope and bracelet, and make sure Yi expels her." Jiang Xingtong studied the three women before her with an inscrutable expression, a wave of confusion washing over her. Which of these middle-aged women was truly Jiang Xueqi's biological mother? She distinctly recalled Jiang Xueqi boasting in her previous life about Jiang Xueqi's mother, describing her as exceptionally kind-hearted and generous, a truly wonderful mother-in-law. Why did none of these three women appear to possess such amiable qualities? Jiang Xueqi fell into silence upon witnessing Jiang Xingtong's predicament. Assuming that the harsh demeanor of her family had deeply affected her, an inexplicable flicker of anger igniting within him, he cast a frosty gaze towards the three middle-aged women, his aunt, the second aunt, and the third aunt. Recalling that rumors originate from the foolish and cease with the wise. Chapter 6, Life and Death. An indifferent perspective. Jiang Xingtong looked in astonishment at Jiang Xueqi, who had unexpectedly risen to her defense, arching her beautifully sculpted brows. She had anticipated that on their wedding day, the seemingly heartless Jiang Xueqi would merely observe her plight from a distance, reveling in her misfortune, rather than offering any assistance. To her surprise, he had indeed spoken up for her. What astonished her further was the realization that none of the three middle-aged women were Jiang Xueqi's biological mother. Where, then, was his true mother? Why was she absent from this gathering? As Jiang Xingtong pondered these questions, she suddenly heard the first middle-aged woman speak disdainfully. "A fly does not alight on a seamless egg. If she were without fault, why would others speak ill of her? I believe you have been deceived by her innocent and beautiful appearance. Let me tell you, the more exquisite a woman looks, the more insidious her heart tends to be. Listen to your aunt, make her surrender the red envelope and jade bracelet she holds, and expel her from the Jiang family at once, lest she tarnish us with her foul and impoverished presence." Zhang Shiro crossed her arms, regarding Jiang Xingtong with the same revulsion one might reserve for something repugnant. Jiang Xueqi's handsome face grew cold, his expression as frigid as ice as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Shiro. "Aunt, tread carefully with your words." Two middle-aged women, under the chilling and fearsome presence of Zhang Xian, dared not speak freely, silently sealing their lips. Zhang Shiro gazed at Zhang Xian, who was usually as aloof as an ancient iceberg and sparing with his words, now inexplicably advocating for Jiang Xingtong time and again. A wave of intense dissatisfaction surged within her. Her nephew, born with a cold heart and indifferent demeanor, displayed a remarkable lack of warmth towards everyone in the Jiang family. She had once implored Zhang Xian to utter a few words in favor of her daughter among his circle of friends, hoping to secure her daughter's marriage to one of them, thereby elevating her daughter's prospects. Yet, Zhang Xian had dismissed her entirely. Now, he was actively supporting Jiang Xingtong. An outsider, and speaking on her behalf, utterly foolish. With a disdainful snort, she mused, a single hand cannot clap, Jiang Xingtong must be an ungrateful wretch, a morally bankrupt thief. Who else would squander time spreading rumors about a penniless, worthless nobody? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a crisp slap rang out. A red, swollen imprint appeared on Zhang Xiro's face. And she looked in disbelief at Jiang Xingtong, who had suddenly materialized before her. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, staring at Jiang Xingtong, forgetting to utter a word. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone in the Zhang family knew that after giving birth to 3 sons, old Madame Zhang finally had a daughter, Zhang Xiro. Raised in an environment of indulgence, Zhang Xiro's temperament was domineering and fierce. And she harbored a vengeful nature towards people and matters alike. Apart from Zhang Xiyue, no one in the Zhang family dared to offend this young princess of the middle generation. Grandmother Zhang looked at her daughter with a heart full of concern and cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Xingtong. Deciding to remain a mere observer when her daughter inevitably sought trouble with Jiang Xingtong in a fit of anger, Zhang Xiyue instinctively straightened his back, preparing to protect Jiang Xingtong. As everyone braced themselves for Zhang Xiro to unleash her wrath, Jiang Xingtong, unfazed, turned to Zhang Xiro with a sweet smile and suddenly inquired. "Aunt, I just gave you a slap. Was it loud?" In her previous life, she had been shackled by moral obligations, enduring a lifetime of grievances for the greater good. This time, however, she wished to regard life and death with indifference. If wronged, she would retaliate 100-fold. Zhang Xiro. The Zhang family members. Jiang Xingtong seemed oblivious to the astonishment of the Zhang family, maintaining an innocent smile as she earnestly pressed Zhang Xiro. "Aunt, you still haven't told me. Can a slap truly make a sound?" Zhang Xiro's expression stiffened. At that moment, she found it hard to discern whether Jiang Xingtong had slapped her out of spite or was merely seeking to validate her assertion that a single slap cannot produce a sound. Noticing Zhang Xiro's silence, Jiang Xingtong turned to the onlookers from the Zhang family and innocently asked, "What do you all think? Did that slap just now make a sound?" The Zhang family members. Could it be that Jiang Xingtong was a thoughtless fool? She had struck an elder and still dared to boldly inquire whether that slap was audible. It is utterly disgraceful to see Zhang Xiro treated with such disrespect. As though she were merely a plaything. Shen Ningxi observed the Zhang family members casting her looks of sheer bewilderment, akin to the gaze one might reserve for a simpleton. Yet, she feigned ignorance, offering a disarming smile to the elders of the Zhang family as she innocently inquired, "Uncle, aunt, cousin, why do you not respond to my question?" In her past life, it was only after the untimely demise of Zhang Xiyue that the world realized the Zhang family, though seemingly a harmonious and blissful clan, bore striking similarities to other prominent families, outwardly tranquil, yet rife with hidden currents of turmoil, each member harboring their own unspoken thoughts. For now, she lacked the strength to confront them directly, and thus chose to navigate the Zhang family dynamics by leveraging her connection as the wife of Zhang Xiyue, not wishing to become an adversary to these individuals. Hence, to avoid becoming a thorn in their side, she adeptly portrayed herself as a naive, unassuming youth. Seemingly harmless yet not easily trifled with. The elders of the Zhang family were left in a quandary. Dare they respond? Any answer would surely offend the arrogant and troublesome little princess, Zhang Xiro. Breaking the silence was Zhang Xiyue, who, with a fist raised to his lips to stifle a cough, struggled to conceal the smile threatening to break forth. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the now visibly flustered Zhang Xiro, whose face resembled a palette of distressing hues, saying, "Cousin, my young wife is still learning, I beseech your understanding." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiro finally emerged from her embarrassment, her cheeks ablaze as she glared at Jiang Xingtong, whose face bore an infuriatingly sweet smile. "Just because one is young, does that grant permission to act with impunity? Aunt, I do not strike indiscriminately, rather, I wish to convey that even a single hand can create a sound, thus rumors are not to be trusted." Jiang Xingtong remarked with an innocent expression directed at Zhang Xiro, responding earnestly. Zhang Xiro. Indeed, sincerity proves to be an unparalleled weapon, leaving her speechless. Zhang Xiyue turned to the flustered Zhang Xiro. "Aunt, I can attest that everything concerning Jiang Xingtong is mere rumor." Jiang Xingtong immediately added, "Aunt, should you harbor any doubts, you may seek verification from friends in Jiangqing. I hope that upon realizing your misunderstanding about me, you will promptly extend an apology." Zhang Xiro felt a pang in her chest. The elders of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiyue, maintaining a composed demeanor, shifted the topic. Grandmother. I shall take Xingtong to meet my mother. What of your father? Shall he not be introduced as well? Jiang Xingtong instinctively inquired. As her words fell, the room was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time itself had been paused, with every member of the Jiang family holding their breath, casting anxious glances at Jiang Xiyue. In the Jiang family, Jiang Xiyue's father is a taboo subject. No one dares to mention him in his presence. Chapter 7. Young Master Jiang's forceful protection of his wife. Jiang Xingtong noticed that all eyes were fixated upon her, blinking in bewilderment as she turned to Jiang Xiyue. What is it? Why do they regard me with such peculiar expressions? It is nothing, Jiang Xiyue coldly replied, uttering just 3 words as he directed his gaze towards the bodyguard stationed at the door. Jiang Ning quickly grasped Jiang Xiyue's intent, promptly entering to assist in pushing Jiang Xiyue's wheelchair before turning to depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xingtong glanced at the oddly staring crowd around her and inquired. What is the matter with Jiang Xi? Jiang Ziro, observing the bewildered Jiang Xingtong, felt a surge of satisfaction after being cast aside by Jiang Xi. With a disdainful snort, she regarded Jiang Xingtong as if watching a spectacle. What else could it be? He simply finds you unworthy and is disgusted by the embarrassment you bring upon him. Though Jiang Xi's father was her elder brother, he had betrayed the family for the sake of a white moonlight and an illegitimate child, committing numerous outrageous acts that deeply wounded both Jiang Xi and his mother, leaving a scar on Jiang Xi's heart. Therefore, not only did Jiang Xi despise any mention of his elder brother in his presence, but she was also reluctant to utter his name herself. You have conjured so much from just those 3 words? Jiang Xingtong retorted with a half-smile, bluntly exposing Jiang Ziro's bias. Aunt, are you imposing your personal opinions onto others? Jiang Ziro, having her thoughts laid bare, slammed her hand on the table in frustration, rising to point an accusatory finger at Jiang Xingtong and declaring, Jiang Xingtong, do have some self-awareness. You possess neither status nor background and are merely a student from a mediocre university. While Jiang Xi is not only the heir to the foremost family in the capital but also an outstanding scholar from a prestigious international institution, you are not even worthy of a single strand of his hair. You simply do not deserve Jiang Xi. Leave the Jiang family's possessions behind and exit the Jiang family at once. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the arrogantly poised Jiang Shiro, a smile gracing her lips as she retrieved a vibrant red notebook from her pocket. With a flourish, she opened its pages and thrust it directly into Jiang Shiro's face, proclaiming, I beg your pardon, dear aunt, but I, who am deemed insignificant, have already obtained a marriage certificate with Jiang Xiyue. Moreover, our union was arranged by grandmother, and Jiang Xiyue himself has given his solemn word. Your insults and disdain toward me reflect upon both grandmother and Jiang Xiyue. I kindly suggest you think before you speak in the future. Confronted with an enlarged version of the marriage certificate, Jiang Shiro found herself at a loss for words, her gaze shifting uneasily toward old lady Jiang. What a sharp-tongued girl, a deep, steady male voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong instinctively turned her head toward the entrance. A tall, impeccably dressed middle-aged gentleman strode in, exuding an air of nobility and pride. Who is this handsome uncle? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances at the newcomer. It was Jiang Xiyue's father, Jiang Haonan. Hadn't he claimed earlier that his beloved and illegitimate child were unwell with colds, and that he would tend to them, leaving no time to meet his son's new bride? Upon seeing Jiang Haonan, old lady Jiang discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he had arrived, otherwise, his indifference toward his legitimate son's marriage, due to a mere cold afflicting the illegitimate child, would have been quite unbecoming. You've arrived just in time. This young lady is your son's newlywed wife. Please, present her with a gift to commemorate their union. As Jiang Haonan heard these words, a flicker of displeasure crossed his handsome, mature face as he surveyed Jiang Xingtong with a condescending gaze. Observing her simple and inexpensive attire, his tone dripped with disdain. Does she really think she deserves a welcome gift from me? Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly changed his mind. Very well. For the sake of Jiang Xi Knight's reputation, I shall reluctantly bestow upon her a token of our meeting. Jiang Xingtong's expression darkened as she cast a cold glance at Jiang Haonan. Before she could muster a retort, Jiang Xi Knight's personal bodyguard, Jiang Ning, suddenly pushed Jiang Xi Knight into the doorway. I do not require your reluctant gestures, Jiang Xi Knight's deep, frigid voice resonated. He then turned to Jiang Xingtong with a softened tone, beckoning, come here. I'll be right there, Jiang Xingtong replied. Her eyes lighting up at the sight of Zhang Si Knight's return, and without a second thought, she hurried towards him. Zhang Si Knight, with a protective demeanor, addressed Jiang Xingtong, Mrs. Zhang, not just anyone is worthy of presenting you, the esteemed Mrs. Zhang Xiao, with a welcome gift, do you understand? Zhang Haonan's hand froze mid-motion, his expression darkening as he turned to face Zhang Si Knight at the entrance. What did his son mean by this? Was he mocking him for lacking the right to present a welcome gift? Oh, I see. Hearing Zhang Si Knight's sarcastic remarks directed at Zhang Haonan, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but smile. It appeared that Zhang Si Knight was rather commendable, indeed, he was willing to stand up for her. Moments later, Zhang Si Knight led Jiang Xingtong to a serene courtyard adorned with numerous orchids. Upon entering the room, Jiang Xingtong was astonished to find that it was decorated like a small Buddhist shrine. A woman clad in a grayish-blue qipao, her long hair elegantly pinned up, stood with her back to them, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. What was transpiring here? Jiang Xingtong gazed at Zhang Si, her face a canvas of questions, silently inquiring. Wasn't she here to meet Zhang Si's mother? Why had he brought her to such an unusual place? Surely he wouldn't expect her to learn meditation and chant scriptures? Perceiving the perplexity in Shen Ningxi's eyes, Zhang Si addressed the woman. Seemingly lost in her rhythmic drumming, Mother, I have brought my newlywed wife, Jiang Xingtong, to see you. At that moment, Jiang Xingtong felt warmth emanating from Zhang Si's typically frigid voice for the first time. He no longer appeared as a cold automaton but rather as a being imbued with warmth. It seemed that even the mightiest could revert to being a child in the presence of their mother. Upon hearing Zhang Si's voice, Xueqi hastily set aside the wooden fish and turned to face him and Jiang Xingtong. The instant Jiang Xingtong beheld Xueqi's exquisite visage, she gasped in awe. What a breathtaking beauty! Even in such a subdued attire, she radiated an extraordinary allure. No wonder Zhang Si possessed such striking looks. He had evidently inherited his mother's beauty. Unaware of Jiang Xingtong's astonished gaze, Xueqi promptly approached Zhang Si's wheelchair. Her concern evident as she scrutinized him from head to toe. This is your first outing since your injury, are you feeling any discomfort? I'm fine, Mother. Zhang Si replied with a hint of exasperation before turning his attention to Jiang Xingtong, redirecting the conversation, do not neglect your long-cherished daughter-in-law because of me. Jiang Xingtong cast a complex gaze towards Zhang Siyue, her eyes reflecting an indescribable envy. Zhang Siyue's mother still regarded him as a child who had yet to grow up. Having never encountered her biological parents throughout her life, Jiang Xingtong had never experienced the warmth of parental love. Her only connection to them was during festive occasions when she would visit their tombstones to burn paper offerings. Although Zhang Siyue's father was far from virtuous, he was blessed with a mother who cherished him dearly. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong felt her hand being grasped by Xueqi. Puzzled, she turned to look at Xueqi. But before she could speak, she heard Xueqi apologize with a hint of regret in her voice. Xingtong, I did not intend to neglect you just now. Yi has always had a frail constitution, and after the recent car accident, his legs were injured, that is why I was concerned enough to inquire about him first. As she spoke, she gently guided Jiang Xingtong to sit on a bamboo chair. It's quite all right, Jiang Xingtong replied with a smile. I can understand your feelings as a mother. Xueqi regarded Jiang Xingtong's youthful, radiant visage, her beauty strikingly captivating, and tentatively ventured, Xingtong. The doctor has informed me that my Yi is inherently weak. Following this accident, if we cannot find a skilled physician to provide meticulous treatment and care, Yi's legs may never return to normal, and he might be confined to a wheelchair for life. Moreover, his masculine dignity would be compromised. If you were to marry Yi, you would not only need to care for him but also live as a widow for the rest of your days. Would you be able to accept such a fate? Chapter 8, Winning over the mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong silently scrutinized Xueqi with an inscrutable expression. The beautiful mother-in-law was subtly conveying to her the true state of Zhang Si's health while also gauging her attitude. Contemplating this possibility, she shyly cast a glance at Zhang Si, then smiled warmly at Xueqi, saying, Mother, you may not realize just how exceptional your son, Zhang Si, truly is. The fact that I can marry him feels like a blessing from our ancestors. How could I possibly turn him away over such a trivial matter as a potential disability? He is a genius who thrives on intellect, whether he has legs or not is insignificant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Si's narrow phoenix eyes flickered with an inscrutable light as he quietly regarded Jiang Xingtong. Chu Xinyi felt a surge of happiness at Jiang Xingtong's praise for Zhan Sai. No mother dislikes hearing commendations about her child's excellence. However, the reality was that her son was not only facing the possibility of losing the use of his legs but also had a third limb that could potentially be affected. As this thought crossed her mind, her mood soured, and she looked at Jiang Xingtong with a complex expression. Gently probing, what if he were to lose the use of his third limb as well? Would you still accept him? Jiang Xingtong instinctively glanced at Zhan Sai's lower half, only to be met with a chilling and piercing gaze directed at her. Feeling the sharp warning in Zhan Sai's eyes, she quickly averted her gaze, clearing her throat before earnestly responding to Chu Xinyi, what does it matter? As long as there is love between husband and wife, that is what truly counts. In fact, lacking in that regard could even be advantageous. This way, one avoids the pain of carrying a child for 10 months and the agony of childbirth. And one can live a carefree life. Zhan Sai cast a glance at Jiang Xingtong, and a flicker of ambiguous emotions crossed his cold, handsome face. Did Jiang Xingtong genuinely believe this, or was she merely uttering sweet words to placate them? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's nearly perfect response, Chu Xinyi felt her unease dissipate significantly. And she gazed at Jiang Xingtong with tender affection. Are you certain that your words are sincere? If one day Aya's health truly deteriorates, will you not harbor any regrets? Without hesitation, Jiang Xingtong raised her hand to swear an oath, declaring, Mom, rest assured, although my background is rather ordinary, I vow with my life. No matter how Zhan Sai changes, I will remain steadfast by his side. Unless one day he chooses to leave me, I will never let go, I shall remain married for a lifetime. Should I betray this oath, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a life of poverty. Zhan Sai gazed deeply into Jiang Xingtong's earnest expression, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. Were her words truly heartfelt? Chu Xinyi observed Jiang Xingtong's serious demeanor as she swore her oath, and at last, she comprehended the gravity of Jiang Xingtong's sentiments. With a gentle smile, she lowered Jiang Xingtong's hand and said softly, Xingtong, what are you doing? There is no need for such a vow, Mommy believes in your words. As she spoke, she retrieved a thick envelope and a large red packet, presenting them to Jiang Xingtong. This is a wedding gift from Mommy, along with a token of appreciation. Jiang Xingtong feigned politeness, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Mommy, what is in the envelope? I do not desire anything excessively valuable, a red envelope from you will suffice. There is no need to be courteous with Mother, the contents of the document bag are mere trifles to her, devoid of any significant worth. Please accept them. Chu Xinyi spoke softly. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the document bag and the large red envelope before her, seeking an unspoken confirmation from Zhan Sai. Observing her, Zhan Sai gave a slight nod. This was a gift his mother had specially prepared for his wife, and allowing Jiang Xingtong to accept it was merely a formality. Sooner or later, this token would be bestowed upon the woman he truly wished to marry. Jiang Xingtong received the document bag and the large red envelope with both hands. Her expression earnest as she expressed her gratitude, thank you, Mother. In her previous life, she had heard from Jiang Xueqi that on her wedding day, Chu Xinyi had generously given away half of her properties, vehicles, and shares in the Zhan Group. This is my wedding gift to you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway, followed by a document bag that flew through the air, striking Jiang Xingtong squarely in the face. Chapter 9, a slap in the face from the father-in-law. The impolite gesture of gifting immediately darkened Jiang Xingtong's expression. Without hesitation, she raised her leg and kicked back with force. The sound of impact resonated as the document bag returned to its origin, striking the newcomer squarely in the face. Zhan Haonan, caught off guard, had his silver-framed glasses knocked off and his nose reddened, leaving him in a state of disarray. This unexpected turn of events elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chu Xinyi. After so many years, witnessing Zhan Haonan, the notorious scoundrel, receive a taste of humiliation was a rare delight. This new daughter-in-law was indeed to her liking. Zhan Sai's thin lips subtly curled upwards. Zhan Haonan, who was severely nearsighted, had not noticed who had kicked the document bag back moments ago. Now, with his glasses having fallen off, he could hardly discern the face of the person before him. Squinting, he directed an angry inquiry forward, who had the audacity to do that just now? It was me, Uncle, Jiang Xingtong replied obediently. Zhan Haonan, in a fit of rage, retorted, damn it, you wild girl. Who gave you the right to be so impolite? Apologies, Uncle. I did not mean to be rude. I merely thought someone was stealthily attacking me with a projectile and reflexively kicked it back, Jiang Xingtong answered with an air of innocence. After all, when gifts are given, they are presented face to face, not hurled from the entrance. Zhang Haonan fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and commanded Jiang Xingtong. Come here and help me pick up my glasses. Don't you have hands? Jiang Xingtong retorted without reservation, then continued in a childlike tone. Even children know that one must handle their own affairs. She earnestly chided Zhang Haonan, you are in your 40s, yet you expect me to assist you? It is akin to a weaned child. Do you not feel embarrassed? Uncle, the esteemed leaders of our great nation have proclaimed that self-sufficiency leads to abundance. Do not fall into the trap of laziness. At her words, Zhang Haonan's expression shifted through shades of green and white. He found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether this woman was simply dim-witted or subtly mocking him. Jiang Xingtong appeared oblivious to the fury etched upon Zhang Haonan's face as she swiftly approached him, bending down to retrieve the fallen document bag. With a sweet smile, she expressed, "Thank you for the wedding gift, uncle." Zhang Haonan, seething with anger, gritted his teeth in response. You accept my gift and still call me uncle? Jiang Xingtong retorted, you haven't given me a fee for the change of address. Zhang Haonan, his temper flaring, demanded, quickly hand me my glasses, I shall provide you with the fee. Uncle, you truly are foolish, she replied playfully. Did I not tell you that one should handle their own affairs? With that, she turned and dashed to Zhang Xiyue's side, sweetly declaring, darling, I'm tired. I wish to return and rest for a while. Zhang Haonan was left speechless, resolute in his belief that this woman was indeed dim-witted, incapable of reading expressions, discerning status, or adhering to propriety. Jusini observed the vexation of Zhang Haonan, struggling to stifle her laughter. Zhang Xiyue, suppressing the peculiar sensation evoked by the term darling, coolly interjected. Mother, we shall take our leave. Jusini replied, go ahead. After you rest, remember to prepare for the wedding. Zhang Xiyue responded coldly, leading the nearly infuriated Jiang Xingtong away. As Zhang Haonan heard their departing footsteps, he bellowed, come back. You haven't picked up my glasses yet, how can you leave? Moments later, Zhang Xiyue returned to his residence with Jiang Xingtong, who, brimming with excitement, eagerly opened the document bag to discover the assets contained within. Zhang Xiyue suddenly pressed down on the document bag, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked at Jiang Xingtong. Chapter 10, she actually made Zhang Xiao break his restraint. What's wrong? Jiang Xingtong asked, furrowing her brow in confusion as she met Zhang Xiyue's icy stare. Upon encountering the pure and lively doe-like eyes of Jiang Xingtong, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him once again. Why did he always feel that her eyes evoked an unnameable sense of recognition? His frosty gaze involuntarily softened. Noticing Zhang Xiyue lost in thought while staring into her eyes, Jiang Xingtong inexplicably shot him a glance of disdain and swiftly snatched the document bag from his grasp. If you're not going to speak, then don't hinder my review of the documents. With that, she displayed little patience, tearing open the bag he had received from his mother as if unwrapping a package, scattering its contents across the table. Zhang Xiyue found himself at a loss. The words intended to stop Jiang Xingtong from examining the documents lodged in his throat, making it impossible to articulate his thoughts. Jiang Xingtong pretended not to notice the fluctuating expression on Zhang Xiyue's face, smiling cheerfully as she surveyed the keys, property deed, and a share transfer document that lay scattered before her. In her past life, she had inadvertently overheard Jiang Xueqi complaining to her parents about how Zhang Xiyue had confiscated the welcome gift given to the daughter-in-law by the grandmother. Jiang Xueqi had thrown a fit in front of the grandmother, compelling Zhang Xiyue to return the gift. Thus, she believed that in order to spare both parties from embarrassment, it was imperative to expedite the retrieval of the welcome gift. With this thought in mind, she feigned surprise, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" On the eve of their meeting, the graciousness of Zhang Xiyue's mother was truly remarkable, as she had bestowed upon me an abundance of gifts. My mother-in-law has been exceedingly kind to me, and I must immediately express my gratitude with a phone call. Without waiting for Zhang Xiyue to respond, she seized the phone resting on the table and inquired, "What is the passcode for your phone?" Zhang Xiyue instinctively replied, "I use fingerprint unlock." Without further ado, Jiang Xingtong dashed to Zhang Xiyue's side, grasped his long, jade-like hand, and after a moment's contemplation, pressed her thumb onto the phone's screen, which unlocked in an instant. Before Zhang Xiyue could voice his indignation at the theft of his phone, he was taken aback by Jiang Xingtong's sudden grasp of his hand. The moment her soft, cloud-like Fair fingers enveloped his, a faint electric current surged through him, striking his heart and causing an inexplicable flutter in his chest, unsettling his heartbeat. Becoming aware of his unusual emotions, Jiang Xingtong felt a flush creep to his ears. Jiang Xingtong, oblivious to his discomfort, swiftly scrolled through his contacts, locating Xueqi's number. And dialed it. The call connected almost instantaneously. Without waiting for Xueqi to speak, Jiang Xingtong exuberantly exclaimed, "Mom, thank you for the gifts. You are the most wonderful mother-in-law I have ever encountered." In an instant, her tone shifted to one of melancholy as she added, "You have also been the kindest elder I have known throughout my life." Xueqi noticed Jiang Xingtong's melancholic demeanor and was about to offer words of comfort when she suddenly heard Jiang Xingtong speak earnestly, "Mom, I swear that from now on, I will treat you as my own mother and be dutiful to you for life." Hearing this, Xueqi let out a cheerful laugh and gently replied, "That is truly wonderful, for I have no daughters, henceforth, I shall regard you as my own flesh and blood." Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jiang Xingtong, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaging in flattery with his mother over the phone. Gradually, he returned to awareness, his handsome face inscrutable. Why had he permitted Jiang Xingtong to handle his phone? Allowing her to touch it was one thing. But why had he so carelessly revealed that his phone was equipped with fingerprint unlocking? Most astonishing of all was the fact that he had never disclosed which finger he had used to set the fingerprint lock. Yet Xin Ningxi had managed to guess it accurately. As Jiang Xingtong observed the exquisite young woman at the bedside, animatedly conversing with his mother. Her radiant smile reminiscent of a vibrant sunrise, a complex expression surfaced on his sharply defined features. With Jiang Xingtong treating his mother as her own, how could he possibly bring himself to request the meeting gift that his mother had intentionally set aside for her daughter-in-law? After Jiang Xingtong concluded the call, she noticed the perplexity etched on Jiang Xingtong's handsome visage and smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, I have not investigated you. My own phone uses my thumbprint for unlocking. So I assumed yours would be the same." In truth, the vast majority of people utilize their thumbs for fingerprint locks. Jiang Xingtong observed the aloof and reticent Jiang Xingtong with a subtle smile as she extended her phone towards him. "I finished using this. So here it is back to you." Just as Jiang Xingtong reached out to accept it, his phone rang unexpectedly. Jiang Xingtong, mistaking the incoming call for her own, instinctively swiped to answer it. As the call connected, a carefree voice resonated from the other end. "Zhan Xiao, I heard you've tied the knot. Bring your wife out tomorrow night, let us gather with the brothers." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong instinctively glanced at Jiang Xingtong. To him, marrying Jiang Xingtong was merely a pragmatic arrangement. She was, at best, a collaborator rather than a true spouse. However, to refuse this invitation in her presence seemed rather unfeeling. The notion of being unfeeling lingered in his mind, and a faint smirk unexpectedly graced Jiang Xingtong's lips. Had he truly lost his composure? Why was he unconsciously contemplating Jiang Xingtong's feelings? He lifted his gaze, casting a cryptic glance towards her, and prepared to decline the invitation. Yet, Jiang Xingtong, perceiving his slow and indifferent reaction, graciously interjected, "All right, Hu Xiao, we shall see you tomorrow." Coincidentally, she also wished to meet through Huiyanting the actress Fu Shilan, who had been misled by the deceitful Zhou Jia in her past life, and had sincerely advised her against believing Zhou Jia's words and marrying the illegitimate son, Fu Zixing. However, at that time, she firmly believed that Zhou Jia would not deceive her. She trusted the information provided by Zhou Jia, convinced that Fu Ziheng was the young boy who had once shared her tribulations and even saved her during her childhood. After severing ties with Fu Shilan for Fu Ziheng's sake, she ceased to inquire about Fu Shilan's affairs. Ultimately, Fu Shilan, who had been switched at birth and wrongfully accused by an illegitimate daughter who had usurped her true identity, met a tragic end and took her own life. Fu Shilan was only 22 years old when she died, a time when life was still brimming with potential. Now that she had been reborn, she was determined to alter Fu Shilan's fate and ensure that Fu Shilan would shine brilliantly. To her astonishment, it was her sister-in-law who answered Zhang Ji's call. Wasn't he Zhang known for his cleanliness and his disdain for others touching his personal belongings? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's response, Huiyanting was left utterly astonished. Zhang Xian's expression darkened as he swiftly reclaimed the phone from Jiang Xingtong's grasp and promptly terminated the call. His handsome visage clouded with displeasure, he coldly inquired, "Who permitted you to tamper with my phone? You never said I couldn't." Jiang Xingtong replied innocently, blinking her doe-like eyes at Zhang Xian. Her demeanor endearing yet slightly naive, exuding an air of innocence. Gazing into Jiang Xingtong's innocent eyes, Zhan Xian found his seething anger inexplicably dissipating by a significant degree. Perhaps it was futile to be vexed with someone who evidently lacked intelligence and seemed not yet fully matured. After all, she had the audacity to strike his father. What was a mere slap to him? He coughed lightly, a fist raised to his lips, and then proceeded to sternly admonish her. Who allowed you to answer my phone indiscriminately? Casually accepting others' invitations? Do you not realize that such behavior is exceedingly impolite? Jiang Xingtong, with an innocent expression, retorted. How is that impolite? I answered your call out of kindness and accepted the invitation on your behalf because your response was unduly delayed, which is rather discourteous. Moreover, you are not just anyone, you are my husband, are you not? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong nonchalantly refer to him as her husband, Zhan Xian felt his heart flutter uncontrollably for a moment, only to quickly regain his composure and reply coldly, even as a married couple. One must respect the privacy of the other. Being married implies the closest relationship in the world, what privacy is there to speak of? Jiang Xingtong casually settled onto the sofa, picked up a red apple from the coffee table, took a bite, and exclaimed, Wow! This apple is truly delicious. It seems that the fruit of wealthy families is indeed of a different caliber compared to that of ordinary households. Zhan Xian observed Jiang Xingtong, who behaved as if she were in her own home, completely at ease and unrestrained. He promptly abandoned any intention of communicating with her. It dawned on him that Jiang Xingtong was a rather simple-minded woman, unreservedly expressing whatever came to her mind. To be more precise, she was still a girl, with innocent eyes and candid actions. However, within the Zhan family, such a lack of guile and straightforward nature could lead to significant disadvantages. From now on, refrain from speaking your mind so freely, cultivate a bit of discretion, he advised, pinching the bridge of his nose. Jiang Xingtong glanced at Zhan Xian, noticing the concern and care in his eyes, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. To her astonishment, the once indifferent and cold-hearted Jiang Xueqi, who resembled a robotic figure in his demeanor, uttered words imbued with concern. Jiang Xueqi picked up a large apple from the coffee table, carefully polishing it with her hand before presenting it to Jiang Xueqi. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, Husband, you are truly wonderful. This is the largest apple one specially selected for you. Thank you for your care. In the Zhan household, she maintained the persona of a carefree and simple-minded individual, making it inappropriate for her to offer anything else to Jiang Xueqi. Thus, her sole intention was to convey her gratitude, allowing him to sense her appreciation. Perhaps, if she nurtured a good relationship with Jiang Xueqi, they could become close friends. In the event of his untimely passing, he might remember her kindness and leave her a portion of his inheritance. Jiang Xueqi gazed silently at the bright red apple before him. He harbored an intense aversion to uncleanliness. The thought of consuming an apple that had been placed on the coffee table, regardless of its washing duration, was utterly unthinkable for him. Even a freshly washed apple that remained unpeeled was unacceptable. Jiang Xueqi had even taken the liberty to rub the apple skin with her hand, making it all the more unsanitary. Instinctively, Jiang Xueqi was poised to decline the offering, raising his gaze to Jiang Xueqi. Yet, upon encountering her sweet and radiant smile, the words of refusal lodged in his throat. With a complex expression, he devised an alternative excuse, it's unpeeled. Although he uttered merely 3 words, the underlying message was clear, he would not consume unpeeled fruit. Jiang Xingtong immediately comprehended Zhan Xi's intent. She glanced around the vicinity, failing to locate a peeler, and then earnestly inquired of Zhan Xi, if I can't find a peeler, how about I gnaw the apple skin for you? Zhan Xi. He could scarcely envision what it would be like for Jiang Xingtong to gnaw the apple with her teeth. His ears flushed, and he extended his hand to take the apple from Jiang Xingtong, feigning calmness as he coldly replied, I have acknowledged your gratitude. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he did not wait for Jiang Xingtong's response and promptly called out to his personal bodyguard outside, Zhan Ning. In the next moment, Zhan Ning swiftly entered, guiding Zhan Xi away. Jiang Xingtong watched Zhan Xi's hasty retreat, struggling to suppress her laughter. Once Zhan Xi and Zhan Ying's figures had completely vanished from her sight, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, clutching her abdomen. Just as Zhan Xi, who had not strayed far, heard Jiang Xingtong's melodious laughter emanating from within, his handsome face stiffened. Was Jiang Xingtong's previous remark intentional? The following day, Zhan Sai remained preoccupied with unknown matters, only appearing before Jiang Xingtong as dusk fell. Jiang Xingtong, observing Zhan Sai's absence on their first day of marriage, during which he had not returned home, curiously asked, "What were you so busy with yesterday? Why didn't you come home? Did you worry that I might neglect you and that the Zhan family would look down upon you?" Zhan Sai, in response, gazed at Jiang Xingtong with an inquisitive expression in his phoenix-like eyes. Jiang Xingtong fluttered her delicate eyelashes, akin to the wings of a butterfly, and replied earnestly, "No. It's just that I'm concerned for you. I worry that in your busyness, you might forget to return home and rest, which could exhaust your health." At that moment, Zhan Xie felt a pang of guilt for his earlier assumptions about Jiang Xingtong. "I apologize for causing you worry. In the future, I will inform you in advance if I won't be home at night." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Jiang Xingtong's attire. She was still clad in a t-shirt and jeans. "Did we not agree that you would meet my friends today? Why are you still wearing yesterday's clothes?" "I came directly from my foster parents' home, wearing only this outfit. And there are no clothes prepared for me in your bedroom," Jiang Xingtong replied candidly. "So, I have no choice but to wear yesterday's clothes. But rest assured, I washed my clothes last night while taking a shower, so they are clean enough to meet your friends." However, Zhan Xie detected an undertone of grievance in Jiang Xingtong's honest tone, causing an inexplicable tightening in his chest. How could his wife have no clothes to wear? Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and made a call. "Zhan, arrange immediately." Moments later, a group of neatly attired store employees entered in single file. Immediately, everyone stood before Jiang Xingtong with reverence, hands cradling the items they held, and spoke in unison, "Madame Zhan, greetings. These are prepared for you by Mr. Zhan. Please make your selection." Jiang Xingtong beheld the array of renowned luxury brands, jewelry, clothing, shoes, bags, and accessories, each attendant presenting dazzling jewels and the most fashionable attire as if they were on a runway. The spectacle was overwhelming, leaving her entranced. "Wow! How stunning!" she exclaimed, glancing toward Zhan Sai for assistance. "Darling, what should I do about my indecision? No girl can resist the allure of jewelry, clothing, shoes, and accessories." And she found it challenging to remain composed, especially since some pieces were of her own design. Upon hearing her call him darling, Zhan Sai felt a rush of warmth. Momentarily at a loss for words. Believing he did not grasp her meaning, Jiang Xingtong quickly rephrased her plea. "Sweetheart, I adore all of these. But I'm unsure which to choose. Perhaps you could help me select an ensemble?" "Take them all," Zhan Sai commanded with a sweeping gesture. "Only children make choices. Adults take everything." "Wow. You are so wonderful to me." Jiang Xingtong joyfully leaned over to kiss Zhan Sai on the cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 12. Captivated by her beauty. As Jiang Xingtong observed the suddenly dazed Zhan Xie, she belatedly realized that her recent actions had been somewhat impolite. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had experienced such a delightful surprise, the first instance of feeling someone's genuine concern for her. In her excitement, she had impulsively kissed Zhan Xie. At that moment, she had not thought much of it, her joy had been overwhelming. Now, witnessing Zhan Xie's expression as if his innocence had been tarnished, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and self-reproach, accompanied by a slight heaviness in her chest. "Darling, I apologize." Upon hearing those 2 particular words, Zhan Xie snapped back to reality, his ears inexplicably flushing once more. Without allowing Jiang Xingtong to complete her apology, he maintained a facade of calmness and replied with a cool demeanor, "I am not well versed in selecting women's attire. But I have arranged for a team of stylists to assist you. They will be here shortly." Jiang Xingtong's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. And she gazed at Zhan Xie with surprise. How considerate of him. This way, she would not need to fret over what style to adopt or what to wear. Instinctively, she wanted to express her gratitude to him. However, before she could utter a word, Zhan Xie, feeling his heart race at the sight of her sparkling eyes, preemptively spoke. "I will change into another outfit first, you may begin your styling." With that, he glanced at his assistant, Zhan. Zhan promptly pushed Zhan Xie's wheelchair and turned to leave. Jiang Xingtong was left bewildered. Why was Zhan Xie in such a hurry to depart? She had not yet had the chance to thank him for his generosity. As soon as Zhan Xie left, a sharply dressed professional assistant arrived. accompanied by a top-tier team of stylists renowned for crafting looks for celebrities and affluent socialites. Under the expert hands of the stylists, Jiang Xingtong seemed to undergo a miraculous transformation. While she was undoubtedly beautiful in her natural state, often sporting a simple ponytail and casual t-shirts and jeans, reminiscent of a fresh 18-year-old girl, youthful, vibrant, and pure, her elegance was somewhat overshadowed, rendering her exquisite features underappreciated. Now, however, Jiang Xingtong appeared utterly enchanting, adorned in a strapless, starry blue gown embellished with delicate rhinestones, her chestnut waves cascading gracefully around her shoulders. Her luminous skin radiated allure, elevating her beauty to breathtaking heights. Just as Jiang Xingtong descended the staircase, he was struck by the sight of this captivating and ethereal Jiang Xingtong, a wave of astonishment washing over him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He stood there, momentarily entranced by the dazzling transformation before him, rendered speechless. Jiang Xingtong, sensing Jiang Xingtong's gaze, turned her head and flashed a radiant smile. "Darling, you're here. Do you think my look is beautiful?" As she lifted the hem of her gown and twirled for him, Jiang Xingtong, observing the charming and alluring Jiang Xingtong, concealed his emotions behind a stoic facade and replied nonchalantly, "It's all right." Dissatisfied, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brows and shot him a glare. "What do you mean, it's all right? Can't you give me a compliment and say I look good?" A mere roll of the eyes, yet Jiang Xi discerned a multitude of emotions upon Jiang Xingtong's exquisite and ethereal visage. His ears betrayed him, flushing uncontrollably, as his blood surged with fervor. Desperate to conceal his unusual reaction from Jiang Xingtong, he stiffly diverted the conversation, stating, "Since we are ready, let us depart." Without awaiting her response, he turned to Zhang Ning behind him and commanded, "Zhang Ning, assist me to the car." "Yes, young Master Zhang." Zhang Ning promptly bowed respectfully and began to push Jiang Xi's wheelchair as they moved away. Observing this, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly lifted her skirt and chased after them, exclaiming, "Darling, wait for me." A moment later, they settled into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Xingtong, seated beside Jiang Xi, unmistakably caught a whiff of the faint minty fragrance that lingered on him, a result of his recent bath. It was the scent of the mint shower gel she had also used the previous night. "You took the time to shower?" she inquired gently. Noticing Jiang Xi's distant demeanor, she cautiously added, "I apologize for that kiss earlier, it was truly unintentional. I once had a stray cat, and whenever I felt joy, I would kiss it. Could you please refrain from being angry with me?" In her past life, after marrying Fu Zixing, they had never shared a bed. During that time, Fu Zixing had clandestinely engaged with her good friend, Zhou Jiai, while deceitfully claiming to her that he suffered from a physical ailment that rendered him incapable of intimacy. He insisted that sharing a room would make him feel inferior. Believing his words, and in a bid to preserve Fu Zixing's dignity, they had continued to sleep apart. Fu Zixing frequently traveled for work and often found herself alone at home. Feeling lonely, she decided to adopt a stray cat that had taken the initiative to follow her home. Later, after Fu Zixing became a billionaire, he often used the excuse of being unable to have children to persuade her to divorce him. Consequently, the very person who once considered Fu Zixing her savior invested a significant sum in a sperm bank to procure a sperm sample, intending to undergo in vitro fertilization in hopes of leaving a legacy for Fu Zixing. Ultimately, however, Chapter 13, the indignant yet honest Zhang Xiao, do not refer to me as your husband in the future. Jiang Xueqi's cold voice abruptly interrupted Jiang Xingtong's reverie. Jiang Xingtong raised her gaze towards Jiang Xueqi, bewildered, and responded, "Why? Are you not my husband?" Jiang Xueqi recalled how each time Jiang Xingtong addressed him as her husband, an inexplicable flutter of emotion stirred within him. With a vigilant tone, he coldly cautioned Jiang Xingtong. "When we obtained our marriage certificate, I made it clear that I could never love you." He then warned Jiang Xingtong with an irritable expression. "Our marital relationship is merely temporary. In due course, I shall seek an appropriate opportunity to divorce you. I hope you understand your position." The role of his wife was meant solely for another girl. Once he found that girl, he would proceed to divorce Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong was left speechless. Had it not been for Zhang Xueqi's ruthlessly candid remarks, she might have almost forgotten that he was a man harboring a cherished memory of another. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong wrapped her arm around Zhang Xueqi's shoulder, presenting a facade of camaraderie, and smiled at him, saying, "I am aware that you have your heart set on someone else, but I hope that during my tenure as Mrs. Zhang, you will grant me the superficial glamour that comes with it." If you show me consideration, I shall reciprocate. When the moment arrives for you to marry your true love, I shall willingly cooperate with your divorce, creating space for her in your life. Throughout the duration of our marriage, you may regard me as a brother. Jiang Xueqi raised his long, elegant fingers to gently push aside Jiang Xingtong's arm from his shoulder, his expression void of emotion as he replied, being brothers is acceptable, but... He endeavored to disregard the sudden stirrings within him caused by Jiang Xingtong's embrace, and coldly commanded. I expect you to keep your distance from now on and refrain from any physical contact. Jiang Xingtong quickly released her hold on his shoulder and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, did we not agree to be brothers? If we are indeed brothers, why does it matter whether there is physical contact? Jiang Xueqi cast his gaze downward, concealing the profound and complex emotions swirling within his eyes, and silently took out his phone to check his work emails. Jiang Xingtong was akin to a volatile chemical. Each time she touched him or sweetly called him husband, his body and emotions would involuntarily respond to her influence. Stirring feelings he had never before experienced, leaving his heart in turmoil. Jiang Xingtong thought to herself, is he choosing to ignore her again? With a sense of frustration, she turned to gaze out of the car window, her mind wandering as she absent-mindedly admired the fleeting scenery outside. Suddenly, she beheld a scene not far away, Fu Zixing passionately kissing a young and beautiful woman on the street. Her expression turned icy, and memories involuntarily surged in her mind, of her past life, where Fu Zixing and her dear friend Zhou Jia callously led to her demise in the delivery room, resulting in a tragic fate of 2 lives lost. Recalling how she had once devoted herself wholeheartedly to Fu Zixing, elevating him to the pinnacle of wealth, and even financing Zhou Jia's education at a prestigious university despite her impoverished background, only to be betrayed by them both. A chilling aura of vengeance and bone-chilling coldness flickered in Jiang Xingtong's eyes. How could Fu Zixing, married just yesterday, be gallivanting with Zhou Jia today? Jiang Xueqi had married Fu Zixing with the singular ambition of becoming the wife of a magnate. Could she really tolerate Fu Zixing harboring a white moonlight? Jiang Xingtong swiftly grasped her phone, activated the recording mode, and captured a brief video of Fu Zixing and Zhou Jia, which she promptly sent anonymously to Jiang Xueqi. In her previous life, the arrogant and tyrannical Jiang Xueqi had ruthlessly targeted the white moonlight of Jiang Xia. This time, it remained to be seen what methods Jiang Xueqi would employ to deal with Zhou Jia. One could only hope that Jiang Xueqi would not disappoint her. After several minutes, Jiang Xia escorted Jiang Xingtong to the Royal Court Club, the favored gathering place for the elite sons and daughters of high society. It was said that patrons wishing to enter the Royal Court Club must undergo identity verification and provide proof of assets. Those with assets below 10 million would not be admitted. Moreover, for those with assets exceeding 10 million, the club offered a meticulous classification across its 15 levels. The greater the wealth, the higher the level one could access. Conversely, if certain customers' assets merely meet the minimum threshold, they are relegated to the first floor, gazing enviously at those who ascend to the upper levels. Thus, the scions of wealthy families regard access to the Royal Court Club and the privilege of indulging on multiple floors as a symbol of status and a means of ostentation. Jiang Xingtong followed Jiang Xueqi into the elevator of the Royal Court Club, which swiftly ascended to the top floor. Admiringly, she glanced at the previously taciturn Jiang Xueqi and remarked, "Brother Yi, how impressive that you can bring me to the top floor." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xueqi abruptly stiffened, his ears tingling with heat. His long, jade-like fingers tightened around the armrest of his wheelchair, his handsome face betraying no emotion as he gazed at Jiang Xingtong. "What are you calling me? Did you not say I could not call you husband?" Jiang Xingtong innocently blinked at Jiang Xueqi and explained, "If I don't call you husband, and we are to be like brothers, then I can only call you Brother Yi." Jiang Xueqi regarded Jiang Xingtong's exquisitely beautiful eyelashes, fluttering like butterfly wings, and met her clear, innocent doe-like eyes. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 14, Awaiting the Backlash. The impact of the title Brother Yi proved to be more devastating than husband. In that moment, Jiang Xueqi experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. Jiang Xingtong observed Jiang Xueqi's silence and, with a light laugh, remarked, "Brother Yi, I have heard that the Royal Court Hotel conceals wonders within its walls, with many fascinating floors accessible only to those of esteemed status. Would you be so kind as to escort me through several floors today, allowing me to broaden my horizons?" Jiang Xueqi, his icy gaze shimmering with an enigmatic glint, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xingtong and retorted, "Do not refer to me as Brother Yi." Jiang Xingtong protested, rolling her eyes at him. "Then what shall I call you? It feels rather awkward to address you in such a distant manner. It may lead others to question the strength of our marital bond." She then added, with a touch of feigned innocence, "You may not care for appearances, but I do. If others perceive that you harbor no feelings for me, they will no longer regard me with the respect due to Mrs. Jean. It is only by convincing them of your affection that, when my true identity is revealed, they will think twice before plotting against me." Faced with Jiang Xingtong's pleading eyes, Jiang Xueqi's initially frosty demeanor softened significantly as he replied, "Just call me by my name." "Are you certain? If I call you by your name, you won't object any longer?" Jiang Xingtong's strikingly beautiful yet cool eyes met Jiang Xueqi's gaze. "Indeed." Jiang Xueqi, captivated by the inexplicably familiar allure of her eyes, nodded affirmatively. "Very well then, I shall call you I from now on." A radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Xingtong's delicate face. Upon hearing her sweet, melodious voice and witnessing the charming smile that graced her features, Jiang Xueqi felt his heart within his chest skip a beat uncontrollably. He hastily averted his gaze, resolutely fixing his eyes forward. Damn it. Jiang Xingtong seemed to possess an intoxicating allure. Why did her every subtle expression, every simple utterance evoke a stir of unfamiliar emotions within him? Ding. The sound of the elevator doors opening resonated. Zhang pushed Zhang Sai out of the elevator, with Jiang Xingtong trailing closely behind. Moments later, they entered an opulent, extravagantly decorated private room. As soon as they stepped through the threshold, a group of people eagerly surrounded them. "Zhang Xiao. I heard you successfully signed a contract worth over 100 billion yesterday, congratulations." "Zhang Xiao. Zhang Ge, I heard you've gotten married, where is your wife?" The casual banter was abruptly interrupted by the inquisitive Hui Yunting. Zhang Sai gestured dismissively to Zhang Ying, who respectfully withdrew, shielded by Zhang Ying's towering presence. Jiang Xingtong was suddenly exposed to the gaze of the crowd after his departure. The onlookers gasped in awe as they beheld Jiang Xingtong, who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. She possessed a complexion as fair as snow, her features exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a divine masterpiece. Adorned in a one-shoulder starry gown embellished with diamonds, her chestnut waves cascaded, half falling behind her and half framing her chest. Ruby earrings adorned her delicate ears, and her feet were elegantly encased in silver stilettos. Her enchanting beauty, complemented by a graceful figure and an extraordinary aura, rendered her both innocent and alluring, imbued with a subtle sensuality amidst her cool demeanor. Oh my! This was the first time they had encountered such a paradoxical yet breathtakingly beautiful girl, brimming with vitality. Hui Yunting gazed at Jiang Xingtong with eyes alight, exclaiming, "Who is this girl? I am utterly captivated by her. I need her complete profile in 3 seconds." Silence. Zhang Xueqi suddenly interjected, his voice cold and commanding. Hui Yunting, perplexed, turned to the now darkened countenance of Zhang Xueqi, asking, why? After all, he owned an entertainment company. And the girl before him was the most uniquely charismatic and stunning he had ever seen. It was no exaggeration to say that even the hottest idols in the entertainment industry would be relegated to supporting roles in her presence. "Call me sister-in-law," Zhang Xueqi commanded, gripping Jiang Xingtong's hand with an icy tone directed at Hui Yunting. Although he had never contemplated a lifetime with Jiang Xingtong, she was still his wife at present. Hui Yunting, in front of him, expressing affection for his wife and attempting to undermine him, was utterly audacious. Hui Yunting stood in shock, mouth agape, as he witnessed Zhang Xueqi, a man known for his misandry and obsessive cleanliness, take the initiative to hold a woman's hand. Was he imagining things? Instinctively, he raised a hand to rub his eyes. "Keep rubbing, and I'll still be your sister-in-law. Your chances with me are gone," Jiang Xingtong remarked with a light laugh. Hui Yunting awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at Zhang Sai. "Brother Zhang, I apologize, I was merely joking." Zhang Sai's handsome face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Hui Yunting, issuing a stern warning, "If you dare to covet your sister-in-law again, I shall break your legs." Hui Yunting, feeling the palpable menace in Zhang Sai's tone, shivered involuntarily. Driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, he promptly wrapped his arms around a captivating and alluring woman beside him. "Brother Zhang, my admiration for sister-in-law is purely platonic, my heart belongs to my beloved mistress," he declared, before leaning down to plant a kiss on the woman's fair cheek. Fu Shilan stared in a daze at the elegantly dressed Jiang Xingtong. still processing the moment when Hui Yenting kissed her. She quickly raised her hand to wipe her cheek, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lowered her gaze. Once the closest of friends, Fu Shilan and Jiang Xingtong had drifted apart when Fu Shilan's mother fell gravely ill and required urgent medical funds. Her unscrupulous father and his other daughter sought to use those funds to coerce her into marrying a 60-year-old man, addicted to domestic violence and notorious for having crippled 3 previous wives. Cornered and desperate, Fu Shilan reluctantly became Hui Yenting's mistress. Jiang Xingtong, possessing a strong moral compass, despised women who disrupted others' relationships. Upon discovering that Fu Shilan had become the mistress of a man already betrothed, she was filled with disappointment and severed their friendship. Initially unaware of Hui Yenting's engagement, Fu Shilan had signed a contract with him before realizing the implications of her situation. The exorbitant penalty for breach of contract left her bound to continue. To her astonishment, upon their next encounter, Jiang Xingtong had become Zhang Sai's wife, while she remained an inconspicuous mistress. What does it mean to slap someone in the face? Do you look down on me? Hui Yenting, displeased, lifted Fu Shilan's chin and leaned down to kiss her crimson lips. With a sharp sound, Fu Shilan retaliated by delivering a stinging slap across Hui Yenting's face. Her eyes aflame with anger as she shouted, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Must you resort to such physicality?" His actions made her feel utterly devoid of dignity before Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong must find her utterly repulsive and detestable in this moment. Fu Shilan, have you lost your mind? Hui Yenting, clutching his stinging cheek, gazed at Fu Shilan in disbelief. In the past, she had been exceedingly compliant before him. How had she suddenly transformed into a feisty little wildcat today? A mere lover daring to slap him in front of his friends, where was his pride to go? Gritting his teeth, he said to Fu Shilan, "Prepare to be blacklisted." Chapter 15, she had her noble identity stolen away at his words. Fu Shilan's body stiffened, and she was gripped by the horrifying realization of what she had just done in her fury. If she were blacklisted, how would her mother pay for her medical expenses abroad? Yet, at that moment, her once closest friend stood before her, and she found herself lacking the courage to grovel before Hui Yenting, the spoiled heir, in front of Jiang Xingtong. Her image before Jiang Xingtong was already tarnished. She did not wish to further disappoint her. After this thought crossed her mind, Fu Shilan suddenly lifted her head, standing tall as she looked at Hui Yenting and declared, "Is it just a blacklist? Do as you wish. Your mother's medical expenses." Hui Yenting gazed at the figure before him, no longer the demure woman he once knew as Fu Shilan, and coldly reminded her of their past. Had it not been for his unexpected intervention in rescuing Fu Shilan from being sold to an older man and facilitating her mother's journey abroad for advanced treatment, her mother, who had succumbed to cancer, would have long since passed away. Now, all he desired was an apology from Fu Shilan to restore his lost dignity. Yet she was resolute in her refusal, even willing to face the prospect of being blacklisted. What could have possibly driven her to such lengths? With her arms crossed defiantly, Fu Shilan let out a scornful huff, her captivating feline eyes casting a disdainful glance at Hui Yenting. "If necessary, I shall lower myself to sing and serve drinks in a bar, or even accompany men in their 60s. I would still manage to earn enough for medical expenses. After all, during these 3 years by your side, you have never regarded me as a living, breathing person. To you, I have merely been a plaything devoid of consciousness and temperament." At that moment, she raised her exquisitely manicured finger, adorned with diamonds, and boldly prodded Hui Yenting's firm chest. "I have long since had enough of you. We are finished." With that declaration, she picked up her handbag and turned to leave. Hui Yenting stood there, his mind in turmoil. How had he found himself in such a predicament? As the president of an entertainment company, he was accustomed to women eagerly vying for his attention, and in every relationship he had, it was always he who initiated the breakups, with the other party pleading desperately to maintain their connection. Yet today, he had been unceremoniously discarded by a woman who typically exhibited the sweetness of a kitten. As Fu Shilan was on the verge of exiting the private room, the handsome visage of Hui Yenting darkened, his voice laced with exasperation as he uttered, "Fu Shilan, have you forgotten about the penalty for breach of contract? Are you certain you can afford it?" Fu Shilan's confident stride abruptly halted, her body stiffening in an instant. Indeed, could she afford the exorbitant penalty? When she originally signed the lover's contract with Hui Yenting, driven by the urgency to save her mother's life, she had overlooked the outrageous penalty. Moreover, Hui Yanting's notorious reputation as a libertine preceded him. He was known to cycle through 8 girlfriends in a mere week. She had assumed that his interest in her would wane within a week at most, emboldening her to sign without hesitation. Yet, she had not anticipated that Hui Yanting would insist on keeping her as his mistress for 3 years, with no intention of releasing her from his grasp. Observing Fu Shilan's rigid form, Hui Yanting believed he had uncovered her vulnerability and spoke with a decidedly harsh tone. If you cannot pay the penalty, then come back and admit your fault. With that, he seized a newly opened bottle of red wine and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "Come over and drink this wine, and I shall forgive your recklessness and presumption." Fu Shilan's hands, which hung limply by her sides, suddenly clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh. The staggering penalty, coupled with her mother's exorbitant medical expenses, left her with no avenue of escape. It seemed her only option was to suppress her pride, continuing to grovel before Hui Yanting, transforming into a thoughtless puppet, obedient to his whims. If she were to turn around now, humbly apologize to Hui Yanting, and plead for forgiveness, Jiang Xingtong would undoubtedly feel disappointed and hold her in contempt. A bittersweet smile graced Fu Shilan's face as she slowly turned to face Hui Yanting. Noticing Fu Shilan's apparent intent to bow an apology, Jiang Xingtong suddenly rushed over, awakening from her reverie, and enveloped Fu Shilan in a warm embrace. Standing at a petite height of 1.60 meters, Fu Shilan was delicate and charming, while Jiang Xingtong, at 1.68 meters, was tall and alluring. The scene was exceptionally harmonious and beautiful as the ethereal beauty of Jiang Xingtong embraced the sensuous and stunning Fu Shilan, instantly captivating all present. Among the onlookers was a keen observer who swiftly retrieved their phone to capture this breathtaking moment, sharing it on social media. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly simple post would unleash a tidal wave online, propelling the stunning photograph to viral fame overnight. Fu Shilan gazed in astonishment at the person who had suddenly embraced her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Madame Jean, what are you doing?" she inquired. "Lan. I'm sorry, I misjudged you before," Jiang Xingtong's sweet voice, laden with deep regret, whispered softly in Fu Shilan's ear. Had it not been for Hui Yanting's earlier threat towards Fu Shilan, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Shilan had become Hui Yanting's lover solely to fund her heartless adoptive mother's cancer treatment. She was also unaware that Fu Shilan was unwilling to terminate her contract with Hui Yanting due to her inability to afford the exorbitant penalty fee. Moreover, having traversed a lifetime, she had long understood that Fu Shilan was truly Hui Yanting's fiancée, while she had merely been usurped of her identity, an innocent victim. "Can you forgive me and allow us to remain friends?" Fu Shilan was taken aback by Jiang Xingtong's words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Wasn't Jiang Xingtong the one who despised those who trifled with relationships? Hui Yanting had a fiancée, yet she was his lover. And now Jiang Xingtong had become Madame Jean Sinai, should she not harbor even greater disdain for her? Chapter 16, helping her distance from a scoundrel. Seeing Fu Shilan's silence, Jiang Xingtong, filled with guilt and anguish, apologized. Lan. It's all right if you're unwilling to forgive me now, I can." Before she could finish, her words were interrupted by Fu Shilan's voice, tinged with a hint of sob. Xing, shouldn't you despise me instead? Why do you wish for my forgiveness? The one who has erred is me. For the sake of money, she had sold both her dignity and her body. What right did she have to demand an apology from Jiang Xingtong? Jiang Xingtong lifted her bright eyes, her gaze filled with remorse as she looked directly at Fu Shilan's alluring cat-like eyes. Lan. I now understand that you have your own burdens. You are not truly self-indulgent, you are simply too kind. Suddenly, her youthful fingers grasped Fu Shilan's delicate hand, and she earnestly declared, Lan, I will surely help you escape from this abyss, please trust me. As Fu Shilan was about to speak, Hui Yanting, filled with jealousy, suddenly reached out and snatched Fu Shilan's hand from Jiang Xingtong's grasp. He then, rather ungraciously, addressed Jean Xia, "Brother Jean, your wife is being overly familiar with my woman. And you aren't going to intervene?" Jean Xia, with his unparalleled handsome visage, bore an expression of vague perplexity as he glanced at Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. They are both women, what is there to fear? Hui Yanting abruptly wrapped his arm around Fu Shilan's waist, assertively reclaiming her from Jiang Xingtong's embrace. With a displeased demeanor, he remarked to Jean Xia, "Brother Jean, you may not be involved in our entertainment circle, but you should know that in this society, love is not confined to gender. As long as there is mutual affection, it is not an issue." The scene of Jiang Xingtong holding Fu Shilan was so harmonious and visually stunning that I could not allow my cherished treasure to be taken away by another. especially not by a woman. His initial infatuation with Fu Shilan, a rare beauty, was profound, otherwise he would not have shown such compassion to rescue a woman nearly sold to an old man. Nor would he have generously provided her with funds to send her mother abroad for treatment. However, for those of their privileged ilk, women were merely embellishments to their lives. While romantic interests could be diverse, marriage partners must align with one's social standing. Thus, he utilized the assistance he provided Fu Shilan to bind her in an unequal lover's contract. Seeing Fu Shilan snatched away by Hui Yenting, Jiang Xingtong's expression turned frosty as she indignantly seized Fu Shilan's other hand and commanded Hui Yenting, "Let her go." As Zhan Sai heard Hui Yenting's response and witnessed Jiang Xingtong's firm grip on Fu Shilan's hand, a fleeting shadow flickered across his elongated phoenix eyes. And an inexplicable sense of agitation welled up within his chest. "Do you know each other?" he inquired coldly, fixing his icy gaze on Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. Fu Shilan, wishing to shield Jiang Xingtong from any disdain due to her association with her, instinctively replied, "I do not know her." However, Jiang Xingtong, without hesitation, nodded in affirmation. The contrasting responses from the two women instantly ignited a flicker of confusion in the eyes of Hui Yenting and Zhan Sai. Were they acquainted or not? Suddenly, Hui Yenting grasped Fu Shilan's chin, locking his gaze onto her eyes, his tone laced with irritation as he remarked, "I detest being deceived." In the dimly lit private room, two tall, handsome men, clad in impeccably tailored suits and exuding an air of aristocratic elegance, exchanged inscrutable glances at the unfolding scene. One of them then nonchalantly surveyed the other executives and affluent individuals present, who had come to curry favor and seek opportunities for collaboration. With a casual swirl of his wine glass, he addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a private gathering for the four of us brothers. We shall reconvene at another time. What do you think?" Upon hearing Fu Zimo's tactful dismissal, the wealthy heirs and executives, though intensely curious about the relationship between Mrs. Zhan and Hui Yenting's young mistress, prudently turned to leave, respecting the unspoken boundaries set before them. After all, the quartet gathered today comprises the four heirs of the prominent families of the capital. Their presence here is not merely due to their own assets, but also a result of considerable effort and influence. In contrast, the heirs of these illustrious families are born into a world of unparalleled resources and immense wealth, making their attendance at elite gatherings as effortless as the daily acts of drinking and dining. Soon enough, the private room was left with only Zhan Sai, Hui Yenting, Fu Zimo, Gu Yuqing, and the two women, Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. After several individuals departed, an unusual silence enveloped the room, with all the men's gazes fixated on Fu Shilan. "Speak, what is your relationship with Jiang Xingtong?" Hui Yenting demanded, his grip tightening on Fu Shilan's chin as he noticed the clasped hands between her and Jiang Xingtong. Despite the pain, Fu Shilan remained resolutely silent. Observing this, Jiang Xingtong's expression turned frosty as she raised her hand to strike Hui Yenting's wrist. "I told you, let her go." Zhan Sai was taken aback to witness the swift motion of Jiang Xingtong's hand towards Hui Yenting, a fleeting glimmer reflecting in her phoenix eyes. At the moment Jiang Xingtong's palm made contact, Hui Yenting felt a sudden jolt in his wrist, causing him to instinctively release Fu Shilan. Jiang Xingtong seized the opportunity to pull Fu Shilan behind her, her expression grave as she addressed Hui Yenting. "Hui Yenting, Lan has just stated that she has ended things with you. Please refrain from raising your voice at her in the future and maintain your distance." In her previous life, on the very day of her tragic demise, Fu Shilan discovered that despicable scoundrel, Hui Yenting, was celebrating a grand wedding with that illegitimate daughter masquerading as a legitimate heiress. She vowed never to allow Fu Shilan to be associated with the heartless Hui Yenting again. Even though Fu Shilan was, in truth, his rightful fiancée. Chapter 17, Women can be whimsical, husbands can drift. Hui Yenting, gazing at the fiercely protective Jiang Xingtong, narrowed his dark eyes and fixed a piercing glare upon Fu Shilan. "Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with Mrs. Zhan? If you truly do not know her, then why does she defend you? You are nothing but a liar." Jiang Xingtong, displeased by Hui Yenting's disregard for her presence, responded coldly, "Hui Yenting, I have made my position abundantly clear. From this moment forth, Lan has no ties to you. I implore you to cease troubling her. Furthermore, Lan is not a fraud. She is my dear sister. Her claim of not knowing me stems from my past mistakes that angered her, leading to our estrangement. At this juncture, She suddenly locked her gaze onto Fu Shilan's eyes with a complex expression, expressing her remorse. Now, I recognize my errors, which is why I stand in defense of Lan Lan. Hoping for her forgiveness. In her previous life, despite her fury over Fu Shilan's affair with Hui Yenting, which led to their severed friendship, Fu Shilan never truly forgot her friend. She persistently urged Jiang Xingtong not to trust Zhou Jiai, nor to marry Fu Zixing, and always sent anonymous birthday gifts on her special day. Fu Shilan gazed into Jiang Xingtong's sincere eyes, feeling a mixture of surprise and a poignant ache at the tip of her nose. Despite having become Mrs. Zhan, Jiang Xingtong did not disdain her fallen friend but instead sought her forgiveness. With a voice laced with emotion, she softly stated, "Tong Tong, I have never blamed you. The one at fault is undoubtedly me. It is I who have succumbed to despair and deemed myself unworthy of your friendship. I cannot permit you to say such things. You simply lacked a better choice at that moment and were forced down an unfortunate path," Jiang Xingtong replied, turning to clasp Fu Shilan's hand, her gaze tender and reassuring. It is not too late to turn back now. Having observed Fu Shilan's demeanor moments ago, she understood that Fu Shilan yearned to escape from Hui Yenting and this toxic relationship. However, Hui Yenting, visibly displeased, let out a scoff. His tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, "Having embarked on this path, do you truly believe she can turn back? Just the medical expenses for Fu Shilan's mother are beyond her means, let alone the exorbitant penalties for breach of contract." Initially, the first clause of the contract he signed with Fu Shilan stipulated that unless he willingly relinquished her, should she express her desire to part ways, she would have to return every benefit she received from him in full. As Fu Shilan regarded Hui Yenting, who exuded an aura of permanence in her life, a sudden wave of sorrow and anger washed over her. In her desperation, she had foolishly entered into that inequitable agreement. And now she found herself truly unable to sever ties with Hui Yenting. Jiang Xingtong discerned the anger and melancholy etched upon Fu Shilan's face. With an air of protectiveness, she addressed Hui Yenting, "As long as Lan Lan wishes to turn back, there is always time. Is it not merely a breach of contract fee? State your figure, and I shall settle it for Lan Lan. Do you possess the means?" Hui Yenting cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingtong, retorting, "I have heard you are but a counterfeit heiress, your true identity that of a rootless peasant, bereft of family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes, indignantly countering, "What of it? Without us humble folk to till the land, what would you city dwellers consume? To speak bluntly, without us, you wouldn't even have the luxury of a hot meal." Hui Yenting was momentarily rendered speechless, as if someone had grasped his throat. This woman possesses a sharp tongue. So coarse. Zhan Sinai's handsome brow furrowed in complexity as he regarded Jiang Xingtong. A girl should not use foul language. I did not utter any obscenities. I merely spoke the truth. Jiang Xingtong replied, feigning innocence with a shrug. Hui Yenting glared at Jiang Xingtong in frustration, asserting, "In any case, the breach fee for Fu Shilan is exorbitant, far beyond your means. If you lack funds, refrain from boasting. I may be short on cash, but..." Jiang Xingtong suddenly released Fu Shilan and dashed to Zhan Sinai, wrapping her arm around his shoulder with a proud expression. "My husband is exceedingly wealthy. That breach fee is but a trifle to him, utterly insignificant." As she spoke, she did not wait for Hui Yenting's response but turned to Zhan Sinai, her beautiful eyes sparkling with innocence as she softly pouted, "Isn't that right, brother Yi?" Upon meeting her clear, doe-like gaze, Zhan Sinai felt his heart constrict uncontrollably, leaving him in a daze, and he found himself nodding absent-mindedly. Jiang Xingtong, witnessing this, curled her lips into a satisfied smile as she turned to Hui Yenting, saying, "Hui Yenting, did you see that? My husband is willing to pay the breach of contract fee for Fu Shilan. Just name your figure. I assure you the money will be in your account within 5 minutes." At this, Zhan Sinai snapped back to reality, unable to suppress the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. When had he ever agreed with Jiang Xingtong to pay Fu Shilan's breach of contract fee? Hui Yenting cast a displeased glance at Jiang Xingtong, his tone irritable as he remarked, "Mrs. Zhan, this is a matter between Fu Shilan and me. Please refrain from intervening. Lan Lan is my good sister, her affairs are my concerns." Jiang Xingtong swiftly returned to Fu Shilan's side, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. "I will not allow anyone to bully Lan Lan." Hui Yenting, observing Jiang Xingtong's unwavering resolve, furrowed his brows as he directed his attention to Fu Shilan, asking, "Fu Shilan, are you certain you want Mrs. Zhan to pay your breach of contract fee?" Hearing this, Fu Shilan hesitated as she glanced at Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xinai was the heir of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, and Jiang Xingtong had married him, which was already a significant elevation in her status. If she were to compel Jiang Xingtong to plead with Jiang Xinai on her behalf, resulting in Jiang Xinai parting with a substantial sum, would that not lead to Jiang Xinai's discontent with Jiang Xingtong? Fu Shilan had yet to reach a decision when Hui Yenting suddenly interjected, "Fu Shilan, if you truly regard Jiang Xingtong as a good sister, you ought to understand that she has just obtained a marriage certificate with Jiang Xiyue and has yet to establish her footing within the Jiang family. With so many formidable and cunning individuals in the Jiang household, do you honestly believe they will allow Jiang Xingtong to live a comfortable life?" The moment Fu Shilan recalled the outrageous breach of contract penalty, she immediately dismissed the notion of having Jiang Xingtong pay it. Her enchanting cat-like eyes now gleamed with a frigid light as she fixed her gaze on Hui Yenting. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that you are the one who willingly calls it quits. At that time I will not be obligated to compensate a single penny for the breach." "Huh? Expecting me to be the one to end this? That seems rather improbable." Hui Yenting's lips curled into a nonchalant smile, his gaze penetrating as it lingered on Fu Shilan. Not only did she possess an angelic visage paired with a devilish figure, but her demeanor was also remarkably obedient and mild-mannered, never stirring up trouble, and her culinary skills were exceptional. Each time he felt overwhelmed by pressure or melancholy, he would visit Fu Shilan's home, savoring a meal prepared by her own hands, and after engaging in heartfelt conversation, all his troubles would dissipate. Which man would willingly relinquish such a compliant and harmonious lover? "I shall await the outcome," Fu Shilan remarked, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she addressed Hui Yenting. Previously, she had believed that by simply being obedient and satisfying Hui Yenting, he would ultimately choose to let her go. Now she realizes that she seems to have taken a wrong turn, so she plans to. Chapter 18, The fragile boat of friendship can capsize at any moment. From this moment on, she intends to become a woman who drives Hui Yenting to distraction. This way, he will undoubtedly be eager to distance himself from her. Jiang Xingtong anxiously grasped Fu Shilan's hand. "Lan Lan, please don't overexert yourself. The penalty fee is not a concern for my husband." Zhan Xia. This woman truly knows how to be generous with others' resources. No, friends should not entangle themselves with excessive interests. Fu Shilan smiled gently as she patted Jiang Xingtong's hand and said earnestly, "I hope I can rely on myself to leave Hui Yenting." If she were to allow Jiang Xingtong's husband to pay the penalty fee for her escape from Hui Yenting, not only might Jiang Xingtong face ridicule from the Zhan family, but she could also be bullied by them. She cannot help Jiang Xingtong establish her footing within the Zhan family, nor should she hinder her progress. Jiang Xingtong cautioned anxiously, "But if you rely on yourself, it may not be so easy to leave Hui Yenting. Currently, it seems that all the money Fu Shilan possesses has been drained by her unscrupulous mother and her gambling brother. How could she possibly produce such a substantial sum of cash? Xingtong, if you pay the penalty fee for me, I will always feel inferior to you." Fu Shilan firmly declined. "Therefore, I hope you can respect my decision." Upon seeing the determination in Fu Shilan's eyes, Jiang Xingtong reluctantly relinquished the idea of providing the penalty fee. "Very well then. Should you encounter any difficulties or change your mind, please inform me promptly, and I shall assist you in resolving them. At present, it is inconvenient to discuss too much with Fu Shilan. After this gathering, she can arrange another time to reveal her true lineage to Fu Shilan." With reddened eyes, Fu Shilan gazed at Jiang Xingtong, and her tone suddenly shifted to one of profound dissatisfaction as she interrogated Jiang Xingtong. "Jiang Xingtong, I have made it clear that I wish to handle my own affairs. What do you mean by persistently offering your assistance?" Jiang Xingtong, taken aback by Fu Shilan's abrupt change in demeanor, furrowed her brow in confusion. Before she could clarify her intentions, she was met with Fu Shilan's piercing glare filled with displeasure and fury as she sharply remarked, "Jiang Xingtong, do you believe that by marrying into the foremost of the 4 great families, the heir of the Zhan family, Zhan Sai, and becoming the enviable Mrs. Zhan, you are somehow remarkable? Is that why you look down upon me, using the guise of helping me to mock and deride me, thereby showcasing your supposed benevolence?" In a state of urgency, Jiang Xingtong attempted to explain, "No, Lan Lan, please do not misunderstand, I merely—" "Enough." Fu Shilan cut her off, refusing to allow Jiang Xingtong to finish her statement. Angrily, she continued, "Jiang Xingtong, let me make this clear, I, Fu Shilan, do not require the disdainful assistance of someone like you. Please act as if you do not know me henceforth. Desperate, Jiang Xingtong grasped Fu Shilan's hand. Hoping to clarify, Lan, please allow me to explain, that was not my intention. I genuinely wish to help you, Silence. I have stated that I do not need your insincere assistance. Fu Shilan shook off Jiang Xingtong's hand and took a step back, distancing herself from Jiang Xingtong. Her face betraying an indescribable indignation. Please do not claim to know me in the future. I do not wish to be a mere backdrop that accentuates your kindness and integrity. She understood Jiang Xingtong's good intentions. Yet she did not want to tarnish Jiang Xingtong's reputation. After all, remaining by Hu Yanting's side as his lover was hardly honorable. Should the elite society discover that one of their esteemed members had a close friend who was merely a mistress of a wealthy scion, they would undoubtedly mock Jiang Xingtong, rendering her unable to maintain her standing in high society. Jiang Xingtong gazed sadly at the furious Fu Shilan, her hands clenched into fists. She truly did not see Fu Shilan as a mere accessory, her sincere desire was to assist Fu Shilan. Yet, witnessing Fu Shilan's current rage, she feared that no matter what she said, Fu Shilan would remain skeptical of her genuine intentions. Thus, she resolved to arrange a paternity test for Fu Shilan and her biological mother. Once the results were available, she would present them to Fu Shilan, who would then likely believe in her earnest desire to help. Upon overhearing the conversation between Fu Shilan and Jiang Xingtong, Hu Yanting approached Fu Shilan with great satisfaction, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Sister-in-law, it seems my woman is not inclined to consider you a sister. I hope you will refrain from meddling further. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Fu Shilan with a complex expression, a hint of moisture gathering in her eyes. Lan. Fu Shilan felt a pang in her heart and quickly lowered her head. She dared not meet Jiang Xingtong's gaze, fearing that the disappointment and sorrow reflected in her eyes would compel her to voice her innermost thoughts, leading to regret. In a low voice, she addressed Hu Yanting, saying, Mr. Hua, I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for his response, she pushed aside his arm and turned to leave. Jiang Xingtong instinctively moved to follow her. Suddenly, a long, elegant hand, with distinct knuckles and fingers like jade, grasped her slender wrist. Jiang Xingtong glanced down at her delicate wrist, adorned by those artistically beautiful fingers, before looking up at the hand's owner and murmuring, "What are you doing?" Chapter 19, a heart in motion but a mind at rest. Zhang Sai parted his thin lips and replied nonchalantly, "Are you tired?" Jiang Xingtong looked at Zhang Sai, somewhat at a loss for words, as his response was entirely off the mark. For the sake of her friend, she would go to great lengths. How could she possibly be weary? Just as she was about to respond, Zhang Sai suddenly maneuvered his electric wheelchair, drawing her towards a nearby leather sofa. He suggested she sit down and rest for a while, having noticed that she had yet to take a seat since her arrival. Jiang Xingtong, upon hearing this, found her intention to seek out Fu Shilan stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. A warm feeling spread through her heart as she cast a grateful glance at Zhang Sai, obediently settling onto the black sofa. It appeared he was concerned she might tire from standing, going so far as to offer her a place to rest. Perhaps his character was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested, he was certainly not the emotionless, cold-hearted monster they claimed him to be. Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing gazed in astonishment at Jiang Xueqi, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This aloof, fastidious, and emotionally detached individual, known for his aversion to the fairer sex, was unexpectedly holding a woman's hand, inquiring with genuine concern about her well-being, and even guiding her to the sofa for a moment of respite. Had they not been certain that the person before them was indeed Jiang Xueqi, they might have questioned their own sanity. Upon witnessing the shocked expressions of Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, Hu Yanting erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha. Are you both taken aback by the scene? This is precisely why I invited you to this gathering. Fu Zimo poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Xueqi, exclaiming, I never would have imagined that our typically aloof and fastidious friend, who shuns the company of women, would take the initiative to engage with and show concern for a lady. He added, Jiang Xueqi often joins me at gatherings, nearly leading my sister to question my own inclinations. Thankfully, he is married. Gu Yuqing teased, raising his glass to clink with Fu Zimo's. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to explain this to my sister. Fu Zimo continued jesting, outsiders would never suspect that the illustrious IT mogul, revered as a paragon, is actually a doting brother. Gu Yuqing replied, my mother bore 3 sons before finally giving birth to a daughter, with only one sister. We naturally cherish this rare little princess. Zimo, he added with a smirk, let us not dwell on the topic of sisters. Today's stars are Zhang Ge and his wife. Huiyanting raised his glass with a smile, teasing Jiang Xueqi. It appears that not only has brother Zhan tied the knot, but he also seems quite content with his bride, otherwise, he would not be so attentive to her. He then turned to Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, saying, let us all extend our heartfelt congratulations to brother Zhan and his wife on their joyous union. With that, the three of them lifted their glasses of red wine, directed their gaze towards Jiang Xueqi and Jiang Xingtong, offered a toast, and downed their drinks in one swift motion. Observing this, Jiang Xueqi raised his glass, poised to drink, when suddenly a delicate hand, pale as jade, reached over and took the glass from him. Furrowing his brows, he instinctively glanced at the owner of the hand, Jiang Xingtong, and began to utter a question, but before he could voice his confusion, Jiang Xingtong cheerfully addressed Huiyanting. Fu Ziming, and Gu Yuqing, thank you for your kind wishes, however, my husband is unwell and cannot partake in alcohol, so I shall drink on his behalf. Without waiting for a response, she promptly downed the contents of Jiang Xueqi's glass in one go. Immediately after finishing his drink, she grasped the beverage Fu Zimo had prepared for her, tilted her head back to sip, only to be halted by Jiang Xueqi's firm grip on her wrist. Too much alcohol is harmful. Upon hearing this rare display of concern, Jiang Xingtong felt a warmth welling in her eyes, suddenly recalling her past life. In her efforts to bolster Fu Zixing's career and secure his claim to the family inheritance, she had once drunk herself to the point of gastric bleeding. While Fu Zixing had never shown her an ounce of care. Even during the family gathering of the Fu clan, she witnessed Fu Zixing being deliberately provoked by his relatives. When she attempted to assist him, Fu Zixing merely pushed a bottle of white wine toward her, urging her to drink until she was sick. Showing more concern for her ability to continue drinking than for her well-being. In her past life, she had regarded Fu Zixing as her savior and had devoted all her sincerity to him, only to have that sincerity ultimately squandered. Nevertheless, she reassured herself. I possess a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Jiang Xingtong lowered her gaze, suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling within her. With a smile, she responded to Zhan Zai and pushed his hand away, intent on continuing to drink. However, Zhan Zai forcefully snatched the glass from her grasp. His tone grave, no matter how well you can hold your liquor, it is detrimental to your health. He sternly commanded Jiang Xingtong, you are not to drink any more. At his words, Jiang Xingtong suddenly lifted her long, thick eyelashes, fixing her gaze upon Zhan Zai. In that moment, Zhan Zai found himself ensnared by the glistening, doe-like eyes of Jiang Xingtong, his heart lurching unexpectedly. His previously stern and icy demeanor softened, and he amended his tone, if you truly enjoy drinking, you may indulge in moderation. After saying this, he awkwardly averted his gaze from Jiang Xingtong's misty eyes. Huiyanting, Fu Zimo, and Gu Yuqing exchanged incredulous glances, as though witnessing a ghost, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The typically domineering and aloof Zhan Zai had suddenly changed his stance after merely catching a glimpse of Jiang Xingtong, speaking in such a gentle manner. Good heavens! What enchantment does Jiang Xingtong possess that transforms Zhan Zai into someone unrecognizable? The three individuals were puzzled when suddenly they heard Jiang Xingtong's soft and melodious voice sweetly addressing Zhan Xiao, saying, Brother Yi, I will listen to you. Upon witnessing this, Huiyanting abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I understand. His gaze, akin to a searchlight, fell upon Jiang Xingtong's breathtakingly beautiful visage. As he solemnly remarked to Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, heroes often find it difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. If you were to encounter someone as ethereal as she, who sweetly coquettes with you, you too would instantly become unrecognizable to yourselves. The transformation from hardened steel to tender softness is precisely how this phenomenon occurs. Fu Zimo, captivated by Jiang Xingtong's beauty, cast an astonished glance her way, then turned enviously towards Zhan Xiao, nodding in hearty agreement. As men, it is natural to be enamored by beauty. Although positioned in their current status allows them to encounter various enchanting women, most are artificially crafted. It is indeed rare to come across someone as naturally stunning and uniquely graceful as Jiang Xingtong. Huiyanting's beloved, Fu Shilan, is also regarded as a top-tier natural beauty within the entertainment realm, yet she still pales in comparison to Jiang Xingtong. Gu Yuqing raised an eyebrow, remarking, so. It turns out that the seemingly indifferent Zhan Xiao is not averse to women, rather, his standards are simply elevated. Zhan Xiao, feeling a sense of dismay, gazed at his three childhood friends and stated, I have no idea what you are talking about. Jiang Xingtong is his nominal wife, and regardless of the situation, as her officially recognized husband, he bears the responsibility to care for her. Without waiting for their response, Jiang Xingtong briefly introduced the three individuals to Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong. These three are my childhood friends, Huiyanting, Fu Zimo, and Gu Yuqing. What they just said was merely a jest, you need not take it to heart. Oh. Jiang Xingtong replied coolly, casting a gaze filled with inscrutable meaning upon the three men before her. Each of these gentlemen held considerable influence in their respective fields. One was a titan of the entertainment industry, another a magnate in pharmaceuticals, and the last a luminary in the realm of information technology. Apart from Huiyanting, whose notoriety in the entertainment world left her somewhat puzzled regarding the aftermath of Fu Shilan's death and his subsequent marriage to a counterfeit affluent beauty, she was acutely aware that the fates of Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing in their previous lives evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Chapter 20, Young Master Zhan upsets the vinegar jar. How tragic. In his past life, Fu Zimo's wife, Yi Kaiyun, was adopted by the Fu family from a young age, serving as Fu Zimo's mobile blood bank. To exploit this arrangement thoroughly, the elder members of the Fu family compelled Fu Zimo to wed Yi Kaiyun forcefully. Fu Zimo, having already cherished his first love, believed Yi Kaiyun had employed cunning to secure their marriage. For 3 years, he treated her as if she were invisible, neglecting her entirely while lavishing attention upon his first love. At that time, the entertainment headlines were rife with tales of his adoration for her. In truth, Fu Zimo's first love, Li Yuanyuan, deceived him, masquerading as the benevolent individual who had selflessly donated blood over the years, thus garnering Fu Zimo's affections. Yi Kaiyun did not wish to burden Fu Zimo with any emotional weight, thus, she never revealed that she was the one who had donated blood to him. After Fu Zimo, in pursuit of his white moonlight, compelled her to divorce and undergo an abortion, she chose to depart with dignity, only to be tragically harmed by Li Yuanyuan. When Fu Zimo next found himself in need of blood, he was astounded to discover that the true benefactor was none other than his wife, who had also fallen victim to Li Yuanyuan's machinations. By that time, he had already relinquished all his assets to Li Yuanyuan, preparing for an extravagant wedding, with Li Yuanyuan wielding immense wealth and surrounded by countless bodyguards. Fu Zimo found himself impotent in his desire for revenge against Yi Kaiyun's demise, spiraling into madness. Meanwhile, Gu Yuqing, a devoted brother, appeared to have uncovered troubling truths regarding his sister, Gu Xueqi. Not only had she usurped his position as the heir to the family business, but she had also inflicted grievous harm upon him, severing his limbs and depriving him of his eyes and tongue, leading to his tragic end at her hands. Yet, these remained the hidden secrets of the affluent, shrouded in the scandalous reports of the past life. The veracity of these claims, however, remained uncertain to her. Consequently, she refrained from speaking too freely with Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, for they were merely strangers, having met for the first time, and familiarity was lacking. Anyone would instinctively trust those they were close to, rather than a mere acquaintance. Should she speak too much, they might perceive her as mentally unstable or harboring ill intentions towards them. Zhan Sai noticed that Jiang Xingtong had been gazing at Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing for an extended period, her gaze unwavering. A typically composed individual, he felt an inexplicable surge of anger and irritation rising within him. He, with an unparalleled handsomeness, suddenly turned cold, his voice icy as he addressed Jiang Xingtong. Though my childhood friend possesses striking good looks, is it not somewhat impolite for you to gaze at them so intently? This damned woman, had she forgotten that she was the wife of Zhan Sai? What did her lingering glances at other men signify? Upon hearing Zhan Sai's frigid tone, Jiang Xingtong was jolted from her reverie, finally taking notice of the appearances of Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing. Fu Zimo was elegantly handsome, exuding a gentle demeanor befitting a refined gentleman, perfectly embodying the essence of a physician. In contrast, Gu Yuqing possessed exquisite features. His striking phoenix eyes and a physique comparable to a male model, coupled with an imposing and noble aura that made him resemble a protagonist from a comic book, utterly captivating with an abundance of sexual tension. Yet, there was an inexplicable familiarity in Gu Yuqing's beautiful eyes, as if she had encountered him before. Seeing Jiang Xingtong still fixated on Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing after his reminder about politeness, Zhan Sai's strikingly handsome face darkened in an instant. Unable to contain his frustration, he firmly turned Jiang Xingtong's head to face him. Am I not more handsome than they? The childishness of his words, spoken in a moment of petulance, filled Zhan Sai with immediate regret and vexation. Before Jiang Xingtong, He felt as though he resembled an impulsive youth unable to master his emotions. Jiang Xueqi did not wait for Jiang Xingtong to respond. Instead, he straightened his posture, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed intently at her. In a serious tone, he remarked, "I merely wish to remind you to be mindful of your words and actions when you are out in public. As the wife of the Zhan family, you must not engage in behaviors that would tarnish your status. However, to be candid, you are indeed more beautiful than they are." Yet, it seemed that Jiang Xingtong had not heard Jiang Xueqi's words. With her enchanting, doe-like eyes, she earnestly scrutinized his remarkably handsome visage, and could not help but voice her genuine thoughts. "Your face resembles a masterpiece crafted by Anhua, it is simply flawless." She observed his complexion, so pristine that not a pore was visible, akin to a beauty enhanced by an ethereal filter, and could not restrain her vexation as she exclaimed, "How is it possible for you to be so breathtakingly handsome? With a man like you, how are we women to survive?" As for the unfortunate matters concerning Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, she resolved to conduct further observation and investigation. If their past misfortunes were indeed true, she would find a way to assist them in overcoming their predicaments and ensure that the wicked received their due punishment. Upon meeting Jiang Xingtong's earnest gaze, Jiang Xueqi felt an involuntary flush creep to his ears. Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing could not help but chuckle at the exchange. "Indeed, among us, Jiang Xueqi is the most handsome," one remarked. Huiyenting, unable to restrain his laughter, teased, "Now I understand why Brother Zhan is so kind to Jiang Xingtong. It turns out she is quite the flatterer." "Address her as sister-in-law," Jiang Xueqi suddenly turned and commanded Huiyenting with a serious demeanor. Huiyenting looked at Jiang Xueqi with a perplexed expression, inquiring, "Why? Isn't a name merely something one is called after marriage? Why does Jiang Xueqi not allow me to address Jiang Xingtong by her name?" Chapter 21, An unexplainable sense of possession. "Jiang Xingtong is my wife. Is it not appropriate for you to refer to her as sister-in-law?" Jiang Xueqi retorted coldly. Huiyenting replied, "It should be. Yet isn't the purpose of a name for one to be called by it? If I call sister-in-law by her name just once, it will not diminish her in any way." Jiang Xueqi responded, "Are you implying a lack of respect for me?" Huiyenting found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that addressing Jiang Xingtong by her name was, in fact, a sign of disrespect towards her. How could there be any question of disrespecting Jiang Xueqi? He had merely jested with Jiang Xingtong, who had insisted on aiding Fu Shilan in leaving him. "Remember, from now on, you may only refer to Jiang Xingtong as sister-in-law," Jiang Xueqi commanded in a frosty tone. Huiyenting nodded in resignation, understood. He had intended to put Jiang Xingtong in a difficult position but ended up being reprimanded by Zhan, who he had idolized since childhood. Noticing Huiyenting's compliance, Jiang Xueqi's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, "You two as well." Strangely, he harbored a disinclination for his brothers to address Jiang Xingtong by her name. Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing exchanged glances, bewildered yet amused, and nodded in agreement. Among the four brothers, although Jiang Xueqi was not the eldest, his prowess surpassed the rest, earning him their unwavering respect as their leader, whom they affectionately called brother. They had not anticipated being compelled to refer to Jiang Xingtong as sister-in-law. Jiang Xingtong appeared to be a young girl who had only recently come of age. They addressed her as Sister Jiang Xingtong, which indeed placed considerable pressure upon her. After Jiang Xueqi nodded to Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, his previously restless mood improved significantly. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Xingtong, who was busily peeling pistachios, and with a cold expression commanded, "Remember your identity while you are out." "What identity do I have?" Jiang Xingtong, with her mouth full of pistachios, was momentarily taken aback and reflexively inquired. Jiang Xueqi's handsome face darkened abruptly as he lifted Jiang Xingtong's chin, his sharp, elongated phoenix eyes piercingly fixed upon hers. "Do not forget, you are my wife. You must constantly remember your identity as Mrs. Zhan and avoid bringing shame upon my name." That damned woman had insisted on being afforded the dignity befitting Mrs. Zhan before her arrival, yet upon encountering Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, she was utterly captivated, completely neglecting her role as Mrs. Zhan. Jiang Xingtong met Jiang Xueqi's captivating gaze, entirely oblivious to his words, and exclaimed in awe, "Jiang Xueqi, your eyes are as beautiful as the stars in the night sky, they are simply stunning." Upon hearing this, the icy demeanor of Jiang Xueqi evaporated instantly, his anger dissipating into thin air. Coughing lightly, he released Jiang Xingtong's delicate chin, raised a fist to his lips, and cleared his throat. His ears tinged with a faint blush. This is not home, you ought to be more mindful of your words and actions in front of others. Oh. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingtong felt a touch of embarrassment and smiled at Zhang Sai. She then suddenly lowered her head and whispered softly into his ear, truthfully. It is mainly because your eyes are simply exquisite and beautiful, leaving me utterly amazed. I tend to speak my mind, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Upon finishing, she innocently blinked at Zhang Sai. It's alright, just be mindful next time, Zhang Sai replied. Feeling the warm breath of Shen Ningxi brushing against his ear and catching a faint, enchanting fragrance unique to her. His heartbeat surged uncontrollably, pounding like a drum. He quickly diverted his attention, presenting a plate of pistachios before Jiang Xingtong and extending his hand to shell the nuts for her. Huiyanting, Fu Zimo, and Gu Yuqing were left dumbfounded at the sight of Zhang Sai delicately shelling pistachios for Jiang Xingtong. Zhang Sai, known for his disdain towards wasting time on trivial matters and possessing a pronounced sense of cleanliness, had unexpectedly chosen to use his elegant, long fingers to perform such a considerate act for Jiang Xingtong. What kind of charm did she possess to elicit such tender and meticulous behavior from the otherwise indifferent and fastidious Zhang Sai? Why aren't you chatting? Why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Xingtong, happily munching on the pistachios Zhang Sai had shelled, suddenly noticed that his 3 childhood friends were silent. Their gazes fixed upon her. Zhang Sai, casting a frosty glance at the trio, continued his thoughtful gesture, placing the shelled pistachios into Jiang Xingtong's delicate palm. Better to avert one's gaze than to be unable to control it. The 3 companions, upon hearing Zhang Xiyu's cold and threatening words, instinctively shifted their attention towards him. They were taken aback to witness the usually aloof Zhang Xiyu exhibiting a possessive fervor towards a woman. At that moment, they felt that this celestial being, who seemed untouched by mortal affairs, had finally acquired a hint of earthly warmth. Huiyanting, with a jovial demeanor, poured wine for Zhang Xiyu and said, Brother Zhang, please do not be upset. We harbor no intentions concerning your wife, we are merely curious about the enchantment she possesses that could lead you, a man who has long embraced the path of detachment, to descend into the realm of mortals. Zhang Xiyu replied. The land in the city center no longer seems suitable for your film center. Without waiting for Huiyanting's response, he turned to Fu Zimo and continued, Zimo, did you not wish to open a cosmetic clinic in the city center? Consider this land as a gift to you. Before Fu Zimo could respond, Gu Yuqing eagerly interjected. Brother Zhan, I am willing to purchase it at the original price, please sell it to me instead. I have always aspired to establish a large intelligent chip company in the city center. Huiyanting, incensed, exclaimed loudly while glaring at Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing. Are you 2 no longer my brothers? How dare you attempt to undermine me, this is utterly outrageous. We simply require a plot of land. We have no intention of undermining you. Do not misinterpret our actions, Gu Yuqing retorted, exasperated. Fu Zimo nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we only seek a piece of land. We would never dare to encroach upon your territory. Huiyanting, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, the land in the city center is a treasure. I have painstakingly persuaded Brother Zhan to part with it for me, and you cannot seize it. Zhang Sai replied, then you must bid for it, the highest bidder wins. Gu Yuqing suddenly interjected, forget it, let us not pursue it at all. Zhang Sai inquired, why the sudden change of heart? Gu Yuqing explained. With too many monks and too little meat, whoever you allocate this land to will surely displease someone among us. It would be best if you kept it for yourself. Fu Zimo and Huiyanting fell silent for a moment before agreeing, indeed, Brother Zhan, it was not easy for you to acquire this land. And you had your own plans for it. We should not impose upon you. Upon hearing their discussion about the land, Jiang Xingtong halted her motion of eating pistachios. It seemed that a significant event had transpired regarding that land in her previous life, which even made the news. Zhang Sai had suffered greatly because of it and nearly lost his position as the heir to the Zhan family. Jiang Xueqi, the illegitimate son of Zhang Sai's father, was acknowledged by the Zhan family due to this incident, successfully inscribed into the family genealogy, and obtained shares in the Zhan family, thus entering the board of directors and posing a serious threat to Zhang Sai. Should she remind Zhang Sai of this? Chapter 22, a tipsy lesson for the cad. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Zhang Sai's stunning, godlike visage, her mind wandering as she picked up a glass of foreign liquor, unknown to her who had poured it, mistaking it for iced red tea and downing it in one go. The land in the city center harbored significant issues, however. Due to its substantial implications and the involvement of the Zhan family, the specifics of the problems remained shrouded in secrecy. Apart from the parties directly involved, outsiders remain oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. In her past life, she only learned of this rather clandestine affair after Fu Zixing ascended to wealth. Thus, she now wishes to caution Zhan Xiao, yet she is uncertain how to convey her warning or what rationale to employ. After engaging in conversation with Hui Yunting and others for some time, Zhan Xiao gradually became aware of Jiang Xingtong's inebriation. At that moment, Jiang Xingtong suddenly cupped Zhan Xiao's handsome face, gazing at him in awe, and tipsily remarked, "Handsome, do you realize how strikingly handsome you are?" Before Zhan Xiao could revel in the compliment, he was taken aback by Jiang Xingtong's subsequent sigh. What a pity that beauty often meets with misfortune. Zhan Xiao's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely speaking the truth. Jiang Xingtong retorted, raising her delicate, fair fingers to make an earnest calculation. Upon analysis, I foresee calamity in your destiny, foretelling a short lifespan. Should you wish to avert this fate? At this juncture, Jiang Xingtong abruptly paused, her exquisite face, tinged with the flush of intoxication, bore a hint of enigmatic mirth as she gazed meaningfully at Zhan Xiao. He regarded her with a look of inscrutable depth and coldly inquired, how can it be resolved? You bear an uncanny resemblance to my husband, Jiang Xingtong unexpectedly interjected, diverging from the expected discourse. Having said that, she playfully planted a kiss upon Zhan Xiao's forehead. With such a handsome husband, I must mark my territory to prevent others from whisking him away. As Zhan Xia heard Jiang Xingtong's nonsensical remarks, he was immediately engulfed in a wave of frustration. His forehead, previously kissed by Shen Ningxi, inexplicably warmed. Hui Yunting, observing Jiang Xingtong's endearing antics, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "My goodness! I nearly believed sister-in-law could truly tell fortunes. It turns out she is merely intoxicated and spouting absurdities." Fu Zimo and Gu Yuqing, equally bemused, shook their heads in disbelief. They too had almost been convinced that Jiang Xingtong possessed genuine divination skills, eagerly anticipating what she might reveal next. Brother Zhan, sister-in-law is inebriated. You should take her home to rest. All right, I shall take my leave, Zhan Xia replied, nodding. He then added, today, the bill is on me. You all may continue to enjoy yourselves. Indeed, with Jiang Xingtong's drunken state, it was inappropriate for him to linger any longer. If Brother Zhan is covering the expenses, then we must make the most of our time. Hui Yunting remarked with a smile. I've heard that a new batch of art students has arrived here, Zimo, Yuqing. Would you care to sample something fresh? In her inebriated state, Jiang Xingtong suddenly seized the wine glass before Zhan Xia and, with a splash, doused Fu Zimo's face with it. Fu Zimo raised a hand to wipe the wine from his face, looking thoroughly vexed as he turned to Zhan Xia, saying, Brother Zhan, could you not manage your wife? I have done her no wrong, why does she treat me this way? Before Zhan Xia could respond, Jiang Xingtong, pointing an accusatory finger at Fu Zimo, angrily shouted, Scoundrel! How dare you entertain thoughts of other women when you already have Lan Lan? I caution you. Should I discover that you have betrayed me and donned a green hat for Lan Lan, I shall swiftly render you incapacitated. As she spoke, she lifted a fruit platter, poised to hurl it at Fu Zimo. Zhan Xia, bemused, quickly intervened, grasping the plate from Jiang Xingtong's hands. You have mistaken him for someone else, he is Fu Zimo. Hui Yunting erupted in laughter, casting a glance at the flustered Fu Zimo. Zimo, my apologies. It seems you have become my scapegoat. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Jiang Xingtong seized a beer bottle and brought it down upon Hui Yunting's head. Hui Yunting's expression froze in place as blood mingled with beer cascaded down his forehead. Slowly, he turned to Jiang Xingtong. How could you strike so accurately this time? As he spoke, crimson lines trickled from his scalp, dripping rhythmically. Jiang Xingtong, brandishing the jagged remnants of the beer bottle, pointed towards Hui Yunting's lower half, slurring drunkenly, I could be even more precise in rendering you a eunuch. A scoundrel who cannot control his desires deserves such a fate. With that, she lunged towards Hui Yunting. Observing the scene of Hui Yunting, whose head was now a mix of beer and blood, Zhan Xia, overwhelmed, swiftly encircled Jiang Xingtong's waist, seating her upon his lap. Urgently, he addressed the unscathed Gu Yuqing. Yuqing, please take care of them, I must escort this little drunkard home. Without awaiting a response, he commanded towards the door, Zhan Ing. Escort the young lady and me home. Understood, young Master Zhan. Zhang Ning swiftly entered the private room, promptly escorting both Zhang Sai and Jiang Xingtong out. Gu Yuqing surveyed the disarray of the room, noting the two injured companions, and silently lamented the terrifying nature of inebriated women. He pondered whether Zhang Sai would suffer domestic abuse upon returning home, casting a sympathetic glance in the direction where Zhang Sai had departed. Little did he realize that Jiang Xingtong not only refrained from harming Zhang Sai but also engaged in an act that left him utterly incredulous. Chapter 23, The obedient canary displays defiance. Hui Yunting, clutching his throbbing forehead in frustration, addressed the conflicted Gu Yuqing. What does it mean that Zhang Sai abandoned his injured brothers and fled with his wife? Is he attempting to protect her? Perhaps? Gu Yuqing replied, observing the mix of beer and blood on Hui Yunting's forehead. He offered a tissue, saying, "You should clean yourself up first." Fu Zimo snatched the tissue from Gu Yuqing's hand, wiping the crimson wine from his face. "I'll take care of this, once I'm done. I'll check on Hui Yunting's head." "That's fine. But I suggest you attend to Hui Yunting's injury before heading to Zhang Sai's home to see if he needs assistance," Gu Yuqing kindly proposed. "Why?" Fu Zimo inquired, puzzled. "Zhang Sai wasn't he injured just now?" Gu Yuqing's expression turned grave as he responded, "Jiang Xingtong tends to become violent when intoxicated. What if she resorts to domestic abuse against Zhang Sai upon their return? Currently, Zhang Sai is confined to a wheelchair, leaving him no means of escape." Fu Zimo suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Zhang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Hui Yunting slammed the table in fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, "No way. The woman Jiang Xingtong is already of a lowly background, and her drinking habits are atrocious. If Brother Zhang were to marry her, it would be akin to placing a delicate flower in a pile of dung. I must persuade Brother Zhang to divorce Jiang Xingtong." At that moment, Fu Shilan pushed open the door to the private room and upon entering, she overheard Hui Yunting's words. Enraged, she stormed up to him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving the three men in the room utterly stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances at Fu Shilan. Had she not been drinking? It seemed as though she had imbibed copiously, for she dared to strike her benefactor. Hui Yunting was the first to regain his composure, his face darkening as he questioned Fu Shilan, "Do you know what you are doing?" In his mind, Fu Shilan had always been a docile and obedient canary, gentle, considerate, and understanding, never daring to show even a hint of displeasure towards him, her benefactor. Her sudden slap had already astonished him, but now she had delivered yet another, even louder blow. "I am fully aware of my actions," Fu Shilan replied, crossing her arms defiantly, her gaze cold as she met Hui Yunting's eyes. With a grave expression, she warned, "Hui Yunting, I caution you against undermining Jiang Xingtong's marriage, or I shall take your life." Hui Yunting, incensed, shouted back, "Fu Shilan, have you lost your mind? Did you not just sever ties with Jiang Xingtong? How is it that you now seek my life in her defense?" Fu Shilan's expression was icy and serious as she fixed her gaze upon Hui Yunting. "My decision to sever ties with Jiang Xingtong is my own, yet I will not permit anyone to harm her." With that declaration, she grasped her bag and turned to leave. Hui Yunting, exasperated, seized her wrist and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "Did you not see that your man is injured? Hurry and bandage it." In the past, even a minor scratch would elicit her immediate attention and tender care. Yet now, with blood streaming from his head, Fu Shilan appeared oblivious as she turned away. Momentarily preoccupied with Jiang Xingtong, she belatedly noticed Hui Yunting's injury. Casting a glance at his wounded head, she inquired with curiosity, "Who did this?" "Who else but that shameless Jiang Xingtong?" Hui Yunting replied, irritation evident in his tone. "Do you have any idea? After drinking, she struck me on the head with a beer bottle. I've never endured such humiliation. Being the heir of the Hua family, he had been raised in luxury and privilege, who would dare provoke him? Even if someone did, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Yet now, that madwoman Jiang Xingtong had been shielded by his close friend, leaving him to swallow his indignation. Upon hearing Hui Yunting's grievances, a hint of amusement flickered in Fu Shilan's eyes as she shrugged off his grip. "Oh. It must be just a minor injury, you won't die from it. Farewell." She waved at Hui Yunting and turned away with nonchalance. "Come back here." Hui Yunting roared in anger, "Don't turn back." To which Fu Shilan coldly replied without glancing back, "If you have the ability, then replace me, if not, then endure it." Hui Yunting was so enraged that he nearly lost his composure. "This is madness, pure madness." His once obedient canary had unexpectedly developed a rebellious streak. Fu Shilan, upon encountering Jiang Xingtong, felt as though she had been infected by a virus, completely losing control. Fu Zimo, witnessing the scene, chuckled and teased, "Yunting, are you still interested in sampling the beauties from the art university? Get lost." Hui Yunting, infuriated, kicked Fu Zimo. "Show me your injuries quickly." His earlier remark had merely been an attempt to scout for particularly stunning individuals, hoping to sign them to his entertainment company, while also allowing his friends to offer their judgments on beauty and physique. "Your canary disregards you, but you cannot take it out on me." Fu Zimo was utterly speechless. Among the trio, the only one untouched by Jiang Xingtong's influence, Du Yuqing, suddenly received a message and said to Fu Zimo and Hui Yunting, "My sister is feeling down. I must go cheer her up. You two manage on your own." With that, he left without waiting for a response. Fu Zimo. Hui Yunting. This infatuated brother was overly concerned about the slightest matters regarding his sister. Did he not see that Hui Yunting was bleeding? Du Yuqing, are you even a brother? My blood is flowing, doesn't that matter more than your sister's tears? It is truly difficult to discern the urgency of matters. Du Yuqing, overhearing Hui Yunting's dissatisfied remarks, replied without turning his head, "With Zimo around, you shall not perish." Hui Yunting remained speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong brought the inebriated Jiang Xingtong back home. After settling her in the master bedroom, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xingtong alternated between cursing scoundrels and denouncing mistresses, leaving Jiang Xingtong perplexed as to whom she referred. She even exclaimed her desire to confront someone. He held her waist tightly to prevent her from recklessly attempting to open the car door and leap out. However, despite his efforts, Jiang Xingtong seized many opportunities to take liberties with him during the ride. At times, she caressed his face, complimenting his good looks. At other moments, she touched his chest, remarking on its firmness. She would occasionally explore his abdominal muscles, praising their 8-pack as undeniably alluring, and then admire his hands, declaring them as beautiful as works of art that she wished to cherish for a lifetime. This left Jiang Xingtong's heart racing and his thoughts in disarray, as he unwittingly became the object of her playful advances. As Jiang Xingtong absent-mindedly reminisced about the flustering and exhilarating moments in the car, a figure, moist from a recent bath, suddenly leapt into his embrace. He looked up in astonishment to find Jiang Xingtong, resembling a captivating mermaid, her body still glistening with water droplets, perched on his lap. His heart skipped uncontrollably, and a rush of blood surged to his head, igniting an inexplicable wave of restlessness within him. Chapter 24, The Unexpected First Kiss. Jiang Xingtong, his face flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Jiang Xingtong, who sat upon his lap. Her waist-length hair damp and her skin as fair as jade, adorned with glistening droplets reminiscent of a water lily in bloom. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he stammered, What are you doing? Please, get down." This marked his inaugural encounter with a woman fresh from her bath. And it was also the first time he found himself in the embrace of such a woman. "No, I refuse to get down," Jiang Xingtong retorted, her drunken bravado ignited by his anxious command. Instead of complying, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Xingtong's neck, her intoxicated eyes sparkling with mischief as she blinked provocatively at him. "Is there a law against hugging my husband? Why should I get down?" Jiang Xingtong, entranced by Jiang Xingtong's lively and crystalline gaze, which had taken on a seductive allure due to the effects of alcohol, found himself momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, he swiftly turned his head to evade her gaze, struggling to maintain his composure as he coldly replied, "Have you forgotten our agreement?" "Agreement? What agreement?" Jiang Xingtong leaned closer, her alluring eyes blinking innocently. "I am unaware of any such thing." Jiang Xingtong, taken aback by the sudden proximity of her exquisitely beautiful face, felt his breath falter once more before he hardened his expression and stated, "We are not truly husband and wife, a divorce is inevitable." Deep down, he yearned to marry someone other than her. In a state of inebriation, Jiang Xingtong revealed a foolish smile and replied earnestly, "Then let us truly be husband and wife. There would be no need for divorce, would there?" With that, she suddenly lifted her head and pressed her lips against the enticingly delicate lips of Jiang Xingtong. At the moment her crimson lips met his, a dazzling array of fireworks ignited in Jiang Xingtong's mind, rendering his entire body rigid as if he were a mere wooden figure. Oblivious to Jiang Xingtong's rigidity, the intoxicated Jiang Xingtong audaciously pried open his lips, clumsily invading the territory of his mouth without any finesse. Her kiss, devoid of any technique and relying solely on brute force, unexpectedly split Jiang Xian's delicate lips. After a prolonged moment of stiffness, Jiang Xian regained his senses, staring in disbelief at the uninhibited Jiang Xingtong in his embrace. In a flurry, he pushed her away and, with a tone laced with anger, demanded, "What are you doing?" This was his first kiss, stolen by this drunken fool. He realized he should not have attempted to reason with her, he ought to have simply cast her away from his arms. Startled by Jiang Xian's icy reprimand, Jiang Xingtong's foggy mind cleared slightly. With her gaze cast downwards at her chest, she replied absent-mindedly, "Then what are you doing?" At that moment, a long, elegant hand, as refined as jade, pressed against her chest. Following Jiang Xingtong's line of sight, Jiang Xian's expression shifted in alarm, as if he had touched a scalding hot potato. And he promptly withdrew his hand in panic. As he gently pushed Jiang Xingtong away, he hesitated to place his hand on her fair skin, instinctively directing his touch towards the area obscured by a towel. Little did he know, the towel concealed rather sensitive regions. Awkwardly, he swiftly changed the subject. "My legs are already injured, and with you sitting on me, do you intend for me to become permanently incapacitated?" In truth, both domestic and international orthopedic experts had conferred on his condition, declaring that unless a miracle occurred, he would never be able to stand again. The renowned healer, Dan, had performed numerous medical miracles, restoring hope to patients deemed hopeless. Yet, Dan's whereabouts were elusive, and his identity remained shrouded in mystery, making him difficult to locate. Upon hearing Jiang Zi's words, Jiang Xingtong instinctively cast her gaze upon his legs, then suddenly seized his wrist, taking his pulse. Chapter 25. She uncovered his secret. Jiang Zi observed Jiang Xingtong as she took his pulse with utmost seriousness, as if she were a seasoned medical professional, her demeanor meticulous. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm treating you," Jiang Xingtong replied succinctly. Jiang Zi, perplexed, retorted, "You are not a doctor. How can you treat me?" "Who says I'm not a doctor?" Jiang Xingtong quickly countered. In the next moment, feeling a wave of intoxication wash over her, she leaned closer to Jiang Zi's ear and whispered conspiratorially, "Let me share a secret with you. I have performed countless miracles as a healer. This secret is just between us, so please don't tell anyone." Jiang Zi found himself both amused and bewildered. It turned out that after consuming alcohol, you also enjoyed role-playing. Jiang Xingtong raised a finger and waved it lightly, her crimson lips pouting in discontent. "Do not speak nonsense. I am not role-playing. I am truly a divine healer." "Since you are a divine healer, then pray tell, what ailment do I suffer from?" Jiang Zi inquired, observing the charmingly flushed face of the tipsy Jiang Xingtong, who appeared unexpectedly adorable in her drunken state, compelling him to tease her a little. Jiang Xingtong promptly declared, "You are not ill." Jiang Zi retorted, "I am not ill? Then why can I no longer stand on my own two legs?" Before Jiang Xingtong could respond, Jiang Zi, with an enigmatic smile, asked, "You wouldn't suggest that I merely had an accident and injured my nerves, thus it does not count as an illness, would you?" "That is not correct." Jiang Xingtong shook her head, her expression serious as she gazed at Jiang Zi's unparalleled and striking countenance, and spoke earnestly, "You are simply poisoned." "Poisoned?" Jiang Zi echoed in astonishment upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's response. "Indeed." Jiang Xingtong nodded slightly in her intoxicated state, then candidly continued, "Once you detoxify, not only will your legs regain their strength, but you will also avert an untimely demise. However, it seems you are afflicted with congenital toxins, which are exceedingly complex and insidious, eluding detection in medical examinations, thereby complicating the formulation of an antidote." At this juncture, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and spoke with a grave tone, however. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong glanced at Jiang Xingtong's serious expression. Before she could finish her thought, he unexpectedly chuckled lightly, "You sound so convincing. If I weren't aware of your current inebriation and your status as a drama academy student, I might have almost believed you. Indeed, as a performer, your portrayal of a divine healer is quite remarkably authentic." Jiang Xingtong, her hazy mind captivated by the breathtakingly handsome man before her, widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your smile is truly enchanting." Jiang Xingtong's expression stiffened, instantly reverting to his usual impassive demeanor, and coldly commanded Jiang Xingtong, "Stop. You look so delightful when you smile. You should do it more often. Ignoring Jiang Xingtong's displeasure, the tipsy Jiang Xingtong unabashedly reached out her small hand to lift the corners of his mouth, earnestly suggesting, "Your expression is so cold and frightening, I do not like it." Jiang Xingtong. Before he could respond, she suddenly softened her tone, negotiating. "If you smile at me more often, I might be persuaded to bravely assist you in detoxifying and altering your fate of an untimely demise." Hearing her sweet, gentle voice, Jiang Xingtong felt an inexplicable warmth soften his hard demeanor. He could not help but reach out to ruffle Jiang Xingtong's hair, saying, "You should sleep it off if you've had too much to drink. Don't be troublesome." The audacity of this girl to claim she could change his fate was truly amusing. The ramblings of a drunken man are hardly credible to a rational mind, are they? Yet, how could Jiang Xingtong possibly know of his untimely demise? Could it be that she has unearthed the secret of his fate to perish before the age of 30? Such a notion seems implausible. The only individuals privy to this secret are himself and his physician and close confidant, Fu Zimo. There exists no third party. How could Jiang Xingtong be aware of his short-lived destiny? Zhang Ziyu's phoenix-like gaze, imbued with an enigmatic chill, scrutinized the charmingly tipsy figure nestled in his embrace. Who was foolishly giggling at him? The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, the hungover Jiang Xingtong finally regained her consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to behold an exquisitely handsome visage before her. However, this strikingly beautiful face was marred by a chilling aura and an unmistakable air of menace, fixated coldly upon her. Jiang Xingtong felt a jolt of alarm. Hastily sitting up and regarding Zhang Ziyue with trepidation, "What are you planning to do?" Chapter 26, Silencing Witnesses. Zhang Ziyue's icy gaze locked onto the visibly alarmed Jiang Xingtong. "What do you think?" "How would I know?" Jiang Xingtong retorted, her expression one of utter bewilderment. "I am not a mind reader." After shooting him an exasperated glance, she patted her chest, blinking her bright, innocent eyes, and feigned a meek protest. "You, a man exuding such murderous intent, glaring at a fragile girl like me at this early hour is quite frightening, you know?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ziyue observed Jiang Xingtong's lively and playful demeanor, and inexplicably, the menace in his eyes diminished significantly. Recalling the illustrious deeds of Jiang Xingtong from the previous night, along with the phrase "died young," he coldly remarked with an enigmatic smile, "Are you unaware of what you said and did last night?" Jiang Xingtong, nursing a throbbing head from the inebriation of the previous evening, cautiously regarded Zhang Sai. "I sincerely apologize. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor, and I tend to black out when intoxicated." "I remember nothing of last night," she confessed. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Sai's elongated, slanted eyes narrowed sharply, casting a frosty glare at Jiang Xingtong. "You don't remember?" he inquired, arching an eyebrow in skepticism. "Is it genuinely a lack of recollection, or did you, in your drunken state, inadvertently reveal something you fear I might uncover?" Jiang Xingtong's heart skipped a beat at his interrogative tone, panic seizing her. Surely, she hadn't drunkenly blurted out her secret of reincarnation? His intense gaze this morning, was he regarding her as some sort of specter? With trepidation, she looked at Zhang Sai and tentatively probed, "I truly recall nothing. If you remember, might you kindly recount what I said and did last night?" Cursed fate. In her previous life, she had honed her drinking skills for the sake of Fu Zixing's career. How she had forgotten that in this life, as an unmarried woman, she abstained entirely from alcohol, her tolerance woefully inadequate, leading to blackouts. Had she known, she would have refrained from drinking last night. Frustrated, Jiang Xingtong clenched her fists, anxiously awaiting Zhang Sai's reply. Zhang Sai scrutinized Jiang Xingtong for a moment, discerning that her expression indeed bore no signs of deceit. It appeared that she had genuinely forgotten the events that transpired after she had succumbed to intoxication the previous night. After a brief silence, his lips parted to reveal, "Last night, you doused Fu Zimo with red wine, struck Hui Yunting on the head, and then laid hands on me, stealing my first kiss." The latter part of his statement lingered in his throat, unable to escape his lips. It was a matter unbecoming for a man to admit being taken advantage of by a woman. "What happened to you?" Jiang Xingtong asked, initially astonished that she had managed to overpower two individuals. However, noticing Zhang Sai abruptly trailing off, she pressed him anxiously. She detested when others spoke in half-truths, leaving her in suspense. Could it be that she had also taken advantage of Zhang Sai? After all, how could a man like him, who harbored a cherished love, fixate on her with such a murderous gaze? Encountering Jiang Xingtong's innocent doe-like eyes, brimming with curiosity, Zhang Xian felt a warmth creep into his ears, prompting him to awkwardly amend his statement. You also offered an assessment of my condition. Ah? Jiang Xingtong blinked in surprise, then let out a sigh of relief, candidly expressing her true thoughts. Fortunately, I merely evaluated your condition and did not take advantage of you. In her past life, she had heard whispers of Zhang Xian's fastidious nature. He remained steadfastly loyal to his cherished one, refusing to allow anyone to encroach upon his dignity. In her pursuit of Jiang Xie, Jiang Xueqi had once adulterated his drink, only to suffer the consequences when Jiang Xie, wishing to prevent her from gaining any advantage, ruthlessly fractured her rib, leaving her confined to a hospital bed for over a month. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's relief, Jiang Xie felt an involuntary heat rise to his ears. He swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, do you recall your assessment of my condition? Jiang Xingtong, feeling awkward, gazed at Jiang Xie with sincere regret and replied, I truly remember nothing at all. How about you allow me to take your pulse? I could then offer you a candid evaluation. That won't be necessary, Jiang Xie replied, his handsome face remaining impassive as he regarded Jiang Xingtong. After all, you are a student of the Drama Academy, your pulse reading would yield no substantial insights. Who says so? Jiang Xingtong instinctively retorted. Attending the Drama Academy was not her choice, it was a result of her adoptive parents' wishes. They did not want her to surpass Jiang Xueqi, despite her acceptance into one of the most prestigious universities in Kyoto. Her adoptive parents had handed her acceptance letter to Jiang Xueqi, sending her instead to the Drama Academy, hoping to mold her into a mere decorative figure, entertaining others without any real worth. Her medical knowledge had been imparted by a reclusive old physician who had seen her potential when, at a tender age of less than 10, she had stumbled upon him in a desolate Chinese medicine clinic. He had taken her under his wing, nurturing her talent with great care. Zhang Xie, wishing to avoid further discourse on this matter, directly questioned Jiang Xingtong. Last night, you suggested that I would meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's body stiffened, her heart racing with anxiety as she gazed at Zhang Xie. Oh my! She had inadvertently revealed a secret that Zhang Xie had gone to great lengths to conceal. Surely, he would not resort to silencing her for uncovering this hidden truth. Chapter 27, a special exception for him. Zhang Xie, noticing Jiang Xingtong's pale complexion and her silence, commanded coldly, tell me, how did you come by this information? Jiang Xingtong, jolted by his icy tone, quickly regained her composure and looked at him with an expression of innocence. Did you not say that my conclusions from yesterday's pulse reading were accurate? Before Zhang Xie could respond, she hurriedly added, I was intoxicated yesterday and speaking nonsense. You need not take my words to heart. Zhang Xie narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, surveying Jiang Xingtong with a dangerous glint. Just nonsense? What else could it be if not mere ramblings? Jiang Xingtong responded with a playful smile, her lips curving charmingly. You appear not only handsome and dashing but also exceedingly healthy. Surely, my nonsensical musings cannot be taken as truth. Zhang Xie remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xingtong's exquisite features, captivated by the smile that graced her face and the pair of enchanting eyes that always evoked an inexplicable familiarity within him, as he sought any hint of deceit within those alluring depths. After gazing for an extended period, he discerned no signs of deceit in Jiang Xingtong's eyes. Rather, he inexplicably found her gaze reminiscent of the pure, crystalline eyes of a fawn, akin to the stars scattered across the night sky, radiant and enchanting. He became entranced, his heartstrings vibrating involuntarily. Under the intense scrutiny of Zhang Xie's piercing gaze, Jiang Xingtong felt her heartbeat descend into disarray. Unlike the domineering CEOs often portrayed in novels, clad in dark or black suits, today, Zhang Xie donned a pristine white tailor-made suit. While other tycoons exuded an aura of steadiness and grandeur in their dark attire, he, adorned in white, complemented by his chiseled features and exquisite visage that resembled a flawless 3D model, appeared akin to a regal, elegant prince stepping out from the pages of a comic into reality. Who could possibly maintain their composure when gazed upon by such a strikingly handsome prince? Overwhelmed by the impulse to steal a kiss from Zhang Xie, Jiang Xingtong disregarded her tumultuous heartbeat and awkwardly diverted the conversation, saying, last night, I hadn't yet mentioned other matters to you. At her words, Zhang Xie suddenly recalled Jiang Xingtong's serious assertion during her pulse examination that he was poisoned. He raised an elegantly arched brow, gazing at Shen Ningxi with a bemused expression. You claimed I was poisoned and offered to assist in curing it. What? Jiang Xingtong's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Surely, Jiang Xiyue, the heir of the Jiang family and the president of the Jiang Corporation, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, could not possibly be poisoned? Jiang Xiyue gazed at Jiang Xingtong, whose face was etched with astonishment, and let out a light chuckle as he gently patted her head. All right. I understand that your words yesterday were merely the ramblings of a drunken state. I shall not hold it against you. Now, do rise quickly. Jiang Xingtong instinctively grasped Jiang Xiyue's wrist, deftly flipping her hand to feel his pulse, calming herself to sense it. Observing her actions, Jiang Xiyue's narrowed eyes held an inscrutable expression as they rested upon Jiang Xingtong's face. What are you doing? He inquired. Jiang Xingtong furrowed her delicate brows, her expression grave as she regarded Jiang Xiyue. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Jiang Xiyue's lips curled into a subtle smile, half amused, half serious. You cannot be suggesting that I am truly poisoned, can you? Indeed, Jiang Xingtong, driven by humanitarian instincts, nodded earnestly in response. Yet, she had yet to decide whether to administer an antidote to Jiang Xiyue. The toxins within his body were exceedingly complex. Not only did they require the nearly lost technique of the ghost doctor's 13 needles for detoxification, but also the elusive and rare antidote for complete healing. Due to certain specific reasons, she had promised her master that she would only employ the ghost doctor's 13 needles to save someone of paramount importance in her life. To Jiang Xiyue, she regarded him as nothing more than a collaborator, not someone of significant importance. Furthermore, in her previous life, Jiang Xiyue's fate was one of untimely demise. Altering his destiny at her whim could unleash a tremendous butterfly effect throughout the financial world. Jiang Xiyue, with a stoic expression, coldly remarked. Renowned medical experts from both domestic and international circles have examined me thoroughly, yet none have detected any signs of poisoning. How can a mere student from a drama academy discern my condition through pulse diagnosis? Though I am a student of the drama academy, it does not imply that I am devoid of medical knowledge. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jiang Xiyue with a complex expression and subtly replied, after all, our ancestors have long proclaimed that there are always those beyond compare, even among the heavens. Their inability to uncover the true state of your health merely reflects their lack of skill. My master hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine and boasts ancestry as a royal physician. He considers me his most cherished disciple. Jiang Xiyue cast a shadowy glance at Jiang Xingtong, his phoenix eyes glinting with skepticism. If I were to believe in your medical prowess and exceptional skills, would you be able to detoxify me and restore my health? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation for a moment, before her gaze settled upon Jiang Xiyue's finely chiseled features. With a soft sigh, she said, in light of your status as my lawful husband, should you truly place your trust in me, I might reluctantly make an exception for you this once. However, it shall be but a singular occasion. Furthermore, upon your recovery, you must vow never to disclose the means by which I saved you. Considering Jiang Xiyue's breathtaking visage and the protection he offered her, she was willing to take the risk of employing the 13 ghostly acupuncture needles to save him this time. Jiang Xiyue observed the serious expression on Jiang Xingtong's exquisitely crafted face, his thin lips parting slightly as he remarked, your acting is commendable. I almost believed you truly possessed medical expertise. I believe that if you were to attend a drama academy, you would undoubtedly graduate with the highest honors. Jiang Xingtong suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She had rarely expressed her true feelings so candidly to Jiang Xie, yet he did not believe her. As the saying goes, kind words are often wasted on the irredeemable. She was willing to extend a helping hand to Jiang Xie, but his disbelief left her powerless. After all, healing requires the patient's trust in the doctor, as well as mutual cooperation for the body to recover. Get up. My father wishes to see you. Jiang Xie stated expressionlessly before maneuvering his smart wheelchair and turning to leave. As Jiang Xingtong heard this, relief washed over her, yet curiosity also swelled within. Why would her taciturn father-in-law want to see her? Was it to confront her? A little over 10 minutes later, with a fresh face and dressed in a luxurious, trendy dress prepared by Jiang Xie, Jiang Xingtong entered the living room of the old residence. Even without makeup, her skin was as fair and delicate as jade, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Complemented by the simple yet cleverly designed white dress, she resembled a lotus emerging from the water, evoking the ethereal beauty of the goddess of Luo from mythology, captivating enough to make fish sink and birds fall. As she stepped into the living room, the once boisterous atmosphere seemed to freeze, as everyone turned to gaze at her, their eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 28. His affection for his wife is genuine. Jiang Xingtong noticed that the lively chatter of the crowd had abruptly ceased, and all eyes were fixated upon her. Momentarily taken aback, she paused in her steps and turned to Jiang Xinai with a look of confusion. Why is everyone staring at me?" she inquired. With a sense of urgency, she quickly moved to Jiang Xinai's side, placing her delicate, porcelain-like hand upon the armrest of his wheelchair. Embodying a seemingly vulnerable demeanor seeking his protection. Could it be that her indiscriminate remarks from the previous day had offended these individuals? And now they were intent on retaliating against her? Jiang Xinai observed the timid and seemingly fragile Jiang Xingtong. And an unexpected surge of protective instinct welled up within his typically cold and unyielding heart. Instinctively, he lifted his long, elegant hand, reminiscent of a work of art, and gently placed it upon the back of Jiang Xingtong's hand. "There is no need to fear, I am here," he reassured her. Jiang Xingtong's gaze fell upon the beautifully sculpted hand resting on hers, her heart racing uncontrollably at the sight. This man was not only handsome but possessed hands that were flawlessly exquisite. He was indeed the epitome of beauty. A paragon for those who admired handsome features and graceful hands alike. If he were not physically impaired and destined for a short life, he would be the very darling of the heavens. I knew you cared for me the most," Jiang Xingtong exclaimed, immediately clasping Jiang Xinai's hand in return and flashing him a radiant smile akin to that of a playful child. The crowd, witnessing the exchange between Jiang Xinai and Jiang Xingtong, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They were merely captivated by Jiang Xingtong's stunning presence, not genuinely intending to do anything to her. After all, just yesterday, Jiang Xingtong had donned attire that appeared to be procured from a roadside stall, which was the first aspect that caught their attention. With their preconceived biases against her, their thoughts were consumed with how to disparage and disdain her, leaving no room to appreciate her beauty. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, and even if they had noticed Jiang Xingtong's visage, the beauty of her face would be overshadowed by her threadbare clothing, rendering her unforgettable allure diminished. Now, adorned in the latest designer fashion, Jiang Xingtong resembled a queen donning her battle armor, radiating brilliance. Zhang Haonan, as the spokesperson, boldly articulated the sentiments of the crowd. "With that mouth of yours, who would dare to bully her?" Jiang Xingtong, feeling wronged, pouted her red lips at Zhang Sai. Zhang Sai, entranced by the allure of her captivating, luscious lips, felt an unexpected surge of desire, an impulse to kiss her. Simultaneously, the memory of last night's sudden kiss from her flashed in his mind. Recalling that awkward embrace, he swiftly averted his gaze to his father, coolly asserting, "Father, if you have something to say, please address the matter without resorting to personal attacks on my wife." Indeed. What's wrong with her mouth? Her lips are as beautiful as flower petals, what is there to criticize? "I am not attacking anyone personally," Zhang Haonan remarked, dissatisfied as he observed his son's protective demeanor, casting a glance at Jiang Xingtong. "I was merely stating the truth." Yesterday, her words indeed made many feel quite uncomfortable. "Was what I said yesterday not the truth?" Jiang Xingtong innocently replied, then surveyed the crowd. If many felt unwell, it must be that they were averse to hearing the truth, or perhaps. Chapter 29. She felt a stirring in her heart. Their psychological resilience is rather weak. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xingtong earnestly addressed Zhang Xiyue. "You. I've heard that those with poor psychological resilience not only struggle to shoulder significant responsibilities but are also prone to depression, and may even contemplate suicide. I advise you to quickly ascertain which individuals lack this resilience. If they hold important positions, it would be prudent to send them home to rest and seek out a reputable psychologist, both domestically and internationally, to provide psychological support. We do not seek great achievements from these loved ones, but rather their health. Do you think my reasoning holds merit?" Zhang Xiyue, gazing at the earnest Jiang Xingtong, discreetly winked at her, striving to suppress the urge to smile, and nodded slightly with a stoic expression. His icy gaze, imbued with an imposing aura, swept over the crowd as he inquired, "Who among you felt unwell yesterday?" Those who had been reprimanded by Jiang Xingtong were filled with a mix of anger and frustration upon hearing the exchange, their expressions a vivid display of emotions. Yet, none dared to step forward and challenge Jiang Xingtong's assertions. Whoever steps forward is the one whom Jiang Xingtong refers to as lacking psychological resilience. They have painstakingly secured a significant position within the Zhang group through their connection with Gary. How could they allow Jiang Xingtong's mere words to jeopardize their employment and force them into seeking medical attention? No, we are all in good health. A chorus of those under attack hastily shakes their heads in denial. Then, a few women, feeling indignant, begin to mock Jiang Xingtong with a sarcastic tone. Jiang Xingtong, though not very old and hailing from an ordinary background, has just married this paragon of excellence. It is understandable that she lacks decorum. After all, while a sparrow may ascend to the heights of a phoenix, it is not so simple for a sparrow to mingle with the phoenixes. See ye? I suggest you swiftly find your wife an etiquette instructor to enlighten her on the manners of high society. She should not continue to behave like a rustic, utterly oblivious to decorum, as it brings you shame in public. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi's elongated phoenix eyes glimmer with an inscrutable light as he turns to Jiang Xingtong, poised to defend her. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong intertwines her fingers with Jiang Xueqi's and, with a sense of pride and boldness, lifts their joined hands for all to see. With a husband as distinguished in appearance, talent, and lineage as Jiang Xueqi, what further decorum do I require? In the eyes of outsiders, my husband's standards are the only standards that matter. Like Aunt Air, Aunt San, and even the elder sister, despite their age, still adhere to the rigid conventions and norms of high society. It is evident that their husbands are lacking in strength and cannot bear to see others thrive. With a playful glimmer in her doe-like eyes, Jiang Xingtong once again winked at Jiang Xueqi. Darling, do you think I am right? Jiang Xueqi awkwardly averted his gaze from their intertwined hands, unable to meet Jiang Xingtong's eyes, choosing instead to look at the targets of her playful assault. To his astonishment, he noticed that her sharp words had flushed the faces of 6 individuals with indignation. Zhan Haonan, observing his 2 brothers and sisters-in-law, as well as his younger sister and brother-in-law, who were rendered speechless and pale with anger, couldn't help but yell at Jiang Xueqi. Jiang Xueqi, look at your wife. The elders kindly encouraged her to learn the rules, yet she resorts to personal attacks against them. You ought to discipline her, she has no sense of decorum whatsoever. My wife only needs to be herself, Jiang Xueqi replied coldly, fixing a steely gaze on the furious Zhan Haonan. I cherish her authenticity. Zhan Haonan, Jiang Xueqi's uncles, aunts, and cousins, realizing the situation, they understood that Jiang Xueqi was fiercely protective of his newlywed wife. It would be nearly impossible for them to undermine Jiang Xingtong in Jiang Xueqi's presence. Jiang Xingtong, witnessing Jiang Xueqi's unwavering defense of her, left the group at a loss for words. With a cheerful smile, she planted a kiss on the back of Jiang Xueqi's hand, exclaiming, I am truly fortunate to marry you. In her previous life, the scoundrel who masqueraded as her charming brother would never have been so considerate in protecting her. Yet, the way Jiang Xueqi cared for her stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Of course, she questioned whether she truly felt that way. Apart from Jiang Xueqi's attentive demeanor, his stunningly handsome visage and hands as graceful as jade rendered her, a devotee of beauty and elegance, utterly powerless against such alluring temptation. Jiang Xueqi found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at the back of his hand, which had just been kissed by Jiang Xingtong. In that instant, he was at a loss for words. The warmth and softness of her touch seemed to linger on his skin, inexplicably igniting a heat that surged into his chest, causing his blood to boil with uncontainable fervor. Chapter 30. Alright, it's time to reveal the truth. After boasting about her husband, Jiang Xingtong suddenly became aware that Jiang Xueqi had been fixated on the back of his hand. She stiffened, recalling that Jiang Xueqi had a penchant for cleanliness and harbored an unattainable ideal of love. She had unwittingly taken advantage of a man with a cherished figure in his heart, and she nearly lost control of her own emotions. Jiang Xingtong discreetly pinched her palm, swiftly donning a bright smile that was both awkward yet polite, as she winked apologetically at Jiang Xueqi. Upon meeting Jiang Xingtong's radiant smile, reminiscent of the morning sun, Jiang Xueqi felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him, causing his heartbeat to spiral into disarray. Jiang Xingtong noticed that Jiang Xueqi seemed to be unable to comprehend her apology, his expression remaining impassive as he gazed at her. Thus, she swiftly leaned closer to his ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Audible only to the two of them, Zhan Xiao, I sincerely apologize, it was not my intention to take advantage of you. Please do not be upset. I only kissed you in a moment of impulsiveness after witnessing their teasing. I assure you, I harbor no other intentions towards you, so you need not worry at all. Just a moment of impulsiveness? Jiang Xueqi felt a peculiar tightness in his chest, his mood plummeting at Jiang Xingtong's words. Did she truly mean to say she held no other feelings for him? What could she possibly mean by that? meeting Jiang Xiyu's cold, piercing gaze. Jiang Xingtong awkwardly touched her nose and, feeling somewhat guilty, whispered again into his ear, "All right. I confess, it was not merely a moment of impulse. Primarily. It is because you are simply too exceptional, your abilities are unparalleled, your appearance is striking, and even your hands are the epitome of perfection. You are replete with virtues." Deliberately provoking my self-control as someone who is captivated by beauty and skill. Truly, the fault lies not with me. If there is blame to be placed, it is for your good looks, for your brilliance, for your undeniable allure. Jiang Xiyu's lingering displeasure dissipated almost entirely upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, which were filled with compliments. The thin lips that were typically pressed into a straight line could not help but curve slightly upwards. With a smile that hovered between jest and sincerity, he regarded Jiang Xingtong. "Have you coated your lips in honey?" "Not at all. I speak only the unvarnished truth from my heart." Upon encountering the skeptical gaze of Jiang Xinai, Jiang Xingtong promptly raised her hand in a vow, declaring, "I swear. If I speak falsely, may the heavens strike me down." Suddenly, Jiang Xinai lifted his hand, pulling Jiang Xingtong's swearing hand down, firmly clasping it within his palm. "Enough, this is not a performance, why make such oaths?" he retorted. "Do you believe what I say?" In response, Jiang Xingtong naturally wrapped both hands around Jiang Xinai's long, jade-like fingers, unable to resist the urge to delicately caress his exquisitely beautiful digits, which resembled a work of art. Her pure, doe-like eyes gazed at Jiang Xinai with anticipation. His hands were indeed the dream of those enamored with hands. To not sneak a touch felt not only like a lost opportunity but also a disservice to such a splendid moment. Jiang Xinai, captivated by the innocent and sincere glimmer in Jiang Xingtong's eyes, was oblivious to her subtle movements. A soft hue blossomed on his handsome face as he nodded slightly. "I believe." The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing the typically cold and expressionless Jiang Xinai, who rarely displayed any emotion, break into an uncharacteristic smile and warmth due to Jiang Xingtong's whispered words. They exchanged incredulous glances, pondering the extraordinary charm Jiang Xingtong possessed. How could she evoke such human emotions from Jiang Xinai, a being seemingly devoid of sentiment? Grandma Jiang, observing her usually icy grandson, now revealing a hint of normalcy in his emotions, felt a comforting smile spread across her wrinkled face. Previously, she had watched Jiang Xingtong cause her most cherished granddaughter to suffer, leaving several of her sons and daughters-in-law speechless with indignation. She secretly lamented how, due to a life-saving grace, she had placed her faith in the words of a wandering sorcerer, leading Jiang Xi to marry Jiang Xingtong, a woman of humble origins and ordinary family background. Now, however, she suddenly perceived that directing Jiang Xi towards Jiang Xingtong was an exceptionally astute and sagacious choice. "Enough of that, I summoned you two lovebirds for a serious matter, not to witness your affectionate exchanges before so many onlookers." Zhang Haonan regarded Jiang Xi with an unusual expression, his tone brusque as he disrupted the atmosphere. His son, who had been frail and sickly since birth, appeared delicate. Yet in truth, he was a cold-blooded and heartless figure, possessing a ruthlessly fierce demeanor. The sight of such a seemingly emotionless specter displaying tenderness towards his newlywed wife was utterly bizarre. Jiang Xingtong released Jiang Xi's hand and turned to Zhang Haonan, directly inquiring, "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with us?" Zhang Haonan glanced at his eldest son, whose demeanor had returned to its icy indifference, before turning to Jiang Xingtong with a stern countenance. He stated, "Due to your words and actions yesterday, which offended me and left me greatly disappointed, and considering that Jiang Xi defended you without discernment, I have decided to allocate half of my shares to my other son, Jiang Xiqing. As for the remaining shares Chapter 31, to claim them as his own." "Just a moment." Before Zhang Haonan could finish his statement, Jiang Xingtong interjected. Zhang Haonan instinctively fell silent, looking at Jiang Xingtong, inquiring, "What is it?" On the exquisitely ethereal visage of Jiang Xingtong, a perfectly measured look of bewilderment emerged as she exclaimed in astonishment, "I distinctly recall that my mother-in-law bore only one son, my husband. I am curious as to where you have found another son?" After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Xi, i.e., "I must not be mistaken, correct?" "Indeed not." Jiang Xi replied with a slight parting of his lips, uttering those two words with a tone of subtle mockery directed at Zhang Haonan. Upon seeing Jiang Xi's affirmation, Jiang Xingtong smiled at Zhang Haonan. "Oh, I see. Father, you must be playfully teasing us. After all, if my mother-in-law has only one son, any additional son would surely be an illegitimate child born of an affair, which would constitute bigamy. We, as ordinary folk, understand that a married man who strays and produces an illegitimate child is far worse than a mere beast. Surely, in your esteemed circles, one adheres to propriety and would not engage in such scandalous affairs, would they? At that moment, Jean Haunan's complexion shifted dramatically, resembling a grotesque palette of colors. It seemed as though his mouth had been sealed with a powerful adhesive, rendering him utterly speechless. He could hardly confess before his newly arrived daughter-in-law that he was indeed an unfaithful man, unworthy of comparison even to swine, and guilty of bigamy. Jean Xi observed Jean Haunan, rendered mute by Jiang Xingtong's incisive remarks, and a clandestine smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. The siblings of the Jean family, who had just been rendered speechless by Jiang Xingtong, observed Jean Haunan, his face a shade of iron due to anger, yet unable to utter a single word. They exchanged furtive smiles, relishing the moment, before quietly settling into the role of bystanders. This was the first time they had witnessed their elder brother, who indulged in the whims of mistresses and illegitimate children without restraint, being so thoroughly silenced and unable to counter. Truly, Jiang Xingtong was a nemesis to the entire Jean family. Lady Jean gazed at Jean Haunan, who sat there, mute and with a countenance as dark as a soot-covered pot, and let out a genuine chuckle. Finally, someone had managed to put her unruly son in his place. No, to be precise, Jiang Xingtong was akin to a hedgehog. Anyone who dared to attack her would surely find themselves pricked with thorns. Haunan, since your daughter-in-law believes you were jesting, if you still wish to preserve your dignity, you ought to transfer half of your shares to a Yi. As for the remaining half, keep it for your own retirement. Jean Haunan shot a glare at Jiang Xingtong, his head filled with dark thoughts, before turning to Lady Jean and responding. I had already intended to allocate half of my shares to my most cherished son and keep the other half for myself. Now, you suggest I give half to Jean Xiyue. What of Jean Xiqing? Without shares in the Jean group, Jean Xiqing will undoubtedly be unable to enter the company. Even if he were to gain entry, he would merely be an employee, not a shareholder. How could he possibly compete with Jean Xiyue? Upon hearing this, Jean Xiyue's aura suddenly turned frigid, and Jiang Xingtong, standing beside him, felt as though she had plummeted from the warmth of spring into a frigid winter, her entire being enveloped in a chilling sensation. She quietly cast a glance at Jean Xiyue, then firmly grasped his shoulder and leaned closer to his ear, whispering softly, "Do not let anger consume you, illness will leave you unattended." As Jiang Xingtong murmured in Jean Xiyue's ear, he suddenly caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance of gardenias. Simultaneously, Jiang Xingtong's warm breath brushed against his ear and neck, igniting an inexplicable dryness in his throat. Jean Xiyue's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he found himself unable to resist the allure of Jiang Xingtong's exquisite visage. Noticing the sensual movement of his throat, Jiang Xingtong felt her heart race uncontrollably. She quickly averted her gaze, striving to ignore the tumult in her chest, and turned to Jean Haunan. "Allow me to alleviate your frustration." Casting a glance at Jean Xiyue, she then raised her voice deliberately towards Jean Haunan. "Father, why not ask everyone present who dares to say that Jean Xiyue is not your most cherished son? As for your mention of Jean Xiqing, does the Jean family tree even include him? If it does not, then he is but an inconsequential outsider. At your age, you surely cannot still be confused about who belongs and who does not." Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's challenge, Jean Haunan was rendered speechless once again. Observing his silence, Jiang Xingtong addressed him. "Father, have you prepared the share transfer documents? If so, I kindly ask you to have my husband sign them now, as a wedding gift from you to us. If you are not yet prepared, I happen to have studied secretarial skills and can personally draft a share transfer agreement for you. You and I can sign it together." Jean Haunan. Ultimately, under Jiang Xingtong's incisive and astute remarks, Jean Haunan found himself at a loss, bewilderedly signing the share transfer agreement. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xingtong joyfully presented the agreement to Jean Xi, eagerly offering him a sleek black pen, and smilingly remarked, "Your father has gifted you 10% of Jean Corporation as our wedding present, please sign. Since it is a wedding gift, I shall bestow it upon you." Jean Xi brought the pen before Jiang Xingtong. "You should sign it." Jean Xi's aunt, Jean Shiro, could not contain her astonishment. "Jean Xi, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the worth of 10% of Jean Corporation? You would so carelessly give it to an outsider? Jean Corporation is a leading enterprise in Huagua and has entered the ranks of the world's top 100 companies. Even 1% of its shares is valued in the hundreds of millions, let alone 10%. She is the daughter of the Jiang family and does not hold even 10% of the shares. Jiang Xi's second and third uncles immediately displayed their discontent. Echoing in agreement, indeed, shares of Jiang Corporation should only reside in the hands of the Jiang family. What right does an outsider like Jiang Xingtong have to our family's shares? Because she is my wife. In a sudden gesture, Jiang Xueqi grasped Jiang Xingtong's hand. His expression fierce as he directed a piercing gaze at several disapproving relatives. To me, she is my wife. Instantly, the members of the Jiang family fell silent, their faces darkening with discontent. Jiang Xingtong's heart raced at his words, and she could no longer suppress her innermost thoughts, exclaiming, Jiang Xueqi. Your actions make it impossible for me to restrain my desire to possess you. How could a man so handsome, generous, and protective of his wife in front of his family not be a beacon of light? Jiang Xueqi's ears flushed as he turned to Jiang Xingtong in surprise. What are you saying? Chapter 32, Speaking Unfiltered Truths. Realizing the weight of her words, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly attempted to rectify her slip. Oh, it's nothing, I simply meant. How could I not be moved by you? Jiang Xueqi looked at her with a peculiar expression. No. What I meant was, how could I not love you? Flustered, Jiang Xingtong scrambled to explain herself. Jiang Xueqi regarded her with a look of bewilderment. You love me? Hearing his incredulous response, Jiang Xingtong, feeling a wave of embarrassment, covered her face with her hand, laughing awkwardly. Oh dear. There are too many spectators here. Discussing such matters seems rather inappropriate. Let's keep our discussions private. Oh my. What had she just said? Was she truly so overwhelmed by emotion? She had unwittingly revealed her deepest feelings before Jiang Xueqi. Would he, out of distaste, take some drastic action against her? After all, in her previous life, Jiang Xueqi coveted Jiang Xi, who showed no mercy towards her. In private, she had to assure Jiang Xi with utmost sincerity that she harbored no such desires, in order to dispel his suspicions and avoid his wrath. All right. Jiang Xi gazed at Jiang Xingtong's flushed ears with an inscrutable expression, unable to suppress a low chuckle. Now, please sign the share transfer document. Are you truly asking me to sign? Jiang Xingtong looked at Jiang Xi in disbelief, seeking confirmation. Having lived 2 lives, she understood the immense value of that 10% stake. However, could she truly claim such a share? Jiang Xi unscrewed the cap of the black pen and forcefully placed it in Jiang Xingtong's hand. Sign. She had unhesitatingly accepted gifts from her mother, yet hesitated over this share. Zhang Shiro, observing Jiang Xi's doting demeanor towards Jiang Xingtong, could not contain her discontent. But you have only recently married Jiang Xingtong. Are you certain you grasp her true character? You are casually handing over shares of the Jiang family. What if she betrays you one day and sells the shares you gifted her to your competitors? Forget it. Jiang Xi coldly retorted, urging the still indecisive Jiang Xingtong, sign. Witnessing this, Zhang Shiro hurriedly approached Zhang Haonan, tugging at his arm. Elder brother, you must persuade your son. I truly believe he has lost his mind. If he heeds your counsel, you can reclaim your shares. After all, those shares rightfully belong to you, proposed Zhang Haobei, the third uncle of Zhang Xini. Our family's shares have never been relinquished to outsiders. Zhang Haodong, the second uncle, expressed his discontent. Upon hearing the words of his siblings, Zhang Haonan finally emerged from his stupor, prepared to speak, when Jiang Xingtong interjected, there is no need for quarrels over such trivial matters. Allow me to offer everyone a guarantee. I will sign for the 10% of shares as a provision for my future children with Zhang Xini. Should I not bear children with him or if we were to divorce, I shall return the shares in full to Zhang Xini. With this, she declared. I trust there are no objections? As her words settled, Jiang Xingtong swiftly inscribed her name on the share transfer agreement, not allowing the onlookers a moment to react. With Zhang Xini's family gathered around, if she hesitated or faltered in her decision, it would appear as though she were undermining him, rendering herself the subject of their ridicule. Ultimately, her marriage to Zhang Xini was but a temporary arrangement. Once he found his true love, she would relinquish the shares back to him. The Zhang family members were left speechless, her prompt signature thwarted any chance for dissent. Zhang Haonan, filled with regret, hastily reached for the share transfer document, intent on tearing it to shreds. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong deftly tossed the share transfer agreement into Zhang Xi Knight's embrace. I tend to be forgetful. So I would greatly appreciate your help in safeguarding this important document. Zhang Xi Knight, his demeanor icy. cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haonan before leisurely picking up the agreement. He then inquired coolly, "Father, what were you just about to do?" Zhang Haonan, witnessing the transfer agreement in the hands of this formidable figure, felt his resolve wane. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his mature and handsome face as he hastily conjured a flimsy excuse. "Oh, nothing. I merely wished to see how well Jiang Xingtong writes." Despite being Zhang Xi father, he dared not provoke this intimidating presence. He recalled an incident when he inadvertently crossed Zhang Xi, resulting in Zhang Xiqing, his obedient, academically gifted child, nearly losing his sight. Hearing this, Zhang Xi lowered his gaze to Jiang Xingtong's signature. Observing the bold and spirited strokes, he turned his head in astonishment towards her. To his surprise, her handwriting was not the delicate script one would expect from a girl, rather, it exuded a grand and graceful style that rivaled that of a calligrapher. "Your handwriting pales in comparison," he coldly remarked to Zhang Haonan, before leading Jiang Xingtong away. Chapter 33, a slap across the face. Zhang Haonan, taken aback by this piercing remark, felt a surge of frustration. This insufferable brat spoke to him with nothing but barbs, showing him no respect whatsoever. Madame Lu turned her gaze towards the grim-faced Zhang Haonan and jested, "Stop daydreaming. If you have some spare time, you should practice your calligraphy more often. Otherwise, your son might mock you for having shoes that are less appealing than your daughter-in-law's." Zhang Haonan remained silent. His siblings, witnessing his embarrassment, expressed their sympathy, saying, "Elder brother, not only have you lost your shares, but you are also being ridiculed for your handwriting being less attractive than that of a woman. Isn't this akin to losing both your wife and your troops?" Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During this period, Jiang Xingtong spent her days alone. After acquiring Zhang Haonan's shares, she had yet to explain to Zhang Xiyue that she held no ulterior motives. However, Zhang Xiyue hurriedly departed for an overseas business trip. In the unfamiliar Zhang household, with her mother-in-law devotedly engaged in religious practices and rarely leaving the house, Jiang Xingtong found herself alone. Besides sharing a meal with her mother-in-law each day, she was preoccupied with her own affairs. As an internationally renowned designer of fashion and jewelry, she was inundated with orders. After her assistant filtered through the numerous insignificant requests, she was still left with many orders from influential figures that she could not afford to offend. Consequently, she spent her days sequestered in her bedroom, sketching designs for clothing and jewelry, working tirelessly like a spinning top. However, the Zhang family, seeing her remain indoors, began to perceive her as socially anxious. They believed that her previous assertiveness was solely due to Zhang Xiyue's presence, which had emboldened her to confront them with confidence. One by one, they started to gossip behind her back, claiming she was unworthy of the spotlight and merely a country bumpkin relying on the power of others. Jiang Xingtong remained entirely indifferent to the opinions of the Zhang family regarding her, unconcerned by the whispers exchanged behind her back. Her sole desire was to expedite the completion of her orders. As long as they refrained from confronting her directly, she would feign ignorance. Should they, however, lack the sense to approach her with their gossip, they would have to bear the brunt of her unrestrained retaliation. After dedicating a fortnight to her tasks, Jiang Xingtong finally completed the orders at hand. Rising from her desk, she stretched lazily and took a sip of Longjing tea from her table. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted to one of grave concern as she answered, "Hello? What's the matter?" "Fu Shirlan is in trouble." At this news, Jiang Xingtong felt a resonating buzz in her head. She swiftly grabbed the canvas bag she had personally designed and dashed downstairs. "Please send me Fu Shirlan's current address via WeChat, I will drive over immediately." Over the past 2 weeks, in addition to her busy schedule of designing garments and jewelry, she had engaged a private investigator to keep a watchful eye on Fu Shirlan. If Fu Shirlan found herself in peril, the investigator would alert her at once. Recalling the previous life, where Fu Shirlan fell victim to the schemes of a false heiress, leading to a deplorable and grotesque scandal that not only tarnished her reputation but also resulted in her wrongful imprisonment and suffering, Jiang Xingtong was determined to help Fu Shirlan evade this trap. Upon reaching the ground floor, she addressed the butler without delay, "Butler, please arrange for a vehicle immediately. I must leave at once." The housekeeper, Zhao Ma, cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingtong and spoke with an utter lack of respect. "I'm afraid all the vehicles here belong to young Master Zhang, there's none for you." Jiang Xingtong's expression turned icy. "What did you say?" The housekeeper retorted, "You A country bumpkin, come to the Jean family empty-handed, how could you possibly have a car? I've never encountered someone with such audacity. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Jiang Xingtong delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Ma's face. The loud sound reverberated, momentarily numbing Zhao Ma's ears and leaving a painful, reddened imprint on her cheek. Clutching her stinging face, Zhao Ma looked at Jiang Xingtong in disbelief, her voice filled with anger. Jiang Xingtong, how dare you, a mere country girl, strike me? Do you not know that I have served the old lady since my youth? I was also young Master Jean's wet nurse. You will face dire consequences from the old lady and young Master Jean for this. Jiang Xingtong sneered, after all this talk. It doesn't change the fact that you are merely a servant. Though my origins are humble, I am the legitimate wife of Jean Xi, the young mistress of the Jean family, and thus your superior. Who would side with a mere servant against her mistress? With that, Jiang Xingtong dismissed Zhao Ma with a wave of her hand, uninterested in further entanglements. She strode directly to the entrance, randomly selected a set of car keys, and departed. Zhao Ma, seething with rage, watched Jiang Xingtong's hurried retreat and, in a fit of fury, struck her other cheek with a hard slap before rushing off to report the incident to the old lady. Chapter 34, Unconditional Trust. With teary eyes and a look of grievance, Aunt Zhao hurried to the main residence, fortuitously encountering Jean Xi, who had just returned from a business trip abroad, engaged in conversation with Elder Jean. Her eyes brightened momentarily, but she soon burst into tears. Addressing both Elder Jean and Jean Xi, Elder, young master, I wish to resign. Startled by Aunt Zhao's lament, both Elder Jean and Jean Xi turned to her in unison. Elder Jean, displaying concern, was the first to inquire, you have served in this role for nearly 30 years, why the sudden desire to resign? Aunt Zhao was a long-standing employee of the Jean family, known for her meticulous and reliable work, which justified her position as housekeeper. Elder, just look at my face. I can no longer endure this job for even a single day. Aunt Zhao stepped forward, deliberately revealing her face marred by handprints to both Elder Jean and Jean Xi. The sight of the marks left them astounded. Jean Xi furrowed his brows, what has happened? Aunt Zhao, glancing at the stern expression on Jean Xi's face and recalling his protection of Jiang Xingtong, hesitated for a moment before speaking with a tone laden with sorrow, young master. I no longer wish to dwell on the details. I simply want to resign, and I hope you and the elder can grant my request. With a resounding thud, Elder Jean slammed her hand on the table in anger. Aunt Zhao, tell us, who did this to your face? You have suffered injustice, and regardless of who struck you, we will stand by your side. You need not worry, nor should you resign. It appears that the individual who struck Zhao Ma is someone of considerable consequence, for otherwise she would not have expressed her intent to resign. Upon hearing the indignant voice of the elderly matriarch, Zhao Ma lowered her head to conceal the slight upward curve of her lips and, with a tone laced with grievance, replied, Madam, I am grateful for your willingness to support me, however, I do not wish for you to have any discord with the young master on account of a mere servant like myself. Therefore, I kindly request your approval for my resignation. Her resignation was, of course, a strategic retreat intended to ensure that Jiang Xingtong faced repercussions. After all, had she demanded that the formidable matriarch and the young master punish Jiang Xingtong on her behalf, it would have painted her as arrogant and presumptuous, a servant who overstepped her bounds. However, by adopting this more modest approach, the matriarch and the young master would perceive her as a victim of grave injustice, too intimidated to voice her grievances. The elderly lady, upon detecting the clear implication in Zhao Ma's words, furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger momentarily illuminating her aged visage. Are you suggesting that someone close to Jean Xi has harmed you? Please, do not hesitate to tell me who has so audaciously wronged you. I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf. Jean Xi, overhearing this, knit his brows and retorted coldly. Those around me have always treated Zhao Ma with kindness and even respect. Zhao Ma had once served as a wet nurse when his mother struggled with insufficient milk. Due to her position as his wet nurse and her status as a servant in the old residence, the other servants regarded Zhao Ma as a figure of authority. Who would dare to mistreat her? The individuals surrounding me are certainly not the culprits. Aunt Zhao has dedicated 2 or 3 decades of her life to the Jean family. And throughout this time, no one has ever dared to lay a hand on her. Even the young masters and mistresses regard Aunt Zhao as a family member. Thus, it must be someone in your circle who has wronged her, otherwise, she would not express her concerns about causing me trouble or creating discord between us. Upon hearing this, The matriarch of the Zhan family, filled with indignation, commanded Aunt Zhao, "You need not worry about I, simply tell me who has wronged you, and I shall support you." I fear that revealing the name would put the eldest master in a difficult position and cause him distress. Aunt Zhao hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Xi. Her voice trembling. Jiang Xi's elegant brow furrowed into a frown, clearly uninterested in her vacillation. With an icy demeanor, he stated, "Aunt Zhao, you have two choices: either disclose the identity of the person who has mistreated you, or pack your belongings and leave the Zhan residence. I will ensure that the finance department compensates you with a year's salary as severance." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao's heart sank. She had intended to retreat strategically. But she had no genuine desire to leave the Zhan family. It is no exaggeration to say that the treatment of servants in the Zhan household surpasses that of renowned enterprises. Moreover, the Zhan family members are exceptionally kind and easygoing. Countless individuals aspire to join the Zhan household as servants. After all, even a mere cleaning maid in the Zhan family earns a salary exceeding 10,000. Let alone her position as a housekeeper. She hurriedly replied through tears, "Young master, I truly do not wish to cause you or the old madam any distress. However, having worked for the Zhan family for nearly 2 to 3 decades, I have come to regard it as my own home, with you, the old madam, and the other masters as my dear kin. In truth, I am reluctant to part from you all. Moreover, the young mistress's behavior is exceedingly brazen. I fear that if you and the old madam do not properly discipline her, such arrogance may very well bring calamity upon the Zhan family, tarnishing your reputation, young master. You are indeed a cold-hearted and unfeeling enigma. I have served as his wet nurse and cared for the entire family for 2 to 3 decades. Yet he truly intends to cast me away from the Zhan household. No wonder the young master's father favors that illegitimate child over him." Upon hearing Zhao Ma's words, Jiang Xi's brow furrowed sharply. "So, are you implying that the young mistress struck you?" Zhao Ma, feeling wronged, raised her arm to wipe away her tears with her sleeve, responding, "Indeed." Immediately, she placed her hopes on the elderly Mrs. Zhan. Continuing to lament with a sense of grievance, "Madam, today I suddenly desired a vehicle. I merely wished to remind you that the eldest master is returning today, and you could personally select one upon his arrival." However, she accused me of looking down on her, deliberately insulting her, and making things difficult for her. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck me twice and berated me, claiming that. At this point, she deliberately paused, sobbing pitifully, before wiping her nose on the heel of her shoe. With a heavy nasal tone, she continued, "Madam also called me an inconsequential servant, eternally beneath others, asserting that no one would stand up for a lowly maid like me." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhan's face turned a furious shade of pale, and suddenly, with a resounding crash, she smashed the teacup in her hand onto the floor. "Jiang Xingtong is utterly intolerable. I initially believed that despite her humble origins, she possessed a good character, but her true nature is shockingly despicable. Zhao Ma, go summon Jiang Xingtong to me at once. I wish to confront her directly and inquire why she behaves with such arrogance and rudeness." Jiang Xi's expression was cold and solemn as he regarded Zhao Ma, his demeanor inscrutable. Although he was not well acquainted with Jiang Xingtong, his brief interactions with her led him to believe she was not the arrogant and overbearing woman described by Zhao Ma. Had Zhao Ma perhaps wronged Jiang Xingtong in some way? Zhao Ma felt a sense of unease under Jiang Xi's penetrating gaze, instinctively lowering her head to evade his scrutiny. She then addressed the matriarch, saying, "The young mistress took a car and left on her own. I have no knowledge of her current whereabouts." Though it had been nearly a month since the eldest young master and Jiang Xingtong registered their marriage, their time together had scarcely exceeded 3 days, rendering them little more than familiar strangers. In contrast, Zhao Ma had devoted 2 or 3 decades to the Zhan family, leading any reasonable individual to trust someone with whom they had shared a long history rather than a mere stranger. Upon hearing this, the matriarch commanded Jiang Xi, "You must immediately call your wife and instruct her to return at once." Chapter 35, The Hidden Ambitions of a Servant. In response to the matriarch's words, Jiang Xi remained silent, instead coldly interrogating Zhao Ma, "Have you done something to the young mistress that would provoke her?" Zhao Ma, her eyes reddening with tears, pleaded, "This is an injustice, Master Zhan. I have served the Zhan family for many years, and my character and integrity are well established. How could a mere servant dare to harm the young mistress?" Observing Zhao Ma's woeful expression and recalling her generally favorable reputation within the household, Jiang Xi pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the incident involving Jiang Xingtong during her drunken state and her actions towards his childhood friend. With a detached demeanor, he inquired of Zhao Ma, did the young mistress consume alcohol before leaving? It seemed that under the influence, Jiang Xingtong transformed into a different person, exhibiting a tendency towards violence. Upon hearing Zhang Sai's inquiry, Zhao Ma experienced a moment of inspiration and immediately nodded, making an effort to tarnish Jiang Xingtong's reputation. Young master, how did you come to know that the young mistress has a penchant for drinking? Allow me to inform you that during your absence over the past fortnight, the young mistress has been perpetually intoxicated, receiving calls daily. It remains a mystery with whom she converses for no less than half an hour each time. It is evident she does not embody the virtues of a dutiful wife and mother. I advise you to contemplate carefully whether to persist in this marriage with the young mistress. An orphan like Jiang Xingtong, without parental guidance or social standing, managed to wed the young master, and surely her own daughter may follow suit. After all, the daughter has grown up alongside the young master as childhood friends. Previously, her daughter harbored a secret affection for him, aspiring to marry into a family of significant stature, an endeavor Zhao Ma deemed fanciful, urging her daughter to relinquish such dreams, even arranging for her to study abroad. Now, however, she must hasten her daughter's return and devise a strategy for her to assume the role of the Zhang family's young mistress. In doing so, their family could swiftly ascend the social ladder, transcending their current class status. Without hesitation, the matriarch commanded Zhang Sai, i.e., while the news of your marriage remains largely undisclosed, do not prepare for a wedding, simply proceed with a divorce. As Zhang Sai's marriage was formalized through registration, only the Zhang family and a few close friends were privy to the fact that he had wed. Zhang Sai cast a cold and somber gaze upon the irate elderly lady, stating, "Grandmother, I assure you that I shall provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. As for the divorce, I implore you to cease mentioning it." He intended to seek clarification from Jiang Xingtong regarding her motivations for confronting Zhao Ma, and to ascertain the veracity of Zhao Ma's claims. He would not rely solely on Zhao Ma's account. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laotai was so incensed that she could not refrain from striking Zhang Sai with her cane. "You insolent boy! When I urged you to marry her, you refused. Now that I suggest you divorce her, you again resist. Tell me, are you deliberately opposing your grandmother?" Zhang Sai stood quietly, patiently awaiting the tempest of Zhang Laotai's fury to subside. Once calm, he replied, "Jiang Xingtong is the wife you arranged for me. Did I not marry her as per your wishes? Since I complied with your desire to wed Jiang Xingtong, she has become my wife. It would be irresponsible to treat this matter lightly, proclaiming I shall marry her one moment and seek a divorce the next. Do you wish for your grandson to be a man devoid of responsibility?" Zhang Laotai, taken aback by the usually taciturn Zhang Sai's eloquent defense of Jiang Xingtong, felt a mix of astonishment, bittersweet emotion, and an unspoken jealousy. In the past, during the tumultuous times of Zhang Sai's father's infidelity and the ensuing discord between his parents, Zhang Sai had been by her side, almost raised by her. He had never engaged in such extensive conversation with her, yet now he broke his silence for the sake of Jiang Xingtong, whom he had barely known for 3 days. Shattering the facade of the cold and unfeeling persona he had maintained. Truly, comparisons among individuals can be quite disheartening. It feels as though a cherished toy has been snatched away, and thus, the elderly matriarch's dissatisfaction with Jiang Xingtong has intensified. While I fervently wish you to be a responsible man, I equally desire that my grandson not become one who cannot discern right from wrong, merely shielding those he favors. When I previously suggested you wed Jiang Xingtong, it was because I believed her willingness to exceed normal limits in blood donation to save her adoptive mother and assist a stranger like me indicated her benevolent nature. Little did I know that shortly after their marriage, she would reveal her arrogant and hypocritical true self. I refuse to allow my upright grandson to be tarnished by a duplicitous country girl. Do you comprehend? Chapter 36, Uncontrollable Favoritism. Zhao Ma promptly echoed the elder's sentiments, casting aspersions upon Jiang Xingtong. Indeed, country folk lack exposure, culture, and refinement. For Jiang Xingtong to marry into a prominent family is akin to a parvenu striking a stroke of luck, leading her to believe she is exceptional, thus fostering her arrogance. Young master, the matriarch's decisions are solely for your benefit. I believe you ought to heed her advice. In the future, you should choose a bride with whom you share a deep understanding, rather than an unfamiliar stranger. A well-acquainted partner is not only consistent in character, gentle, kind, and virtuous, But she will also care for you and your family, refraining from speaking in a manner that lacks respect or consideration for social hierarchies and elders. Jiang Xi cast a cold glance at Zhao Ma. Has Zhao Ma already selected an alternative candidate in her heart? No, no. Upon encountering the piercing gaze of Jiang Xi, which seemed to chill the very marrow of her bones, Zhao Ma stiffened, hastily offering a brief response before lowering her head and sealing her lips, fearful that further words might lead to greater errors. She was even more apprehensive that her eagerness might draw Jiang Xi's keen eye to her unease. Grandmother Zhang cast a glance at the visibly shaken Zhao Ma and, dissatisfied, addressed Jiang Xi, saying, "Ah Yi, regardless of my opinion that Zhao Ma is correct. When you marry, it is essential that you choose someone familiar and considerate, one who is sincere and respects their elders." "I am already married." Jiang Xi replied coldly to Grandmother Zhang. "Grandmother, are you suggesting I commit bigamy?" At these words, Grandmother Zhang was rendered momentarily speechless with indignation. She then struck the ground heavily with her cane and, in a fit of anger, declared, "In any case, servants are people too. We live in a society governed by law where everyone is equal. Jiang Xingtong's reckless violence and insults are utterly unacceptable. I command you to call Jiang Xingtong back immediately. This time, I must administer a stern punishment, if not, she will surely repeat her misdeeds. Let me be clear, when I punish Jiang Xingtong, you are not to protect her, or I shall expel her from the Zhan family." Observing the furious countenance of Grandmother Zhang, Jiang Xi suddenly recalled Jiang Xingtong's words and spoke softly, "Grandmother, do not let your anger consume you. It may bring about an illness with no one to care for you." Hearing Jiang Xi's seemingly unrelated response, Grandmother Zhang, exasperated, retorted, "If you follow my orders, I shall not be angry. I shall handle the matter concerning Jiang Xingtong myself." Jiang Xi firmly insisted. "No." Zhang Laotai, filled with indignation, insisted, "If you take charge, you will surely trivialize the issue, and Jiang Xingtong will become even more unruly and arrogant in the future. This matter must be addressed by me. Otherwise, do not dare to call me grandmother." Upon hearing Zhang Laotai's resolute words, Jiang Xi's handsome face, usually as cold as ice, revealed a flicker of complexity. Before he coldly replied, "If she is indeed at fault, I shall not intervene." Although reason urged him not to defy the grandmother who raised him for the sake of someone he had hardly known for 3 days, he could not shake the inexplicable desire to shield Jiang Xingtong from any harm. Should there be a valid reason for Jiang Xingtong's actions against Zhao Ma, he could not stand idly by while his grandmother punished her. Upon hearing Jiang Xi's response, Zhang Laotai assumed he had acquiesced and would no longer concern himself with Jiang Xingtong. Satisfied, she commanded, "Then quickly call Jiang Xingtong and tell her to return immediately." Jiang Xia, expressionless, took out his phone and dialed Jiang Xingtong's number. He hoped there was a justifiable reason for her actions against Zhao Ma, rather than her having acted out in drunkenness. However, if Jiang Xingtong had indeed harmed Zhao Ma by mistake while intoxicated, he would likely find a way to shield her from his grandmother's punishment. After all, Jiang Xingtong was his wife, as a husband. How could he stand by and watch his beloved face retribution? As Jiang Xingtong caught sight of Zhang Xini's incoming call, she was hastily navigating through a dimly lit, chaotic party filled with a multitude of disheveled individuals. Amidst the crowd, her gaze swiftly locked onto the out-of-place Fu Shilan. At that moment, Fu Shilan was being forcefully restrained on a sofa by 2 burly bodyguards, unable to resist. A corpulent, balding middle-aged man was aggressively pouring alcohol down her throat while simultaneously tugging at her collar, leering as he reached into her clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xingtong disregarded the ringing phone in her hand and hurled it with great force at the greasy head of the lecherous man. "Let her go, you repugnant pig." Chapter 37, a vicious assault on the lecherous man. Just as Mr. Wang's hand slipped into Fu Shilan's neckline, before he could take advantage of the situation, his head was struck, sending him reeling. Gripping the painful back of his skull, he turned angrily to identify the culprit. "Who the hell dared to hit me and call me a fat pig?" "Of course, it was your mother." Jiang Xingtong sprinted towards Mr. Wang, and before he could comprehend the situation, she delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. "How dare you strike me?" Mr. Wang gasped in disbelief, his cheek stinging from the unexpected blows delivered by Jiang Xingtong. Despite her casual attire and bare face, the woman before him possessed fair, delicate skin and striking features, resembling the heroine of a comic, exuding an ethereal beauty. However, regardless of her beauty, she remains a woman. Wang Dequan, having risen to become the foremost coal magnate in Huagua, had never encountered anyone daring enough to challenge him. The thought of such a prominent figure being struck by a woman was utterly intolerable. How could he possibly maintain his dignity? Jiang Xingtong, with her arms crossed and a cold smile gracing her lips, gazed at the incredulous Mr. Wang and nonchalantly remarked, "You are a scoundrel. If I wish to strike you, I shall do so without regard for the day. Do you truly believe you can speak to me in such a manner?" Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's audacious retort, Mr. Wang's double chin quivered with rage, and he seethed. "Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing me?" As he spoke, his lecherous gaze wandered over Jiang Xingtong's exquisite features and graceful figure, and with a sinister grin, he added, "If you are wise, you will serve me well tonight. Should my mood improve, perhaps I might spare you. Dream on." Jiang Xingtong scoffed, and before Mr. Wang could react, she delivered a swift kick to his protruding belly. With a resounding thud, he was unexpectedly propelled through the air, crashing against the wall of the private room before sliding down in a heap on the floor. Mr. Wang's bodyguards, witnessing this astonishing scene, finally snapped out of their shock and rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, are you all right?" They hurriedly extended their hands to support him as he struggled to regain his footing. Seizing the moment when the bodyguards went to assist President Wang, Jiang Xingtong swiftly approached the feeble and disoriented Fu Shilan, who was slumped on the sofa. "Fu Shilan, how are you? Can you stand and walk with me?" Fu Shilan, hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, took a moment to respond. She shook her heavy head and hurriedly pushed Jiang Xingtong's hand away, speaking anxiously, "Xingtong, this place is perilous. You must leave without concerning yourself for me." "How could I possibly abandon you?" Jiang Xingtong declared, firmly wrapping her arm around Fu Shilan's waist and supporting her weak arm. "I will take you with me." With that, she attempted to lead Fu Shilan away. Suddenly, the corpulent figure of President Wang, flanked by two bodyguards in black, obstructed their path. A sinister smile of rage twisted across Wang's face as he placed his hands on his hips, glaring at Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. "Did you think you could leave without my permission?" He then spread his legs wide and brazenly remarked to them, "If you two are wise, you will kneel and crawl between my legs, then spend the night entertaining me, and perhaps I shall graciously spare you this once. But if you choose to defy me, not only will you find it impossible to exit this establishment tonight, but you will also be unable to survive in the capital henceforth. Do you truly believe you possess the power to dictate our existence in the capital?" Jiang Xingtong seated the dazed and weakened Fu Shilan back onto the sofa and, with a mocking gaze fixed upon the rotund visage of President Wang, retorted, "What gives you such confidence? Is it your bald head, your large face, your double chin? Or perhaps your pregnant belly?" Chapter 38, Death Threat. Upon hearing this, President Wang was immediately infuriated, his cheeks puffing in indignation, and the excess flesh on his body trembled with rage. How audacious this impudent girl was. "We, President Wang, are the foremost coal magnate in Huagua, with film executives, directors, and artists clamoring for our investment." One of the bodyguards boldly proclaimed President Wang's stature. Hearing his bodyguard's words, President Wang lifted his chin, casting a haughty gaze upon Jiang Xingtong. "Now, do you realize who I am? If you wish to avoid being blacklisted by the entire entertainment industry along with Fu Shilan, you will kneel and plead for mercy at once. Otherwise, both of you shall surely face a fate worse than death." Jiang Xingtong, upon hearing President Wang's threats, let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, is that so? It appears President Wang is quite formidable." As soon as she finished speaking, she seized a bottle of red wine from the table and smashed it against the marble coffee table, the glass shattering into sharp, irregular fragments. Without hesitation, she pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against the carotid artery of President Wang's neck. "I wonder, with this in mind, will you now allow us to leave?" Suddenly confronted with the sharp glass at his throat, President Wang was filled with a mix of fury, panic, and fear. "What are you doing? Put that bottle down immediately." Jiang Xingtong smiled calmly. "If you ensure that my sister and I can depart safely, I shall gladly relinquish this." As General Wang gazed upon Jiang Xingtong's radiant and exquisite smile, he felt a mixture of awe, anger, and frustration. He then cast a sidelong glance at the burly bodyguard beside him and scolded, "You two useless fools, I pay you to be my protectors. Yet you stand idly by as this insufferable woman strikes me and threatens me. Get out of my sight." After uttering these words, a flicker of dark intent flashed in his eyes. The two bodyguards, suddenly chastised, exchanged guilty looks before apologizing to General Wang. "We are truly sorry, General Wang. We will leave at once." With that, they swiftly turned and exited. Observing that his bodyguards had grasped his silent cue, General Wang turned to Jiang Xingtong with a disingenuous smile. "My dear beauty, I have sent those two imbeciles away. If you release me now, I assure you that you will both leave this place safely." Jiang Xingtong regarded General Wang's feigned smile with a cold, derisive tone. "Your smile is so insincere. It would be better if you refrained from it. Unless you personally escort us out, who can guarantee that you will truly let us go?" She then shifted her attention to the dazed Fu Shilan, expressing her concern. "Lan, are you able to stand and walk on your own? If so, come to my side and support yourself on my arm. We must leave this place immediately." At this moment, Fu Shilan felt not only a profound weakness in her limbs but also a blurred vision that obscured her path. Yet, in an effort to avoid causing any trouble for Jiang Xingtong, she bit her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood momentarily jolting her into clarity. With this fleeting lucidity, she hastened to Jiang Xingtong's side and linked her arm with hers. "Xingtong, let us depart." "Certainly." Jiang Xingtong nodded, then, with a sudden and forceful thrust of the wine bottle, she jabbed it at Mr. Wang, whose eyes were spinning wildly. "Mr. Wang, do not even think of playing tricks. Expedite our exit. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the force with which I wield this bottle, and should I inadvertently sever your carotid artery, your life would be forfeit. I am unencumbered by power or influence, and thus have no fear of consequence. Should you perish, I would merely be liable to pay with my own life. However, your demise would mean that your wealth, your power, and your women could easily fall into the hands of others." A sharp pain coursed through Mr. Wang's neck as warm blood began to seep forth. The scent of iron filled the air, and upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, the flicker of fear he initially felt transformed into a palpable dread. He could not guarantee that in another life he would be fortunate. So he resolved to cherish this existence. With a sycophantic smile directed at Jiang Xingtong, he implored, "Beautiful lady, please do not act rashly. Control your grip on that wine bottle. As long as you spare my life, I assure you, I shall not resort to any underhanded tactics and will escort you both out immediately." "Then let us proceed," Jiang Xingtong replied. Mr. Wang quickly turned, leading Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan towards the exit. Moments later, Jiang Xingtong, having taken General Wang hostage, finally arrived at the entrance of the club with Fu Shilan. General Wang cautiously inquired, "Beauty, we are at the door now, you can turn around and leave. Will you not release me?" Upon noticing Fu Shilan's unstable condition beside her and realizing the exit was in sight, Jiang Xingtong did not hesitate to let go of General Wang, warning him, "You may leave, but remember not to provoke Fu Shilan again." With that, she discarded the wine bottle from her grasp and turned to support the swaying Fu Shilan as they made their way outside. Watching Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan retreat into the night, a sinister smile crept across the plump face of Wang Dequan. How could he allow them to depart so easily after offending him? Was Wang Dequan merely a fool in the underworld? Suddenly, he clapped his hands twice. In the next moment, a dozen black-clad bodyguards, concealed outside the door, surged forth, encircling Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. Jiang Xingtong stared in astonishment at the bodyguards surrounding her, her anger directed at Wang Dequan. "You are a man of your word, yet you have shown no honor. What trust can be established with you lowly actors? You have provoked me, and I shall ensure you both pay dearly for it." President Wang strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back. A sinister and menacing smile etched upon his face as he regarded Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. After uttering a couple of arrogant remarks, he turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Bundle them both up and send them to the hotel where I am staying." "Understood, President Wang." The bodyguards surged forward, intent on seizing Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan. In response, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Xingtong's eyes as she swiftly retrieved a silver needle from her belongings, concealing it between her fingers, poised to strike. "Dare to lay a hand on her? Have you grown weary of life?" A chilling yet commanding voice resonated, filled with an intimidating presence. The crowd instinctively turned to see the source. President Wang's expression tightened into a frown upon spotting a strikingly handsome man seated in a wheelchair, yet exuding an aura as formidable as that of a sovereign. Who is this man? How can he possess such an imposing presence despite being confined to a wheelchair? A demeanor typically reserved for those of high stature? Chapter 39, The contrast between pampering wives and tormenting wives. Jiang Xingtong's eyes sparkled upon recognizing the newcomer. She quickly tucked away the silver needle and, feigning distress, exclaimed, "You've finally returned. They are bullying your wife, hurry and help her take revenge." Zhang eye cast a cool glance at Jiang Xingtong, now encircled by a throng of men in black, before turning his fierce gaze upon President Wang and commanding, "If you wish to avoid bankruptcy and ruin, release my wife immediately and kneel to apologize to her." President Wang scrutinized Zhang's eye for a moment. But as he beheld Zhang's eye's youthful, handsome visage and his disabled legs, the trepidation he felt towards Zhang's eye's overwhelming aura diminished significantly. In his recollection, he had never encountered or heard of a figure in the business realm as young, handsome, and yet disabled as the man before him. Subsequently, he confidently directed a tirade at Jiang Xueqi, exclaiming, "You fool, how dare you command me with such arrogance? Do you believe I beat you and your wife to a pulp in an instant?" Jiang Xueqi's expression darkened as he coldly uttered two words. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's command, Jiang emerged from behind Jiang Xueqi's wheelchair, appearing like a specter beside General Wang, seizing him by the throat. With a gaze as frigid as that reserved for the deceased, he addressed General Wang icily, insulting young Master Zhang and bullying his wife? Prepare for bankruptcy. Caught off guard and abruptly lifted off the ground by his neck, General Wang gasped for breath as pain surged through him. He suddenly heard Zhang Ying's warning, and the color drained from his face in disbelief as he glanced at Jiang Xueqi and Jiang Xingtong. My heavens! Had he truly provoked the ruthless, merciless, and decisive king of the business world, young Master Zhang, along with his wife? Trembling uncontrollably, his complexion ashen, he pleaded with Jiang Xueqi, "Young master, I am sorry. I was blind to your worth. I beg you, spare me." Jiang Xueqi ignored General Wang's pleas for mercy and instead turned his concern towards Jiang Xingtong, asking, "Are you hurt?" In the Fu family, Jiang Xueqi had waited for over half a month and finally welcomed Fu Ziheng back home. With anger etched across her face, she hurled her phone down before Fu Ziheng, demanding, "Fu Ziheng, did you not tell me you were on a business trip? What is the story behind the woman in this photograph? She has been insisting on exchanging marriages with Jiang Xingtong to wed Fu Zixing, believing that although he is a love child, he is a devoted family man with a flourishing career. However, on the very first day of their marriage, Fu Zixing hurriedly departed, claiming he had to attend to work matters, and she believed him. To her dismay, on their wedding day, Fu Zixing was instead engaged in an intimate rendezvous with another woman. Had it not been for an anonymous message containing intimate photographs of Fu Zixing and this other woman, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that he was not working but rather cavorting with someone else. Upon discovering the images on her phone, Fu Zixing, feeling guilty, attempted to defend himself, saying, "My dear wife, this was merely a ruse for work, you need not take it to heart." In a fit of rage, Jiang Xueqi raised her hand and delivered two resounding slaps across his face, leaving him reeling, his head ringing and his mouth bleeding. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Xueqi pointed a finger at him, her voice dripping with disdain as she berated, "Fu Zixing, do not presume to take me for a fool. Let me make this clear, you are nothing more than an inconsequential illegitimate child. As a distinguished heiress of Jiang City, I have graciously chosen to marry you. And you ought to be grateful, not use work as an excuse to deceive me. You must sever all ties with this woman immediately, otherwise I shall ensure you face dire consequences." Fu Zixing harbored a profound aversion to having others point at him and mock his origins. Faced with the arrogant and domineering Jiang Xueqi, he could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You are merely the daughter of a modest family in Jiangqing. What makes you believe you are so extraordinary? Furthermore, the woman I initially wished to marry was not you, it was your own audacity that compelled you to pursue me. Your self-degradation is to blame for your current grievances. What right do you have to cast blame upon me? Moreover, which successful man does not have a few cherished confidants behind him? Your petty demeanor is quite unbecoming. Do you not realize? You have yet to achieve success, yet you utter such heartless and shameless words. Perhaps you should reconsider your appearance." With a face bruised and battered from the blows, Jiang Xueqi, filled with both anger and indignation, raised her hand, adorned with meticulously crafted, sharp, jewel-encrusted nails, and fiercely scratched Fu Zixing's face. "Fu Zixing, I warn you, in this lifetime, you are forbidden from having any other woman but me. Should you defy this, I will not only strip you of your dignity in public but will also ensure that you, a bastard child already looked down upon by the Fu family, are utterly rejected by them, never to set foot in their home again. Her ambition was to emulate the former Jiang Xingtong, awaiting Fu Zixing's ascent to wealth. To become the sole beloved of the richest man, basking in glory for a lifetime, inciting envy in Jiang Xingtong. She refused to be just another one of Fu Zixing's many women, living a life of resentment while witnessing others share her husband. Chapter 40, Anonymous Tip-Off Message. Jiang Xingtong nodded at the concerned expression on Zhan Sai's face, raising her porcelain-like hand and furrowing her delicate brows as she spoke. I'm injured, it hurts. The bodyguards clad in black who surrounded Jiang Xingtong instinctively shifted their gaze to her tender, jade-like fingers. If Zhan Sai had arrived even a moment later, the wound might have already begun to heal. Come here. I shall take you to the hospital, Zhan Sai said. His eyes filled with worry as he glanced at the fine, hair-like cut on Jiang Xingtong's hand. The bodyguards of President Wang observed their pitifully pleading employer and promptly stepped aside, clearing a path for Jiang Xingtong. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a minor injury? Jiang Xingtong, supporting the dazed Fu Shilan, beamed a radiant and sweet smile at Zhan Sai, saying, Thank you, You are truly too kind to me. However, there is no need for the hospital, just help me escort my sister to the hotel for some rest. At this point, she cast a troubled glance at Fu Shilan, adding, I can hardly manage my sister alone, could you ask Zhaning to assist me? Upon seeing Jiang Xingtong's charming little face, Zhan Sai immediately turned to Zhaning, who had been pinning President Wang to the ground, and commanded, Zhaning. Hearing Zhan Sai's order, Zhaning tossed President Wang aside and strode over to assist Jiang Xingtong in supporting Fu Shilan. Meanwhile, Huiyanting, having received an anonymous tip-off about Fu Shilan attending a color-themed party, hurriedly made his way to the dimly lit venue. He glared with fury at the oblivious crowd, shrouded in the dim, ambiguous glow of the low lights, rendering the faces indistinguishable and obscuring any sight of Fu Shilan. His aura radiated menace as he coldly commanded, Fu Shilan, come out here. Initially, he had doubted that the obedient and well-behaved Fu Shilan would attend such a gathering, however. The current situation compelled him to question her integrity. The revelers, lost in their own worlds within the private room, were jolted into awareness by the chilling, authoritative voice of Huiyanting. They turned to see a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of nobility yet brimming with anger, standing at the entrance. Among them, a woman clad in a form-fitting dress, her cleavage prominently displayed, caught sight of Zhan Sai, whose allure surpassed even that of the most popular idols, and instinctively pushed aside the man beside her. She casually adjusted her attire and sauntered toward Huiyanting, her demeanor flirtatious. Hey there, handsome, care to join me? She purred, extending her delicate fingers towards Zhan Sai while attempting to caress Huiyanting's chiseled visage. In a fit of rage, Huiyanting delivered a swift kick. In an instant, the alluring woman was sent flying, crashing against the coffee table with a painful thud, clutching her abdomen in agony as she glared at Huiyanting, who resembled a merciless specter. How could you strike a woman? She exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Huiyanting cast a disdainful glance at the morally corrupt men and women in the room, his fury boiling over as he retorted. Even beasts exhibit more civility than you wretches. With great reluctance, found himself entangled with these insufferable individuals once more, and coldly commanded, bring Fu Shilan to me. Hongjia, rubbing her painfully aching waist and abdomen, rose to her feet and retorted sharply, there is no Fu Shilan here. If you're not here to join the party, then leave at once. What a nuisance. Just previously, a stunning beauty came causing chaos and ended up offending a coal magnate. Yet, she understood that this beauty was ultimately no match for the coal tycoon, and thus, they all remained silent, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Now, she mistakenly believed this dashing gentleman was another thrill-seeker, hoping for a lucrative outcome. To her astonishment, he was merely in search of someone and nearly caused her injury in the process. With furrowed brows and eyes ablaze with fury, directed his personal bodyguard. Illuminate the entire room, and ensure everyone tidies their attire and reveals their faces. As one of the party's organizers, Hongjia felt a surge of panic at demand and quickly interjected, no, we cannot turn on the lights. This party is meant to uphold the privacy of our guests. We cannot startle them or compromise their experience. Whom are you looking for? Provide me with a photograph, and I shall assist you in locating them. Upon hearing's orders, the bodyguard hastened to switch on the lights. As he did so, a throng of journalists armed with cameras burst into the room, unleashing a flurry of flashes directed at the private booth, capturing every moment on video without omission. In a sudden state of panic, Hong Jie shouted at the reporters, "Stop! No photos, no photos!" The reporters, visibly excited, eagerly directed their questions towards the individuals in the private room. It is rumored that this gathering has been organized by the renowned actress Fu Shilan under the guise of charity fundraising. Do you frequently hold such illicit gatherings? Have you ever considered the potential legal repercussions of participating in such illegal events? It is said that many affluent second-generation heirs, as well as influential business moguls from various industries, are quite fond of attending such parties. May I inquire what profits you anticipate from this particular event? Are the proceeds intended for personal indulgence, or are they genuinely allocated for charitable causes? This could be a headline-making story. A sensational piece of news that could explode across the internet. Those who obtain first-hand information or uncover the key details that pique public interest could easily secure promotions and raises. The reporter's attention was entirely fixated on the disheveled and unruly crowd within the private room, completely oblivious to the figure seated in a wheelchair at the entrance, Zhang Sai. Bodyguard Hui Yunting stared, bewildered, at the suddenly intruding reporters. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure and turned to the visibly distressed Hui Yunting, whispering in his ear. "Young Master Hua, is Miss Fu Shilan still searching for someone? If we linger any longer, I fear the reporters may capture you on camera, which would be disastrous." As the proprietor of an entertainment company, Mr. Hua is no stranger to rumors. However, he has managed to safeguard his personal photographs with great vigilance. Online, one can only find indistinct images of his profile, and the majority of these young reporters remain oblivious to the true visage of Mr. Hua. Yet, the elite class does consume the latest news. Should they stumble upon a scandal featuring Mr. Hua's image, it would indeed be disastrous. In that fleeting moment, as the journalists fervently snapped photographs and hurled questions, Hui Yunting scanned the astonished faces within the private room. Notably absent was Fu Shilan. His emotions were difficult to articulate. A previously unbridled fury extinguished in an instant, leaving only bewilderment in its wake. He commanded his bodyguard, "Manage the photographs taken by these reporters and bring out that Miss Hong." With that, he turned to depart. Hui Yunting's bodyguard promptly retrieved his phone, swiftly capturing images of the reporters before disseminating them to his associates, issuing directives. His team rapidly contacted the reporters' respective employers, utilizing the name tags visible on their chests, urging the bosses to personally instruct their reporters to refrain from photographing individuals who ought not to be captured. Should any inadvertent images be taken, they must be deleted entirely. Otherwise, their companies would face the dire consequence of closure. Moments later, Hui Yunting's bodyguard escorted Miss Hong to the parking lot outside the club. "Do you recognize the owner of this vehicle?" Hui Yunting coldly inquired, tapping on the BMW he had gifted to Fu Shilan. His gaze fixed upon the pallid face of Miss Hong. Chapter 41, Displaying medical skills before the general. Sister Hong was startled by the sudden appearance of reporters. Her nerves frayed as she had barely dared to speak in the private room. Now, safely escorted by bodyguards, she profoundly felt the formidable influence of Hui Yunting. She twirled her curls, attempting to exude charm. "Handsome, I do not know the owner of this vehicle, but I would very much like to know you. Would you grant me the opportunity to understand you better?" Upon hearing this, Hui Yunting raised his hand and delivered a punch to Sister Hong's abdomen. His voice cold and menacing. "If you do not speak properly, next time I shall shatter your skull." Sister Hong instantly clutched her painfully throbbing abdomen, looking up at Hui Yunting with a mix of fear and grievance. "I truly do not know the owner of this vehicle." Hui Yunting fell silent for a moment, then retrieved his phone and presented a photo of Fu Shilan to Sister Hong. "Do you recognize this woman?" As he posed the question, his heart hung in a precarious balance. If this woman knew Fu Shilan, did it not imply that Fu Shilan had indeed wronged him? Upon hearing Hui Yunting's inquiry, Sister Hong squinted and scrutinized the photograph before her. After a few seconds, her gaze flickered, and she smiled ingratiatingly at Hui Yunting. "I know this woman." "Are you certain you know her?" Hui Yunting's expression darkened ominously, his handsome face clouded with an unsettling tension. A sudden drop in atmospheric pressure accompanied by an unsettling chill sent a shiver down Hong Jie's spine. In a flurry, she responded. "I am certain I truly know this woman." She continued, ingratiatingly, "This woman is extraordinary. I never expected her to be your partner." You two are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Hou Yunting's expression turned as frigid as ice as he cast a piercing gaze at Hong Jia. His voice seething with anger as he demanded, how do you know her? For how long have you known her? Why do you deem her extraordinary? The woman, taken aback by the chilling intensity of Jiang Xiye's voice, felt her heart race and hurriedly divulged all she knew. Isn't she the rising star, Fu Shilan? Her acting skills are remarkable. I have known her for quite some time, although she may not recognize me. Today, for some unknown reason, she attended our gathering for the first time. A coal tycoon attempted to take advantage of her, plying her with spiked drinks. I feared she would fall victim to his clutches, but fortunately, her friend arrived just in time to rescue her. At this point, she turned to Hou Yunting with an air of flattery. However, the coal tycoon is not to be underestimated. I suspect that once he released them from the club, he would certainly attempt to seize her again. You should hasten to rescue your woman. Upon hearing this, the veins on Hou Yunting's forehead throbbed violently. Fu Shilan had indeed attended this party. Hadn't she already secured him as her benefactor? Why would she choose to partake in such a grotesque gathering? Was she seeking another patron before he cast her aside? In order to swiftly rid Fu Shilan of the toxins and alcohol within her system, Jiang Xingtong requested Jiang Xueqi to secure a room at a nearby hotel. However, upon entering the room, she was taken aback to discover that it was a couples-themed room, adorned with suggestive decor and items prominently displayed in plain sight. Jiang Xingtong glanced around, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she turned to the ever-composed Jiang Xueqi and inquired, do they not have any more conventional rooms? Jiang Xueqi, maintaining his stoic expression, replied, no, this is the only room available. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Xingtong pinched the bridge of her nose and said to him, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to perform acupuncture on Fu Shilan to detoxify her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi narrowed his elongated eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Xingtong with an inscrutable gaze. Observing her serious and delicate features, he furrowed his brow and asked, are you being serious? Of course. Is there any room for pretense in such matters? Jiang Xingtong affirmed, retrieving her acupuncture kit from her pocket and displaying the sterilized silver needles. Jiang Xueqi, noticing the neatly arranged silver needles of various sizes within her kit, couldn't help but frown. Aren't you a student at the drama academy? Do you truly know how to perform acupuncture? Jiang Xingtong, seeing the lingering doubt on his handsome face, couldn't resist retorting. Is there a conflict between being a drama student and knowing acupuncture? Zhang Xian cast a shadowy glance at Jiang Xingtong, his demeanor grave as he remarked, for me, there is indeed a distinction. Acting and acupuncture are entirely different realms. It seems rather implausible that a student from a drama academy would possess skills in acupuncture. Jiang Xingtong's crimson lips curved into a delicate smile. A multitude of skills can only serve to enhance one's capabilities. Did I not mention to you that I studied medicine under a renowned traditional Chinese physician? Do you truly doubt my words? Zhang Xian observed the unwavering conviction in Jiang Xingtong's expression, a hint of contemplation and curiosity surfacing in his elongated eyes. Could it be that she genuinely possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Her prior assertion of his poisoning was not mere conjecture? If he were indeed poisoned, who among them would dare to administer such a treacherous act? Unaware of Zhang Xian's enigmatic expression, Jiang Xingtong lowered her head, proceeding to administer acupuncture to Fu Shilan through her garments. Initially, she had intended for Zhang Xian to leave, allowing her to comfortably assist Fu Shilan. However, since he chose to remain, she resolved not to squander time on such matters and proceeded with the treatment through the fabric. Chapter 42, Young Master Zhang, astonished by his little wife Zhang Xian, gazed in disbelief at Jiang Xingtong, who was skillfully performing acupuncture on Fu Shilan through her clothing. His eyes, filled with astonishment, reflected the realization that he had previously regarded Jiang Xingtong's medical prowess with skepticism. Yet, witnessing her extraordinary acupuncture technique in action, he suddenly recognized the folly of his assumptions. He had forgotten the ancient adage, one must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by mere spoonfuls. Never should one underestimate another. In this moment, he found himself believing in Jiang Xingtong's diagnosis with a newfound conviction. After a brief interval of several minutes, Fu Shilan, who was disoriented and utterly fatigued, finally regained her clarity of mind under Jiang Xingtong's acupuncture treatment. Suddenly, memories flooded her mind of the moment before her consciousness faded, when she and Jiang Xingtong were surrounded by the subordinates of Wang Zong. In a panic, she inquired of Jiang Xingtong, "Xingtong, where are we now?" Are we safe? Have you been hurt? What has become of that wretched man? Jiang Xingtong, noticing Fu Shilan's anxious expression, gently reassured her, fear not, we are safe now. Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she surveyed her surroundings. Not far from the bedside, she spotted Jiang Xueqi, sitting in a wheelchair. His commanding presence still intact, exuding an air of noble elegance, yet his demeanor remained cold and distant. Instinctively, she pushed Jiang Xingtong's hand away, eager to distance herself from her. Miss Jiang, I truly appreciate your assistance in saving me. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. It is getting late. I shall not intrude on your time together. With that, she swiftly leaped from the bed and dashed towards the door, preparing to depart. Jiang Xueqi observed Fu Shilan, now clear-headed and walking steadily, as a flicker of inscrutable light passed through his elongated, phoenix-like eyes. His gaze turned contemplative as he looked at Jiang Xingtong. Just moments ago, Fu Shilan had been disoriented and weak, requiring support to walk. Yet, under Jiang Xingtong's treatment, she had astonishingly returned to normal in such a short span. Could he place his complete trust in Jiang Xingtong and seek her healing for himself? Jiang Xingtong remained oblivious to the profound gaze of Jiang Xueqi, who appeared lost in thought. After soothing Fu Shilan, she turned to Jiang Xueqi with a smile and said, I have some personal matters to attend to with Lan Lan. Please wait for me here for a moment. With that, she swiftly turned and rushed out. Lan Lan, wait for me. I have something to discuss with you. In the late hours of the night, Fu Shilan leaving alone caused her unease. Furthermore, for the sake of Fu Shilan's mental well-being and to prevent any psychological trauma, she felt compelled to assist her friend with a particular task. Jiang Xueqi gazed after the hurriedly departing Jiang Xingtong, unable to utter a word before her figure completely vanished from his sight. An inexplicable sense of melancholy and agitation settled within his chest. She had chosen to abandon him for the sake of her friend. Did this friend hold greater significance than her husband? Several minutes later, in another section of the hotel, within the suite where Mr. Wang resided long-term, Jiang Xingtong hastily restrained Fu Shilan, who was relentlessly assaulting the unconscious Mr. Wang. She pressed a finger to her lips and whispered, Shoo. Keep it down, there are a dozen bodyguards outside. With that, she crouched down and swiftly removed the silver needles from Mr. Wang's acupoints. She then expertly inserted a needle into the Baihui point, followed by 2 more at the Shinshu and Yangguan points. This despicable scoundrel would henceforth be condemned to live the rest of his life as a eunuch. This was the punishment for his transgressions against Fu Shilan and other virtuous women. Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan glanced at the now bruised and battered Mr. Wang, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. She disregarded her desire to maintain distance from Jiang Xingtong, determined that Jiang Xingtong should not harbor thoughts of her being ridiculed by friends. Gripping Jiang Xingtong's hand tightly, she nodded fervently, filled with gratitude as she spoke, Xingtong. Thank you for coming to my rescue and for bringing me here to exact revenge. After uttering these words, she cast a worried glance at the unconscious Mr. Wang. But what should we do next? With over a dozen bodyguards present, it would be unwise for us to leave directly, otherwise, they will realize that Mr. Wang is incapacitated due to our actions and might report us. When they arrived, the bodyguards were not stationed at the door. They must have gone out for a late-night snack. Do not fret, just watch me, Jiang Xingtong reassured, patting Fu Shilan's shoulder. She then altered her tone, imitating Wang Dequan's voice to command the bodyguards outside, I'm thirsty, bring me a bottle of water immediately. Fu Shilan looked at Jiang Xingtong in astonishment, whispering, You can actually mimic someone's voice? As a student of the Drama Academy, Jiang Xingtong had mastered the art of performance. But her ability to imitate a man's voice was remarkable. This was a skill essential for every voice actor. Jiang Xingtong replied nonchalantly. Fu Shilan was about to inquire how Jiang Xingtong's studies in acting connected to voice acting when Jiang Xingtong swiftly interrupted, pushing Fu Shilan towards the restroom. Hurry inside. Lock the restroom door, do not come out until I say so. Why? Fu Shilan stood at the threshold of the restroom, hesitating to enter. Her brow furrowed as she expressed her concern, if I go in, leaving you alone here would be perilous. Jiang Xingtong brandished the silver needle in her hand, then donned a disposable mask provided by the hotel to conceal her face. Do not worry, I shall be safe, she assured, her words strikingly candid and piercing. Your presence here would only hinder me. Diverting her attention to protect Fu Shilan would impede her ability to confront the dozen or so bodyguards alone. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's response, Fu Shilan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and with a keen awareness of the situation, she closed and locked the restroom door. Just as she secured the door, a bodyguard delivering water swung open the door to the room. The moment the bodyguard entered, he was taken aback by the sight of Wang Dequan, unconscious on the floor beside the bed. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze toward the masked Jiang Xingtong, erupting in anger. "Who are you? What have you done to our boss?" Before Jiang Xingtong could respond, the bodyguard suddenly called out to his comrades outside, "Brothers, hurry in. The boss is in trouble." At that precise moment, Jiang Xingtong swiftly raised her hand and deftly plunged a silver needle into the bodyguard's neck. In an instant, he collapsed. The bodyguards outside, having heard their comrade's urgent call, rushed into the room without hesitation. As they burst through the door, Jiang Xingtong quickly retrieved another silver needle from the hidden pouch at her waist and unleashed it upon the incoming assailants. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguards who had just burst through the door were instantly pierced by a silver needle at the Fengqi acupoint on their necks. Before they could even register their astonishment, they succumbed to a sudden fainting spell and collapsed one after another. Jiang Xingtong surveyed the fallen bodyguards strewn across the floor, pondering for a moment. Before a cold and mischievous smile crept onto her lips, she called out to Fu Shilan, who was in the restroom, "Lan Lan, you can come out now." Having just heard the thud of bodies hitting the ground, Fu Shilan initially felt a twinge of worry. However, upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, she incredulously dashed out of the restroom to witness the scene for herself. As she emerged, her eyes were met with the sight of a dozen tall and imposing bodyguards lying motionless on the ground. Heavens! How did you manage to take down so many formidable bodyguards in less than a minute? She exclaimed in astonishment, while swiftly unbuckling the bodyguards' belts. Jiang Xingtong responded with a simple phrase, "By surprise." Fu Shilan, impressed, gave Jiang Xingtong a thumbs up. "Impressive, truly impressive." Jiang Xingtong replied, "No need to admire me. Hurry and help me with their belts." Confused by Jiang Xingtong's puzzling actions, Fu Shilan inquired, "Why are we unbuckling the bodyguards' belts?" Jiang Xingtong teased her with a hint of mystery, "You'll find out shortly." Chapter 43, Special Request for Exposing Abs. Minutes later, Fu Shilan wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at Jiang Xingtong with admiration. "It's truly impressive that you could conceive such an idea." Jiang Xingtong took out her phone and swiftly captured a grand group photo of the men on the enormous bed, clad only in snug garments, carefully positioning Mr. Wang's face in the center. She promptly sent the edited content anonymously to mainstream media reporters. The revelation was astonishing. The nation's foremost coal tycoon harbored such eccentric private interests. Upon sending the message, Jiang Xingtong immediately grasped Fu Shilan's hand, pivoting to exit the room in haste. Fu Shilan followed closely behind, dashing into the elevator, then out again, retracing her steps to the room previously occupied by Zhang Xian. While running, she cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Xingtong. "Now that we are safe, why must we continue to flee?" Jiang Xingtong, her expression grave, replied, "Lan Lan, you are not entirely safe. A far greater conspiracy awaits you. I must assist you in creating an alibi, one that necessitates your absence." "What do you mean by an alibi?" "I don't understand what you're saying," Fu Shilan inquired, bewildered. Just as Jiang Xingtong was about to respond, she noticed Zhang Xian waiting at the door. In that instant, a brilliant idea struck her, one that could perfectly help Fu Shilan evade disaster. Without hesitation, she pulled Fu Shilan towards Zhang Xian. As Zhang Xian prepared to greet Jiang Xingtong, she suddenly launched herself into his embrace like a cannonball. Before Zhang Xiyue could react, he was suddenly embraced tightly around the neck by Jiang Xingtong. Almost immediately, he heard her anxious voice near his ear, I have an urgent matter at hand. Could you do me a favor?" "Of course." Zhang Xiyue instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Xingtong's slender waist, gently patting her back, and readily agreed without a second thought. Only after responding did he realize that, despite his previous doubts and skepticism regarding Jiang Xingtong's medical skills and her diagnosis, when he heard her sweet, melodious voice, his once cold heart inexplicably softened. He found himself wanting to acquiesce to any request she made, as long as it brought her happiness. Upon receiving Zhang Xiyue's affirmation, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly urged him, "Quick, call Hui Yunting and tell him he must arrive within 5 minutes." Zhang Xiyue questioned, Why? Hearing this seemingly unreasonable demand from Jiang Xingtong, Zhang couldn't help but voice his confusion. After all, young Master Hui is the heir of one of the 4 prominent families, with a plethora of responsibilities. Who knows where he currently is? Asking young Master Zhang to command young Master Hui to arrive within 5 minutes seems unreasonable and could jeopardize the brotherhood between them. Before Zhang could further articulate his doubts and discontent, he suddenly realized he had been overly sentimental. As the call connected, Zhang Si, adhering to Jiang Xingtong's instructions, sharply commanded Hui Yanting, "You have 5 minutes to come and see me. The consequences of tardiness will be yours to bear." Without waiting for a response, Zhang Si abruptly ended the call and promptly sent the location to Hui Yanting via WeChat. He then turned to Jiang Xingtong and inquired, "Is there anything else you require assistance with?" "That will suffice," Jiang Xingtong replied, nodding her head. With a sigh of relief, she bestowed upon Zhang Si a sweet smile and sincerely expressed, "Thank you. It's truly wonderful to have you. We are husband and wife." "There is no need for thanks," Zhang Si responded. At her words, a hint of tenderness unexpectedly graced his otherwise stoic and chiseled features. He then cast a curious glance at Fu Shilan, who stood beside Jiang Xingtong, and asked, "Where have you two just been?" Jiang Xingtong swiftly redirected the conversation. "Now is not the time for such discussions, we must prepare. Come, let us take off our coats." With that, she began to remove her outerwear. "Xingtong, what are you doing?" Fu Shilan could not help but inquire. Just as her question lingered in the air, Hui Yanting burst into the room. His meticulously styled slicked-back hair now a disheveled mess due to the rushing wind, creating a rather comical scene. Were it not for his strikingly handsome features that rivaled that of a top idol, one might liken him to a scene of chaos. Hui Yanting leaned on his thighs, panting as he gazed at Zhang Siyue. "Brother Zhang, what urgent matter requires my presence? You nearly exhausted me. Could you refrain from summoning me so suddenly with merely 5 minutes' notice? Had I not been fortuitously nearby at the club, I would have been utterly unable to arrive in such a brief span." Before Zhang Siyue could respond, Jiang Xingtong interjected, addressing Hui Yanting directly, "Enough chatter. Quickly remove your outer garments. If you delay further, it will be too late. And, gentlemen, you must reveal your abdominal muscles." Zhang Siyue. Hui Yanting. "Why must we shed our outer garments, and why must the men expose their abs?" Fu Shilan. "Thankfully, she is female." Meanwhile, an illicit party masquerading as a charitable fundraiser surged to the forefront of trending topics at an astonishing pace, capturing the attention of netizens across the platform. Firstly, it was notorious for being a large-scale debauchery event, involving numerous individuals from various sectors, including several university students who claimed they were deceived into attending and coerced against their will. Secondly, the event was orchestrated by none other than Fu Shilan, the newly acclaimed actress celebrated for her beauty, talent, and integrity, often dubbed the pure goddess of the entertainment industry. Presently, the internet is rife with denunciations of Fu Shilan, condemning her as duplicitous and malicious, exploiting naive university students under the guise of charity to amass substantial wealth through illicit means, a crime deserving of severe punishment. In addition, netizens across the internet are fervently calling for a boycott of all works by Fu Shilan, demanding her imprisonment and a permanent ban on her. Chapter 44, restoring her reputation and revealing her identity. When a throng of journalists and police, spurred by the fervent reports from the online community, rushed to the hotel for an on-site capture and arrest of Fu Shilan, they discovered Fu Shilan was engaged in a game of cards with 2 exceptionally handsome men, each possessing a unique charm. Notably, one of them had lost so much that his shirt was gone, revealing a stunning set of 8-pack abs. The reporters, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly bypassed the police to hurl their questions at her. "Fu Shilan, your scandal is now known across the internet. How can you still find the time to play cards and undress with these handsome men? Fu Shilan, the entire online community is boycotting you, condemning you, and demanding your cancellation. What are your thoughts on this?" Fu Shilan. Setting down her cards, Fu Shilan looked at the furious reporters with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about? What have I done to warrant such condemnation and a boycott from the entire online community?" One journalist, fuming with anger, retorted, "Fu Shilan, stop pretending. We are already aware that you held an illegal party under the guise of charity fundraising, exploiting your influence as an award-winning actress to deceive innocent college students into selling their souls for the entertainment of various industry tycoons. Silence. Do you even know who the two men playing cards with the illustrious Fu are? Jiang Xingtong, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, approached Zhang Sinai and Hui Yunting with utmost reverence. As she presented the tea to Zhang Sinai, a wistful sigh escaped her heart, for she had hoped to catch a glimpse of his sculpted abs. Yet, Zhang Sinai, adhering to the virtues of a gentleman, proclaimed that only his wife was permitted to behold his physique. It remained uncertain whether he referred to her or the cherished figure in his heart. The journalists and police, upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's inquiry, shifted their attention to the two men playing cards alongside Fu Shilan. They exuded an indescribable air of nobility, particularly one gentleman, dressed impeccably, strikingly handsome, yet possessing an aura of chilling aloofness. His demeanor radiated an unparalleled nobility and formidable presence, unmistakably the embodiment of someone accustomed to high status, with a commanding aura that was almost intimidating. May I inquire who these two gentlemen are? Ventured a seasoned and perceptive journalist cautiously. Jiang Xingtong refrained from directly responding to the inquiry. Instead, she retorted, "Pray tell, would a celebrated actress, capable of playing cards with the heirs of the four prominent families of the capital, Zhan and Hua, ever resort to unscrupulous means to amass wealth?" The journalists and police were taken aback by Jiang Xingtong's words, casting astonished glances at the two remarkably handsome men, whose presence was imbued with an extraordinary nobility. Indeed, these gentlemen were none other than the heir of the Zhan family, the foremost among the four great families, and the heir of the Hua family, ranked third. However, despite the formidable wealth of the Zhan and Hua families, their fortunes would not be bestowed upon Fu Shilan, leaving the connection to her rather tenuous. In pursuit of wealth, it is not inconceivable that Fu Shilan might host illicit gatherings. Jiang Xingtong appeared to intuit the thoughts of the numerous reporters and police officers present. And before they could voice their inquiries, she continued, especially considering that the esteemed actress Fu is the fiancée of the young master Hua. With Hua's fortune already surpassing 100 billion, would his fiancée truly lack for a mere donation? Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan gazed at Jiang Xingtong in astonishment, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Goodness! Why would Jiang Xingtong claim she was Hui Yunting's fiancée? The true fiancée of Hui Yunting is the esteemed daughter of the Fu family, one of the four great clans, while she herself is merely an inconspicuous illegitimate daughter. Hui Yunting, equally taken aback, looked at Jiang Xingtong in disbelief, unable to fathom why she would dare to utter such falsehoods. Such a lie could be easily unraveled by the diligent investigations of the reporters and police. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhang San, who met his gaze with a calm expression, silently urging him to remain composed. The reporters and police were already aware of the alliance between the Hua family and the Fu family, one of the four great clans. If Fu Shilan were indeed Hui Yunting's fiancée, it would imply that she is the exceedingly favored young lady of the Fu family. Although the Fu family ranks lowest among the four great clans, their financial strength is not significantly inferior to that of the Hua family. It is rumored that the allowances of the Fu family's daughter amount to no less than 8 figures each month. Thus, as the daughter of the Fu family, Fu Shilan has no genuine need to resort to illegal activities for a trivial sum of money. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the astonished faces of the reporters and police officers, and calmly remarked, "Many matters in the entertainment industry arise from mere rumors, without evidence. To indiscriminately question Ms. Fu and tarnish her reputation is nothing short of slander. Ms. Fu is entirely within her rights to pursue legal action against you. Considering the influence of the Fu and Hua families, do you truly believe you will lead a peaceful life henceforth?" The reporters, visibly pale with fear, hurriedly bowed their heads in apology to Fu Shilan, stating, "Ms. Fu, we sincerely apologize for our lack of discernment, which led us to be misled and act against you." Fu Shilan, her expression stiff, stared at the reporters who were apologizing, her mind a blank, feeling at a loss for how to respond. Observing her silence, the reporters quickly turned to Hui Yunting and implored, "Mr. Hua, we did not intend to defame your fiancée, we were deceived by the informant. We hope that you and your fiancée can show magnanimity and forgive our reckless actions this time." Hui Yunting, typically nonchalant, momentarily displayed a serious demeanor as he regarded Fu Shilan, uttering the words, "This shall not be tolerated again." It remained unclear whether this admonition was directed at the reporters or at Fu Shilan herself. Regardless, upon hearing those 4 words, Fu Shilan felt a pang of sorrow and shot Hui Yunting an irritated glare. The police officers, equally perturbed, awkwardly apologized to Fu Shilan, saying, "Ms. Fu, we too were misled by public opinion, which is why we found ourselves here. We will leave at once and not disturb your time with the two young gentlemen." With that, the officers swiftly turned on their heels and departed. The remaining reporters, witnessing this, also resolved to vacate the tumultuous scene. Jiang Xingtong suddenly interjected, "Hold on. Madam. May I inquire if there is anything further you require?" The journalists paused, their smiles faltering as they turned their gaze toward Jiang Xingtong. With a measured tone, she cautioned the reporters, urging those who had disseminated false information regarding the esteemed actress Fu to promptly delete their posts and issue formal apologies, thereby restoring her reputation. She warned that failure to comply would lead the Fu and Hua families to take action against these inconsequential individuals. Furthermore, she emphasized that Fu, having chosen to navigate the entertainment industry under an assumed identity, sought to be recognized solely for her talent. She implored them to refrain from revealing her true identity once they left the premises. "Understood, understood, we shall maintain confidentiality," the reporters hastily nodded, their expressions betraying their anxiety as they swiftly departed. Without having gathered concrete evidence or ascertained the truth, they had naively believed an anonymous tip that accused Fu Shirlan of illicit gains, thus bestowing upon her a grave accusation. Once they composed and disseminated their apology to the online community, they would undoubtedly face public scorn. However, the ire of the online populace was a minor concern compared to the potential retaliation from the Fu and Hua families. The prospect of being dismissed from their positions or witnessing their companies crumble instilled fear. Their employers could very well become enraged enough to pursue them with threats. Determined to avoid dismissal and the wrath of their superiors, they hastened to contemplate how to craft an apology that would appease both the Fu and Hua families. After the journalists and officers had vacated, Jiang Xingtong smiled at Zhang Xiyue and Hui Yunting, remarking, "Well done, both of you. You may now return to your respective homes." Hui Yunting donned his coat with evident dissatisfaction, casting an ambiguous glance at Fu Shirlan before turning to Jiang Xingtong in protest, "Sister-in-law, are you merely discarding us after use?" Chapter 45, Zhang Xiao decides to spend the night with her. "Are you not returning with me?" Zhang Xiyue instinctively retorted. Jiang Xingtong, witnessing the simultaneous inquiries from both parties, opted to address Zhang Xiyue first. "I shall not be returning tonight. I intend to engage in an extensive conversation with Lan Lan here." With that declaration, she settled beside Fu Shirlan. Zhang Xiyue's brows furrowed slightly as he gently reminded Jiang Xingtong, "Grandmother is awaiting your return. Then let her retire for the night." At her age, staying up late is detrimental to her health, Jiang Xingtong instinctively replied. She wished to remain, to have a heartfelt discussion with Fu Shirlan, ensuring that Fu Shirlan understood how to navigate the impending situation and guard herself against those who wished her harm. Most importantly, she needed to reclaim her rightful identity as the cherished granddaughter of the Fu family, no longer shackled by the moral constraints imposed by a mistress and her mother. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's response, Zhang Xiyue's deep-set gaze scrutinized the audacious decor within the room before resting once more on Fu Shirlan. He suddenly felt that Jiang Xingtong's kindness towards Fu Shirlan was somewhat excessive, and an inexplicable sense of discontent stirred within him. He deliberately invoked the presence of the matriarch as a shield. "I trust you are aware of your actions at the Zhang family today, which have greatly displeased grandmother. She insists on seeing you this very day. Are you not aware that he is a mother's boy? You wouldn't be a daddy's girl, would you?" Jiang Xingtong could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiyue, teasingly remarking on his incessant reference to grandmother, leaving her at a loss for words. Zhang Xiyue's handsome visage darkened, his expression clouded as he regarded Jiang Xingtong with an intensity that chilled her to the bone. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, she promptly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, please do not be angry, I was merely jesting. However, I truly lack the time to return today. So any matters should be conveyed by your grandmother tomorrow." After outright rejecting Zhang Xiyue, she took the cup of tea meant for him and took a sip herself. A fleeting, inscrutable expression crossed Zhang Xiyue's strikingly handsome face. This was the very water he had consumed. Suppressing an inexplicable agitation within, he commanded in a low voice, "You must return today." As Jiang Xingtong's rightful husband, he had never spent a single night with her, so how could Fu Shirlan presume to do so? Tonight, Jiang Xingtong must share a bed with him. Observing the tense atmosphere between Zhang Xiyue and Jiang Xingtong, Fu Shirlan, unwilling to allow any discord in their marital relationship due to her presence, cast a disapproving glare at Jiang Xingtong and stated coldly, "Jiang Xingtong, I was initially quite grateful for your assistance today, but upon further reflection, my gratitude is limited. Your nonsensical remarks, while they did save me, have also led them to believe I am the fiancée of Huiyanting, causing me considerable distress. Therefore, I truly wish to avoid seeing you again. With that, Fu Shilan turned on her heel and departed. She could not allow her own troubles to become a burden for Jiang Xingtong. Upon noticing this, Huiyanting cast a glance at Jiang Xingtong and promptly followed after her. Jiang Xingtong stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Fu Shilan's retreating figure. Her foot poised to chase after her, Lan Lan. Why was Fu Shilan once again severing ties with her? With Huiyanting accompanying her, there was no need for concern. Zhan Xie seized Jiang Xingtong's delicate, porcelain-like hand, preventing her from pursuing Fu Shilan, and then spoke in a calm tone, "The hour is late, we should return home." Jiang Xingtong sighed with a complex expression, "All right." Fu Shilan must be unaware of the truth, which is why she blames her for speaking out of turn. She would find a time to clarify the truth with Fu Shilan as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Zhan Xie led a pensive Jiang Xingtong back to the Zhan residence. Along the way, it was uncertain whether Zhan Xie had forgotten or was being intentional, but his hand remained firmly clasped around Jiang Xingtong's. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xingtong was absorbed in thoughts on how to facilitate Fu Shilan's reconnection with her parents to reclaim her true identity, thus remaining oblivious to Zhan Xie's strong grip on her small hand. Zhan Ying, accustomed to the peculiarities, chose to act as if he were invisible, quietly pushing Zhan Xie's wheelchair and striving to be an inconspicuous background. After all, their young master Zhan had a tendency to inexplicably make exceptions for Jiang Xingtong, engaging in actions he would normally never consider. Upon witnessing Zhan Xie and Jiang Xingtong entering hand in hand, exuding intimacy, old Madame Zhan's expression darkened abruptly, and she commanded Jiang Xingtong in a furious tone, "Kneel." She had intended for Zhan Xie to confront Jiang Xingtong, but seeing the fondness Zhan Xie held for Jiang Xingtong, there was no indication of reproach towards her. Her fury was truly infuriating. Chapter 46, The general's indulgent love for his wife. The thunderous reprimand from the matriarch of the Zhan family abruptly jolted Jiang Xingtong from her distraction. She cast a glance at the furious elder, then turned to Zhan Xiyue, softly inquiring, "I.e., what have you done to provoke your grandmother so?" In response, Zhan Xiyue regarded Jiang Xingtong with an enigmatic expression, unconsciously caressing her delicate, soft hand which felt as fragile as a petal. The matriarch, witnessing Jiang Xingtong not only refraining from kneeling but also whispering intimately to Zhan Xiyue, was utterly incensed. She bellowed at Jiang Xingtong. "What kind of behavior is this before your elders? Such utter disregard for propriety. Kneel immediately." Jiang Xingtong, feeling uncomfortable, quickly withdrew her hand from Zhan Xiyue's grasp, lightly patting his shoulder and breathlessly urging, "You should kneel. Your grandmother looks like she's about to faint from anger, we can't risk her health." Had it not been for the elder's admonition, she might not have realized that she and Zhan Xiyue were indeed holding hands. She assured herself that this time, it was not merely due to Zhan Xiyue's attractive hand that she had taken the liberty. So, was it he who initiated this contact? With his palm suddenly bereft of her soft touch, Zhan Xiyue instinctively clenched his fist, feeling an unexpected emptiness in his heart. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words to Zhan Xiyue, the matriarch abruptly seized her teacup and smashed it onto the floor. "You insolent child! I commanded you to kneel, and you dare to waste my time with your chatter." Jiang Xingtong gazed at Zhan Xiyue and exclaimed, "Hurry and kneel. Your grandmother has already dropped her teacup." Zhan Xiyue remained silent, seemingly having uttered not a single word since his entrance. Why did Jiang Xingtong believe that it was his grandmother urging him to kneel? Noticing Zhan Xiyue's continued stillness, she reiterated, "If you do not kneel, your grandmother might strike you on the head with her cane. It would be regrettable if you were disfigured." "Are you certain that my grandmother wants me to kneel?" Zhan Xiyue replied, his handsome face shadowed with complexity, a smirk playing on his lips as he questioned Jiang Xingtong. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she responded with an air of certainty, "If she does not want you to kneel, she certainly cannot expect me to do so. She is your grandmother, not mine. It is unreasonable for her to demand such of me. The law even stipulates that a daughter-in-law has no obligation to support her in-laws, let alone a granddaughter-in-law." Zhan Xiyue regarded Jiang Xingtong's bright, mischievous eyes, lowering his gaze to conceal the amusement within them. He replied with a stoic expression, "You are correct." Then, glancing at the custom watch on his wrist, he gently addressed Jiang Xingtong, "It is getting late, you should retire upstairs." Jiang Xingtong, having married into our family, Does not your grandmother also become hers? Zhao Ma, witnessing Jiang Xueqi's unexpected agreement with Jiang Xingtong and his suggestion for her to rest, quickly interjected. Old Madame Jiang wishes for you to kneel, you should do so at once. Jiang Xueqi's expression turned cold upon witnessing the scene. Just as he was about to admonish Zhao Ma, Jiang Xingtong unexpectedly grasped his hand, signaling him to remain silent. She had overheard the household staff discussing that Zhao Ma was Jiang Xueqi's wet nurse, making it inappropriate for him to speak up. Jiang Xueqi glanced at the delicate, fair hand that held his, and his anger inexplicably dissipated. After calming Jiang Xueqi, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brows and coldly addressed the furious Zhao Ma, saying, When the master speaks, it is not your place as a servant to interject. With tears in her eyes, Zhao Ma replied, I merely intended to offer you a kind reminder. To this, Jiang Xingtong retorted sharply, Your so-called kindness reeks of an authoritative tone. Zhao Ma, with pleading eyes, looked towards old Madame Jiang and said, I only raised my voice because I noticed your disrespect towards the old lady. When have I ever been disrespectful to grandmother? I am completely unaware. Jiang Xingtong questioned vehemently. Old Madame Jiang slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Enough. Jiang Xingtong, do not attempt to argue. Zhao Ma is not at fault. You are in the wrong, and you must kneel before me. Taken aback, Jiang Xingtong turned to the furious old Madame Jiang, asking, Grandmother, what have I done wrong to deserve this punishment? The old lady glared at Zhao Ma's face, where the imprint of a slap still lingered, and sternly addressed Jiang Xingtong. Zhao Ma has served our family for decades without a single complaint, yet you, having just married into the family, not only slapped her but also insulted her with arrogance, forcing her to consider resignation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong cast a glance at the aggrieved Zhao Ma, then turned her head to face old Madame Jiang. Grandmother, you have yet to comprehend the full context of the situation. How can you hastily conclude that my act of slapping Zhao Ma was my wrongdoing? Old Madame Jiang regarded Jiang Xingtong with a stern expression. Zhao Ma has already explained the matter to me. Our Jiang family has never regarded our servants as anything less than human, nor have we ever trampled upon their dignity. As the young mistress of the Jiang family, the future matriarch, you ought to place great importance on your own upbringing and character. Instead, you have displayed a lack of decorum, brazenly assaulting and insulting a servant, which is nothing short of tarnishing our family's reputation. If I do not impart a proper lesson to you, you may very well engage in even more outrageous behavior in the future. Jiang Xingtong's expression turned icy as she gazed at the still aggrieved Zhao Ma. Addressing old Madame Jiang, Grandmother, it was Zhao Ma's disdain that provoked me to retaliate. Zhao Ma hastily defended herself before old Madame Jiang. Madam, that is not true. It was clearly the young mistress who looked down on me first, insulting me, and old Madame Jiang gently patted Zhao Ma's hand, her gaze icy as she turned to Jiang Xingtong. I believe Zhao Ma is not the person you portray her to be. After all, she has been with us for 2 to 3 decades, and we know her well. Jiang Xingtong then cast a complicated look at Zhang Sai, who had remained silent until now. Ah Yi, do you believe me or Zhao Ma? Zhang Sai met Jiang Xingtong's clear, bright eyes, answering without a trace of hesitation, you. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's response, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Xingtong's clear, doe-like eyes, followed by a gentle smile as she addressed Jiang Xueqi, thank you for your trust. She had initially presumed that Jiang Xueqi would side with Zhao Ma. Yet to her astonishment, he chose to believe in her instead. I shall not disappoint you. With that, Jiang Xingtong produced her phone, her delicate fingers, as fair as green onions, idly tapping on the screen. She then inquired calmly of Zhao Ma, considering your long years of service to the Jiang family, I am inclined to offer you an opportunity for honesty. I hope you can truthfully convey to the matriarch the reason behind my slap. Who was it that first mocked others with disdain? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, Zhao Ma lowered her gaze to mask her contempt. Who does not know that honesty can lead to leniency, while defiance results in severe repercussions? She would not fall for Jiang Xingtong's ploy. With a face full of grievance, Zhao Ma implored the matriarch, Madam, please allow me to resign. The young mistress is compelling me to admit fault, as if I invited this punishment upon myself. I truly cannot endure this humiliation. Madame Jiang furrowed her brows and replied, Did I not make myself clear? No more talk of resignation. The Jiang family would sooner replace Jiang Xingtong as the young mistress than part ways with you as our housekeeper. Jiang Xingtong typed the final line of code on her mobile screen, then turned to Zhao Ma with a faint smile, since you are unwilling to clarify your words, I shall retrieve the surveillance footage from that day for Grandma and I to see. Let us determine whether my actions against you, the arrogant housekeeper, were justified. Chapter 47, Young Master Zhang's wife drives him to despair upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words. Zhao Ma remained composed, gazing at her with an unruffled demeanor. The courtyard where the young master resides has no surveillance. Do not think you can intimidate me. Who says there is no surveillance in the courtyard? Jiang Xingtong promptly displayed her phone screen before Zhao Ma and the elderly Madame Zhang, smiling as she said, "Look, isn't this the surveillance footage from this morning?" Zhang Xiyu's eyes darkened, a veil of inscrutability cloaking his expression as he regarded Jiang Xingtong's phone. Due to certain circumstances, he had indeed installed hidden cameras in the living room, but he had never disclosed this to Jiang Xingtong. How did she come to know about the surveillance and access the recordings? Unaware of Zhang Xiyu's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Xingtong moved closer to the elderly Madame Zhang to assist her, ensuring she could see the screen clearly. She tapped her phone to play the footage. "Grandma, you may view the complete surveillance recording. Once you have seen it, you will understand why I struck Zhao Ma." As Zhao Ma listened to Jiang Xingtong, she swiftly recovered from her shock regarding the existence of surveillance, her eyes darting anxiously to the screen of Jiang Xingtong's phone. Upon discovering that Jiang Xingtong's phone screen was displaying footage from this morning, Zhao Ma's complexion suddenly drained of color, turning an ashen hue. Goodness! If old Madame Zhang were to witness her slapping herself in a bid to frame Jiang Xingtong, it would surely spell the end of her tenure as a housekeeper. The mere thought of such a possibility caused Zhao Ma to lose her composure, in a fit of panic and fear. She abruptly snatched the phone from Jiang Xingtong's hand and forcefully smashed it onto the ground. With a resounding crack, Jiang Xingtong's phone shattered into pieces upon impact. Before old Madame Zhang could grasp the entirety of the situation, Jiang Xingtong's phone lay in ruins, and a flicker of rage appeared on her weathered face. "Zhao Ma. What on earth are you doing?" Zhao Ma hastily turned to old Madame Zhang, attempting to justify her actions. "Madam, given the advanced state of network technology today, I feared that Jiang Xingtong might fabricate false surveillance footage using AI to slander me, which is why I impulsively destroyed her phone." Before old Madame Zhang could respond, Zhang Ziyi's cold, deep voice resonated through the room. "Zhao Ma, you are dismissed." It was evident that Zhao Ma's earlier actions stemmed from guilt. The words struck her like a thunderclap, and she quickly resorted to emotional manipulation as she pleaded with Zhang Ziyi. "Young master, I once served as your wet nurse. How could you dismiss me for the sake of an outsider like Jiang Xingtong? Is this not a grievous act of ingratitude?" On the surface, her annual salary at the Zhang household was $1 million, yet in reality, she enjoyed numerous additional benefits, such as red envelopes during holidays, generous bonuses when the household was in high spirits, and gifts brought back from travels. There are numerous individuals eager to establish connections with the Zhang family, who discreetly present gifts and offer bribes to the housekeeper, hoping she would speak favorably on their behalf. Additionally, some engage in subtle, illicit financial exchanges. For instance, a servant aspiring for a promotion or someone seeking employment within the Zhang household may resort to bribing the housekeeper to secure a position or facilitate promotions for existing staff. Her annual income accumulates to no less than $5 million, surpassing that of many small business owners. It is her substantial salary that enables her daughter to study abroad. The thought of losing such a lucrative position is utterly distressing to her. Just as old Madame Zhang was about to plead for Zhao Ma, Zhang Sai presented his phone to her, displaying surveillance footage recently retrieved by Jiang Xingtong. Upon witnessing Zhao Ma's actions in the video, old Madame Zhang cast a disappointed glance at her, followed by a look of shame towards Jiang Xingtong, before quietly retreating in defeat. She found herself lacking the courage to face the granddaughter-in-law she had wronged. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingtong, who remained unaware of old Madame Zhang's departure, she coldly addressed Zhao Ma, saying, "Zhao Ma, you were compensated for nursing I. Once you accepted the payment, the transaction was complete. Do not attempt to morally manipulate I." "There is no need for further discussion," Zhang Sai remarked to Jiang Xingtong. "It is getting late, we should retire upstairs." Zhao Ma, her eyes reddened with panic, implored Zhang Sai, "Young master, the Zhang family is like a second home to me. I truly do not wish to leave. Please grant me another chance. I promise to regard Lady Jiang Xingtong with the same respect I hold for you." Zhao Ma, upon hearing this, quickly turned to Jiang Xingtong, kneeling and pleading for forgiveness. "Lady, I am truly sorry, I have realized my mistakes. I beseech you for another opportunity. I assure you, I will no longer view you through biased lenses and will treat you with the utmost respect, akin to how I regard Master Zhang." Please do not dismiss me. I cannot bear the thought of losing this employment. Jiang Xingtong glanced at Jiang Xueqi upon hearing her words. Before she could respond, Jiang Xueqi interjected, my decision is immutable. In desperation, Zhao Ma cast a pleading gaze towards the spot where old Madame Jean had previously sat. Madam, I implore you. Yet before she could finish, she suddenly realized that old Madame Jean had already departed. The realization struck her that this decision was irrevocable, and she collapsed to the ground in regret. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xueqi returned to his residence. Jiang Xingtong immediately furrowed her brows, looking at him with discontent. You were so eager to bring me back, only to have your grandmother question me? Is this how a husband should behave? If I truly viewed you as my husband, I would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. Jiang Xueqi observed the fire of anger igniting on Jiang Xingtong's delicate and sweet visage. Hearing her inquiry caused an inexplicable pang in his heart. With a complex expression, he admitted his fault. I am sorry, I was wrong. Although his true intention was simply to have her return home with him. Hearing the deep, magnetic voice of Jiang Xueqi sincerely apologizing, Jiang Xingtong's anger dissipated in an instant. Well, since I am not your true wife, I can understand your lack of attention towards me. However, let this be a lesson for the future. Alas, how could one remain angry at someone favored by fate, blessed with both striking beauty and a melodious voice? As a person enamored with aesthetics and charm, it is truly challenging to harbor resentment towards a handsome man possessing both a captivating visage and an enchanting voice. Especially when Jiang Xueqi had dismissed Zhao Ma to uphold her dignity and had taken the initiative to apologize. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xueqi felt an inexplicable discomfort. What does she mean by saying she is not his true wife? Is their marriage certificate a fabrication? Jiang Xingtong, oblivious to the fleeting gloom that crossed Jiang Xueqi's handsome face, yawned and waved her hand at him. It's getting late. I need to take a shower and go to bed. You should rest early too. Good night. With that, she turned and closed the bedroom door with a resounding thud. Jiang Xueqi, the master bedroom is his. Yet, she refuses to let him enter. Chapter 48, Unexpected Fortune. In the morning the next day, Jiang Xingtong rose early and took the time to prepare a homemade breakfast, as a token of gratitude for Jiang Xueqi's assistance to her and Fu Shilong the previous night. After completing his morning run, Jiang Xueqi entered the dining room, only to find Jiang Xingtong emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of fresh meat wontons and a bowl of egg fried rice. He asked in astonishment, how did you end up in the kitchen? Isn't breakfast usually prepared by the household chef? Jiang Xingtong placed a bowl of delicate wontons and fried rice before him, smiling as she said, to express my gratitude for your assistance yesterday, I gave the chef a day off and prepared a simple breakfast for you myself. I hope you find it to your liking. Jiang Xueqi gazed at the fragrant wontons adorned with vibrant green scallions and the golden-hued fried rice, and his icy black eyes momentarily softened with warmth. It looks delicious. Thank you. I'm glad you don't mind. Jiang Xingtong smiled gently and turned back to the kitchen. Jiang Xueqi was accustomed to Western breakfasts. Yet the enticing aroma and visual appeal of this Chinese breakfast awakened his appetite. When Jiang Xingtong emerged with her fried rice and pickled green beans, she was astonished to find that Jiang Xueqi had already finished a bowl of wontons. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she promptly placed the pickled green beans before him, saying, the fried rice pairs wonderfully with these pickled beans, you should give it a try. Little did she expect that Jiang Xueqi would consume an entire bowl of wontons in the brief moment she had spent serving the dish. Thank you, he replied, casting a curious glance at the pickled beans on the table. No need for thanks, she said, settling down before him and picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. This marked the first occasion for the two of them to share breakfast together like an ordinary couple, which left Jiang Xingtong feeling somewhat uneasy. Jiang Xueqi, already captivated by the flavors of her wontons and fried rice, was oblivious to her discomfort, his attention solely focused on the delectable food. Having never tasted pickled green beans before, Jiang Xueqi curiously picked one up with his chopsticks and took a bite. Skeptical at first, Jiang Xueqi's eyes brightened as he savored the unique texture of the pickled beans. His pace in picking up the beans discreetly quickened. Moments later, he elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and sincerely addressed Jiang Xingtong, your breakfast is exquisite, thank you. There's no need to be so formal with me, Jiang Xingtong replied, setting down her chopsticks, momentarily stunned as she gazed at the empty plate before her. She had been observing Jiang Xueqi's dining etiquette, which was nothing short of graceful, reminiscent of a textbook example. When had this plate of pickled beans vanished? Jiang Xueqi inquired. May I entrust my breakfast to you every day henceforth? Jiang Xingtong's movements froze as she collected the dishes. Her insistence on him being casual was merely polite banter. Yet he had taken it to heart. Noticing her silence, a hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Xueqi's handsome face. If it is too much trouble, then never mind. It's not a bother at all. In fact, I'm not particularly fond of the Western breakfasts your family offers. I prefer Chinese cuisine. Jiang Xingtong observed a flicker of disappointment in Jiang Xueqi's phoenix-like eyes and, without thinking, blurted out her thoughts. Jiang Xueqi regarded her with his deep-set eyes. His voice resonant and low, "Thank you." The allure of his captivating voice sent a delightful shiver through Jiang Xingtong, momentarily overshadowing her regret for speaking too hastily. Reflexively, she replied, "Didn't I say there's no need for such formality? After all, we still share the title of husband and wife. As a wife, preparing breakfast for my husband is hardly a burden. Considering the numerous exquisite and precious jewels, garments, and bags that Jiang Xueqi has gifted her, preparing breakfast seems a trivial task." Suddenly, Jiang Xueqi raised his hand and presented an unlimited black card before Jiang Xingtong. "Take this." Jiang Xingtong, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the card, gazed at Jiang Xueqi in astonishment. "Why are you giving me this black card all of a sudden?" A profound and inscrutable light flickered in Jiang Xueqi's dark eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, you may go shopping and buy whatever you desire." Jiang Xingtong hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to accept money from him, especially since she was not the woman he genuinely wished to marry. "It wouldn't be right for me to use your money." Reluctantly, she pushed the card back towards him. Jiang Xueqi regarded her with an enigmatic expression and once more presented the card. "Do not refuse. It is quite normal for me, as your husband, to provide you with funds while you, as my wife, prepare breakfast." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong smiled and accepted the black card. "In that case, I shall not be polite. I had planned to finish breakfast and then go shopping." Who would have thought that a simple breakfast would lead to the acquisition of an unlimited black card? It felt as though she had struck gold early in the day. Jiang Xueqi glanced at Jiang Xingtong, who was preparing to wash the dishes, and lightly said, "Go ahead. The maid can take care of the cleaning." Jiang Xingtong chuckled, "There's no rush, it was just the two of us dining, so it will be quick to clean up." While tidying the dining table, she teased Jiang Xueqi, "If it weren't for your current inability to stand, I would have insisted that you wash the dishes." The life of an ordinary couple typically involves one cooking while the other cleans. As Jiang Xueqi heard the words, his gaze suddenly darkened, and he lowered his eyes to his unresponsive legs. Jiang Xingtong sensed the atmosphere had become abruptly tense, realizing she had inadvertently touched a nerve. She quickly began to clarify. "I apologize, I did not mean to mock you." Jiang Xueqi's deep, obsidian eyes fixed upon Jiang Xingtong, and he resolutely inquired, "You previously mentioned that I am poisoned. Can you truly assist me in finding an antidote?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong instinctively reached for the black card she had just slipped into her pocket. Considering the significance of the card, she felt reluctant to declare it was a falsehood. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, "It is true." After all, Jiang Xueqi harbored doubts about her medical skills, acknowledging it held little consequence. "Then please help me with the antidote." Jiang Xueqi suddenly grasped Jiang Xingtong's hand. His expression resolute as he declared, "I wish to stand like a normal person." He found himself yearning for the ordinary married life Jiang Xingtong described, where she would cook and he would wash the dishes. Hence, he was willing to place his trust in her. Meeting Jiang Xueqi's starry, deep-set gaze, Jiang Xingtong felt a weight in her heart. "Are you willing to wholeheartedly believe in me and cooperate in this antidote process?" "Yes," Jiang Xueqi replied with a slight nod. Jiang Xingtong remained silent for a moment before fixing her serious gaze upon him. "It is imperative to address the poison promptly. We shall commence tonight. Come to my room this evening, and I will provide you with a detailed account of your condition and the antidote method." Jiang Xueqi's heart surged with emotion, and he nodded gravely in response, "All right." After Jiang Xueqi waited for Jiang Xingtong to finish washing the dishes, he left the house with her. He specifically instructed the driver to take Jiang Xingtong first to the finest shopping mall in the city center. Upon alighting from the car, Jiang Xingtong smiled and waved at Jiang Xueqi, saying, "Goodbye. You should hurry to the company." Jiang Xiyue replied, call me after you finish shopping. And I will have the driver come to pick you up. All right. Jiang Xingtong responded with a smile and added, you should get back to work. Hearing her words, Jiang Xiyue felt reassured and departed. After watching Jiang Xiyue leave, Jiang Xingtong turned and entered the elegantly designed, luxurious shopping mall. After taking the elevator to the upper floor and browsing around, she found that the mall offered a plethora of high-end clothing, jewelry, shoes, and accessories. Her wardrobe was already filled with the latest seasonal attire and jewels that Jiang Xiyue had purchased for her, so after a brief look around, she decided against buying anything and made her way back to the elevator. At that moment, the impeccably dressed Jiang Xueqi and Jiang's mother entered the elevator, laden with shopping bags. Jiang Xingtong felt that the grievances between her and the Jiang family had been settled in a previous life. This time around, with Jiang Xueqi seeking a new marriage, she had consented and severed all ties with the Jiang family, rendering them as mere strangers to her. Thus, she chose to ignore both Jiang Xueqi and her mother. Seeing Jiang Xingtong seemingly oblivious to their presence and failing to greet them, Jiang's mother expressed her displeasure, stating, some people see their adoptive mother and don't even offer a greeting, truly a heartless ingrate. Jiang Xueqi immediately covered her mouth and let out a mocking chuckle. Addressing Jiang Mu, mother, I have long noticed Jiang Xingtong. She strolled around but bought nothing, she must be short on funds. Having married into the Zhan family, yet unable to afford a single item in the mall, she must be too ashamed to greet us. After her altercation with Fu Zixing, he had gone to great lengths to comfort her throughout the night, even providing her with a supplementary credit card with a limit of 10 million, allowing her to spend freely. Although Fu Zixing is an illegitimate child and cannot currently access a vast amount of money, this is the best he can offer her. With this thought, Jiang Xueqi triumphantly waved the credit card in front of Jiang Xingtong, declaring, not everyone is fortunate enough to be pampered by their husbands and have money to spend. Despite Fu Zixing's status, his future potential is limitless. Jiang Xingtong likely remains unaware of the superior opportunities she has missed in life. As for Jiang Xiyue, that man, as cold as ice, only holds a special regard for his beloved, treating women as mere air, never investing thought or emotion in them. She had experienced this firsthand in her previous life. Jiang Xingtong cast a faint glance at the credit card in Jiang Xueqi's grasp, then observed the dark bruises on her face, which even the thick layer of foundation could not conceal. A smirk of derision played upon her lips as she replied, having a husband to spend on you is indeed pleasant. But one must be wary that your husband not only provides you with funds but also extends his generosity to other women. This remark struck a nerve with Jiang Xueqi, inciting her fury as she raised her hand to slap Jiang Xingtong across the face, exclaiming, you wretched woman, do you take pleasure in my misfortune? Jiang Xingtong, with swift reflexes, seized Jiang Xueqi's hand and retaliated with a sharp slap across her face. Instantly, Jiang Xueqi felt a ringing in her ears, her face marked with a swollen imprint of the palm. Clutching her painfully throbbing cheek, she glared at Jiang Xingtong, seething with anger, how dare you strike me again? Jiang Xingtong calmly withdrew her hand, stating, you initiated the attack, I merely acted in self-defense. I hope you remember this lesson and refrain from underestimating me in the future. Jiang Xueqi, gritting her teeth in fury, contemplated Jiang Xingtong's formidable prowess and chose to stifle her rage, retorting with scorn, Jiang Xingtong, you can only bully me in this setting. I imagine your life in the Zhan family is far from pleasant. Zhan Xiao provides you with no funds, ignores you entirely, and the servants of the Zhan household look down upon you and conspire against you. You lead a life worse than that of a dog. Unlike me, Fu Zixing dotes on me, lavishes me with money, and the household staff obey my every command. Do you find yourself regretting our marriage exchange now? Alas, your regret is of no consequence, you are destined to look up to me while leading a wretchedly brief existence. Jiang Xingtong regarded the self-satisfied Jiang Xueqi and let out a mocking laugh. How many servants could a mere illegitimate child like Fu Zixing possibly have? What financial support could he offer you? Jiang Xueqi boldly recounted her experiences in the Zhan family, seemingly oblivious to the inconsistencies in her words and the potential for Jiang Xingtong to uncover them. After all, the Zhan family adheres to strict rules and places great emphasis on privacy protection. With Jiang Xueqi's current capabilities, it is impossible for her to know what kind of life she leads within the Zhan family. She nonchalantly brandished the unlimited black card that Zhan S had just given her, waving it in front of Jiang Xueqi. Look at you, floating around. You might think that my life is not as good as yours. Let me tell you, not only does Zhang Xiao allow me to spend freely with this card, but he has also dismissed the disobedient servants. My life in the Zhang family is far from what you imagine. The one who should be regretting is you. Don't you think? Even if Fu Zixing does not possess Zhang Xiao's wealth, he has a robust physique. Upon seeing the black card, a flicker of jealousy and astonishment crossed Jiang Xueqi's eyes, and she immediately began to flaunt her abdomen, proclaiming, "Perhaps I already carry his child. Unlike you, who will never have the chance to ascend to Zhang Xiao's bed and bear a child for the Zhang family. This black card in your hand will eventually be given to another woman." Although in her previous life Zhang S had given the black card to Jiang Xingtong, she would never believe Jiang Xingtong's words. After all, she had personally experienced Zhang S's indifference towards women and the arrogance of the Zhang family's servants. Jiang Xingtong casually remarked, "Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on yourself. I've heard that the life of an illegitimate child can be quite thrilling. You should check yourself for any ailments before boasting about Fu Zixing's vitality." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi suddenly recalled the intimate photos of Fu Zixing and Zhou Jie, leaving her speechless and her complexion pale. Upon witnessing her daughter in distress, Mother Jiang furiously raised her hand, poised to deliver a slap to Jiang Xingtong. Just as her hand hovered in midair, Jiang Xingtong suddenly interjected, "Have you forgotten the lesson from the last wedding?" At her words, Mother Jiang froze, retracting her hand in anger, and demanded, "What do you mean by that? Is it your doing that Master Linda has suddenly ceased our collaboration?" With a smile that held an undercurrent of mockery, Jiang Xingtong regarded her furious mother and replied, "What do you think?" With that, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped out, turning her back to leave. Mother Jiang, filled with anxiety, hurried after her, calling out, "Jiang Xingtong, stop. You must clarify your words." Although Master Linda had ended their partnership less than a month ago, the Jiang group was already in disarray due to the loss of such a talented fashion director and numerous clothing copyrights. She needed to find a way to persuade Master Linda to return, otherwise, the Jiang group would face imminent collapse. Unfazed, Jiang Xingtong ignored her mother and swiftly vanished from sight. Just as Mother Jiang was about to pursue her, she was halted by Jiang Xueqi, who grasped her arm tightly. "Mother, we must go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Fu Zixing was clearly involved with that Zhou Jie. Who knows if that woman is ill?" Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Xueqi in surprise, asking, "Why?" Without providing a direct answer, Jiang Xueqi, with a troubled expression, led her mother away from the shopping mall, hurrying towards the hospital. In the opulent elevator, the affluent women silently finished their conversation about Jiang Xingtong and her mother, Jiang Xueqi. Upon witnessing the hurried departure of the two, they exchanged scornful whispers, their expressions tinged with mockery. Before long, a jest circulated within the upper echelons of society, further contributing to the cohort of those who looked down upon Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi. As night descended, adorned with brilliant lights, Jiang Xingtong and Zhang Xiyue concluded their dinner. Upon returning to the master bedroom, she had yet to discuss the matter of detox with Zhang Xiyue when a call from her mother-in-law interrupted her thoughts. Remembering her mother-in-law's generous and warm demeanor, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaging in an animated conversation, observing the harmonious exchange between Jiang Xingtong and her mother, Chu Yunqi. Zhang Xiyue maneuvered his smart wheelchair towards the wardrobe to retrieve a fresh set of clothes before heading to the bathroom. This master bedroom belonged to him, housing his belongings, and the bathroom had been specially redesigned to accommodate his mobility challenges. Bathing in the master bathroom proved to be far more convenient and effortless than in the guest room. After several minutes, Jiang Xingtong concluded her call with Chu Yunqi. Upon hanging up, she noticed Zhang Xiyue was absent from the bedroom, leading her to assume he had grown impatient and left. Feeling dusty after a day spent outside, she deemed it inappropriate to perform acupuncture on Zhang Xiyue in such an unclean state and resolved to take a shower first. To alleviate her concern that Zhang Xiyue might unexpectedly enter, she deliberately locked the door. With a sense of boldness, she tossed her dress and garments into the laundry basket that she had just retrieved, clutching a change of clothes as she strode confidently into the bathroom. Chapter 50, the embarrassing scene of a couple inside the bathroom, due to his reliance on a wheelchair. Zhang Xiyao found it inconvenient to shower and opted instead for a bath in the tub. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingtong, she did not hear the sound of the shower nor perceive Zhang Xiyao's presence, and she pushed the bathroom door open without hesitation. As Zhang Xiyao was momentarily dozing in the bath with his eyes closed, the sound of the door opening prompted him to instinctively open his eyes. The instant he saw the intruder, he flusteredly shut them again. Jiang Xingtong had no fondness for baths, preferring showers instead. Given the spaciousness of the bathroom, she momentarily overlooked the presence of another person in the tub and turned on the showerhead, preparing to wash. The moment Zhang Xiao heard the showerhead sputter to life, his handsome face flushed as if engulfed by flames, despite his inability to see anything. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered whether he should alert Jiang Xingtong to his presence or remain silent. If she remained unaware of him until she finished her shower, he could conveniently dismiss the incident altogether. However, if she were to discover him mid-wash, would she perceive him as a rogue with ill intentions? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wrestled with his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to inform Jiang Xingtong of his presence. After all, the outcome of a proactive warning could be vastly different from one born of passive discovery. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he emitted a hesitant cough. Upon hearing Zhang Xiao's cough, Jiang Xingtong's washing motion abruptly froze. She moved like a rigid marionette, slowly turning her head towards the direction of the bathtub. In the next moment, she beheld a captivating scene brimming with hormonal allure and palpable sexual tension, a handsome man bathing. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu reclined in the pristine white tub. His ebony hair tousled across his fair, full forehead. Perhaps to avoid any implication, his eyes were tightly shut, and his thick, raven-like lashes cast shadows upon his chiseled visage. Simultaneously, his long, pale neck arched slightly, his Adam's apple prominently visible. His well-defined, muscular chest and exquisite eight-pack abs were fully on display. Exuding an enchanting allure akin to a mythical siren, radiating an irresistible charm and formidable temptation. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xingtong entirely forgot her own embarrassment. Captivated by the mesmerizing and sensual Zhang Xiaoyu, it turned out that not only did the image of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath enthrall, but the sight of a handsome man bathing was equally enthralling. Ahem. With his eyes still shut, Zhang Xiaoyu, unaware of Jiang Xingtong's movements, instinctively coughed again, silently urging her to leave the bathroom. Upon hearing his cough once more, Jiang Xingtong, still in a daze, instinctively inquired, "Are you catching a cold?" At this, Zhang Xiaoyu could not help but open his eyes to gaze at Jiang Xingtong, retorting, "Is that what you should be asking right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently landed on an inappropriate sight, prompting him to hurriedly shut his eyes again. Yet, an indelible image lingered in his mind, indeed. A woman's skin could be as exquisite as mutton-fat jade, strikingly pale and delicately beautiful. Originally, a woman's waist can be so slender that it seems as if it could snap with a mere breath of wind. It is no wonder that ancient poets likened women to warm, fragrant jade and the gentle sway of willows in the breeze. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's reminder, Jiang Xingtong finally came to her senses. She instinctively felt the urge to scream, however, gazing at the handsome, alluring man reclining in the bathtub, eyes closed. Exuding a blend of charm and languor, she suddenly realized that she did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The impulse to scream dissipated in an instant. After all, there was no one else present to witness her embarrassment. If shame were to befall her, it would be a shared experience. Having mentally prepared herself, Jiang Xingtong leisurely wrapped herself in a towel, ensuring not a single inch was exposed. With her arms crossed, she regarded the man lounging in the bathtub with a composed demeanor. "How did you come to be here?" Sensing the rustling noise had ceased, Zhang Xiaoyu understood that Jiang Xingtong had composed herself and slowly opened his elongated, captivating eyes. He regarded her with a faint glimmer in his dark gaze, which instinctively traced the delicate contours of her exquisite face, then glided down her fair, elongated neck and sensual collarbone, ultimately resting upon the towel. Upon observing how the towel effectively concealed the enchanting scenery, a flicker of unacknowledged disappointment crossed his profound eyes. "This is my private bathroom. Is it not entirely normal for me to be here?" Jiang Xingtong replied, "However, the master bedroom is currently occupied by me, so you should not have entered this bathroom." Zhang Xiaoyu calmly explained, "The bathroom in the guest room is inconvenient for my bathing, hence, I chose to wash up here." Jiang Xingtong lightly bit her lip and suggested, "Why not move into the master bedroom? It would make your daily routines more convenient." Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, "And what about you?" Jiang Xingtong hesitated, "I." Zhang Xiaoyu interjected, "You could sleep in the guest room." Jiang Xingtong, visibly exasperated by Zhang Xiaoyu's interruption, clarified, "What I meant is that I wish for us to rest together in the master bedroom." Jiang Xiyue regarded her with an inscrutable expression. By your own words. We are not truly a married couple, sharing the same bedroom seems inappropriate. A flicker of earnestness shone in Jiang Xingtong's beautiful eyes. We are indeed husband and wife. If we sleep in separate rooms and others discover this, it may raise suspicions and become a source of gossip. Besides, grandmother Jean would undoubtedly worry. Do you wish for her to fret over your marital status at her age? Furthermore, have you forgotten our agreement to begin your detox tonight? It would be far more convenient for you to reside in the same room with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiyue's dark eyes deepened as he regarded Jiang Xingtong. His lips parting slightly, then let us reside together. Jiang Xingtong discreetly admired Jiang Xiyue's well-defined, perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs, smiling as she inquired. Is it convenient for you to bathe alone? Do you need my assistance? Witnessing his enticing physique so closely for the first time, she found herself curious about the sensation of touching those well-defined abs. It is rather amusing to note that, despite being married to Fu Zixing for several years in a previous life, she had never experienced a close encounter with a man's physique. The warmth that had gradually dissipated from Jiang Xiyue's face suddenly reignited, as he instinctively averted his gaze from Jiang Xingtong's evidently fervent stare. No need, you may leave, he stated. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance? Jiang Xingtong remarked wistfully as her eyes lingered on Jiang Xiyue's athletic and robust torso, which appeared lean when clothed yet well-defined when bare. Jiang Xiyue's ears flushed, yet his demeanor remained composed as he slightly nodded. Jiang Xingtong's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiyue's handsome visage, her inner cosmos ablaze, while her expression remained solemn as she declared, "Yi, you need not feel uneasy around me. As a doctor, I perceive only patients, devoid of any gender distinctions. Given your inability to move your legs, bathing must be quite inconvenient. Allow me to assist you. And it will be swifter." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xingtong advanced a step without awaiting Jiang Xiyue's response, raising her delicate, porcelain-like hand towards his defined abdominal muscles. Chapter 51, A Night of Ruin, Becoming a Vegetative State. She assured herself that her intentions were purely innocent, devoid of any malice. Just as Jiang Xingtong's youthful hand was about to make contact with Jiang Xiyue's abdomen, a large hand with prominent knuckles swiftly grasped her mischief-making hand. What do you intend to do? Jiang Xiyue's face hardened, his dark eyes piercing into Jiang Xingtong's startled countenance. I merely wished to help you bathe, truly. Leave. Jiang Xiyue commanded with a countenance as grim as a tempest. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the dark, handsome face of Jiang Xiyue, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her features as she chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll leave at once. However, could you kindly release my wrist first? With that, she delicately tilted her chin, gesturing towards the large hand that grasped her fair wrist. Following her subtle cue, Jiang Xiyue let out a cold snort and relinquished his hold. Next time you dare to be so forward, you can consider your hand forfeit. Once liberated, Jiang Xingtong wasted no time, turning in shame and hastily departing. My goodness! What had she just done? She had actually entertained the notion of taking advantage of this delicate yet formidable figure, Jiang Xiyue. She must have lost her senses. As Jiang Xiyue observed Jiang Xingtong's hasty retreat, the facade of coldness and ire that had clung to his face dissipated entirely. A shadowy, profound light emerged on his pale, sickly visage. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally emerged from the bathroom. Clad in a black silk bathrobe, freshly bathed, he sat gracefully in a smart wheelchair. At that moment, his raven black, thick hair fell in disarray over his forehead, softening the sharpness of his sword-like brows and starry eyes. His strikingly chiseled features, normally cold and aloof, now appeared remarkably gentle and youthful, reminiscent of an innocent university student, unaware of the harsh realities of the world. Yet, the black robe and the innate aura of nobility he exuded added an inexplicable air of mystery and dignity, enhancing his aura of unapproachable allure. Jiang Xingtong found herself utterly captivated once more. She could not fathom how Jiang Xiyue could be so breathtakingly beautiful, captivating her every time he appeared before her. Surely, his visage must be a masterfully crafted work of art by the divine. What are you staring at? Jiang Xiyue, towel in hand, was drying his hair when he suddenly felt Jiang Xingtong's intense gaze upon him. He lifted his eyes to meet hers, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Do I look rather disheveled sitting in this wheelchair? You just look so handsome. Jiang Xingtong snapped back to reality, responding with a radiant smile. Without reservation, She expressed her innermost thoughts. I truly do not understand why you manage to astound me every time you appear. Do you know why? Jiang Xingtong. This was a question he found himself unable to answer. Why don't you go freshen up? He awkwardly redirected the conversation, continuing to dry his hair. Observing this, Jiang Xingtong hurried to the bathroom, retrieved a hairdryer, and returned to Jiang Xingtong, her enthusiasm palpable. Using just a towel, 1 dry your hair quickly. Let me help you with the hairdryer, it will expedite the process. Without waiting for a response, she plugged in the dryer, her delicate hands weaving through his seemingly coarse, dark locks, diligently drying his hair. Jiang Xingtong, with no opportunity to refuse, sat stiffly in his wheelchair, obediently allowing Jiang Xingtong to tend to his hair. Throughout his life, he had always been averse to anyone touching him. Thus, he has always taken personal responsibility for his grooming rituals. This was the first time he experienced the sensation of another person drying his hair. Strangely, despite his usual aversion to physical contact with others, he found himself unperturbed by Jiang Xingtong's touch. The moment he felt her delicate fingers gliding over his scalp, an inexplicable warmth began to stir within him, enveloping his once unyielding heart in a soothing current. Unaware of Zhang Xian's unusual reaction, Jiang Xingtong noted the silence between them as somewhat awkward and sought to lighten the mood by speaking up, i.e., your hair is so soft. It hardly reflects the cold demeanor you usually display. What did you say? Zhang Xian inquired, the sound of the hairdryer drowning out her words. Although he could hear her voice, the content eluded him. Jiang Xingtong, with her keenly attuned ears, easily caught his question. She leaned closer, her lips nearly brushing against his ear, and reiterated her previous remark in a different manner. I said your hair is very soft, it feels lovely to the touch. Which is quite different from your aloof personality. Engrossed in her task, Jiang Xingtong remained blissfully unaware that her lips had come to rest against Zhang Xian's ear as she spoke. The sensation of her warm breath against his cheek and the softness of her lips on his earlobe left him feeling as if he had been frozen in place, speechless and immobile. However, his ears burned with a rapid heat, and his mind was a tumult of thoughts, rendering him utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Jiang Xingtong, noticing that Zhang S was ignoring her, reluctantly closed her lips, refraining from further conversation, and silently hastened the process of drying her hair. In no time, she had dried Zhang S's short hair, promptly switched off the hairdryer, and addressed him, all done, your hair is dry now, you may rest. Without waiting for his response, she swiftly turned and retreated into the bathroom. It seemed that Zhang S harbored a strong aversion towards her, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. Henceforth, she resolved to minimize her interactions with him to avoid the discomfort of self-inflicted awkwardness. Jiang Xingtong's indifferent withdrawal jolted Zhang S back to reality. He cast a vague, inscrutable glance toward the bathroom, and an unexpected shadow of disappointment flickered across his strikingly handsome face. Was it truly so swift to dry his hair? To evade the potential awkwardness of sharing the same bedroom with Zhang S, and to ease her own recent discomfort, Jiang Xingtong lingered in the bathroom for a while longer, engaging in the rituals of brushing her teeth, washing her face, and bathing. She nearly scrubbed away a layer of skin before finally emerging from the bathroom at a leisurely pace. Upon exiting the bathroom, she was taken aback to discover that Zhang S was absent from the master bedroom. Had they not agreed to share the master bedroom henceforth for the sake of convenience and detoxification? Where could he possibly have gone? Did he truly wish to avoid her company so fervently? The thought of Zhang S's aversion towards her, reminiscent of a guardian devoted to his white moonlight, left Jiang Xingtong feeling as if a damp cotton ball had been lodged in her chest, suffocating her with an overwhelming sense of despair. The following day dawned bright and beautiful, with radiant sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow upon Jiang Xingtong's face. Last night, Jiang Xingtong, unable to wait for Zhang Xingtong to return, found herself inexplicably sleepless for half the night. She was roused by the piercing rays of the morning sun. Shaking her head to dispel the inexplicable gloom within, she quickly arose to freshen up. Subsequently, she picked up her phone to briefly check the trending news. Not only did she learn of the abrupt bankruptcy of the coal magnate, Mr. Wang, who had attempted suicide by jumping from a building but survived as a vegetable, but she also discovered that Fu Shirlan had once again topped the trending searches. Without even having the time to eat her worried breakfast, she hurriedly set off to find Fu Shirlan. Chapter 52, Zhang Xiao awaits an urgent reply in accordance with her request. Reporters solemnly issued apologies online for the misunderstandings surrounding Fu Shirlan. vaguely informing the public that she was engaged to a powerful benefactor, whose gifts were worth billions, rendering any illegal fundraising unnecessary. Consequently, there were no longer posts online condemning or vilifying Fu Shilan. The latest trending topics predominantly consisted of apologies directed towards her. This led to widespread curiosity about the identity of Fu Shilan's formidable fiancé, propelling the topic to the top of the trending list. Though Jiang Xingtong had successfully assisted Fu Shilan in evading this scheme, the illegitimate daughter, Fu Shique, who had usurped Fu Shilan's position as the cherished daughter of the Fu family, harbored a dark and malicious heart. Upon realizing that Fu Shilan had managed to escape the traps she had set, and seeing her reputation and popularity soar as a result, she dared to insinuate that Hu Yunting was her fiancé, undoubtedly intending to create trouble for Fu Shilan. Given Fu Shique's current status as the cherished daughter of the Fu family, it would be a trivial matter for her to create trouble for Fu Shilan, the illegitimate child. Fu Shilan must swiftly reclaim her rightful identity from Fu Shique to ensure that she can no longer cause mischief. With a heavy heart, Jiang Xingtong hurried down to the living room, casually grabbing the car keys she had used the day before, and strode purposefully towards the door. She failed to notice Jiang Xueqi, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a financial magazine. Jiang Xueqi, observing Jiang Xingtong's disregard, coldly commanded, "Stop." Startled, Jiang Xingtong turned back, finally noticing Jiang Xueqi perched elegantly on the sofa, exuding an air of noble sophistication, reminiscent of a scion from a scholarly family, radiating an indescribable charm and grace. A flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes, yet upon recalling Jiang Xueqi's apparent disdain for her, she swiftly suppressed her emotions and replied with an impassive demeanor, "Is there something you need?" Since he did not favor her, she saw no reason to impose her warmth upon his indifference. Thus, she opted to maintain a prudent distance. Jiang Xueqi, noting Jiang Xingtong's aloofness, furrowed his striking brows and inquired, "Where are you heading?" The oddity of her mood piqued his curiosity. Who had upset her? Jiang Xingtong cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Xueqi and replied, "Personal matters, no further comment." As the expression on Jiang Sai's handsome face darkened abruptly, Jiang Xingtong, noticing his silence, spoke coldly once more, "If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, she turned to depart. Jiang Sai, observing her imminent exit, instinctively called out to retain her, "You have yet to have breakfast." The previous day, an urgent foreign project had encountered issues, prompting him to work through the night at the company. He had returned, not seeking rest, but rather wishing to share breakfast with Jiang Xingtong before heading out. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingtong cast a sidelong glance at him, her demeanor remaining frosty as she replied, "I do not eat breakfast." Jiang Sai's handsome face registered surprise, followed by a look of inscrutable emotions as he gazed into her cool, doe-like eyes. Displaying an uncharacteristic concern, he remarked, "Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health. Let us share a meal before you leave." "Thank you, but I have urgent matters and no time to eat," Jiang Xingtong replied succinctly, then resolutely stepped away. Watching her retreating figure, imbued with a sense of detachment and coldness, Jiang Sai felt an inexplicable discomfort in his chest, his beautifully shaped brows knitting together in a frown. Just the night before, Jiang Xingtong had not been like this. What had caused her sudden chill? A wave of unarticulated irritation welled within him, prompting him to instinctively pull out his phone and message his friends in their group chat. "I have a friend whose wife was once very affectionate towards him, but now she has inexplicably grown cold. What could be the reason?" After sending the message, Jiang Xueqi patiently awaited a response. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, the group chat remained eerily silent. Noticing this, Jiang Xueqi furrowed his brows and promptly sent a generous red envelope in the chat. In the blink of an eye, the envelope was snatched up. Jiang Xueqi thought to himself, "Ah. They have time to grab a red envelope, yet no time to address my inquiry?" As the president of an entertainment company, Hu Yunting had more leisure time than most. He was the first to seize the envelope and eagerly replied, "Is this the series about fabricated friendships?" "I understand." Jiang Xueqi responded, "Get to the point." Hu Yunting clarified, "The crux of the matter is that this friend you mentioned is you, isn't it?" Jiang Xueqi fell silent. Moments later, Hu Yunting realized he had been muted, leaving him feeling rather frustrated as he tousled his stylish silver hair, freshly styled by his hairdresser. Gu Yuqing glanced at Jiang Xueqi's question, pondered for a brief moment, and then earnestly analyzed, "Is it that once something is acquired, it is no longer cherished?" Jiang Xiyue instinctively replied, the key is that she has never possessed it. Gu Yuqing remained silent. Fu Zimo, in light of the red envelope, offered a perfunctory response, perhaps she has fallen out of love. Jiang Xiyue questioned, what does it mean to fall out of love? He and Jiang Xingtong were not particularly familiar, she must have never loved him, right? Fu Zimo contemplated the recent promotional narratives he had encountered while browsing short videos and, following a formulaic approach, replied earnestly, initially, when a woman is very affectionate towards her husband, it is undoubtedly because she loves him deeply. Later, the woman became indifferent towards her husband, which surely stemmed from her husband failing to cherish her love or inadequately reciprocating it, leaving her disheartened and sorrowful. Consequently, she resolved to withdraw her affection, hence her cold demeanor towards him. Jiang Xiyue, overhearing Fu Zimo's analysis, felt a flicker of obscure insight in his elongated phoenix eyes and ambiguously inquired, and then? Fu Zimo replied, then? It would likely lead to your friend's wife feeling despondent and opting for divorce, while your friend finds himself in a desperate pursuit to win her back. Doesn't he it? After all, most of the recommendations in the short videos revolved around divorce and the frantic chase that followed, thus, he was not entirely misguided. Jiang Xiyue pondered, are you certain? Fu Zimo affirmed, absolutely. Therefore, if your friend truly values his wife, he must swiftly make amends and bring her joy, persuading her to reconsider and not proceed with the divorce. Otherwise, he contemplated the promotional narratives he had seen in those videos and resolutely stated, once his wife divorces him and marries another, his pleas for forgiveness will be futile. Upon hearing Fu Zimo's response, Jiang Xiyue was suddenly engulfed by an indescribable emotion. He had never considered that Jiang Xingtong, whom he believed to be a mere acquaintance, had long harbored feelings for him. Now, feeling neglected and disheartened by his lack of response, she had resolved to withdraw her feelings and treat him with indifference. Upon reflecting on Jiang Xingtong's indifference towards him that morning, and the realization that such coldness would persist in their interactions, he felt as though a damp cotton ball had been stuffed into his chest, rendering him momentarily breathless. In a sudden epiphany, he understood that he did not desire Jiang Xingtong's aloofness. Consequently, he hurriedly registered a new online account, offering a generous reward for urgent inquiries, how to ease marital relations, how to rekindle the heart of a disheartened wife. At the Grand Huaxia Film City in the capital, on the set of The Enchanting Empress, a sharp crack resonated as another resounding slap echoed, leaving Fu Shilan with yet another crimson mark on her cheek. Her face was already swollen and bruised from the blows delivered by Fu Shiue, her scene partner, yet the director did not call for a halt, and none dared intervene. Forced to witness Fu Shilan endure a flurry of slaps from Fu Shiue. Chapter 53, The Retaliation That Knocked Out the Illegitimate Daughter. The wretched are merely pretentious. After delivering the slap, Fu Shiue glared venomously at Fu Shilan, laced with sarcasm as she scornfully berated her, what else can you do besides feigning pity before the prince? With your lowly origins, you are not worthy even to shine his shoes, yet you dare to dream of marrying him, such delusions are laughable. A man is merely a stumbling block in a woman's career, I have never regarded men highly. If you care for him, feel free to take him away. But do not unleash your madness upon me. Fu Shilan appeared oblivious to her pain, delivering her lines with remarkable prowess before turning to the director. Director, surely this scene is good enough to pass? This seemingly simple play has already been subjected to over 20 performances at the insistence of Fu Shiue. If this continues, her eardrums may very well be perforated by Fu Shiue's relentless pursuit of personal vendetta. No, I believe the angle at which I just struck you was not quite right. I did not appear sufficiently beautiful on camera, Fu Shiue interjected before the director could speak. Director, let us do it once more. Very well, we shall reshoot. The director acquiesced, fully aware of Fu Shiue's esteemed status as the most cherished daughter of the Fu family and the fiancée of Huiyanting, and thus dared not defy her, merely nodding in compliance. Empress of the World narrates the tale of a woman who traverses time, solely dedicated to her career. Despite her disdain for the emperor, she is persistently tormented by the emperor's concubines. Ultimately, her unconventional ambition and remarkable business acumen capture the emperor's attention and affection, leading her to rise as empress and eventually usurp the throne, becoming a sovereign in her own right. Fu Shilan, a newly crowned Best Actress, has been handpicked by Huiyanting to star as the female lead in this production. It is common knowledge within the entertainment industry that most actresses with abundant resources are backed by powerful patrons. And the connection between Fu Shilan and Hui Yunting is somewhat known among their peers. As Hui Yunting's legitimate fiancée, Fu Shiwei has deigned to take on the role of a villainous supporting character in this production, ostensibly to teach Fu Shilan a lesson in a manner that would not provoke Hui Yunting's ire. After all, in the realm of high society, marriages are generally understood to be devoid of affection, with the primary aim of advancing mutual business interests, allowing both parties the freedom to pursue their own romantic endeavors externally. If the legitimate wife were to confront the man's mistress, it would surely evoke disdain from him and lead him to perceive her as an inadequate partner. The other actors in the production cast sympathetic glances at Fu Shilan upon hearing the director's words, silently hoping that Fu Shiwei would soon calm her temper, allowing them to complete the day's filming without further delay. Observing the director's unprincipled acquiescence, Fu Shilan grasped that if she continued to yield and compromise, Fu Shiwei would not easily relent, she would only endure greater suffering. With a frosty gaze, she addressed Fu Shiwei, I hope you can exercise restraint, otherwise the one who will be embarrassed is not just me, but you as well. In response, Fu Shiwei placed her hands on her hips and scoffed, Ha! Fu Shilan, how dare you threaten me? Have you forgotten how you once knelt before me like a dog, pleading for mercy? At this, Fu Shilan's complexion turned ashen, her hands instinctively clenching into fists at her sides. It was true, she had once knelt before Fu Shiwei, pleading for her assistance. This was due to her mother's cancer diagnosis, and with her family's dire financial situation, she was unable to afford the exorbitant medical fees required for her mother's treatment. In her desperate bid to raise funds for her mother's healthcare, she had set aside her dignity and sought out her biological father, the current head of the Fu family, who possessed the means to provide the necessary support. However, the security at the Fu residence had barred her entry, dismissing her due to her modest attire. Just then, she had spotted Fu Shiwei, resplendent in an expensive princess gown, descending from a vehicle like a regal figure, and had beseeched her to grant her access to meet the head of the Fu family. Who would have imagined that the seemingly pure and noble Fu Shiwei would bring her to her knees in desperation? In order to cover her mother's medical expenses, she endured the humiliation of begging Fu Shiwei to let her enter the door. Yet Fu Shiwei merely laughed heartily, calling her a fool, and arrogantly declared that she was merely toying with her, vowing never to allow this illegitimate daughter to cross the threshold of the Fu family, lest she tarnish their reputation. Ultimately, by a twist of fate, in her quest to save her mother's life, she sold herself to Hui Yunting. At that time, she was unaware that Hui Yunting was already engaged, nor did she realize that his fiancée was Fu Shiwei herself. Thus, Fu Shiwei had no grounds to blame her for taking Hui Yunting, as all of this was merely the consequence of her own malice. Reflecting on this, a hint of sarcasm flickered in Fu Shilan's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Fu Shiwei, nonchalantly piercing her heart with her words, I nearly forgot. Had you not forced me to kneel in the rain all night until I fell ill, I would never have encountered Hui Yunting, nor would our paths have intertwined. It was Hui Yunting, after all, who happened upon me, on the brink of collapse in the downpour, and kindly offered me a cup of hot water, a fever reducer, and an umbrella. Consequently, when I found myself nearly coerced into marrying an old man, I instinctively turned to Hui Yunting, viewing him as a benevolent figure, a savior. Yet, he repeatedly emphasized that I should not be greedy or foolishly aspire to marry him, lest he cast me aside without mercy. Fu Shilan provocatively taunted Fu Shiwei. Thank you for weaving a red thread between me and Hui Yunting. If we eventually tie the knot, I promise to reward you with a generous red envelope. The words ignited Fu Shiwei's fury, her face turning ashen as she retaliated with a swift slap aimed at Fu Shilan's face. How dare this wretched woman pierce her heart with such remarks? The deepest regret of her life was not having ensured Fu Shilan was buried in a nameless grave at that moment, but rather allowing her to kneel in the rain for an entire night, humiliating Fu Shilan and inadvertently forging a connection between her and Hui Yunting. As Fu Shilan braced for the impact of the incoming slap, believing another mark would soon grace her face, a delicate hand, as pristine as jade, suddenly seized Fu Shiwei's wrist with surprising strength. In an instant, Jiang Xingtong raised her other hand. With a sharp crack, the sound of a resounding slap echoed in the air, but this time, it was Fu Shiwei who felt the sting. The unexpected blow left her cheek burning, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. With a gasp, she spat out a bloodied tooth, staring in disbelief at Jiang Xingtong, who had appeared before Fu Shilan to thwart her attack and retaliate with a slap of her own. You audacious wretch! Do you have any idea who I am? Fu Shixue seethed. I'm not the one conducting a household registration, so why should I care who you are? Jiang Xingtong retorted mockingly, shaking off Fu Shixue's grasp. I must inform you that I am the most cherished daughter of the Fu family, one of the 4 prominent clans. Furthermore, I am the fiancée of Huiyanting, another of the 4 esteemed families. Do you comprehend the dreadful repercussions of crossing me? Fu Shixue glared at Jiang Xingtong with a sinister gaze, threatening through clenched teeth. You had better kneel before me immediately and slap yourself 100 times as an apology. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you endure a living hell. Chapter 54, Kicking the Scoundrel and Utterly Defeating the Vixen. Jiang Xingtong curled her lips into a cold smile, looking down on Fu Shixue with disdain. Do you think you deserve to command me to kneel? You are nothing but a useless parasite, relying solely on others. Aside from leveraging your family background and your fiancé to intimidate others, what else can you possibly do? Who are you calling useless? Fu Shixue, infuriated by her words, raised her hand to strike Jiang Xingtong. However, Jiang Xingtong swiftly caught Fu Shixue's incoming slap with ease, using her other hand to seize Fu Shixue's hair. Pulling Fu Shixue's head toward the onlookers, she mockingly declared, when a person is unafraid of your lineage or your fiancé, and you cannot even land a single slap properly, doesn't that make you the true waste? With her scalp painfully tugged, Fu Shixue shouted in fury, Damn you, you shameless wretch. Have you lost your mind to dare pull my hair? Let go of me at once, or you shall pay dearly for those hands. Just as Jiang Xingtong was about to respond, a delicate, porcelain-like hand suddenly struck Fu Shixue's face with a resounding slap. Silence, you who incessantly denigrate others as lowly. I find none as contemptible as yourself. Fu Shixuan declared, delivering a resounding slap to Fu Shixue's face. That previous strike was the price for your slander against my friend. This one is merely a return gift. Before Fu Shixue could respond, another series of sharp slaps echoed through the air, striking her once more. Jiang Xingtong observed the marks on Fu Shixue's face with satisfaction, releasing her grasp on Fu Shixue's hair, and discreetly tucked away several strands of hair into the pocket of her sweatpants. Excellent, Fu Shixuan has finally learned to retaliate. It was high time for Fu Shixuan to demonstrate that she was not merely a victim to be trifled with. Fu Shixue, clutching her stinging cheek, seethed with rage, contemplating another fierce slap for Fu Shixuan. Yet, the pain radiating from her face rendered her hesitant to act rashly. In an effort to curry favor with Fu Shixue, the most favored daughter of the Fu family, Fu Zixing had brought Jiang Xueqi to visit her on set, only to witness the scene of Fu Shixue being struck by Fu Shixuan. He hurriedly reassured Fu Shixue, Sister, do not fear, I shall avenge you. With that, he furiously charged towards Fu Shixuan, raising his hand to deliver a fierce slap to her face. How dare you touch our family's precious daughter? However, Jiang Xingtong, seeing Fu Zixing approach with such ill intent, reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Fu Zixing was caught off guard and sent sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Jiang Xueqi hastily abandoned the gift she had purchased for Fu Shixue and rushed towards Fu Zihong, her voice laced with concern. Darling, are you all right? Fu Zihong, clutching his agonizing abdomen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, replied, My stomach hurts terribly, it feels as if my intestines have been kicked to the brink of rupture. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi's face darkened with fury as she pivoted and stormed towards Jiang Xingtong, raising her hand to strike her face. Jiang Xingtong, if anything happens to my husband, I will ensure you pay with your life. In a flash, Jiang Xingtong seized Jiang Xueqi's hand mid-swing, retaliating with a resounding slap across Jiang Xueqi's face. The force of the blow sent Jiang Xueqi's head reeling, leaving an immediate mark of red and swelling on her cheek. Cradling her stinging face, she glared at Jiang Xingtong through clenched teeth. Jiang Xingtong, how dare you strike me without cause, and so fiercely? It was you and your husband who initiated the confrontation, I was merely defending myself. Jiang Xingtong crossed her arms, a mocking glint in her eyes as she regarded the infuriated Jiang Xueqi, offering a feigned word of caution, you two are so inept. Perhaps you should consider whether your abilities are sufficient to defend others before rushing in and then blaming others for being too formidable. Fu Zihong, Jiang Xueqi. Fu Shixue, incensed, turned her ire towards Fu Zihong and Jiang Xueqi. You two are utterly useless. Even together, you couldn't touch a single hair on Jiang Xingtong, how dare you even attempt to stand up for her? Upon hearing Fu Shixue's scathing remarks, Both Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zihong felt an acute sense of embarrassment wash over them. Sister, do not be upset, I shall not allow you to suffer in vain. Fu Zixing gently reassured Fu Shixue. He then cast a furious glare at Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong, I did not lay a hand on you, yet you suddenly kicked me, causing excruciating pain in my abdomen. This cannot be deemed self-defense, rather, it constitutes intentional harm. Having said this, he turned to Jiang Xueqi and instructed, Xueqi, call the police at once. I intend to ensure that Jiang Xingtong faces legal repercussions. Very well, I shall notify the authorities immediately, Jiang Xueqi replied. Her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, swiftly reaching for her phone to make the call. Truly, a future tycoon, her intelligence shone through. She had not even considered this course of action. Upon hearing this, Fu Shixue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, just moments ago. That wretched woman Jiang Xingtong struck me, knocking out one of my teeth. I too shall report her for intentional harm. With both charges combined. Surely this vile creature will spend a year or more in prison. Fu Shirlan, upon hearing Fu Shixue's brazen words, felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively moved to shield Jiang Xingtong, declaring loudly, Jiang Xingtong is innocent, she merely acted to protect me. If you have any objections, let the officers arrest me instead. However, reason reminded her that her mother, undergoing chemotherapy abroad, depended on her to earn the substantial medical fees. If Fu Shixue succeeded in imprisoning her, the heartless scoundrel Hui Yunting would certainly neglect her mother's plight, leaving her mother to face certain death due to lack of funds for treatment. With a sense of regret and self-reproach, she addressed Jiang Xingtong, Jiang Xingtong. I am truly sorry for dragging you into this. I will immediately apologize to Fu Shixue and plead with her not to report this matter. Before Jiang Xingtong could respond, Fu Shixue arrogantly declared to Fu Shirlan, it is too late for you to realize your mistakes now. I will ensure that Jiang Xingtong is imprisoned, where she will suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Zhang Ning appeared, his demeanor cold as he cast a stern glance at Fu Shixue. Upon seeing Zhang Ning, Fu Shixue's expression of triumph faltered, and she incredulously inquired, Zhang Ning, who do you refer to as madam? Without acknowledging her question, Zhang Ning respectfully addressed Jiang Xingtong, Madam. Master Zhan has specifically come to escort you for a meal. You need only to meet with Master Zhan, the remaining matters will be handled by my subordinates. Although he could not comprehend why Master Zhan, who had been working tirelessly throughout the night, was so eager to take Jiang Xingtong to dinner, he understood that Master Zhan held her in high regard and thus must treat her as the true matriarch of the Zhan family. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's words, Fu Shixue's face drained of color. Jiang Xingtong was actually the wife of Master Zhan, the heir of the Zhan family, the youngest kingpin of the business world, and a figure feared by all in the capital. Anyone who crossed Master Zhan would face dire consequences. Jiang Xingtong, taken aback, nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then smiled as she waved goodbye to the unwilling Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi. My apologies, but I must take my leave now. After speaking, she lowered her head and whispered a few words to Fu Shirlan. Subsequently, under the reluctant and frustrated gazes of Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi, she gracefully turned and departed. Fu Shixue, feeling anxious, looked towards Fu Shirlan and inquired, What did Jiang Xingtong say to you? Chapter 55, Humble Plea for Mercy. Fu Shirlan regarded Fu Shixue's distressed expression and responded coolly, Are you fearful of offending Mrs. Zhan and incurring Zhan Xiao's wrath? Upon hearing these words, Fu Shixue's complexion paled as she glanced at the tall and imposing Zhang Ning, whose demeanor was as cold as ice. With a humble tone, she implored, Zhang Ning, could you please explain to Zhan Xiao that I was unaware Jiang Xingtong was his wife, which led to our conflict? I hope he will not hold it against me. I assure you, I will never dare to do so again. Zhang Ning was a trusted confidant of Zhan Sinai and could, to some extent, act on his behalf. Although her elder brother, Fu Zimo, was a close friend of Zhan Sinai, the latter was known for his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Anyone who offended him would find themselves regretting their actions, regardless of their identity. Zhang Ning gazed expressionlessly at the humbled Fu Shixue and remarked, Considering your brother Fu Ziming, I shall overlook this incident. However, in the future, when you encounter our Mrs. Xiao, remember to maintain a humble demeanor, otherwise. Zhang Ning, rest assured, I will treat Mrs. Zhan with the same respect I would afford Zhan Xiao. Fu Shixue interjected hurriedly, eager to appease him. The esteemed daughter of a prominent family entangled with a bastard, if your brother were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be greatly disappointed in you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning cast a glance at Fu Zixing, who lay sprawled on the ground, and with a cold snort, turned to leave. Fu Shixue watched Zhang Ying's retreating figure, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Immediately, she pivoted and seized the milk tea, snacks, and gifts that Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing had specially purchased for her, hurling them indiscriminately at the two of them. You worthless imbeciles. Don't think that by currying favor with me, you can gain the acknowledgement of the Fu family. The Fu family recognizes only my elder brother, Fu Zimo, as the sole heir. Hurry up and get out of my sight, do not taint the air here, making it unbearable for me to breathe. In an instant, Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi were left in disarray, their faces flushed with embarrassment at Fu Shixue's scathing remarks. Sister, Fu Zixing attempted to placate Fu Shixue, urging her to calm down, yet before he could finish his sentence, Fu Shixue delivered a resounding slap across his face. You wretched creature. Do not dare to call me sister. As a bastard, what right do you have to refer to me as such? With that, she dealt Fu Zixing a severe kick to his abdomen, all while he gazed at her in disbelief. Get out of my sight quickly, do not disgust me any further. Fu Zixing was knocked unconscious by the blow. Witnessing this, Jiang Xueqi finally snapped back to reality from the scene where Jiang Xingtong had been respected and defended by Zhang Ning, rushing over in a panic. Darling. What happened to you? Please wake up. However, Fu Shixue, filled with rage, kicked Fu Zixing once more. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and leave. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xueqi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, My husband lies in a state of unconsciousness, why do you persist in kicking him? Do you wish to bring about his demise? Upon realizing that Fu Zixing was indeed unconscious, Fu Shixue, enraged, kicked Jiang Xueqi back and retorted. What a stroke of bad luck. If you refuse to leave, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned sharply and called out to the director, Director, I shall not participate in this production any longer. Let the menial task of pleasing others be left to those of lesser stature. With an air of arrogance, Fu Shixue cast a disdainful glance at Fu Shirlan before addressing her assistant, Assistant Wang, accompany me to the dressing room and remove this wretched costume from my person. Return it to them. The fabric is atrocious, it has left my skin with rashes. After all, with the protection of the esteemed Mrs. Zhan, Fu Shixue dared not openly bully Fu Shirlan. If she wished to chastise her, it would have to be done in secret. The director, who had once transitioned from earning his first fortune as an actor to becoming a director, alongside the other actors present, exchanged knowing glances filled with discontent as they watched Fu Shixue depart. They were deeply dissatisfied. Had Fu Shixue not been the pampered daughter of the Fu family with an illustrious background, they would have surely rushed forth to administer a beating that would render her unrecognizable. Were they truly mere attention seekers, devoid of merit? They cherished acting as they would their very lives, portraying the joys and sorrows of every character before the audience, delivering emotional value that was undeniably significant. Nonetheless, Fu Shixue's departure brought a collective sigh of relief from all present. Due to Fu Shixue's deliberate harassment of Fu Shirlan, their scene today has been significantly delayed. Fortunately, Fu Shixue has departed. The director, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to Fu Shirlan, saying, Miss Fu, I sincerely apologize. In that situation, as a mere minor character, I truly dared not intervene, especially since both the Fu and Hua families are the primary investors in this production. If I were to offend them, the project would be jeopardized. You have endured much distress, I shall grant you a 2-day respite to rejuvenate your spirits. With a placid expression, Fu Shirlan loosened her traditional hairstyle, removing the hairpin. Director, I understand your position, I harbor no ill will towards you. She deeply comprehended that ordinary individuals are akin to mere pieces of meat on a chopping board in the face of capital, utterly powerless to resist. After speaking, she turned to her assigned agent and assistant. You two accompany me to the dressing room to remove your makeup and change clothes. Afterward, I shall treat you to a meal. Wow. Miss Fu is incredibly kind to us. Thank you, Miss Fu. The agent and assistant exclaimed joyfully. It is indeed a privilege to work with Miss Fu. With an inscrutable expression, Fu Shirlan cast a glance at her agent and assistant before stepping into the dressing room. Not long ago, Jiang Xingtong had informed her that her agent and assistant had been bribed by Fu Shixue. They were complicit in the scandal that nearly tarnished her reputation. These two individuals were not only her colleagues but also her most trusted confidants. She could scarcely believe that those she had treated with sincerity had truly betrayed her. Thus, she sought to personally verify the truth of Jiang Xingtong's claims. Overlooked by the crowd, Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing ultimately departed the scene in disarray, aided by the arrival of an ambulance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong entered the rear seat of a Rolls-Royce, where she beheld the poised, elegant, and strikingly handsome Jiang Xueqi. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Zhang Xiao, what urgent matter brings you to me?" Upon hearing her address, Jiang Xueqi's phoenix eyes momentarily darkened, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. Jiang Xingtong had previously referred to him as I, now, her formality felt oddly distant. Suppressing his discontent, he responded in a voice that, despite its chill, bore a gentle warmth, "I have come to invite you to dine with me." At his words, a wave of puzzlement washed over Jiang Xingtong. She had just assumed that Zhang Ning had merely fabricated the notion that Jiang Xueqi had taken the effort to invite her for a meal to bolster her standing. In truth, Jiang Xueqi's intentions were rooted in something else entirely. To her astonishment, he genuinely sought her company for dinner. "Why must you insist on dining with me? Has Jiang Xueqi suddenly come to the realization that without me as his breakfast companion, his solitary meals lack flavor? Or perhaps, as I had promised to prepare breakfast for him each morning, my failure to do so today serves as a deliberate reminder?" Meeting Jiang Xingtong's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Xueqi's phoenix eyes flickered with a hint of discomfort before he replied, his expression inscrutable, "Did you not promise to be responsible for my breakfasts from now on?" Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xingtong felt an inexplicable discomfort within her, her gaze icy as she shot a glance at Jiang Xueqi. "Given that you supported me today, I shall return and prepare breakfast for you." She naively believed that Jiang Xueqi enjoyed her companionship at mealtime, unaware that he had come to fetch her solely to prepare breakfast for her. Not a single day of respite was granted, indeed. The black card was notoriously difficult to obtain. The insatiable capitalist. Jiang Xueqi discreetly observed the cold expression on Jiang Xingtong's face. Wasn't he informed that the first step to mending a strained relationship was to provide the other party with a way out? Wasn't the path he offered sufficiently clear? Why, then, did Jiang Xingtong remain so aloof? The two exchanged no words as they returned to the Zhan residence. Once Jiang Xingtong alighted from the vehicle, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare a simple yet quick dish of tomato and egg noodles for Jiang Xueqi. Subsequently, she placed the noodles directly in front of him. "Breakfast is ready, you may eat." Jiang Xueqi gazed at the solitary bowl of noodles before him, a myriad of complex emotions crossing his handsome face as his deep black eyes turned toward Jiang Xingtong. "Are you not going to eat? I have matters to attend to." "You may eat alone," Jiang Xingtong coldly retorted before turning to leave. Jiang Xueqi watched her hurried departure, his heart sinking at the sight of her disappointed figure. What must he do to rekindle the warmth she once radiated towards him? Staring at the visually appealing and aromatic tomato and egg noodles before him, he found his appetite vanished, and he picked up his phone to seek urgent help online. Urgent. How can I placate my angry wife? In the makeup room, Fu Shirlan smiled as she presented the makeup remover and facial cleanser recommended by Sister Wang and the assistant before them. "Sister Wang, the director has granted me a 2-day break, so both you and Xiaoli can take the day off today. Once you finish your makeup removal and cleansing, you may leave work and head home." When Jiang Xingtong departed from the set, she had mentioned that Sister Wang and the assistant had been compromised. The products they had prepared for her, if used over an extended period, could ruin her skin to the extent that even a plastic surgeon would be unable to remedy the damage. She considered herself to have treated them well and found it hard to believe they could be so cruel. Sister Wang protested, "But I have a gathering to attend shortly. I truly cannot wash my face." The assistant, hearing the manager's excuse, quickly chimed in, "I also need to meet my boyfriend later, so I cannot remove my makeup either." Fu Shirlan regarded the two with a cold smile. "How fortuitous that both of you have prior engagements." Indeed, Sister Wang and the assistant nodded in perfect harmony. Fu Shirlan, with deliberate slowness, remarked, "However, did you not just agree to join me for dinner after work?" Instantly, the expressions of Sister Wang and the assistant stiffened, and they exchanged awkward glances with Fu Shirlan. Thinking quickly, Sister Wang said, "I was just contemplating dinner, I completely forgot about my gathering." The assistant hastily added, "Me too. As soon as food was mentioned, I lost track of the fact that I have a boyfriend." Fu Shirlan's gaze was slightly frosty, and with a half-smile, she lightly tapped the makeup box before her. Perfect timing. My reputation for makeup application is renowned for its speed and finesse, surpassing even that of professional makeup artists. Since you both have dates, it is imperative that I prepare you to dazzle and captivate the crowd. First, you two should remove your makeup and cleanse your faces. Then, I shall create a look that is 100 times more flattering than your current one. Sister Wang and the assistant exchanged wary glances at the sight of the makeup remover and cleanser, declining with reluctance. Oh, that seems like quite the trouble. We don't have any burdens and would prefer not to reapply makeup. Why the formality among us? Fu Shilan responded, directly placing the makeup remover and cleanser into their hands. Go ahead and cleanse your faces without worry. Back in drama school, I was dubbed the master of transformation. Every classmate I adorned would shine, showcasing their strengths and captivating all. You must not miss my makeup lesson. Once you learn, you will undoubtedly become even more beautiful and eye-catching. Come, witness how I can turn the mundane into the extraordinary. Had it not been for her mother's sudden illness, she would not have withdrawn from school in her sophomore year and entered the entertainment industry with the help of Hui Yunting. She might still be in the same class as Jiang Xingtong, poised to graduate as a senior. The agent and the assistant exchanged a glance filled with panic. Yet the agent resolutely stated, Lan Lan, this gathering is truly urgent for me. Before Sister Wang could finish her sentence, Fu Shilan interjected playfully. If you continue to concoct excuses to avoid showing me the facial cleanser and makeup remover, I might start to suspect that you've laced them with poison. Sister Wang's body stiffened abruptly. Ultimately, under Fu Shilan's insistence, the assistant and Sister Wang tremulously used the makeup remover and facial cleanser with palpable trepidation. Fu Shilan nonchalantly recorded their shaking hands and anxious expressions. Once they had washed their faces, she swiftly applied their makeup anew. However, shortly after finishing, she claimed that the look was unsuitable and insisted they reapply the makeup remover and facial cleanser. She continuously sought excuses, compelling the agent and assistant to use the remover and cleanser 3 times before finally allowing them to leave. Each time they used the products, their hands trembled more violently. She meticulously captured their unusual reactions on film. After their departure, Fu Shilan, her eyes reddened, gazed at the video of the agent and assistant, tears slowly cascading down her cheeks. They had truly betrayed her. Had it not been for Jiang Xingtong's warning, she would have been disfigured. A monster unable to grace the stage again. With a sense of relief from her narrow escape, she promptly sent a message to Jiang Xingtong, expressing her gratitude for the alert and inviting her to meet the following day. She wished to express her gratitude to Jiang Xingtong in person for her reminder. And she longed to inquire how Jiang Xingtong had come to know that her manager and assistant had been bribed, with the intention of utterly disfiguring her. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan made their appearance at the hot pot restaurant they cherished during their school days. As they entered the private room, Jiang Xingtong abruptly reached out and plucked a hair from Fu Shilan's head. Before Fu Shilan could voice her surprise, a sudden pang shot through her scalp. Clutching her head, she looked at Jiang Xingtong in bewilderment. Why are you pulling my hair? Jiang Xingtong responded candidly, I'm conducting a paternity test for you. Fu Shilan's brows furrowed in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Xingtong. A paternity test for me? Who do you want me to take a paternity test with? Why would we need a paternity test? Chapter 57, Scalding Water on the Face of the White Lotus. Jiang Xingtong looked at Fu Shilan with a complex expression. Naturally. It's for you and... Suddenly, someone tapped Jiang Xingtong on the shoulder, and a familiar voice interrupted her. Tong Tong, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you at a hot pot restaurant. Upon hearing this voice behind her, Jiang Xingtong's expression turned slightly cold as she turned her head to look. Upon catching sight of the delicate woman behind her, resembling a fragile little white flower, an instinctive urge to protect surged within her. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in the depths of the woman's eyes before she spoke with an air of indifference. Zhou Jiai. In this reincarnation, it was the second occasion she had encountered Zhou Jiai, the first being during her journey to obtain a marriage certificate with Shan Xia. However, they had not exchanged greetings directly. In her previous life, Zhou Jiai had artfully played the role of a considerate best friend, always thinking of her. In truth, she had long conspired with Fu Zixing, deceiving her like a fool and treating her as a mere servant to fulfill their desires. Zhou Jiai, exuding an air of familiarity, settled beside Jiang Xingtong, casting a disdainful glance at Fu Shilan, who sat across from Jiang. Then, adopting a tone that feigned concern for Jiang Xingtong, She began to advise, Tong Tong, why are you dining with such a disreputable person whose values are questionable? I understand your kindness and your desire to retain a friend. Yet sometimes, divergent paths do not warrant companionship. To protect your reputation and to shield yourself from the prying eyes of others, it would be wise to distance yourself from those who lack self-respect. As her words lingered in the air, Fu Shilan's radiant face instantly paled. Her self-esteem crumbling as she clenched her fists, stealing a furtive glance at Jiang Xingtong's expression. In truth, she did not need others to remind her. She too felt that being someone's mistress was a profoundly humiliating act. Moreover, Hui Yunting is engaged, which amplifies her feelings of being an unwelcome intruder in someone else's relationship, stirring profound guilt within her conscience. Otherwise, during her time on set, she would not have passively endured over 20 slaps from Fu Shiue, only retaliating after reaching her breaking point. Jiang Xingtong regarded Zhou Jiayi with a sardonic smile, observing her righteous demeanor and her pretense of concern. Zhou Jiayi, if that is your perspective, it seems your moral compass is quite upright, and you hold disdain for those shameless women who meddle in others' relationships, do you not? Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan's previously despondent expression turned ashen, her hands instinctively clenching tightly, her nails digging into her flesh unnoticed. Zhou Jiayi, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xingtong was alluding to her, arrogantly raised her chin and cast a more contemptuous glance at Fu Shilan. Indeed, women who engage in such affairs are not only disgraceful but utterly shameless. A woman like her will inevitably face the wrath of the rightful partner. And should she happen to extract some financial gain from her liaisons, she may find herself embroiled in legal battles to reclaim what was lost. In the end, not only will she lose her dignity and face, but she will also walk away empty-handed, truly losing both the man and her fortune. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayi's overtly disdainful mockery, Fu Shilan stood up, her face as pale as snow, and addressed Jiang Xingtong. Miss Jiang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your reunion any longer. I will take my leave now. With that, she hurriedly turned and departed. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtong quickly reached out to grasp Fu Shilan's wrist, wishing to explain. Lan Lan. Suddenly, Zhou Jiayi intervened, pulling Jiang Xingtong's hand away, her face a mask of trepidation. Oh dear. Tong Tong, how can you touch just anyone? I've heard that those who become mistresses lead sordid, chaotic lives. What if she carries some unspeakable contagious disease and infects you? Upon hearing this, the color drained from Fu Shilan's face, leaving her as pale as a corpse. Embarrassed, she immediately released Jiang Xingtong's hand, denying her a chance to respond, and turned to flee the scene. Zhou Jiayi watched Fu Shilan's disheveled retreat, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and she gleefully remarked, I never imagined Fu Shilan would fall so low. She still possesses a shred of shame. In a sudden outburst, Jiang Xingtong lifted a cup of water and splashed the scalding liquid onto Zhou Jiayi's face. Ah! Zhou Jiayi instantly released Jiang Xingtong's hand, crying out in shock. Hastily, she raised her sleeve to wipe the water from her face, glaring at Jiang Xingtong in fury. Jiang Xingtong, are you insane? Why would you douse me with boiling water? Glancing at Zhou Jiayi's reddened face, Jiang Xingtong held onto the cup, leisurely pouring another glass before feigning indifference as she said. My apologies, my hand slipped. Who told her to have such poor character and to insult Fu Shilan? Zhou Jiayi eyed Jiang Xingtong skeptically. A slip of the hand could drench my face? Why not? Jiang Xingtong retorted. Jiang Xingtong lifted her cup and leisurely took a sip. As she felt the temperature of the water, which was not particularly hot, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Had the water splashed onto Zhou Jiayi's face been sufficiently scalding, she might have been left disfigured and would have had no time to engage in idle chatter with her. Zhou Jiayi, recognizing that Jiang Xingtong was her benefactor, dependent on her for tuition and living expenses, knew that even if Jiang had not merely been careless but had intentionally splashed her with hot water, she could not afford to fall out with her. She took a napkin to dab at her still damp face, forcing a smile at Jiang Xingtong. It's quite all right, I understand you are so kind-hearted. How could you possibly splash me with boiling water? As she spoke, she touched her fair, innocent visage with a faint pout, subtly voicing her complaint. If only that water had been a tad hotter, I would have been left disfigured. Jiang Xingtong, observing the endearing and ingratiating demeanor of Zhou Jiayi, was reminded of her past life. In her previous existence, Zhou Jiayi had relied on her seemingly harmless, delicate appearance to gain Jiang's unwavering trust, interpreting Zhou's affectionate and sycophantic behavior as a testament to their profound friendship, allowing her to indulge in boundless displays of charm. It was only after her tragic demise that she realized Zhou Jiai's affectionate faade was but a mask for her resentment. Zhou Jiai had loathed her all along, believing that Jiang's support stemmed from pity and disdain, viewing her as someone beneath her. Alas, the water had not been hot enough. Jiang Xingtong bluntly uttered this thought. If the boiling water were a bit more forceful, Zhou Jiai would no longer be able to use her innocent first-love visage to ensnare others. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, Zhou Jiai furrowed her brows and cast a discontented glance at her. Tong Tong, what do you mean by that? Jiang Xingtong replied coldly, the literal meaning. Do you wish for me to be disfigured? Zhou Jiai retorted angrily, are you still my best friend? Chapter 58, grasping her vulnerability. Jiang Xingtong, no. She had responded to Zhou Jiai's latter question, yet Zhou Jiai mistakenly believed she was addressing the former. With a light chuckle, she remarked, I knew you wouldn't want me to be disfigured. Without waiting for Jiang Xingtong's reply, she gazed at her with a troubled expression, saying, Tong Tong. There's less than a week until school starts. This is our final semester of senior year. Tuition and living expenses are likely to be more burdensome than before. I truly do not wish to inconvenience you any further. Really? Jiang Xingtong smirked, mockingly observing Zhou Jiai, who was retreating in order to advance, desperately seeking financial assistance. Zhou Jiai nodded, yes, I understand that life is not easy for you either. I continually rely on you for my living and tuition expenses, which must be a source of distress. Very well then, you shall find a way to cover your own tuition and living expenses. Jiang Xingtong replied, her expression inscrutable as she cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Jiai, who was both resolute and indecisive. Zhou Jiai, taken aback by Jiang Xingtong's response, stiffened and asked in disbelief, you truly do not intend to provide me with tuition and living expenses? Did you not say that you no longer wished to trouble me? Jiang Xingtong retorted with an air of indifference. Zhou Jiai's face fluctuated between shades of anger and distress, although I truly do not want to burden you any longer. You have always covered my tuition and living expenses. If you suddenly cease to support me financially, how am I to continue my studies and sustain myself? That is your own predicament, Jiang Xingtong replied with a mocking expression, her gaze fixed on the fuming Zhou Jiai. After all, I am not your mother, obligated to care for you for a lifetime. At her words, Zhou Jiai slammed her hand on the table and sprang to her feet. Her once innocent visage now twisted with rage. Jiang Xingtong, what is wrong with you today? What have I done to deserve your hostility? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Jiang Xingtong shot back, her eyes glinting with derision. Zhou Jiai, feeling cornered, averted her gaze and, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded. Tong Tong, I have done nothing wrong. You are deliberately seeking to provoke me. If you are feeling upset, please do not use me as a punching bag. We are supposed to be the best of friends, your current behavior deeply saddens me. Let us discuss the matters of tuition and living expenses when you have calmed down. With that, she turned and left before Jiang Xingtong could respond. Jiang Xingtong watched Zhou Jiai's hurried retreat, her tone icy as she called after her. Your tuition and living expenses are your own concern, do not trouble me again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiai paused her steps, turning to Jiang Xingtong with tears glistening in her eyes. Tong Tong, what on earth is wrong? Aren't we the best of sisters, inseparable? How can you utter such cold and heartless words? Jiang Xingtong regarded the pitiable Zhou Jiai, clad in a cleverly designed cream-colored dress, weeping like a delicate pear blossom, and crossed her arms defiantly. I apologize, but my mother has only given birth to me. Moreover, you have merely viewed me as a free ATM, never truly considering me a sister. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhou Jiai's eyes at these words, prompting her to hastily reply, Tong Tong, have you been misled by someone? I have never seen you as a mere machine for withdrawals, I genuinely regard you as my sister. Is that so? Jiang Xingtong retorted coolly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Then please enlighten me, what have you ever done for me? Zhou Jiai's expression faltered momentarily, before she feigned hurt and responded. Must our sisterhood be so calculated? Can't our bond be a bit more pure? Please, don't be so worldly. Jiang Xingtong, amused by Zhou Jiai's attempt to play the victim, could not help but chuckle. To genuinely regard someone as a sister is not merely a matter of words. It requires tangible actions. For instance, I have sincerely supported you by covering your tuition and living expenses. And you? What have you done for me in return? Zhou Jiai, feeling cornered, weakly defended herself, my living conditions are poor, and it is a struggle for me to get by. I simply cannot provide anything for you. Jiang Xingtong, is it truly a lack of ability, or simply a reluctance to take action? You find yourself short on funds, however. You could prepare a meal for me with your own hands, or create some handmade gift to express your sentiments. After all, it is the thought that counts. I would never look down upon such gestures, yet have you ever attempted that? Zhou Jiai. After a brief moment of silence, unwilling to let her living expenses and tuition evaporate, she reluctantly revealed her trump card. Tong Tong. I am aware that you have been searching for the young man who once rescued you from kidnapping during your childhood. Thus, I have been quietly seeking him out for you. At last, I have uncovered information regarding him. I wonder if you are interested in knowing. Had it not been for the incident where she secretly met with Fu Zixing, an encounter that was discovered by his newlywed wife, Jiang Xueqi, she could have easily persuaded Fu Zixing to provide her with living expenses and tuition. Alas. At present, Fu Zixing is under the watchful eye of Jiang Xueqi, rendering her unable to contact him or receive any financial assistance. Consequently, she must cling desperately to Jiang Xingtong. This naive and affluent fool. Upon hearing this, a shadowy glint flickered in Jiang Xingtong's beautiful eyes. In her previous life, Zhou Jiai had deceived her with this very information, manipulating her to pour her heart out for that scoundrel, Fu Zixing. Now, having married Zhang Xi, did Zhou Jiai still wish to exploit this information to induce her to risk everything for Fu Zixing? A chilling light emerged in Jiang Xingtong's gaze as she scoffed. If I were indeed interested, would that not imply I must assume responsibility for your living expenses and tuition? My apologies. I wish to know nothing at all. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Jiai hurriedly approached and seized Jiang Xingtong's arm, exclaiming, "You are now married to the heir of the Zhan family, living a life of luxury and comfort. Do you not realize that the young man who saved you all those years ago is now languishing in the hands of human traffickers? Living a life worse than that of a beast? Are you truly willing to disregard his fate and become a person devoid of gratitude?" At these words, Jiang Xingtong's expression darkened abruptly. She grasped Zhou Jiai's collar, anxiously demanding, "Where is he now? Please take me to him at once." It seemed that Zhou Jiai had indeed located that young man in her previous life, yet she had chosen not to reveal the truth, instead deceiving Jiang Xingtong into regarding Fu Zixing as her savior. When that young man rescued her, they had made a pact to marry each other when they grew up. She had believed they had both escaped the clutches of their captors, only to discover that he still remained in the hands of traffickers. Observing the urgency in Jiang Xingtong's demeanor, a flicker of triumph appeared in Zhou Jiai's eyes. She then pushed Jiang Xingtong's hand away and said with a resigned tone, "I wish I could tell you, but my living expenses and tuition are still unresolved. What do you propose we do about that?" Chapter 59, A Lesson for the Enemy. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Zhou Jiai, whose eyes brimmed with menace and whose face bore a hint of smugness, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. She let out a soft laugh and playfully slapped Zhou Jiai's innocent face. "What is this? Are you now willing to forsake your dignity for money?" Moments ago, she had been flustered and nearly misled by Zhou Jiai. In her previous life, Zhou Jiai was misled, believing that Fu Zixing was the young man she sought, which resulted in a lifetime of misplaced affections. In this life, Zhou Jiai might still be inclined to deceive Fu Zixing into thinking he is that very young man. Oh. But no, to be precise, you have long since lost your sense of shame, otherwise, you would not take my support for granted. When I ceased to aid you, you resorted to threatening and deceiving me with matters dear to my heart. This act, though not physically harmful, is profoundly insulting, causing Zhou Jiai's expression to stiffen and a flicker of anger to appear in her eyes. Suppressing her fury, she spoke to Jiang Xingtong with a tone of feigned innocence. "I am not threatening you. I merely consider you a good friend and wish to help you fulfill your desires. As for deception, that is utterly out of the question." Jiang Xingtong regarded Zhou Jiai thoughtfully before responding coolly, "If you are not deceiving me, then bring the person I seek directly before me. I shall fulfill whatever you desire." With that, she turned away, disregarding Zhou Jiai entirely. As she brushed past Zhou Jiai, their shoulders collided unexpectedly, causing Zhou Jiai's phone to slip from her grasp and shatter upon hitting the ground, its screen fracturing into countless pieces. Infuriated, Zhou Jiai picked up the broken device and thrust it toward Jiang Xingtong, her voice laced with ire. "Jiang Xingtong, are you unwell today? First, you doused me with scalding water, and now you have deliberately damaged my phone. I have always regarded you as my closest friend. Why do you choose to target me so maliciously? Jiang Xingtong remarked, a good dog does not obstruct the path. Why do you stand in the middle of the road? Nevertheless, rest assured, I am a reasonable person. If it is truly broken, I shall compensate you with a new one. With that, Jiang Xingtong cast a cold glance at the furious Zhou Jia and reached for her phone. Delicately handling the pristine device over the shattered screen, she spoke nonchalantly. It's merely a broken screen, it won't cost much. A screen replacement is just a few hundred yuan, so I shall give you 1,000. As she finished, she initiated a transfer via WeChat. The transaction is complete, please check your account. After the transfer, Jiang Xingtong turned to leave, but Zhou Jia, dissatisfied, seized her arm. No. This phone was a gift from my boyfriend, it holds great significance to me. Your compensation of 1,000 is insufficient. Jiang Xingtong inquired, how much do you require? Zhou Jia replied, at least 10,000. With a bemused smile, Jiang Xingtong shot her a skeptical glance. Are you attempting to take advantage of the situation? This phone, even brand new, costs merely a little over 8,000, yet you demand 10,000? Zhou Jia insisted with an air of entitlement. I have stated that this phone is of immense significance to me. You must compensate me for its loss, the additional amount is for emotional distress. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Zhou Jia, whose greed was glaringly apparent, and scoffed, disappointment flooding her eyes. It seems you have never regarded me as a friend, but rather as a fool to exploit. How foolish of me to have been sincere towards you all along. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia's expression stiffened momentarily, before she swiftly masked her avarice and feigned a sense of grievance. Xingtong, she said, I truly regarded you as a friend before. It is your actions today that have left me feeling humiliated and heartbroken. It is evident that you no longer wish to maintain our friendship. And that is why I have been so particular with you. As she spoke, she discreetly assessed Jiang Xingtong's demeanor, quickly calculating in her mind. And then with a sincere visage, she continued, if we reconcile and resume our close friendship, I assure you that I will not seek any compensation from you. The benefits of being friends with Jiang Xingtong far exceed that mere 10,000 yuan. Previously, her university tuition, living expenses, and even her clothing and accessories had all been generously provided by Jiang Xingtong. Although the garments and bags crafted by Jiang Xingtong bore no brand names, they were exquisitely unique and strikingly beautiful, attracting the admiration of many female classmates who eagerly sought to purchase them at high prices. Through the clothing and accessories supplied by Jiang Xingtong, Zhou Jia had managed to sell items worth 1 or 2 million, leading a rather luxurious life on campus. Yet, it appeared that Jiang Xingtong remained blissfully unaware of the stunning allure and popularity of her handcrafted creations. Catching a fleeting glimpse of Zhou Jia's calculating gaze, Jiang Xingtong's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Then let us reconcile. Zhou Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. What about my tuition and living expenses? Rest assured. You shall have everything, Jiang Xingtong replied. Just remember to bring the person I need to meet. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave now. Having spoken, she thrust the shattered phone into Zhou Jia's hands and turned to leave. Zhou Jia gazed at Jiang Xingtong's retreating figure, and without hesitation, she swiftly dialed Fu Zixing. Meanwhile, after Jiang Xingtong departed, she opened her phone and typed in a few lines of code on the screen before connecting her Bluetooth earbuds and placing them in her ears. Moments later, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Zhou Jia and Fu Zixing through the earbuds. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Jiang Xingtong's lips as she listened. Indeed, as she had anticipated, Zhou Jia was attempting to deceive her by manipulating Fu Zixing. It seemed that the intimate photos of Zhou Jia and Fu Zixing, which she had anonymously sent to Jiang Xueqi, had not inflicted significant damage upon Zhou Jia. Thus, she resolved to provide Jiang Xueqi with more potent evidence to ensure Zhou Jia's downfall. Nearby, Jiang Xingtong casually entered a restroom, removed the seemingly simple and unremarkable lady's watch from her wrist, and swiftly disassembled it into fragments. After reassembling it, a virtual blue computer screen and keyboard materialized before her. Perched on the toilet seat, she quickly typed lines of code on the virtual keyboard. Before long, she had installed her own programmed eavesdropping and screen-sharing software onto Zhou Jia's phone. Whenever she wished, she could listen in on Zhou Jia's conversations and actions, effortlessly controlling her phone without leaving a trace. Just moments ago, while manipulating Zhou Jia's phone to make a transfer, She had merely seized the opportunity to implant a virus into it. There was no way she would be willing to reconcile with Zhou Jie. She simply had no intention of parting with even a mere 10,000 yuan. Of course, she seized this opportunity to lower Zhou Jie's guard, devising a method to extract from her every single item she had previously taken. Swiftly, she downloaded all the intimate photos and videos related to Fu Zixing stored on Zhou Jie's phone, then packaged them and sent them to Jiang Xueqi. Chapter 60, Mrs. Zhang confesses to Mr. Zhang having accomplished this. Jiang Xingtong promptly returned her watch to its original state, then took out Fu Shirlan's hair from her pocket and placed it into a pre-prepared sealable bag. Gazing at Fu Shirlan's hair, her brows knitted slightly. She had obtained hair from both Fu Shirlan and Fu Shixue. What remained elusive was the hair of Fu Shirlan's biological parents. The Fu family was one of the 4 great clans, and she did not know them at all, making it somewhat challenging to acquire their hair. However, she was fortunate that her husband was Jiang Xiyue. She could seek Jiang Xiyue's assistance. With this thought in mind, she resolved to visit the Zhang group to find Jiang Xiyue. On her way, Jiang Xingtong reflected on Jiang Xiyue's indifference towards her and suddenly felt that approaching him empty-handed might not yield success. Thus, she decided to bring him a gift. There is a saying, one who eats soft food is reluctant to bite the hand that feeds them. If Jiang Xiyue accepted her gift, how could he possibly refuse her request? As Jiang Xingtong contemplated this, she happened to notice a flower vendor by the roadside. She approached the young proprietor and said, "Sir, please give me the cheapest bouquet of flowers." Jiang Xiyue was exceedingly wealthy, and presenting him with an extravagant gift would seem inappropriate. A modest offering would likely be more fitting. Hence, she deemed flowers to be quite suitable. However, a man like Jiang Xiyue, who is indifferent to women and possesses a cold demeanor, surely does not appreciate flowers, nor can he comprehend their beauty. Spending extravagantly would be a waste, thus, opting for something modest is the most sensible choice. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's request, the shopkeeper raised his gaze towards her, and in the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Blushing at the ears, he handed her a simple bouquet, 15 yuan. The girl before him was more radiant than any rose. It was the first time he had encountered such exquisite beauty. "All right, I will pay via scan." Jiang Xingtong casually accepted the bouquet, preoccupied with the payment and oblivious to the fact that the simple bouquet he offered was, in fact, a single red rose. Only after completing the transaction did she realize it was a red rose. Despite being but one rose, it was enveloped in a delicate arrangement of gypsophila and eucalyptus, rendering it exceptionally striking. Gazing at the lush, vibrant rose, she found it somewhat peculiar, yet dismissed any thoughts of exchanging it, knowing Jiang Xiyue would undoubtedly be indifferent. Ultimately, clutching the modest bouquet, she hurried towards the Zhang group. The Zhang group's edifice is situated in the heart of the city, occupying a prime location. It boasts 88 stories, towering majestically into the clouds, exuding an imposing grandeur that naturally instills a sense of reverence. Jiang Xingtong squinted at the magnificent structure before her, a hint of awe shimmering in her eyes. The fact that the Zhang group could erect such a grand building in this precious locale speaks volumes of its formidable strength. Indeed, it rightfully holds the esteemed position as the foremost among the 4 great families of the capital. With a profound sense of envy and longing, she entered the building and addressed the front desk. "I wish to see your general manager Zhang. May I inquire which floor he occupies?" The receptionist, upon hearing her words, lifted her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Xingtong. She was struck by Zhang's exquisite beauty, ethereal and captivating, which momentarily elicited a look of astonishment. However, upon noticing the designer attire draping Zhang's form contrasted sharply with the humble, obviously inexpensive bouquet she clutched, a sense of dissonance arose. Such lavish clothing paired with a meager bouquet seemed utterly incongruous, leading her to conclude that the garments must be counterfeit. Thus, the initial admiration in her eyes swiftly transformed into disdain. "I had thought you were a wealthy heiress bedecked in high fashion. Yet it appears you are merely a pretender clad in replicas," she scoffed. "Now, begone, this establishment is not meant for the likes of you." With that, she waved Jiang away dismissively, as one might shoo a stray dog. Jiang's expression turned icy at the words, and she retorted with scorn. "I have heard that the Zhang group maintains remarkably high standards for employment. Pray tell, how did someone of your low caliber and character manage to secure a position here? What do you mean by lacking in quality?" It is people like you, with your pathetic pretense, that drive me to such depths, the receptionist fumed, jabbing a finger at Jiang Xingtong in indignation. I encounter countless individuals like you, clad in counterfeit designer wear, attempting to deceive me into granting them access to General Manager Jean, all in hopes of soaring to new heights. If I weren't somewhat formidable, I would swiftly drive away all you unscrupulous women, and then Mr. Jean would have no need to work, for I would be endlessly confronted by your pitiful presence. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong extended her hand and bent her finger backward, causing the receptionist to cry out in agony, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Ah! My finger is going to break. Let me go." Jiang Xingtong coldly inquired, "Which floor is Mr. Jean on?" The receptionist, writhing in pain and fearing that Jiang Xingtong might truly break her finger if she did not comply, hurriedly replied, "He's on the top floor." Jiang Xingtong released the receptionist's hand, issuing a chilling warning, "I detest when others point fingers at me while speaking, do take note next time." With that, she turned and strode toward the elevator. Had it not been for the consideration that the receptionist represented the Jean Corporation's facade, she would have retaliated with a blow to the receptionist's face the moment she was insulted. At that moment, the receptionist suddenly grabbed the intercom and called for security. "Someone has intruded upon the company intending to harass Mr. Jean. Quickly, throw her out." No sooner had her words left her lips than a group of towering security personnel appeared with remarkable speed, swiftly surrounding Jiang Xingtong as she awaited the elevator, aiming to evict her. Just then, the elevator doors opened unexpectedly. Like stars gathering around the moon, Mr. Jean, impeccably dressed and flanked by a cadre of elite men, suddenly emerged before Jiang Xingtong. Upon seeing the man seated with an impeccable posture, his striking handsomeness even apparent in a wheelchair, and his formidable aura commanding respect, her eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, she presented the rose she held directly to him, stating, "I.e., this is for you." Jiang Xie stood frozen in place, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Xingtong, who had suddenly appeared before him with a single rose. He was utterly perplexed by her intentions. Recalling how she had previously exhibited indifference and disappointment towards him, now, she was presenting him with a rose. As a workaholic, he had spent the past couple of days seeking advice online on how to mend their marital relationship, how to bring joy to his wife, and how to win back her affection. Through the enthusiastic responses of netizens, he had come to learn much that had previously eluded him, including the significance of roses. A red rose symbolizes passionate love. It conveys the messages of infatuation, "I love you, and you are my one and only." Was it possible that Jiang Xingtong, once disillusioned with him, was unwilling to let things end this way and wished to confess her feelings directly, hoping for a favorable response from him? Even as his thoughts spiraled into chaos and his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, Jiang Xie's handsome visage remained as stoic and aloof as ever, concealing the turmoil within. Shock, confusion, and a hint of unarticulated anticipation and delight swirled inside him. "Please, take it. Although the gift is modest, it is given with sincere intent," Jiang Xingtong said. Noticing Jiang Xie's impassive expression, she promptly thrust the rose into his hands. As he stared at the vibrant bloom, its lush petals seeming to pulse with life, an involuntary warmth crept into his ears, and in a husky voice, he echoed her words, "Your intention?" Chapter 61, The young master supports his wife. When the crowd beheld Jiang Xingtong, they promptly thrust a red rose into Jiang Xie's hands. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Xie did not exhibit anger. Instead, he accepted the rose with an air of grace. This spectacle left onlookers utterly astounded. Previously, numerous beautiful women had presented bouquets to the esteemed Jean, including an extravagant arrangement of 999 roses. However, he had unceremoniously ordered security to expel those women before they could approach him, as if they were venomous serpents. Yet, the woman before him offered only a solitary rose. Seemingly modest and impoverished, and remarkably, Jiang Xie accepted it. What peculiar preference could he possess? Indeed, Jiang Xingtong nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her gaze burning with fervor as she looked at Jiang Xie. As the saying goes, a small gift carries great sentiment. Surely, you comprehend my intent? Jiang Xie regarded Jiang Xingtong's radiant smile and passionate eyes, maintaining an exterior as frigid as a glacier, yet internally, he felt a tumult of confusion. Her daring and fervent confession left him at a loss for how to respond. In a moment of peril, when he had been abducted and at the mercy of human traffickers, he had vowed to a girl who had shared his trials that he would one day take her as his wife. Rationality urged him to reject Jiang Xingtong's advances. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly unwilling to do so. Zhan Sai's elongated, phoenix-like eyes bore into Jiang Xingtong's clear, spirited gaze. His heart caught in a tempest of conflict, torn between desire and duty. The security guards, the receptionist, and the elites were all taken aback by the sight of a couple gazing deeply into each other's eyes. A scene so exquisitely reminiscent of an idle drama that it stirred an impulsive desire to cheer them on and wish for their happiness. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Xueqi finally made his choice. A complex expression crossed his handsome face as he parted his thin lips to speak, "I." Before Jiang Xueqi could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by the agitated voice of the receptionist. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and throw that penniless wretch who has offended Mr. Zhan out of the Zhan group." Coming from a well-off background, she had leveraged numerous connections to secure her position at the front desk, hoping to catch Mr. Zhan's eye. However, despite her efforts, he had not spared her a glance. Now, this pauper, with nothing but a rose from a street vendor, was somehow able to draw Mr. Zhan's attention? The security guards snapped back to reality, shaken from their romantic reverie by the receptionist's sharp, furious command. They quickly brandished their stun guns, ready to confront Jiang Xingtong. Noticing their approach, Jiang Xingtong feigned fear. Collapsing onto Jiang Xueqi's wheelchair and wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice a soft, plaintive whisper, "They want to bully me." Instinctively, Jiang Xueqi protected Jiang Xingtong's delicate waist, but upon hearing her words, his already frosty demeanor grew even more frigid, a menacing aura enveloping him. Who dared to bully his beloved wife? His gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a blade, directed at the security personnel and receptionist who intended to harm Jiang Xingtong. "You are hereby dismissed." The security guards and receptionist immediately displayed expressions of alarm. Trembling as they looked at Zhan Sai, "Mr. Zhan, we have diligently served in the Zhan group without error. Why must you terminate our employment?" The Zhan group was a coveted establishment, renowned for its exceptional salaries and humane treatment. They had toiled immensely to secure their positions there and were reluctant to part ways. Zhan Sai disregarded their pleas and instead addressed Zhang Ning behind him, commanding, "Zhang Ning, document their personal information and issue a formal reprimand within the industry." "Yes, Mr. Zhan." Zhang Ning replied respectfully. He then turned his stern countenance towards the security personnel and receptionist, stating firmly, "Gather your personal belongings and, upon completion, follow me to the Human Resources Department to process your termination." Upon hearing Zhan Sai's words, the receptionist and security guards turned pale, beads of cold sweat rapidly forming on their foreheads. While they could seek employment elsewhere after leaving the Zhan group, the compensation would be inferior. If Mr. Zhan were to issue a formal reprimand, it would effectively blacklist them within the industry. "Mr. Zhan, we truly do not understand what we have done wrong. We implore you not to impose such a severe punishment upon us. We are willing to resign from the Zhan group without seeking severance. We only ask that you refrain from blacklisting us in the industry." The cold and sharp voice of Zhang Ning pierced through their confusion. "You are blind. How dare you offend the wife of our esteemed Zhan? What do you have to say for yourselves?" The security guards, upon hearing this, were drenched in cold sweat, gazing incredulously at Jiang Xingtong. The receptionist, her legs giving way, collapsed to the ground with a thud, panic etched across her face as she looked at Jiang Xingtong. It was over. She had offended the wife of Zhan. Given Zhan's decisive and ruthless nature, along with his commanding presence in the capital, she surely faced dire consequences. In a flurry, she crawled to Jiang Xingtong's feet, bowing in desperation, "Madame Zhan, I beg your forgiveness, I failed to recognize you. I acknowledge my mistake and implore you to show mercy, allowing Zhan to spare me." Jiang Xueqi's expression remained cold and grave. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's refusal, Jiang Xingtong regarded the humble and disheveled receptionist, taking hold of her collar to lift her upright. "Enough with the kneeling. Given your lack of grievous error, I shall impose a mild reprimand. In the future, be more mindful in your words and actions." Subsequently, she turned to the security guards, whose faces were marked with sorrow yet dared not speak, and addressed Jiang Xueqi, I have reflected on it. The security guards were merely fulfilling their duties and did not intend to bully me. There is no need for you to take action against them. As for this young receptionist, let her go. We shall not dwell on the matter further, shall we?" Hearing Jiang Xingtong's request, Jiang Xueqi turned to Zhang Ning and commanded, "Zhang Ning, handle the situation as per the young madame's wishes." Zhang Ning replied, "Understood, Zhan." The security personnel, upon hearing this, expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Xingtong, their voices resonating with sincerity. Thank you, Madam President. The receptionist, feeling disheartened and despondent as she gazed at Jiang Xingtong, still managed to convey her heartfelt thanks, relieved at the thought of avoiding a reprimand. Thank you, Madam President. After Zhang Ning escorted the receptionist to complete her resignation procedures, Zhang Sai commanded his elite subordinates, who were lingering behind, you may leave first, I will follow shortly. Understood, Zhang. The elite members promptly departed at Zhang Sai's command, leaving only Jiang Xingtong and Zhang Sai in the vicinity. He cast his gaze upon Jiang Xingtong, who was nestled in his arms, and the previously cold and imposing demeanor he exhibited towards his subordinates softened into tenderness. Leaning down slightly, his charming and sensual lips brushed against Jiang Xingtong's delicate ear as he spoke in a low, husky tone. Jiang Xingtong, I understand your intentions. Please allow me some time to contemplate, if you would. Jiang Xingtong looked at Zhang Sai with a puzzled expression. She merely sought his assistance in introducing her to Fu Shilan's biological parents. Why did he need to deliberate? Fu Shilan's true parents were, in fact, the biological parents of his good friend, Fu Zimo. A simple call to Fu Zimo would suffice. What was there to ponder? Zhang Sai, observing Jiang Xingtong's adorable yet bewildered demeanor, felt his hardened heart inexplicably soften. His deep, magnetic voice gently coaxed her, be good, listen to me. Chapter 62, The First Encounter with Zhan Xiao. As Jiang Xingtong listened to the alluring rise in Zhang S's voice, she suddenly felt the heat of his breath cascading over her neck and ear. Her ears and cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heart raced tumultuously. All right, no problem. She hurriedly replied, awkwardly rising from her seat beside him. She then firmly asserted, I can give you a maximum of 3 days, it cannot extend beyond that. Zhang S responded, very well. I shall provide you with a definitive answer in 3 days. Jiang Xingtong nodded in satisfaction, that's wonderful. In a moment of delight, she retrieved an acupuncture kit from her pocket and patted Zhang S, declaring, seeing your sincerity, I shall offer you a free acupuncture session tonight. Zhang S retorted. Who gives away silver needles? They are of no use to me, you should continue to gift me flowers instead. Jiang Xingtong countered. What does a grown man need with flowers? No, what I mean is that a complimentary acupuncture session is far more valuable than flowers. Many people would pay handsomely for the privilege of receiving acupuncture from me. Suddenly, Zhang S's strikingly handsome face froze, an unspoken awkwardness enveloping him. Unaware of his discomfort, Jiang Xingtong believed she had accomplished what she intended, and waved goodbye, saying, I won't disturb your work any longer. Farewell. With that, she turned to leave. However, Zhang S, unable to contain himself, instinctively grasped her arm. Jiang Xingtong tilted her head in confusion and asked, do you have something else to discuss? Zhang Sai, feeling the weight of Jiang Xingtong's inquisitive gaze, awkwardly diverted his attention to the rose in his hand. Seeking an excuse, he remarked, I must attend to a patrol of the shopping mall shortly. Will you accompany me to purchase something? This marked the first instance of him extending an invitation for companionship. Strangely, he felt an impulsive desire to avoid parting ways with Jiang Xingtong. Recalling her previous visit to the mall, where she had indulged in luxury goods, exquisite garments and fine jewelry, she vividly remembered the exorbitant prices, a mere palm-sized notebook costing over 1,000. And even a simple trash can priced at 10,000. Without hesitation, she shook her head, declining, thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. Despite her wealth, she had no intention of being taken advantage of. Very well, Zhang Sai responded, disappointment evident as he released her arm. Observing his reaction, Jiang Xingtong waved goodbye, saying, farewell, before promptly turning on her heel and departing. As Zhang Sai watched her slender figure retreat, a shadow of profound melancholy flickered in his phoenix-like eyes. Upon exiting the Jiang Group's gates, Jiang Xingtong contemplated visiting a modest stationery store for some supplies when a flamboyant Rolls-Royce suddenly halted before her. Before she could ponder the situation, the window glided down, revealing a strikingly handsome face capable of captivating anyone. As she regarded the man's icy visage, contemplating whether to greet him, he abruptly commanded, get in the car. Startled, Jiang Xingtong instinctively glanced around, then raised her hand to point at herself in confusion. Are you asking me to get in? Zhang Xiyue, Jiang Xingtong instinctively declined, saying, did I not just mention that I won't be going to the mall? Jiang Xiyue's icy black eyes softened slightly as they turned toward Jiang Xingtong. It's not the mall, but rather a ride home for you. A ride home? Upon hearing Jiang Xiyue's response, Jiang Xingtong expressed her surprise, quickly waving her hands at him. Thank you for your kindness, but truly, it's unnecessary. You should get back to work, that is of utmost importance. Jiang Xiyue is the president of the Jiang Group, managing a multitude of affairs daily. And every single minute counts in his line of work. She certainly did not wish to impede his responsibilities. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's refusal, his elegant brows furrowed sharply, and an impenetrable layer of frost enveloped his handsome visage. After silently observing Jiang Xingtong for a few moments, he exited the vehicle to open the rear door for her, stating in a matter-of-fact tone, I need to retrieve some documents from home, it's on the way. In that case, thank you very much. Jiang Xingtong glanced at the impeccably courteous Jiang Xiyue, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded as she stepped into the car. Although she would have preferred to peruse the mall, it would be quite impolite to reject his gracious gesture, especially since he had personally exited the car to open the door for her. What if he became upset and refrained from introducing her to Fu Shirlan's biological parents? Jiang Xiyue observed Jiang Xingtong's overt politeness towards him, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. There's no need to be so formal with me. Oh. Jiang Xingtong casually replied, then lowered her gaze to her phone, completely disregarding Jiang Xiyue's sentiment. She pondered that since she could not purchase items at the stationery shop, she might as well opt for online shopping. At this moment, she was wholly absorbed in online shopping. Jiang Xiyue observed Jiang Xingtong, engrossed in her phone, seemingly indifferent to his presence, her delicate brows inadvertently knitting into a frown. Having just confessed her feelings to him, shouldn't she display a warm demeanor? Why did she still appear so aloof? Was it because he had yet to respond? Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them as they returned to the Jiang residence. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Xingtong did not even greet Jiang Xiyue but turned and walked toward her bedroom. Jiang Xiyue gazed at her graceful silhouette before casting his eyes downward at the rose he held, a flicker of inscrutable emotion gleaming in his elongated phoenix eyes. Subsequently, clutching the rose, he retreated to his study. In truth, he had no documents left at home. He merely sought an excuse to accompany Jiang Xingtong and spend a little more time with her. In the study, he carefully placed the vibrant, fire-red rose into a vase, ensuring its beauty would not wither before he departed with a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingtong, Jiang Xiyue cherished the flower she had casually purchased from a street vendor. Once back in her bedroom, she powered on her computer and accessed the dark web to address some recent matters. Soon, she began typing code, intercepting Zhou Jiayi's phone. Initially, she intended to casually monitor the situation to ascertain Zhou Jiayi's activities and whether Jiang Xueqi was causing her any trouble. To her astonishment, she intercepted a fervent exchange, discovering that Zhou Jiayi and Fu Zixing were passionately engaging in some form of exercise. Jiang Xingtong suppressed her disgust and swiftly typed out lines of code, directly manipulating Zhou Jiayi's phone to activate its camera, broadcasting the athletic activities of Zhou Jiayi and Fu Zixing in real time to Jiang Xueqi's device. At that moment, Jiang Xueqi was elatedly trying on the jewelry and gown that Fu Zixing had just gifted her, eagerly gazing into the mirror as she exclaimed, "Mommy! This gown and jewelry were specially purchased for me by Fu Zixing at great expense. He said he would take me to the charity auction 3 days from now. I heard that this charity event is organized by the Fu family, and I want to dress beautifully and elegantly to bring honor to Fu Zixing. Perhaps at that time, the Fu family will publicly announce Fu Zixing's identity, allowing him to become one of the heirs of the Fu family." She recalled that in her previous life, it was during a charity auction hosted by the Fu family that Fu Zixing had become one of the heirs. As she spoke, she picked up her phone, intending to take a selfie to show Fu Zixing just how beautiful she looked. However, just as she lifted her phone, before she could even make a call, a live video suddenly popped up on the screen. Upon witnessing the unexpected intimate scene, Jiang Xueqi instinctively cursed, "Damn. The current apps are utterly devoid of public ethics. Constantly bombarding users with ads, like they've been infected with a virus." It was one thing to have ads pop up before, but now to have such explicit videos appear so casually is truly. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly recognized that the man in the video was none other than her husband, Fu Zixing. Chapter 63, The General's Wife Punishes Him. Jiang Xueqi's face turned an ominous shade of pale, and with a bang, with a fierce kick, she sent the fitting mirror crashing. gritting her teeth as she spat out 3 words, Fu Zixing. That wretched man had promised to sever all ties with Zhou Jie. It was precisely for this reason that she had refrained from confronting Zhou Jie. To her dismay, he had feigned one thing while secretly engaging in another. And that shameless Zhou Jie, fully aware that Fu Zixing was married, still dared to indulge in such disgraceful conduct with him. She was determined to teach that despicable woman a profound lesson, making it clear that her husband, Jiang Xueqi, was not someone she could so easily entice. Mother. Arrange for me 20 men, be they ruffians or beggars, the more disreputable, the better. And also, gather a few Mussulmen for me. Upon hearing her daughter's peculiar request, Jiang's mother queried with concern, Xueqi, what has happened? Jiang Xueqi, valuing her pride, replied, it's a trivial matter, you need not worry. Jiang's mother then picked up her phone and made a call, saying, that's good, I will arrange for someone right away. With her eyes ablaze, Jiang Xueqi watched the livestream on her phone, seeing Fu Zixing and Zhou Jie exercising together, exchanging intimate words. In a fit of rage, she began smashing everything within her reach until the live broadcast concluded. Once the stream ended, she belatedly realized that her phone had accumulated numerous explicit photographs and short videos of Fu Zixing and Zhou Jie engaging in scandalous acts. Enraged beyond measure, she cursed. Damn those dogs, you will pay for this. It was utterly unreasonable that Jiang Xingtong could keep Fu Zixing in check, yet she herself could not. Therefore, this time would be different. Not only does she intend to teach Zhou Jie a lesson, but she also aims to instill a lasting memory in Fu Zixing, ensuring he never dares to indulge in frivolities again. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong, who has been eavesdropping on Jiang Xueqi's phone, hears her demands and a cryptic smile graces her lips. Surely, Jiang Xueqi does not intend to employ the lessons from her past to reprimand Zhou Jie, does she? If so, Zhou Jie must prepare for her own misfortune. As evening descends and the lights begin to glow, Zhan Zai returns home from work. At this moment, Jiang Xingtong is in the courtyard of her mother-in-law, Zhu Yunqi, engaged in conversation and tea, and preparing to share dinner with her. Zhan Zai, unable to locate Jiang Xingtong in their courtyard, soon comes looking for her. Upon entering the living room, he overhears Jiang Xingtong's sweet, melodious voice addressing his mother, Mom, I will personally cook dinner tonight. Please tell me, what do you enjoy eating? Zhu Yunqi replies with a smile, I am not picky, simply prepare more of the dishes that I loves. Jiang Xingtong is momentarily taken aback, for she has little knowledge of Zhan Zai's culinary preferences, having only prepared breakfast for him a few days prior, and those were merely her own favorites. As Zhan Zai approaches Jiang Xingtong, he calmly remarks, I am not particular, feel free to create whatever you wish. Jiang Xingtong, grateful for his timely intervention, responds with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes and inquires, what brings you home for dinner today? I thought you usually dined at the office? I had to work overtime before, but that is not the case now. Zhan Xian gazed at Jiang Xingtong's charming and delicate visage, adorned with a playful bun atop her head. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his hand to touzle her hair affectionately. Jiang Xingtong promptly shielded her head in protest, exclaiming, You've disheveled my hairstyle. As a punishment, you shall assist me in cooking. Witnessing her adorably naive stance, with both hands clutching her head, Zhan Xian felt a sudden warmth in his heart, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Very well, I accept my punishment. With that, he couldn't resist extending his long, elegant fingers once more to affectionately ruffle the top of Jiang Xingtong's hair. Enough talk. Come with me to the kitchen and help wash the vegetables. Irritated, Jiang Xingtong grasped Zhan Xian's hand and pulled him toward the kitchen, determined to prevent him from turning her hair into a chaotic mess. All right. Zhan Xian glanced at Jiang Xingtong's fair, delicate hand tightly clutching his own. His spirits lifted as he chuckled softly. Upon hearing his deep, joyful laughter, Zhu Yunqi's eyes widened in surprise. Ever since she had witnessed the disheartening sight of her stepsister, whom she had cherished as a sibling, lying in bed with her beloved husband, their once harmonious family had been shattered. This had led to relentless disputes between her and Zhan Xian's father, Zhan Haonan, and since then, her son had not smiled. The year her marriage with Zhan Haonan crumbled, Zhan Xian had been barely 3 years old. Now, at the tender age of 25. This was the first time in over 2 decades that she had observed Zhan Xian genuinely display a joyful smile. Overwhelmed by this realization, a wave of emotion surged within her, and tears of warmth welled in her eyes. It is her failure as a mother that has allowed Yi to grow up in such a painful family. When she discovered Zhang Hao's infidelity, she could not tolerate the humiliation and demanded a divorce, intending to leave with Yi. However, Zhang Haonan was adamantly opposed to the divorce, unwilling to relinquish Yi, and even threatened her with Yi's life, forbidding her from leaving the Zhang family. Her own family still relied on the support of the Zhang family, and with her son under Zhang Haonan's control, she could only endure the humiliation, bearing the title of Mrs. Zhang, and commenced a life of separation that lasted over 20 years. Perhaps due to her hatred for Zhang Haonan's betrayal, compounded by her intense emotional purity, she fell into a severe depression. This affliction caused her to see Zhang Haonan's shadow in Yi's face, leading her to neglect her own son, feeling that half of Yi was tainted by Zhang Haonan's filthy bloodline. She even entertained the dark impulse to suffocate Yi, believing that by doing so, she could sever her ties and escape Zhang Haonan, returning everything to its origin. Yet, reason reminded her that Yi was the child she had painstakingly carried for 10 months, and she could not harm him. Thus, she began to distance herself from Yi, ignoring him and leaving him in the care of his grandmother, retreating to her own courtyard to seek solace and heal. When her depression had eased considerably, she was struck by the realization that her once obedient, understanding, and sunny son had grown up, yet he no longer smiled. He resembled a cold robot, eternally expressionless, enveloped in an impenetrable layer of ice. Suddenly, a clear, teasing voice jolted Chu Yunqi back to reality, pulling her from her reverie. "Aunt Chu, it has been a long time since we last met. This is a gift I have prepared for you during my travels abroad with my parents, and I sincerely hope you will cherish it." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunqi lifted her gaze towards the visitor. The striking resemblance of the young man to Zhang Haonan, with his profound and handsome features, tugged at her heartstrings uncontrollably. Despite having been separated from Zhang Haonan for over 20 years, the sight of this illegitimate son, who bore an uncanny likeness to her former husband, left her unable to find solace. He was the embodiment of betrayal from a beloved spouse and a trusted stepsister. Donning the visage of her husband, few could remain indifferent to such a sight. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Yunqi regarded Jiang Xingtong. Her demeanor composed and serene as she inquired, "Jiang Xingtong, have you come to demonstrate your prowess or to flaunt your presence?" Jiang Xingtong's enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered momentarily as he strode confidently into the room, placing the gift upon the table. "Aunt Chu, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have heard that my elder brother has wed, and seizing this opportunity to present you with a gift, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations on his marriage, while also hoping to meet my sister-in-law. You are unwelcome here, leave at once." A voice, cold and sharp as ice, suddenly pierced the air. Zhang Xiyue emerged from the kitchen, casting a frosty glare at Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong followed closely behind. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the dashing man clad in a white suit before her. The gentleman bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Haonan, with exceptional features and an impressive stature, easily exceeding 6 feet tall. Adorned in a pristine white suit, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses with chains, he resembled a prince from a fairy tale or a noble gentleman from an ancient European epic, exuding both opulence and elegance. Is this man, the illegitimate son of Zhang Haonan, who not long after nearly ousted Zhang Xi from his position, causing Zhang Xi significant distress? Chapter 64, Divorce? Zhang Xingtong gazed at Zhang Xi, whose expression was as frigid as ice, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, do refrain from being so angry. I have come to congratulate you on your newfound marriage and to present a token of welcome to my sister-in-law." With that, he produced an exquisitely packaged jewelry box from his pocket and, with an elegant stride, approached Jiang Xingtong. "Sister-in-law, this is a gift I procured at an overseas auction for over 10 million, I hope you find it to your liking." Upon opening the jewelry box, a uniquely designed, resplendent pink diamond necklace was revealed before Jiang Xingtong. Having heard that the woman before him was a false heiress, Zhang Xingtong believed her to be a woman of vanity, certain to accept such a lavish gift without hesitation. Observing this, Zhang Xi's expression darkened abruptly, his gaze icy as he regarded the cupid-shaped pink diamond necklace. As Jiang Xingtong's husband, he had never bestowed upon her a necklace so suggestive. It was audacious of Zhang Xingtong to offer such an enticing piece. Chu Yunqi similarly wore a grim expression as she glanced at the necklace, her words caught in her throat. Jiang Xingtong cast a fleeting glance at the pink diamond necklace, then raised her gaze to Zhang Xingtong's extraordinarily handsome face, his eyes brimming with affection. A mocking smile soon graced her lips as she coolly remarked, to my knowledge. My mother-in-law has only one son, my husband Jiang Xi, so please refrain from making any unfounded connections with me. The three of us are about to dine. Please leave immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's stance, Chu Yunqi felt a significant portion of her frustration dissipate. Fortunately, her daughter-in-law was not avaricious and possessed sound principles, otherwise she would have been humiliated by this illegitimate child. Originally silent, Jiang Xueqi cast a turbulent glance at Jiang Xingtong upon hearing her response. Then addressed Jiang Xiqing with a voice as frigid as ice, "Did you hear? This is not a place for you to linger, leave." In response, Jiang Xiqing adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, playfully blinked at Jiang Xingtong. Resembling a charming rogue from a comic who effortlessly captivates hearts. It seemed he paid no heed to Jiang Xueqi's eviction order, casually remarking, "Brother, my sister-in-law is unaware of the situation. If you don't explain it to her, it would be your fault." With a smile playing on his lips, he continued to gaze at Jiang Xingtong, "Sister-in-law, although my brother's mother bore only him, it does not imply that his father cannot have other children. We are half-brothers, sharing the same father, so addressing you as sister-in-law is entirely appropriate." Jiang Xingtong observed Jiang Xiqing's every move, sensing an invisible allure. A teasing smile playing on her lips as she noted his attempts to flaunt his charm. No wonder Jiang Xueqi had betrayed her marriage and had an affair with Jiang Xiqing. With a visage hardly inferior to Jiang Xueqi's and a demeanor reminiscent of a charming rogue, it was unsurprising that he effortlessly attracted the affections of women. Under the intentional provocation, how could Jiang Xueqi, left alone in an empty room by Jiang Xueqi, possibly resist the bait? Subsequently, Jiang Xingtong mocked with a cold smile. "My mother-in-law is the legitimate wife of Zhang Haonan. You claim to be my husband's half-brother, which only implies that you are an illegitimate child born of an affair. Unworthy of standing in the light. As a bastardy, how dare you assert a brotherly bond with my husband? Who granted you such audacity?" Before Jiang Xueqi could respond, Jiang Xingtong continued, "I almost forgot, your mother shamelessly destroyed another's marriage to become a mistress. It is no wonder that you, an illegitimate offspring, comprehend nothing of decorum." With disdain, she cast a scornful glance at Jiang Xueqi. "However, I feel compelled to offer you a word of advice. As a grown man, refrain from indulging in such greasy antics. Life is not an idle drama, and such repugnant gestures will only incite disgust in reality. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, the smile that Jiang Xueqi had deliberately maintained abruptly froze. To conceal the surging dark emotions in his gaze, he adjusted his glasses and innocently looked at Jiang Xingtong. "Sister-in-law, you truly have a sense of humor. Is gifting considered greasy?" Jiang Xingtong disdainfully shot a glance at Jiang Xueqi, whose glasses reflected the light. "Do you not understand human language? How dare you, an illegitimate child, address me as sister-in-law?" Jiang Xueqi's voice was cold and solemn. "The offspring of a beast, naturally, cannot comprehend human speech." A smile graced Chu Yunqi's face as she remarked, "My son speaks wisely. Xingtong, it would be prudent for you not to attempt communication with a beast lest you provoke your own ire." Her son was indeed correct. Her stepsister was nothing short of an ungrateful wretch, deserving the title of a despicable creature. "Mother, husband, you are right, I shall heed your counsel." Jiang Xingtong smiled as she bent to grasp Zhang Sai's large hand, her gaze warm as she looked towards Zhang Sai and Chu Yunqi. "The meal is ready. Let us hasten to the dining room." Jiang Xiqing observed the trio who treated him as if he were invisible, and a chilling shadow crossed his handsome, cultured features. He had come today to utilize Jiang Xingtong to humiliate them, yet unexpectedly found himself rebuffed, and subjected to their scorn instead. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. Watching their departing figures, his hands clenched into fists, filled with resentment and foreboding as he turned to leave. He was determined to become the heir of the Zhang family, to usurp Zhang Sai and force him to kneel before him in reverence. He would ensure that Chu Yunqi was cast out as a discarded wife and that his mother ascended to the true position of Mrs. Zhang. As for Jiang Xingtong, he could not fathom a woman beyond his reach, especially one entangled with a crippled Zhang Sai, whom he deemed utterly worthless. Once Jiang Xingtong experienced his merits, she would undoubtedly betray Zhang Sai without hesitation. In the dining room, Jiang Xingtong busied herself, swiftly arranging cutlery and serving the dishes for Chu Yunqi and Zhang Sai. Chu Yunqi, lost in thought, held her bowl while gazing at the delectable spread prepared by Jiang Xingtong, featuring an array of dishes and a fragrant soup, yet she found it impossible to eat. Jiang Xueqi's expression was equally somber, devoid of appetite. Noticing the unusual demeanor of both Zhu Yunqi and Jiang Xueqi, Jiang Xingtong took the initiative to serve them each a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Mom, darling, do indulge in my culinary skills." Startled from her reverie, Zhu Yunqi apologetically responded, "Tong Tong, I'm sorry for causing you embarrassment." Jiang Xingtong, undeterred, placed a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto her plate. "Mom, you've done nothing wrong, why feel embarrassed? The ones who should feel ashamed are those who err, yet they show no remorse. You should feel even less so." As she continued, Jiang Xingtong added a piece of stir-fried mushrooms with greens, encouraging, "As women, we must not internalize the mistakes of men. Nor should we allow it to drain our spirits. If life is bearable, we endure, if not, we part ways. It's hard to find a frog with two legs. But there are plenty of two-legged men. If this one fails, the next will surely be better. Our priority is to seek joy. What value does a man hold? Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing Jiang Xingtong's candid and bold remarks, Zhu Yunqi felt a weight lift from her heart. "You are right, from now on. I shall live for myself." With that, her appetite returned, and she joyfully savored the dishes Jiang Xingtong had served her. Zhang Sai gazed at his mother, who wore a beaming smile, while his brow furrowed as he turned his attention to Jiang Xingtong. What did her words imply? Did she wish to divorce him and seek another man? Sensing the icy depth of Zhang Sai's gaze upon her, Jiang Xingtong, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Sai cast his eyes downward to conceal the emotion swirling within, deftly shifting the topic. "In 3 days, the Fu family will hold a charity auction. Prepare yourself to accompany me." Chapter 65, a decision to help him avoid disaster. Upon hearing Zhang Sai's response, Jiang Xingtong's eyes sparkled with delight as she playfully patted his shoulder. "Ah Yi, you are simply incredible. Thank you so much." Earlier that day, he had mentioned needing 3 days to contemplate, yet here he was, willingly taking her to the Fu family so soon. Such decisiveness was refreshing. She resolved to consider this a favor owed to him. Should he ever require her assistance, she would undoubtedly be at his service. Zhang Sai's enigmatic gaze fell upon Jiang Xingtong, puzzled by her exuberance over merely being invited as his companion. Unaware of his confusion, Jiang Xingtong cheerfully offered him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "You should eat more meat." Following this, she ladled a bowl of ginseng chicken soup for him, adding, "Drink some soup to nourish your body." Zhang Sai regarded Jiang Xingtong, whose face radiated a sweet smile as she attentively catered to him, and spoke softly. "There is no need for such courtesy, I do not require your gratitude." As his wife, it was only natural for her to accompany him to the auction. Jiang Xingtong lifted her clear eyes and, with a sweet smile, gazed at Zhang Si, saying, "I am not being polite, you are my husband. And it is my duty to take care of you." Since Zhang Si did not seek her gratitude, she felt even more compelled to repay him, determined not to let a good person feel dejected. Thus, she resolved to assist Zhang Si in overcoming this challenge, ensuring that Zhang Xiqing, that illegitimate child, would ultimately achieve nothing. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Si's once cold heart softened like melted butter. And he too picked up his chopsticks to serve Jiang Xingtong a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, saying, "You should eat as well." He then ladled a bowl of nourishing chicken soup for her. "You appear quite thin, you ought to drink some soup to replenish your strength." "Thank you, Jiang Xingtong replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she spoke to Zhang Si. Watching the interaction between Zhang Si and Jiang Xingtong, Zhu Yunqi, typically cool and indifferent, couldn't help but let a faint smile emerge on her usually impassive face. Who would have thought that the son, usually as unyielding as an iceberg and indifferent to others, would show such concern for his daughter-in-law? Truly, he had made the right choice in marrying her. During the meal, propelled by the delightful exchanges between Jiang Xingtong and Zhang Si, as well as her exceptional culinary skills, Zhu Yunqi, who usually consumed only half a bowl, found her appetite remarkably stimulated, finishing 2 bowls of rice. After the meal, she elegantly dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin and, with admiration, turned to Jiang Xingtong, saying, "Daughter-in-law, I never expected your cooking to be so exquisite. Such simple home-cooked dishes have left me wanting more. I wish you could come here every day to share a meal with me." Jiang Xingtong had yet to respond when Zhang Si spoke candidly, "Mother, are you hoping for Jiang Xingtong to personally cook for you?" Zhu Yunqi offered an embarrassed smile. "It is not that my daughter-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional. My heart has been entirely won over by her prowess in the kitchen. As she spoke, her gaze turned enviously towards Jiang Xueqi, son. To have married a remarkable girl like Tong Tong, who excels in both social gatherings and domestic affairs, is truly a blessing from a past life. Remember, you must treat Tong Tong well, do not repeat your father's mistakes by causing her any distress. Otherwise, I shall be the first to disown you as my son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi looked at Jiang Xingtong with inscrutable eyes. I would not dare. Jiang Xingtong, moved by Chu Yunqi's words, replied, Mother, with your support. Even if Jiang Xueqi and I were to part ways in the future, I would still regard you as my own mother. Pa. Chu Yunqi quickly dismissed the notion, pulling Jiang Xingtong's hand. Do not speak such nonsense, you and my son are destined to be together for life. Do not utter such inauspicious words again. Jiang Xingtong, observing Chu Yunqi's anxious expression, sighed inwardly. She wished for their playful pretense to turn into reality. Yet she was acutely aware that Jiang Xueqi's heart belonged to another. The methods he employed against Jiang Xueqi in their previous life were merciless and swift. She could not afford to be foolish in entertaining thoughts of him. Instead, her priority should be to find her beloved brother, as that was of utmost importance. Abducted as a child by traffickers, she had endured hardships alongside her brother, ultimately escaping their clutches together. The young gentleman professed his intention to marry her, presenting her with a jade pendant as a token of his sincerity. Alas, that exquisite jade pendant has mysteriously vanished, leaving her to ponder whether it was surreptitiously taken by the Jiang family. She resolved to seek an opportunity to visit the Jiang household and reclaim her cherished pendant. Although Jiang Xingtong felt a profound sense of regret that her union with Jiang Xian could not culminate in a blissful conclusion, she maintained a faint smile on her lips and addressed her mother. Mother, after marriage, love inevitably transforms into familial affection. A marriage devoid of passion requires not only a sense of responsibility but also a deep-seated conscience to endure. However, it is lamentable that the majority of men in this world are woefully lacking in both responsibility and conscience. I cannot place my trust in a man's integrity. As women, we must navigate step by step. If he treats me well, I will reciprocate. Should he betray me, I shall seek a divorce. We cannot be foolish enough to hang our hopes on a single tree. Jiang Xian's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, his handsome visage clouded with darkness. That infuriating woman. Is she implying she wishes to divorce? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunqi nodded in agreement, expressing her support. Tong Tong, you are absolutely right, mother stands with you. With that, she cast a stern gaze at Jiang Xian, warning him fiercely, You, rascal, have you heard? If you dare to betray Tong Tong and commit any wrong against her, prepare to be kicked out. At that point, not only will your wife abandon you, but so will I shall live alongside your wife instead. Jiang Xi's handsome face instantly darkened, as if it could drip with water. Jiang Xingtong, noticing his grim expression, did not wish to disrupt the bond between mother and son. She hurriedly smiled and attempted to lighten the mood. Oh, Mom, you truly have a knack for humor. Your son is so exceptional. How could you possibly forsake him for a mere pretentious heiress like me? Hearing Jiang Xingtong's self-deprecating remark, Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her with a discerning gaze. In the early days of their marriage, he had indeed felt she lacked a certain intellectual depth. However, after spending some time together, he began to suspect she was merely playing the role of a fool, for she was anything but a superficial heiress. If she were truly just an empty-headed rich girl, how could she, a student from a dramatic arts academy, possess such remarkable skills in acupuncture? Chu Yunqi regarded Jiang Xingtong with a serious expression. Her eyes slightly reddened as she spoke earnestly. Tong Tong, I speak with utmost sincerity. My heart has been shattered by an ungrateful husband, and I do not wish for my son to resemble that scoundrel. If his character were to mirror his father's, lacking familial responsibility and conscience, I would have preferred to have given birth to a piece of char siu than to bear such a son. With a chuckle, Jiang Xingtong could not stifle her laughter at the mention of char siu. Jiang Xi, his face dark as a pot bottom, turned his gaze sharply towards her. What are you laughing at? Chapter 66, the couple astonishes the crowd. Jiang Xingtong quickly concealed her smile and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the sullen-faced Jiang Xueqi, saying, It's nothing, I'm just going to wash the dishes. After speaking, she swiftly gathered the bowls and chopsticks and carried them towards the kitchen. Since discovering Zhang Haonan's infidelity, Chu Yunqi had separated from him and chose to live a self-sufficient and ascetic life, refusing to employ any servants. Consequently, she had no choice but to wash the dishes herself. Chu Yunxi hurriedly followed her into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Daughter-in-law, let me take care of the dishes. You've worked hard preparing the meal, how can I allow you to wash them as well?" She then directly called out to Jiang Xingtong, "Ah you. Hurry to the kitchen and wash the dishes, let your wife rest." Jiang Xingtong. Just moments ago. He had thought his mother intended to wash the dishes herself to allow Jiang Xingtong a reprieve, but it turned out to be a generous act at someone else's expense. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the charity auction held by the Fu family. Jiang Xingtong, having previously lived a low-profile life as a fake heiress in the Jiang family, was not accustomed to public appearances. Especially since the Jiang family had refrained from bringing her to any social events. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the format of charity auctions. With little preparation, she accompanied Jiang Xingtong to the Fu family estate. Arriving in a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce, Jiang Xingtong made a grand entrance at the Fu family's doorstep. As Jiang Xingtong gazed at the imposing and historic entrance of the Fu family mansion, she felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, suddenly grasping Jiang Xingtong's hand tightly. "Ah you, wait a moment. You must remember the promise she made to me earlier." She is now eagerly anticipating the moment when Jiang Xingtong will take her to meet Fu Shilan's biological parents, as this will enable her to obtain their heir, thus providing Fu Shilan with the truth and justice she deserves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's phoenix-like eyes momentarily glimmered with an enigmatic light as he glanced at the enchanting young woman beside him. Adorned in a white pearl fishtail dress that elegantly bared her shoulders, her waist-length hair cascading like seaweed. Her porcelain-like visage was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a mermaid, embodying a captivating charm intertwined with innocence, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. "I understand. The 3-day deadline he promised Jiang Xingtong has arrived. It is high time he provided her with a definitive response." At the entrance of the Fu residence, an assembly of dignitaries has gathered. A vibrant tapestry of elegance and grandeur, with luxury vehicles filling the vicinity. The Fu family, along with the matriarch, Fu Zimo's parents, warmly welcomed the guests as they exchanged pleasantries. When Jiang Xingtong's ostentatious Rolls-Royce came to a halt before the Fu estate, all eyes were instantly drawn to this one of only 3 globally limited luxury vehicles, each worth over 100 million. Goodness! I have only glimpsed this magnificent car in news articles and short videos, never expecting to behold it in reality. I wonder who possesses such remarkable means to acquire one of the only 3 in existence. Such a vehicle cannot be purchased merely with wealth. One must also wield significant influence and power on a global scale. After all, while many affluent individuals exist worldwide, a car limited to only 3 units that incites a frenzy among the wealthy transcends mere financial capability. It also requires a distinguished lineage, personal influence, and an extensive global reach. I have heard that this car belongs to Jiang Xingtong, the current president of the Jiang Group and heir to the Jiang family. I wonder if this is true. Amidst envious discussions, a delicate, ethereal beauty, exuding an otherworldly charm, gracefully descended from the vehicle, her white skirt trailing behind her. As the crowd beheld this enchanting figure appearing before them, they instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Goodness! In their lifetimes, they had never encountered such extraordinary beauty. She was truly a breathtaking vision. Whose daughter could this be? How had they never seen her before? The guests were collectively struck by the same curiosity. At that moment, the girl approached the other side of the car, opened the door, and assisted a man in a wheelchair to alight. As she pushed the wheelchair towards the gathering, the crowd gasped in unison, falling into a profound silence. Chapter 67, Young Master Zhang's jealousy. Initially, they believed that the girl's beauty and grace were unparalleled, and that no one could surpass her. However, when the girl turned the wheelchair around, they realized their superficiality. The man in the wheelchair was strikingly handsome, akin to a divine being descended from the heavens, radiating an aura of cold detachment from the mundane. Simultaneously, he emanated an imposing presence, akin to a sovereign ruling over all, evoking an irresistible urge to submit. Who was this man, seated in the wheelchair, whose looks surpassed those of even the most popular idols, and whose aura was so commanding? How had I never encountered such an extraordinary figure before? Aside from the members of the 4 esteemed families, each guest gazing at Jiang Xingtong could not help but ponder these questions. One guest, unable to contain their curiosity, whispered, "Are these remarkably handsome and elegant individuals siblings or perhaps a married couple? If they are indeed a couple, they are undeniably well matched. One could scarcely find anyone more aesthetically pleasing than them in this world." Indeed, If they were husband and wife, it would be as though the protagonists of a comic book had stepped into reality, utterly romantic. Jiang Xingtong seldom attended gatherings and his personal information was meticulously guarded. Apart from a few from the top-tier families, hardly anyone had ever beheld the true visage of Jiang Xingtong. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xingtong, the curious gazes of the crowd followed them as Jiang Ning accompanied them towards Fu Zimo. Brother Jiang, sister-in-law. Upon seeing Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xingtong approach, Fu Zimo's refined and handsome face immediately broke into a genuine smile as he greeted them. Jiang Xingtong nodded slightly. Jiang Xingtong, however, glanced around, her eyes landing on the middle-aged woman in a qipao standing beside Fu Zimo, and curiously inquired, Fu Zimo, where is your father? Fu Zimo looked at Jiang Xingtong with a puzzled expression. What do you need my father for? In response, Jiang Xingtong smirked. Sidestepping the question, is that lady standing next to Fu Zimo your mother? Upon hearing this, Fu Zimo instinctively turned his head to glance at Fu Zimo and the elegant woman standing beside her. He then smiled and replied, indeed, however, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit to my father. Fu Zimo, not far from Fu Zimo, caught his inquiry and suddenly cast a cold, piercing gaze at Jiang Xingtong. What was the motive behind Jiang Xingtong's question? Had she stumbled upon something? Sensing Fu Zimo's watchful and menacing glare, Jiang Xingtong discreetly masked her true feelings, smiling at Fu Zimo as she teased, oh, it's nothing of great significance. I was merely curious whether your father's appearance could possibly match your mother's extraordinary beauty. To this, Fu Zimo regarded Jiang Xingtong with a knowing smile, saying, when a woman seeks a husband, she should evaluate his abilities and character. Judging by appearance is an irrational endeavor. Jiang Xingtong promptly countered, you are partially correct, yet also mistaken. While I concede that capability and character are paramount, appearance holds considerable importance too. After all, if a husband is strikingly handsome, one might find solace in his presence even amidst quarrels. Dining while gazing upon a pleasing visage could well encourage one to indulge in an extra helping. Conversely, if one were to choose an unattractive partner, affection could falter, and should they have children, there is a risk of passing on less desirable traits, potentially affecting future generations. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's reasoning, Fu Zimo chuckled softly as he turned his gaze towards Zhang Zai, who was seated in a wheelchair. If that is the case, you must be quite satisfied with your own husband, for it is nearly impossible to find someone whose looks surpass those of our very own Zhang Ge in this world. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xingtong instinctively cast her gaze towards Jiang Xingtong. Observing the sharply defined features and exquisitely crafted visage of Jiang Xingtong, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of a divine artist, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. As an admirer of beauty, how could she maintain a tranquil heart in the presence of such a strikingly handsome man? Were it not for Jiang Xingtong's unwavering devotion to his beloved, she might have considered making a daring advance. With a wistful sigh echoing in her heart, she could not help but murmur, I am quite content with him. But perhaps he is not as pleased with me, thus, my satisfaction holds little significance. After all, matters of the heart require mutual affection. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? Your voice was too soft for me to hear, Fu Zimo interjected, prompting Jiang Xingtong to realize, somewhat belatedly, that she had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Embarrassed, she absent-mindedly played with her long, seaweed-like hair and dismissively shook her head, it's nothing. Jiang Xingtong, with his exceptionally keen ears, distinctly caught the murmurs of Jiang Xingtong. And a cryptic glimmer flickered in his elongated phoenix eyes as he cast a profound glance in her direction. Fu Zimo, looking towards the silent Jiang Xingtong, expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother Jiang, thank you for honoring me with your presence at this auction amidst your busy schedule. It is well known that Brother Jiang has always despised inconveniences, rarely granting anyone the privilege of his attendance at any gathering. Given his distinguished status, family background, and remarkable abilities, no one would dare to voice discontent over his absence. There's no need for such formality, Jiang Xingtong replied coldly, before casting another inscrutable glance at Jiang Xingtong. He had previously exhibited little interest in attending social gatherings, yet now, the illegitimate son, Jiang Xueqi, had the audacity to present himself before his wife after purchasing a mere necklace at an auction. How could he, as Jiang Xingtong's husband, allow himself to be overshadowed by an illegitimate child? Fu Zimo exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Xueqi before leading him and Jiang Xingtong towards the banquet hall. Brother Jiang, I have reserved the finest seats for you and sister-in-law, let me escort you there now. Indeed. Jiang Xiyue responded with an impassive nod. Within the banquet hall, Jiang Xingtong spotted a middle-aged gentleman who bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zimo, exuding an aura of elegance. She turned to Fu Zimo, who was guiding them, and inquired. Fu Zimo, is that distinguished gentleman ahead, who bears a resemblance to you, your father? Sister-in-law, you are quite astute, a mere guess suffices to identify him as my father. Fu Zimo replied with a smile and a nod. Jiang Xingtong scrutinized Fu Zimo's features for a moment, then chuckled softly, this has nothing to do with cleverness. Your appearance reflects both your father and your mother. Provided your eyes convey no ambiguity, one can easily discern who your parents are. It pertains to the science of genetics. Sister-in-law, you are absolutely right, Fu Zimo remarked, casting an approving glance at his father. Jiang Xiyue observed Jiang Xingtong, who had not spared him a glance since entering the Fu residence and had been wholly engaged in conversation with Fu Zimo, his well-defined brows unconsciously knitting into a frown. He suddenly felt that the decision to bring Jiang Xingtong to the auction today was a mistake. Chapter 68, They Share No Blood Relation. At that moment, not far away, the head of the Fu family, upon seeing his son arrive with Jiang Xiyue, immediately abandoned the guests by his side and hurried to greet Jiang Xiyue. His demeanor notably respectful. He warmly addressed Jiang Xiyue, saying, Master Jiang, I never expected you to attend the auction as well, it is truly an honor. His successful ascent to the head of the Fu family was largely due to the numerous insights and assistance provided by Master Jiang. Moreover, Master Jiang's presence at the auction brought immense prestige to the Fu family within the upper echelons of society, especially since he had never attended any gatherings before. Jiang Xiyue, with an impassive countenance, regarded the head of the Fu family with a detached tone, replying, Uncle, you are too kind. At that moment, Jiang Xingtong suddenly turned to Fu Zimo and inquired, Fu Zimo, why does your sister Fu Shixue not resemble your mother or your father? Could it be that she is not your biological sister? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's question, Jiang Xiyue narrowed his eyes and scrutinized her, clearly sensing that her inquiry was not a mere casual remark. Fu Zimo, initially taken aback, soon responded with a smile. Fu Shixue does indeed bear little resemblance to my parents, but she is certainly my biological sister. When my mother gave birth to her, my father and I were waiting outside the delivery room together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's eyes darkened as she inquired once more. Since Fu Shixue does not resemble your parents, does she take after your grandparents or your paternal grandparents? Fu Zimo, after pondering Jiang Xingtong's question for a moment, shook his head and replied, I had not noticed this before you posed the question. Fu Shixue bears no resemblance to my parents, nor to my grandparents. Jiang Xingtong, steering the conversation, casually probed further, from a genetic standpoint, Fu Shixue does not share any physical traits with your family. Is she truly your biological sister? Upon hearing her inquiry, Fu Zimo's complexion suddenly paled, leaving him momentarily speechless. If viewed through a genetic lens, the absence of resemblance could imply a lack of blood relation. Yet, he had witnessed his sister's birth, how could Fu Shixue not be his sister? Jiang Xia glanced meaningfully at Jiang Xingtong, sensing that she was privy to the Fu family's secrets. He abruptly raised his elegant hand, grasping Jiang Xingtong's delicate one. Confused, Jiang Xingtong looked at Jiang Xia, silently questioning. What is it? Jiang Xia gently squeezed Jiang Xingtong's fragile hand, his fingertips softly inscribing a message in her palm, return and explain this to me. Jiang Xingtong. What does he wish for her to elucidate? The head of the Fu family noticed Fu Zimo falling into silence and, intrigued, glanced at the enchanting and ethereal Jiang Xingtong, questioning, which esteemed family does this young lady belong to? I do not recall having encountered her before. Regaining his composure, Fu Zimo promptly introduced, Father, she is none other than Jiang Xingtong, the wife of Zhang Ge. Upon hearing this, the head of the Fu family furrowed his brow in realization, recalling who Jiang Xingtong was. She was the so-called fake heiress of the Jiang family. Previously, his illegitimate son had intended to marry the so-called heiress. Later, he heard from his illegitimate son's wife, Jiang Xueqi, that this impostor had ill intentions and employed underhanded tactics to forcibly alter the marriage arrangements. Ultimately, the faux heiress Jiang Xingtong wed young Master Zhan, while the genuine heiress Jiang Xueqi ended up marrying his illegitimate son. He harbored a profound disdain for cunning women like Jiang Xingtong. The very existence of his illegitimate son, Fu Zixing, was a consequence of being ensnared by such a scheming woman. His once harmonious relationship with his wife had been marred by the sudden appearance of this illegitimate child. Despite his efforts to apologize and cater to his wife's feelings, their bond could never return to its former state. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingtong, he coldly remarked, "Miss Jiang, as you accompany young Master Zhan to this gathering, it would be wise to conduct yourself as a proper companion and refrain from instigating discord between my daughter and our family." Chapter 69, to label her as a mere fake heiress? Jiang Xingtong regarded the disdain and contempt etched upon the head of the Fu family's face, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of her lips. In her previous life, the head of the Fu family was akin to her father-in-law. She had interacted with him and gained a profound understanding of his character. He was selfish, feeble, lacking in decisiveness, and devoid of capability. Were it not for the exceptionally talented Fu Zimo, whose esteemed connections he relied upon, he would never have ascended to the position of head of the Fu family. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that, after fathering the illegitimate son Fu Zixing, he would also produce the illegitimate daughter Fu Shixue. Initially, he had reluctantly acknowledged Fu Zixing as his son due to threats from the mother of Fu Zixing, who blackmailed him into recognition. She insisted that if he did not accept Fu Zixing and accord him the privileges of a Fu family descendant, she would reveal to his wife the existence of their illegitimate daughter. After being ensnared by the machinations of Fu Zixing's mother, he had vowed to his wife that he would never betray her again. Yet ultimately, after a tumultuous episode involving his illegitimate child, he perceived his wife as unreasonable and, seduced by a mistress masquerading as an understanding confidant, found himself entangled in yet another night of indiscretion, resulting in the birth of another illegitimate daughter. He dared not reveal his transgressions to his wife, nor could he allow her to discover the existence of this new illegitimate daughter, hence, he begrudgingly accepted Fu Zixing. However, unbeknownst to him, this illegitimate daughter was not of his bloodline at all. Recently, she had conducted an investigation on the dark web regarding the background and medical condition of Fu Shirlan's adoptive mother, inadvertently uncovering that Fu Shirlan's adoptive mother was not ill at all. She had fabricated her ailment solely to ensnare the dutiful Fu Shirlan, intending to reduce her to a mere tool for profit, thereby ensuring that her daughter's future remained unimpeded. The one who aided in the fabrication of this false medical condition was her attending physician, her lover, and also the true father of Fu Shixue. It is precisely due to this connection that the doctor provided her with a falsified medical record. Indeed, it appears that you cannot bear to see the Fu family thrive, deliberately seeking to create trouble for us by bringing up Xueqi's background. At that moment, a sharp and dissatisfied voice suddenly pierced the air from behind Jiang Xingtong. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brow and turned to look back. There stood Jiang Xueqi, her face caked with thick foundation, yet still unable to conceal the dark circles under her eyes and her haggard appearance, which caused a faint smirk to form at the corner of Jiang Xingtong's mouth. It seems that Jiang Xueqi has not been resting well these past few days due to the troubles caused by that scoundrel Fu Zixing. Jiang Xueqi, if I recall correctly, your surname is Jiang, is it not? Do you truly consider yourself a member of the Fu family here, or is your reasoning rather impaired? What do you mean by impaired? You're the one who is not quite right in the head, Jiang Xueqi retorted angrily, her face turning a shade of deep indigo. My husband Fu Zixing is a member of the Fu family, what is wrong with me claiming to be a part of it? Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow, casting a seemingly amused glance at the now sullen Fu Zimo and the awkwardly flustered head of the Fu family, deliberately inquiring, head of the Fu family, if my memory serves me correctly, is Fu Zimo not your sole heir? Who, then, is this Fu Zixing? Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's question, the head of the Fu family shot a guilty and awkward glance at Fu Zimo, before glaring at Jiang Xingtong with irritation. Jiang Xingtong, do not pretend to be oblivious. If it were not for your scheming, you would be the one married to Fu Zixing right now. How could you possibly not know who he is? Jiang Xingtong regarded the evasive response of the head of the Fu family with a cold, derisive laugh. I have been betrothed to Jiang Xueqi since childhood. He is destined to be mine, and I have no need to resort to cunning schemes. After speaking, she cast a disdainful glance at Fu Zihong, whose face bore evident bruises and an unseemly pallor. All I know is that Fu Zihong is the illegitimate child of a prominent family. I am not well versed in his connection to your esteemed Fu family. However, it seems rather apparent that Fu Zihong is indeed your illegitimate offspring. One would not expect such an ostensibly refined individual to be so hypocritical. Ahem. Suddenly, Jiang Xueqi cleared his throat. Jiang Xingtong glanced at him and instantly comprehended his subtle hint, obediently sealing her lips and swallowing her words. It was, after all, rather inappropriate to question the character of the head of the Fu family in front of so many guests at a banquet hosted by them. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's unfinished remark, the head of the Fu family grasped her implication, his countenance growing increasingly uncomfortable, a surge of suppressed anger welling within. He endeavored to dismiss his embarrassment and cast Jiang Xingtong a disdainful glance. Impossible. Who does not know that the Zhan family was initially engaged to the Jiang family's heiress? It is she who has the childhood betrothal with Master Zhan, not you. A mere provincial with no background. Jiang Xingtong pouted her crimson lips, gazing at Jiang Xueqi with a hint of grievance as she fluttered her long, thick eyelashes. In a soft and tender voice, she murmured, "Aye." Jiang Xueqi, observing the delicate features of Jiang Xingtong adorned with a touch of sorrow, felt his previously hardened heart involuntarily soften. His handsome visage turned cold as he directed a frosty glance at the head of the Fu family, stating plainly, "She did not lie." In the next moment, his gaze turned icy and sharp, fixating on the visibly anxious Jiang Xueqi. Fu Zixing's status was already beneath consideration. And now he has married a Jiang family heiress of even lesser standing. His deep, resonant voice articulated the chilling truth. Fu Zixing glared at Jiang Xueqi with a malevolent expression. How dare this wretched cripple assert that he lacked significance? He was, after all, a man with all his limbs intact. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's assessment, Jiang Xueqi's complexion drained of color. She was acutely aware from her previous life that Jiang Xueqi held an esteemed position in the eyes of the Fu family patriarch, who was particularly sensitive to Jiang Xueqi's opinions. She feared that his words might influence the patriarch's decision regarding Fu Zixing's status as one of the heirs to the Fu family. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's remarks about Fu Zixing, a surge of anger flashed across the patriarch's face. He strode towards Fu Zixing with purpose, his fury palpable as he raised his hand and struck Fu Zixing across the face. Useless wretch. Who permitted you to be here? Leave at once. A distinct red mark from the slap appeared on Fu Zixing's fair and handsome face, his expression one of disbelief and embarrassment as he looked at the patriarch. You hit me? How infuriating it was that this old man had the audacity to strike him publicly. Jiang Xueqi anxiously glanced at the head of the Fu family and hurriedly expressed her admiration for Fu Ziheng. Father, yesterday Fu Ziheng was involved in a car accident and, despite his injuries, was determined to attend the banquet you hosted. To him, your matters hold paramount importance. He has committed no wrongdoing, why would you punish him? Jiang Xingtong, with a sardonic smile, regarded the visibly tense Jiang Xueqi and replied, So, are you implying that the one at fault is you? Jiang Xueqi, brimming with indignation, shot a furious glare at Jiang Xingtong. The one at fault is undoubtedly you wretched impostor. Chapter 70. The young master supports his wife with a fierce gaze fixed on Jiang Xingtong. She seethed, if it weren't for you usurping my identity, I would not have endured years of hardship in the countryside. If you had not taken my place, how could you possibly have the chance to marry the heir of the Zhan family? You are nothing but a venomous schemer, and you have wronged me throughout your life. At this point, she abruptly shifted her tone, commanding Jiang Xingtong with an air of entitlement. Thus, I advise you to discuss this matter with young Master Zhan at once, urging him to persuade the head of the Fu family to appoint my husband, Fu Ziheng, as the heir of the Fu family. Once my husband assumes that position, I shall forgive you for the pain you have caused me. The guests, upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's words, began to regard Jiang Xingtong with curious and scrutinizing glances. Originally, the stunning gaze directed at Jiang Xingtong transformed into one of disdain and repulsion, laced with a heavy dose of mockery. The whispers insinuated, who would have thought that some individuals, despite their seemingly radiant exterior, are nothing more than repugnant leeches, thriving on the blood of others, allowing them to marry a man they would have never been worthy of. My utmost disdain is reserved for those false heiresses who occupy another's rightful place. Such individuals are utterly revolting. I harbor a particular loathing for the counterfeit science of the Mo family. They seize another's identity, devoid of gratitude, and brazenly adopt a condescending stance towards their victims. These people are nothing short of ungrateful wolves. Jiang Xueqi, upon overhearing the unanimous support from the guests, could not help but smirk with satisfaction. Her gaze, filled with arrogance, drifted towards Jiang Xingtong as she leaned in to whisper conspiratorially, Jiang Xingtong, did you hear that? If you wish to preserve your reputation, it would be prudent to immediately comply with my demands and ensure that Fu Zixing becomes the heir of the Fu family. Jiang Xingtong let out a derisive laugh, casually resting her hand on Jiang Xingtong's shoulder, and mockingly regarded the visibly enraged and dissatisfied Jiang Xueqi. Are you not aware of Fu Zixing's true worth? How dare you aspire to the position of the Fu family's heir? That is truly laughable. You owe me this. You have lived for over 20 years under the guise of a Jiang family heiress, and with the opportunity to marry young Master Zhan, you ought to express your gratitude. Jiang Xueqi glared at Jiang Xingtong with palpable fury, commanding with an air of entitlement, otherwise, I shall expose your ingratitude and treachery to the world, making it known to all netizens who shall condemn you. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Jiang Xingtong's lips as she retorted, what audacity! Who are you calling a dog? Jiang Xueqi, incensed, unleashed a torrent of expletives, her carefully maintained image of a demure lady shattering in an instant. Obviously, the one who feels guilty is indeed the one at fault. Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the furious Jiang Xueqi, then, with feigned astonishment, turned to Jiang Xueqi and remarked, this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to be treated like a dog. I concur, Jiang Xueqi replied, his gaze on Jiang Xingtong harboring a glimmer of barely perceptible affection amidst the icy depths of his phoenix-like eyes. Jiang Xueqi's face turned ashen with rage as she exclaimed, Jiang Xingtong, you are utterly outrageous. You have usurped my identity and stolen my engagement, and now you dare to insult me as a dog. You are the most vicious, scheming, and shameless woman I have ever encountered. Zhan, strike her, Jiang Xueqi suddenly commanded. The sound of 2 crisp slaps echoed through the air. In the next moment, 2 red, swollen handprints appeared on Jiang Xueqi's flawlessly made-up face. She clutched her stinging cheek, looking at Zhan with a mix of fury and fear, momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Xingtong cast a surprised glance at the disheveled Jiang Xueqi, then turned her attention back to Jiang Xueqi, a warm current unexpectedly swelling within her heart. Is Jiang Xueqi truly standing up for her? Zhan Ying's stern visage was laden with a palpable aura of menace as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xueqi, delivering a chilling warning, Jiang Xueqi, should you dare to show disrespect towards our young mistress again, it will not merely be a matter of 2 slaps. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xueqi snapped back to reality, disbelief etched across her features as she looked towards Jiang Xueqi, who sat in his wheelchair. In her previous life, Jiang Xueqi had never brought her to any gatherings, and even when she was wronged, he would turn a blind eye, offering no assistance whatsoever. Why, in this life, was he defending that wretched impostor Jiang Xingtong? Zhan Shao, I am the victim here. Your wife, Jiang Xingtong, is the perpetrator who usurped my identity. It should have been me marrying you, she exclaimed. Is it not justified for me to speak a few words against her? Jiang Xueqi languidly lifted his icy, elongated gaze to regard Jiang Xueqi. Sensing his scrutiny, she quickly straightened her posture and tilted her face slightly, striving to present her most alluring self to him. Although she had no desire to wed Jiang Xueqi, the frigid and aloof nature of this man posed a significant challenge, igniting within her a yearning to conquer him. There seemed to be no reason why Jiang Xingtong could receive his protection while she could not. After showcasing her most enchanting side to Jiang Xueqi, she immediately transformed into a pitiful figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. In that moment, she resembled a delicate flower in desperate need of safeguarding, effortlessly evoking a protective instinct in any man. Jiang Xueqi appeared oblivious to Jiang Xueqi's affected demeanor. His voice as cold and unyielding as ice as he spoke, the one at fault is the medical staff who misidentified you and my wife. At that time, my wife was merely an innocent infant, incapable of any wrongdoing. Furthermore, here, his phoenix eyes glinted with a chilling light as he cast a scornful glance at Jiang Xueqi. The one to whom I am betrothed is Jiang Xingtong, not merely the daughter of the Jiang family. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's defense, Jiang Xingtong felt a pang of bitterness, her beautiful, deep-set doe eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Jiang Xueqi, noticing her vulnerable expression, felt a flicker of concealed warmth and an indescribable ache within him. He regarded Jiang Xingtong for a moment, then turned his steely gaze back to Jiang Xueqi. His tone sharp and unwavering, even if you had not been swapped at birth and grew up in the Jiang household, I would never agree to marry you. My wife will always be Jiang Xingtong. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from dramatizing your existence to belittle my wife, otherwise. Jiang Xueqi abruptly halted, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon Fu Zihong, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Fu Zihong will remain a forsaken illegitimate child for all his days. Chapter 71, The scoundrel couple kneels together. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the usually taciturn and frigid Jiang Xueqi, astonished by his fierce defense. Her heart raced uncontrollably, pounding like a drum within her chest. She gazed at Jiang Xueqi with a tumultuous heart, her clear black eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's warning, Fu Zixing's complexion turned pale, his anxiety shifting towards Jiang Xueqi. This wretched woman, how could she have offended young Master Zhan? Did she not realize that with a mere stamp of his foot, the entire city of Beijing would tremble? With Jiang Xueqi's formidable power, decisive nature, and fearsome reputation, if he chose to target Fu Zixing, there would be no chance for rescue, he would simply have to await his demise. Jiang Xueqi, sensing the icy chill and ominous warning in Jiang Xueqi's gaze, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her spine. In a flurry of nerves, she lowered her head and pleaded, "Young Master Zhan, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Please, do not harm my husband." Though Jiang Xueqi was known for his fleeting existence, he was currently at the pinnacle of his power, serving as both the president of the Zhan Corporation and a venture capital magnate. Should she truly provoke him, he could easily crush Fu Zixing like an ant. She needed to wait until Fu Zixing became a billionaire, so she could proudly assume the role of the billionaire's wife. It was imperative that nothing happened to him. Jiang Xueqi cast a cold glance at Jiang Xueqi, ignoring her entirely as he lifted his phoenix-like eyes to Jiang Xingtong. The moment his icy gaze met Jiang Xingtong's delicate face, it transformed into a softness akin to a gentle spring breeze. Jiang Xueqi, caught in the warmth of Jiang Xueqi's tender gaze, instinctively looked away, nervously tugging at her hair to conceal the tumult of her racing heart. Why was Jiang Xueqi suddenly regarding her with such tenderness? It left her feeling awkward, unsure of how to position herself, her entire being rigid with tension. Jiang Xueqi discerned the rigidity in Jiang Xingtong and turned to gaze coldly at Jiang Xueqi, commanding, "Since you acknowledge your mistake, you shall sincerely apologize to my esteemed wife." Jiang Xingtong, in front of everyone, and clarify the situation. Reluctantly, Jiang Xueqi bowed her head, feeling both awkward and guilty, and addressed Jiang Xingtong, "Jiang Xingtong, I am sorry." Jiang Xingtong regarded Jiang Xueqi with an icy demeanor, responding, "Your apology lacks sincerity." Suddenly, Jiang Xueqi crushed the wine glass in his hand and coldly instructed Jiang Xueqi, "My patience is finite, you have 3 minutes to clarify matters to the guests, or else." Startled by his words, Jiang Xueqi, fearing repercussions, hastily began to explain to the guests, "I apologize, I intentionally slandered Jiang Xingtong earlier in an attempt to tarnish her reputation, for I did not wish for this pretender, who usurped my identity, to enjoy a good life." Anxious that failing to clarify would provoke Jiang Xueqi, a perfectionist with obsessive tendencies, she elaborated in detail, "In truth, Jiang Xingtong became engaged to Zhan Xiao because she saved his grandmother." Upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's explanation, the guests felt like mere jesters. It became evident that Jiang Xueqi was deliberately playing the victim to elicit sympathy. Truly, she was akin to the wife of a bastard, lacking the grace to stand on equal footing. Fu Zixing had initially felt grateful to Jiang Xueqi for speaking up on his behalf. But upon noticing the disdainful and mocking glances from the guests, his fury erupted. He stormed towards Jiang Xueqi and delivered a resounding slap across her face. "You fool! What nonsense are you causing here? Hurry up and get away. How dare you strike me?" Jiang Xueqi exclaimed, her ears ringing from the blow. Infuriated, she seized Fu Zixing by the collar and, rising on her toes, began to scratch his face. Her sharply manicured fingers swiftly carved several bloody, slender lines across Fu Zixing's visage. "You shameless wretch, I've always considered your feelings, and yet you dare to hit me? Mark my words, if you make my life miserable, I will ensure yours is equally unbearable." As she berated him, Jiang Xueqi's fury intensified, leaving visible marks on Fu Zixing's once handsome face. Enraged, Fu Zixing grasped her wrists, his voice breaking as he shouted, "Jiang Xueqi, my father's banquet is of utmost importance. You must calm down immediately and stop creating chaos. We cannot allow others to mock us any further. You know you are the joke here." Fu Zimo, who had remained silent, finally scoffed, then turned to his father with a mocking glare. "Dad, did you invite your illegitimate son here today to entertain us with a spectacle?" Upon hearing these words, the head of the Fu family cast a shameful glance at the onlookers and his son, whose face was a mask of derision. With a countenance dark as thunder, he stormed towards Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to each of them. "You two imbeciles, get out of here at once." he bellowed. These wretched individuals, did they think this was their own home? Did they consider these guests mere decorations? To engage in a brawl here. They had utterly disgraced him. Suddenly, Jiang Xueqi received another slap, jolting her back to reality. In a flurry, she knelt before the head of the Fu family, pleading for forgiveness. Father, Fu Zixing and I realize our mistakes. Please, do not cast us away. Fu Zixing hastily followed suit, kneeling in a panic. Father, I apologize. I promise I will never repeat my previous errors. Please, do not expel us. Jiang Xingtong observed the two kneeling in disarray, begging for mercy, and raised an elegant eyebrow. A sardonic smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi were a pair of brainless allies, squabbling amidst a gathering of esteemed guests. There was no need for her intervention. They were already tarnishing their own reputations and digging their own graves. Suddenly, Zhang Zai clasped Jiang Xingtong's delicate hand resting on his shoulder, his lips parting to speak in a voice as deep and resonant as a cello. Jiang Xingtong. How do you wish to handle them? At the sound of his captivating voice echoing in her ear, she instinctively lowered her beautiful gaze towards him. From her elevated position, she looked down at Zhang Zai, whose striking features were accentuated by the lighting, each line of his face as exquisite as a meticulous painting, handsome and alluring, exuding an overwhelming aura of charisma. Such a captivating scene left her breathless, her gaze involuntarily lingering on his face. Suddenly, the voice of the head of the Fu family resonated. Apologizing to me is futile. If you wish to remain, you must earn the forgiveness of Master Zhan and his wife. Upon speaking, a hint of a conciliatory smile graced his cultured and mature visage as he turned to Zhan Xiyue. Master Zhan, I sincerely apologize for the earlier embarrassment. Might I suggest they offer you an apology? Zhan Xiyue's icy stare fixated on the head of the Fu family, his voice resonating with cold authority. The one who requires an apology is my wife. The head of the Fu family, startled by Zhan Xiyue's defense of Jiang Xingtong, recalled his earlier disdainful and disrespectful behavior towards her. His complexion paled as he hastily turned to Jiang Xingtong. Madame Zhan, I apologize. I was misguided by Jiang Xueqi and wrongfully accused you. I implore you to overlook my folly. Jiang Xingtong regarded the head of the Fu family, whose countenance shifted from contempt to ingratiation, and who still sought to deflect blame. She approached and gently patted his shoulder. Uncle, you are, after all, Fu Zimo's father. And my husband shares a close bond with Fu Zimo. For the sake of their friendship, I bear no ill will towards you. After speaking, she quickly withdrew her hand, discreetly plucking a strand of hair from the head of the Fu family and concealing it in her palm. Then, with an air of nonchalance, she turned to Zhan Xiyue. I feel somewhat fatigued. Shall we find a place to sit? Originally, she intended to be forthright with the head of the Fu family. However, she was concerned that, given his selfish nature, he might prefer to deny his illegitimate daughter in order to prevent his wife from discovering her existence. To safeguard Fu Shilan's interests, she needed to tread carefully. Chapter 72. Mrs. Zhan's proud display of marital affection. Zhan Xiyue cast a vague glance at Jiang Xingtong's porcelain white hand and nodded slightly. He noticed Jiang Xingtong retract her hand from the shoulder of the head of the Fu family, her fingers sweeping past his head as if she had plucked a strand of hair. What was her intention? The head of the Fu family, sensing Zhan Xiyue's potential disapproval, hastily interjected. Mr. Zhan, Mrs. Zhan, please do not leave. Fu Zixing and Jiang Xueqi have yet to apologize to you. Jiang Xingtong shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Xueqi, who was kneeling with a resentful expression, and at Fu Zixing, whose eyes were red with humiliation. A faint smile played on her lips. Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing had publicly brawled and now knelt in disgrace, having thoroughly tarnished their own reputations. She was too disinterested to torment this foolish couple further and wished to depart swiftly. However, since they had willingly presented themselves for her amusement, she was happy to oblige. Very well. If they bow and admit their mistakes to me, I shall forgive their slander and fabrications. Are you out of your mind, Jiang Xingtong? Jiang Xueqi's face darkened with fury upon hearing her words. I did not demand that you make me bow and apologize. On what grounds do you insist that I do so? Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jiang Xueqi with a frigid expression, letting out a derisive laugh. Jiang Xueqi. Although I was misidentified as you from a young age, had it not been for my presence, the Jiang group would have long since collapsed, never to rise as the leading fashion enterprise in Jiangqing. I have long since repaid the debts owed to the Jiang family, and I owe you nothing. What right do you have to demand that I bow and apologize? At this point, she suddenly grasped the elegant, slender hand of Jiang Xingtong, lifting their joined hands to display before Jiang Xueqi. And why should I bow and apologize to you? Simply because I am Jiang Xingtong's wife. And my husband possesses remarkable talent and capabilities. With a proud smile, Jiang Xingtong turned her head and playfully winked at Jiang Xingtong. Thinking that he wouldn't mind her borrowing his imposing presence, would he? Right, i.e.? Indeed. Jiang Xingtong, gazing into her innocent yet alluring doe-like eyes, felt a mischievous spark ignite within him, stirring a fire in his chest that made his blood simmer with excitement. Instinctively, he enveloped Jiang Xingtong's delicate hand in his palm, his expression darkening as he directed a frosty glare at the head of the Fu family. It appears that your desire for an apology is merely a figment of your imagination. Though it was but a casual remark. The head of the Fu family felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the weight of Mount Tai bore down upon him. He swiftly raised his hand and struck Jiang Xueqi, admonishing her with a fierce tone, "You wretched creature, if you refuse to apologize, then swiftly leave with Fu Zixing and do not linger here in ignorance." Observing this, Fu Zixing felt a surge of panic. He quickly addressed the head of the Fu family with humility, "Father, please do not be angry. I shall have Jiang Xueqi and myself apologize to Mrs. Zhang immediately." With that, he turned to the visibly bruised Jiang Xueqi and gently urged, "My dear, a wise man does not suffer in silence. If you wish to prevent my losing my position as the heir of the Fu family, let us promptly apologize to Mrs. Zhang." Jiang Xueqi, clutching her painfully swollen cheek, cast a furious and envious glance at Jiang Xingtong, then at Jiang Xingtong, who stood resolutely in support of her. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she begrudgingly bowed her head and apologized to Jiang Xingtong, "Mrs. Zhang, I am truly sorry, I was not in my right mind earlier. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against someone as insignificant as I." Fu Zixing, relieved at her submission, immediately followed suit, bowing his head in apology to Jiang Xingtong, "Mrs. Zhang, I apologize for not properly managing my wife, which led to her disrespect. I kindly ask that you overlook our transgressions and not hold them against us." Jiang Xingtong observed Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing genuinely bowing before her in public, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, before she coolly replied, "This time, out of respect for the head of the Fu family, I shall let it pass." As she spoke, her gaze suddenly turned icy as she looked at Fu Zixing. "You should be aware that I have severed all ties with the Jiang family. Therefore, I kindly ask you to manage your wife and request that she refrain from frivolously labeling me as an imposter, manipulating others to verbally assault me, while she presents herself as the victim to elevate her own status." "Very well. I shall heed your advice and ensure that Jiang Xueqi refrains from making any further unfounded remarks," Fu Zixing assured, sensing the palpable aura of menace and coldness radiating from Jiang Xingtong, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. After speaking, he instinctively raised a hand to wipe the sudden beads of cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Upon hearing the exchange between Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xueqi, the guests experienced a moment of enlightenment. The sympathy in their eyes vanished, replaced by expressions of disdain directed towards Jiang Xueqi. It became apparent that Jiang Xingtong had long since cut ties with the Jiang family, leading them to question why Jiang Xueqi would deliberately insult her, casting aspersions. Surely it stemmed from jealousy over Jiang Xingtong's superior circumstances. Feeling the scornful gazes of the guests upon her, Jiang Xueqi awkwardly lowered her head, unable to confront them. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Jiang Xingtong pushed Zhang Sai's wheelchair and turned to the silent Fu Zimo beside her, saying, "Fu Zimo, would you be so kind as to guide us to our seats?" "Of course, sister-in-law, please follow me," Fu Zimo replied, snapping out of his momentary reverie, swiftly concealing the flicker of suspicion that had crossed his face, and warmly welcoming Jiang Xingtong. After Fu Zimo escorted Jiang Xingtong and Zhang Siyue to the specially prepared premium seats, he attentively inquired, "Sister-in-law, we have some snacks and beverages here. If you feel hungry, you can head to the snack area." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's eyes brightened. "That sounds wonderful. Could you please take me to the snack area right now?" she replied enthusiastically. Without hesitation, she handed her wheelchair to Zhang Ning, who had been silently following them like a backdrop, and eagerly tugged at Fu Zimo's sleeve. As they walked, she asked, "What kinds of snacks do you have here? Are there any other delicious items besides snacks?" Being a true foodie, she found it impossible to resist the allure of food. "Of course there are, we also have," Fu Zimo began, but before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xingtong suddenly focused on his head and said, "Hold still, you have a gray hair, let me pluck it out for you." Without waiting for Fu Zimo to respond, she reached out and swiftly pulled out one of his gray hairs. Fu Zimo, puzzled, leaned his head closer to Jiang Xingtong's and squinted at her hand. "Where's the gray hair? Show it to me." With an apologetic expression, Jiang Xingtong shrugged and said helplessly, "I'm sorry. I just tossed it after plucking it, after all. Gray hairs aren't treasures, and they serve no purpose." Chapter 73, Jean's declaration to his lady. While it's true that gray hairs may not hold significance, I never expected to see them at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Fu Zimo instinctively glanced around the ground, attempting to locate a strand of white hair. Jiang Xingtong, noticing his distraction, promptly tugged at Fu Zimo's sleeve, assertively urging him to move forward. "Oh, what's so fascinating about a single white hair? The most pressing matter at hand is to take me to the dessert area. I absolutely adore indulging in delicious treats." To prevent the Fu family from suspecting the true identity of Fu Shilan, she intended to conduct a paternity test involving Fu Shilan, the head of the Fu family, Fu Zimo, and his mother. The more evidence she could gather, the more persuasive her case would be, ultimately driving away Fu Shiqi, the parasite that had taken root in the Fu family. Hearing her soft and melodious voice, Fu Zimo could not help but let his gaze linger on Jiang Xingtong's face. Observing her skin, as delicate as mutton fat jade, and her captivating beauty that could make fish sink and flowers bloom, even he, who already had his moonlight, had to concede that an extraordinarily beautiful woman could easily provoke uncontrollable emotions. Jean Sai, seated in a wheelchair, watched as Jiang Xingtong intimately held Fu Zimo's sleeve, while Fu Zimo gazed tenderly at her. A surge of inexplicable irritation and anger welled up within him. Particularly, the sight of the two standing together, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama, was suffused with pink bubbles, showcasing an admirable match of talent and beauty. His exceptionally handsome face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he coldly addressed Zhang Ning, "I am hungry, take me to the dessert area." He desperately wished to obscure Fu Zimo's view, who permitted him to gaze so impolitely at his wife. Zhang Ning glanced at Zhang Sai and then at the scene of Jiang Xingtong and Fu Zimo departing hand in hand. Understanding the situation, he gently pushed Zhang Sai's wheelchair to follow Jiang Xingtong. "Madam, our young master happens to be quite hungry. Please wait a moment for him. You may enjoy some snacks together." In truth, their young master had an aversion to snacks. To be precise, he was indifferent to worldly desires, preferring a bland diet. Every time Zhang Ning observed him eating, it seemed as though he was merely sustaining his bodily functions, forcing himself to take a few bites. If it were possible to survive without food, Zhang Sai might well forego meals entirely. Jiang Xingtong had not strayed far, and upon hearing Zhang Ying's resonant voice, she immediately released Fu Zimo's sleeve and turned toward Zhang Sai, a smile gracing her lips. "Since Ai Yu wishes to have some snacks, I shall push him along." Fu Zimo, watching Jiang Xingtong abandon him in an instant to stride toward Zhang Sai, could not help but smile with a mix of envy and blessing. He understood clearly that his earlier infatuation was merely a fleeting admiration for her beauty and not genuine affection for Jiang Xingtong. The one he truly loved was someone else. He hoped that one day, he too could stand openly with the woman he cherished, attending social gatherings together. Zhang Sai, initially filled with rage and contemplating whether to retaliate against Fu Zimo, found his fury doused like a flame extinguished by a bucket of icy water upon seeing Jiang Xingtong approach him with a sweet smile. Zhang Xiyue, suppressing his discomfort with taste, accompanied Jiang Xingtong in enjoying some delicacies before the auction commenced. They swiftly returned to their original positions to participate in the event. He presented the auction catalogue before Jiang Xingtong, inquiring if there was anything she fancied. "What for?" Jiang Xingtong instinctively retorted as she accepted the catalogue. "If you find something you desire, remember to tell me, I shall bid on it and present it to you," he replied, his dark phoenix eyes fixated on her delicate, rosy visage. Jiang Xingtong jested, "If I like everything, are you really going to procure them all for me?" "Indeed," Zhang Xiyue responded with unwavering certainty. Taken aback, Jiang Xingtong gazed at him in astonishment, her clear doe-like eyes widening. "Why?" Amused by her sudden adorably naive demeanor, Zhang Xiyue couldn't resist gently ruffling her hair. His voice low and husky, "Because you are my esteemed wife." Upon uttering those words, he felt a warmth creeping up to his ears. This was his response to Jiang Xingtong's earlier confession. Surely, she understood the significance of his words. The lighting at the banquet was not particularly bright. And Jiang Xingtong failed to notice the crimson hue that had crept onto his ears. With a hint of comprehension, she replied with 3 words, I understand. Jiang Xueqi's implication was that although she was his nominal wife, being his esteemed wife also represented her connection to the Zhan family. Therefore, out of consideration for multiple aspects, he must maintain her dignity. As Jiang Xueqi suddenly grasped Jiang Xingtong's delicate, porcelain-like hand, he leaned in close to her ear, his voice a deep, alluring whisper, I shall strive to be a worthy husband. Although he was uncertain about the true nature of his feelings for Jiang Xingtong, one thing was abundantly clear to him, he did not wish for her to regard him with indifference, nor did he desire for her to seek a divorce. Presently, he had yet to find the girl with whom he had once exchanged promises of a shared future, thus he resolved to approach this marriage earnestly, not wanting to disappoint Jiang Xingtong's heartfelt confession. After all, he might never have the chance to meet that girl again. Jiang Xingtong, upon hearing his words, found herself perplexed by Jiang Xueqi's declaration. Nevertheless, she obediently nodded, yes, I too shall endeavor to be a qualified wife. As contract spouses, we must each take responsibility for our roles. Listening to Jiang Xingtong's response stirred emotions within Jiang Xueqi, and a soft glow unexpectedly flickered in his cold, phoenix-like eyes. He gently lifted her chin with his long, elegant fingers and slowly leaned down to plant a tender kiss upon her crimson lips. Jiang Xingtong felt the crisp, fragrant kiss from Jiang Xueqi and froze momentarily, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for reaction. My goodness! What could have prompted this distinguished figure to kiss her so suddenly in a public setting? After releasing Jiang Xingtong, Jiang Xueqi chuckled softly as he tousled her hair, bringing her back to reality. Jiang Xingtong. Brother Jiang, I have finally found you. It has been years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. As Jiang Xingtong regained her composure, she suddenly heard a sweet, delicate voice emanating from behind her. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a girl adorned with exquisite, innocent makeup, donned in a pink, puff-sleeved princess dress, exuding an air of regal elegance akin to that of a princess, who was sprinting towards Jiang Xueqi with outstretched arms. Jiang Xingtong's brows knitted together in an instant. Who was this girl? Why did she display such fervor towards Jiang Xueqi? Chapter 74, Idle. As Jiang Xueqi caught sight of the approaching girl, a flicker of surprise illuminated his icy black eyes. However, in the next moment, he promptly interjected. Jiang. Jiang immediately appeared before Jiang Xueqi, shielding him from the girl's eager embrace and steadying her on her feet. The girl, clearly irked, stamped her foot in frustration, grasping Jiang Ying's strong arm and glaring at Jiang Xueqi. Brother Jiang, why are you still as fastidious as ever? Can't I even give you a hug? Jiang Xueqi's austere features softened momentarily as he evaded the topic, saying, I heard you were studying abroad. What brings you back so suddenly? Have you graduated from your master's program? Upon hearing this, Gu Xuxiu's expression darkened slightly as she pouted in discontent, playfully complaining, Brother Jiang, could you refrain from mentioning academic matters? It's been years since we last met, don't you miss me? She had initially pursued her studies abroad to be worthy of Jiang Xueqi, yet unexpectedly, she learned from her brother that Jiang Xueqi had married. Moreover, his bride was a pretentious and inconsequential socialite. Having heard of the true identity of this faux heiress, she is but a country bumpkin. How could such a rustic girl possibly be worthy of the illustrious Jiang Xian? With this thought in mind, she disregarded Jiang Ying's attempts to restrain her, swiftly circumventing him to reach Jiang Xian's wheelchair. She playfully grasped the sleeve of his attire, shaking it gently as she cooed, Brother Jiang, do tell me. Do you miss me? Enough of this. Jiang Xian replied, his gaze filled with exasperation as he regarded Gu Xuxiu. Observing this exchange, Jiang Xingtong's brows furrowed in confusion. Was Jiang Xian not known for his aversion to female proximity and his severe cleanliness? Why, then, did he exhibit no disdain towards the girl before him, engaging in such intimate behavior? Who is this? Jiang Xingtong inquired. In response, Jiang Xian, with an air of composure, withdrew his sleeve from Gu Xuxiu's grasp and then took hold of Jiang Xingtong's delicate hand, as pure as jade. Xingtong, this is Gu Xuqiu, the sister of Gu Yuqing. Upon hearing this, he turned to Gu Xuxiu, elaborating, Gu Xuxiu, this is your sister-in-law, Jiang Xingtong. With a smile, Jiang Xingtong extended her hand towards Gu Xuxiu, greeting her. Hello, Sister Xuxiu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Gu Xiuxiu regarded the outstretched hand with a flash of disdain and contempt in her eyes, yet maintained a facade of friendliness as she replied coolly, Miss Jiang, greetings, it is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance. She then perfunctorily shook Jiang Xingtong's hand before promptly withdrawing it. In plain view of Jiang Xingtong, she immediately produced a disinfectant wipe, meticulously cleansing each of her fingers. Miss Jiang, I have been acquainted with Brother Jean since childhood, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. And I have inadvertently developed a certain obsession with cleanliness due to his influence. I hope you won't take offense if, after shaking your hand, I immediately wiped mine, as it is not a reflection of disdain towards you. Initially, Jiang Xingtong did not give it much thought, however. The last remark from Gu Xiuxiu made her acutely aware of the hidden disdain and contempt lacing Gu Xiuxiu's words, along with an implicit provocation. It was one thing for Gu Xiuxiu to look down on her, what was more infuriating was the insinuation that she, Gu Xiuxiu, was more suited to Jean S. having shared a childhood bond with him. Jiang Xingtong let out a cold laugh internally, swallowing back the retort she had intended to voice. With a smile directed at Gu Xiuxiu, she replied, I do not mind at all. For I share the same bed with Yi and possess an equally severe obsession with cleanliness. With that, she abruptly unfastened the buttons of Jean S.'s suit jacket without hesitation. Jean S. raised an eyebrow in confusion and inquired, What are you doing? Although he had resolved to take their marriage seriously, it seemed rather inappropriate for her to be undressing him in public. Jiang Xingtong assertively removed Jean S.'s suit jacket and nonchalantly remarked, Yi, the cuffs of your jacket are dirty, I fear it may discomfort you. After speaking, she tossed the jacket to Zhang Ning and commanded, dispose of it in the trash. Zhang Ning, holding Jean S.'s jacket, hesitated momentarily, his expression stoic yet questioning as he glanced at Jean S. He had not noticed any dirt on the cuffs of the jacket. This suit, a handcrafted haute couture piece valued at over 100,000, is far too precious to simply discard into a trash bin. Jean sighed, having noticed the lack of stains on the cuffs, was about to remind Jiang Xingtong when she, observing the silent exchange of glances between Zhang Ning and Zhang Sai, abruptly seized the suit jacket from Zhang Ying's hands. With a swift motion, she crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the trash can located 200 meters away, akin to a basketball shot. Zhang Sai was left speechless, marveling at her shooting accuracy, which could rival that of professional athletes. Zhang Ning, taken aback, thought to himself how remarkably swift the young mistress's actions were. If she no longer wanted it, she could have gifted it to him. He could easily list it on a second-hand website and make a profit. Gu Su, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger, wishing she could rush over to Jiang Xingtong and interrupt her actions. That insufferable country bumpkin. She merely grazed Zhang Sai's sleeve. Yet Jiang Xingtong had the audacity to declare his clothing dirty and toss it away. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtong turned her gaze towards Gu Su. Caught off guard, Gu Su's expression of malice and fury was exposed, clashing with Jiang Xingtong's frosty, scrutinizing stare. Instantly, she altered her demeanor, forcing a smile and addressing Jiang Xingtong with feigned friendliness, Sister Xingtong, your accuracy was simply remarkable just now, I am in absolute awe. She gazed at Jiang Xingtong with admiration, playfully shaking her arm, Sister Xingtong, have you practiced shooting before? I'm quite interested in basketball. Would you be willing to teach me? Jiang Xingtong, maintaining a polite smile while observing the seemingly amicable Gu Su before her, responded in kind, of course. When you have the time, feel free to arrange a meeting with me, I shall wholeheartedly impart all that I know to you. Hee hee. Were it not for her previous brush with death, she would undoubtedly believe that the fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness and anger in Gu Xiuxiu's eyes was merely an illusion. Unfortunately, Gu Xiuxiu's hypocritical friendliness had been flawlessly performed before her by her rival, Zhou Jiayi. Thus, upon encountering women bearing a resemblance to Zhou Jiayi's character, she cannot help but meticulously observe and analyze them. She is resolute in avoiding a repeat of her past mistakes. Hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, Gu Xiuxiu lowered her gaze to mask the disdain in her eyes and replied with a tone that was both cordial and enthusiastic, Miss Jiang, it's a deal then. I shall treat you to a meal at the finest 5-star restaurant in Jiangqing. Jiang Xingtong politely responded, thank you. At that moment, an exquisite ruby jewelry set was being auctioned on the stage. Gu Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the set, and she eagerly declared to Jiang Xingtong, this jewelry set is my absolute favorite, you must not know. This masterpiece, time imprint, is the renowned work of the globally acclaimed jewelry and fashion designer, Master Linda, right? The pigeon blood-red gemstones are dazzling and radiant, symbolizing passionate love, as well as eternity and fidelity. The design of this jewelry is exceptionally intricate and exquisite, with profound conceptual significance. Upon its debut at the Global Jewelry Design Competition, it not only clinched the championship but also garnered widespread admiration and acclaim, with numerous affluent individuals and wealthy ladies vying to purchase this magnificent set. It is said that this exquisite jewelry set was ultimately purchased for a staggering $100 million by a mysterious magnate who preferred to remain anonymous. This substantial sum catapulted Master Linda into global fame, making her the object of desire for numerous prestigious jewelry companies. Regrettably, Master Linda resolutely declined the olive branches extended by these companies and steadfastly chose to re-enter the fashion industry, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of fashion design, achieving worldwide acclaim. Chapter 75, heart-racing as this tale unfolded, Gu Xiuxiu's eyes brimmed with excitement and pride. Master Linda is my idol. I admire her immensely and have a strong desire to study abroad to seek an opportunity to become her apprentice. Jiang Xingtong, observing Gu Xiuxiu's fervent admiration for Linda, smirked cryptically. Master Linda might very well be one of our compatriots. By pursuing studies overseas, you may find that the opportunity to learn from her remains forever elusive. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Xiuxiu's gaze. However, she maintained a remarkably cordial tone as she replied, Miss Jiang, I have heard that you are merely the false daughter of the Jiang family, lacking both academic prowess and capability. Currently, you are studying at a drama academy, where women like you, who merely need to adorn themselves beautifully to play the role of mere ornaments, will likely never comprehend the aspirations of us academic achievers. Jiang Xingtong regarded Gu Xiuxiu with a seemingly amiable demeanor, yet her true sentiment was one of disdain, questioning what a frivolous and inept pretender could possibly understand. She placed her hand upon Jiang Xiyu's shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips as her gentle gaze traced his chiseled features, strikingly handsome and almost divine, as if sculpted by the hands of a master artist. Indeed, she mused, with a husband as remarkable as I, who lavishes care upon me, provides for my every need, and shall sustain me for a lifetime, why should I toil as you do? Her delicate fingers, as tender as spring shoots, deliberately caressed the defined contours of Jiang Xiyu's face, her voice soft and melodic as she continued, all I desire is to quietly exist as a beautiful ornament. Gracing eyes sighed. Isn't that right, I? Indeed, Jiang Xiyu responded, his phoenix-like eyes betraying a hint of affection he was unaware of. As he grasped Jiang Xingtong's mischievous hand that danced across his face, his ears betraying an involuntary flush. At that moment, as her hand glided over his skin, he felt an electric spark, a delightful shiver coursing through him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xiyu, Gu Xiuxiu was engulfed by a surge of intense anger and jealousy, her countenance turning a shade of stormy gray. This insufferable pretender, entirely devoid of merit yet shamelessly proud, aspired to live off Jiang Xiyu's generosity. She was utterly unworthy of a man whose illustrious lineage, striking beauty, and exceptional talents rendered him unparalleled. Gu Xiuxiu suppressed the anger bubbling within her and deliberately spoke in a soft, delicate tone to Jiang Xiyi, saying, Brother Jiang, I truly adore this set of jewelry. Would you be so kind as to bid on it for me as a gift upon my return home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's brows furrowed immediately, her gaze icy as she shot a glare at Gu Xiuxiu. She had designed the time imprint collection specifically for couples, a symbol of their beautiful, steadfast, and eternal love, meant to be gifted by a man to his wife, fiancée, or girlfriend. What was Gu Xiuxiu thinking in requesting this jewelry from Jiang Xiyi? Was she brazenly attempting to steal her man? Jiang Xingtong's tone turned frosty as she cautioned Gu Xiuxiu, this jewelry is explicitly designed for couples. It would be quite inappropriate for you to ask Yi to gift it to you. Though she and Jiang Xiyi were only a nominal couple at present, their marriage certificate was genuine. Moreover, apart from them, no one was aware of the truth behind their union. Gu Xiuxiu, fully aware of Jiang Xiyi's marriage, still audaciously requested such an ambiguously meaningful gift from him. Was she truly so shameless? The women she despised most were those who lacked moral integrity, who meddled in others' relationships, and willingly descended into depravity. A hint of provocation flickered in Gu Xiuxiu's eyes, yet her tone remained deceptively sweet as she replied, Sister Xingtong, jewelry is merely jewelry, it doesn't hold that much significance. Please, do not overthink it. With that, she swiftly turned and reached out to grasp Jiang Xiyi's arm. Pouting playfully, Brother Jiang, I genuinely love this set of jewelry. Please bid on it for me, won't you? Zhang Sai was reluctant to see his remaining white shirt discarded into the trash by his fastidious wife. He certainly did not wish to attend the auction with his upper body bare. With swift reflexes, he evaded the outstretched arm of Gu Xiuxiu. In an attempt to thwart her from making further contact, he abruptly pulled Jiang Xingtong into his embrace. Caught off guard, Jiang Xingtong found herself seated upon Zhang Sai's long, straight legs. Her back pressed against his well-defined chest, and through the fabric, she could feel the warmth radiating from his thighs, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 76, unveiling a shocking secret in a state of panic, she attempted to rise. Zhang Sai's legs were already problematic. If she were to damage them, he would undoubtedly unleash his fury upon her. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms encircled her slender waist, and a deep, magnetic voice whispered close to her delicate ear, "Madam, do not move. Stay seated." His alluring tone carried a tantalizing huskiness, warning her softly, "Otherwise, should anything happen, I shall not take responsibility." Jiang Xingtong was taken aback by his words, yet she immediately sensed an indescribable intensity emanating from Zhang Sai, igniting a spark of determination within her. Her body became rigid, as if frozen in place, and she breathed cautiously. Gu Xiuxiu, witnessing Jiang Xingtong perched upon Zhang Sai's legs, was consumed by jealousy. Her hands, which had been resting at her sides, clenched into fists, the tips of her fingers digging into her palms. Her face adorned with a disingenuous yet friendly smile. She addressed Jiang Xingtong, "Miss Jiang, your relationship with Brother Zhan is truly enviable. I cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Pray, do enlighten me on the methods and strategies you employed to win the affections of Brother Zhan, who is as frigid as a robot, devoid of any human emotion, and yet is so utterly devoted to you?" Upon finishing her words, she suddenly grasped Jiang Xingtong's wrist, attempting to extricate her from Zhang Sai's embrace. Jiang Xingtong, feeling somewhat awkward in her current position, found it stifling to remain still, and thus rose to her feet. Pulling Gu Xiuxiu along to her own seat, "Let's move to my place, I wish to have a proper conversation with you." "Very well, Miss Jiang. I am grateful for your willingness to share your insights," Gu Xiuxiu replied, clasping her fists in gratitude, and eagerly followed Jiang Xingtong to her side. Zhang Sai observed Gu Xiuxiu's warmth and friendliness towards Jiang Xingtong, a flicker of amusement appearing in his phoenix-like eyes. The little princess of the Gu family was indeed cherished by all. Her parents, having given birth to 3 sons, had longed for a daughter and lavished her with affection. Additionally, due to her congenital heart condition, her parents treated her like a rare treasure, insisting that their 3 sons also show her the utmost care and love. On Gu Xiuxiu's 18th birthday, the Gu couple and their 3 sons presented her with a birthday gift worth billions, hosting a grand celebration in her honor. Thus, the noble families throughout the capital are well aware that the Gu couple dotes on their daughter, while the 3 outstanding young masters of the Gu family are particularly fond of their sister. Consequently, Gu Xiuxiu is cherished wherever she goes, which has led to her somewhat haughty and aloof demeanor. She does not easily allow others the privilege of her friendship. Gu Xiuxiu's affection for Jiang Xingtong indicates that Jiang Xingtong possesses a remarkable charisma. The Gu family stands as one of the foremost elite families, second only to the Zhan family, making Gu Xiuxiu's admiration for Jiang Xingtong and their potential friendship exceptionally advantageous for Jiang Xingtong. As Jiang Xingtong settled into her seat, she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xiuxiu, who seemed to be lost in thought. Casually, she brushed aside the loose strands of hair that had fallen by her cheek, tucking them neatly behind her ear, and fashioned a simple yet voluminous centipede braid. The moment Jiang Xingtong fully unveiled her face, Gu Xiuxiu's countenance turned pale, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. Until that moment, her attention had been on Zhan Xiyue, and with Jiang Xingtong's hair cascading down, partially obscuring her features, she had failed to notice her beauty. Now, as Jiang Xingtong revealed her entire visage, Gu Xiuxiu was taken aback to discover that Jiang Xingtong's exquisite and stunning face bore a striking resemblance to that of her mother in her youth. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 77, Provocation of the original partner. Jiang Xingtong sensed Gu Xiuxiu's gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her face, laced with evident shock. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired nonchalantly, "Miss Gu, why are you staring at me?" As she spoke, she lifted her porcelain-like hand to touch her face and added, "Is there something on my face?" Gu Xiuxiu gazed at Jiang Xingtong's exquisite visage, reminiscent of a rose in full bloom, suppressing her wavering thoughts. With a smile, she remarked, "It is simply that your beauty is so captivating that I could not help but steal a few more glances." Although Jiang Xingtong bore a striking resemblance to her mother in her youth, the girl of yesteryears had long since been dealt with by that individual. Moreover, under her meticulous care, the once resplendent Gu matriarch had transformed into a hefty figure weighing 180 pounds. The Gu family had likely long forgotten the youthful beauty of her mother, rendering her free from excessive concern. With her mind at ease, Gu Susu regarded Jiang Xingtong's picturesque features and radiant allure with composure. To be candid, in all my years, I have never encountered a girl as stunning as you. Subsequently, she cast an inscrutable glance at Jiang Xingtong, adding, I believe I now comprehend why Brother Jean would choose to marry you. Men are invariably visual creatures, even if one possesses an empty mind. Few can resist the allure of a beauty such as yours. She had always assumed that Jiang Xingtong, unlike other men, was not swayed by superficiality. Yet she found him to be just as shallow. With this thought, she could not refrain from raising her phone. Using the screen as a mirror to appraise her own reflection. She had meticulously undergone cosmetic procedures in the most advanced country, under the pretense of studying abroad, aiming to emulate her mother's youthful appearance. Prior to encountering Jiang Xingtong, she had believed herself to be remarkably similar to her mother and the most beautiful woman in the capital. However, at this moment, gazing into the mirror at her meticulously crafted makeup, she realized that even after her careful preparations, she still paled in comparison to the stunning beauty of Jiang Xingtong. Gu Xueqi understood that her earlier joy had been premature. As she beheld Jiang Xingtong's extraordinarily beautiful visage, a surge of jealousy and anger enveloped her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she tightened her grip on her phone, dark thoughts surfacing within her mind. In that instant, she impulsively yearned to ruin Jiang Xingtong's exquisite, breathtakingly memorable face. Jiang Xingtong, with a seemingly playful smile, casually regarded Gu Xueqi, hinting through her words that beauty alone is hollow without substance. With a resigned expression, she remarked, being beautiful is a gift from heaven, there's nothing I can do but accept this divine favor. Gu Xueqi thought to herself, how infuriatingly arrogant. Flaunting her beauty in front of me. 200 million, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interjected. Gu Xueqi snapped back to reality, realizing that the one who had just made the bid was Zhan Sai. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she joyfully tucked her phone away, boasting to Jiang Xingtong. Wow. Brother Jean has indeed made a bid for Time's imprint jewelry, it seems he still holds me in regard. After speaking, she abruptly covered her mouth. Suddenly aware she might have misspoken, and with an apologetic demeanor, addressed Jiang Xingtong, Miss Jiang, I'm so sorry. Brother Jean and I have been childhood friends. He gifted me the jewelry out of our long-standing friendship. Please don't misunderstand. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Gu Xueqi, who, despite insisting she should not misunderstand, was clearly trying to provoke such a notion. Disappointment washed over Jiang Xingtong as she regarded the beloved daughter of the Gu family, perceiving Gu Xueqi as rather lowly. As a pampered heiress raised in luxury, could she truly be unaware of the most basic principles of ethics and decorum? To covet a married man while flaunting her relationship with him in front of his wife, did she not feel a twinge of disgust at her own actions? Miss Gu, I am well aware that I regard you as a sister, I will not misconstrue that, Jiang Xingtong replied with a subtle smile, her words deftly cutting through the tension. Upon hearing this, Gu Xueqi's expression stiffened, her fists clenched in frustration as she found herself momentarily speechless. How infuriating. This pretentious heiress was truly dense. Did she require a blatant declaration to grasp the implications of Jiang Xingtong's words? Ignoring the visibly displeased Gu Xueqi, Jiang Xingtong casually perused the auction catalogue that Zhan Si had just given her. Zhan Si had recently declared his intent to become a commendable husband and had mentioned that she could choose any auction item she fancied. Perhaps, after her acupuncture session, he felt a flicker of hope for recovery and, in gratitude, had begun to express his desire to acquire something for her. On the auction stage, Gu Yuqing, the eldest son of the Gu family, recalled how much his sister adored a particular set of jewelry and idolized its designer. Without a second thought for his brotherly bond with Zhan Si, he raised his paddle to bid against him. 300 million. 500 million. The deep, icy voice of Zhan Si resonated calmly and composedly. Gu Yuqing remarked, though this set of jewelry has fetched over 100 million at international auctions, its actual cost does not exceed $1 million. I am willing to spend 300 million to acquire it, which is already my limit, after all. This jewelry is not an antique, but merely a competition piece by a renowned modern designer. He turned to glance at the proud and aloof Zhan Si. A wry smile on his face, acknowledging his financial prowess. Brother Jean, this fellow truly possesses immense wealth. Jiang Xi directly increased the bid by 200 million. Instantly shocking all the guests present. Good heavens! This is merely a set of jewelry with a real value of no more than $1 million. Yet Jiang Xi is spending 500 million on it. Has he lost his mind? In the midst of stunned silence, the auctioneer was the first to regain composure, joyfully announcing, 500 million. The Jewelry Times imprint has been acquired by Jiang Xi, the president of Jiang Corporation. We extend our gratitude to him for his generous contribution to charity. Following the host's formal remarks, a staff member was promptly assigned to serve Jiang Xi, respectfully presenting the dazzling jewelry before him. Gu Xiuxiu, upon seeing the jewelry delivered to Jiang Xi, was filled with exhilaration, her heart racing. She clasped her hands over her chest, mimicking the gesture of a delicate maiden, and excitedly boasted to Jiang Xingtong, Miss Jiang, I truly never expected Brother Jean to spend such a considerable sum on this exquisite jewelry for my sake. My heart is practically leaping out of my chest. It is often said that a man who is willing to spend money on a woman genuinely cherishes her. Surely, Brother Jean must hold a deep affection for me, right? Chapter 78, slapping the mistress. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Xiuxiu suddenly covered her mouth, a look of contrition adorning her features as she exclaimed, Oh dear, Miss Jiang, please do not misunderstand. When I said Brother Jean likes me, I did not mean it in the way you might think, it is merely a platonic affection. Jiang Xingtong observed Gu Xiuxiu's increasingly ambiguous explanations, intentionally steering her thoughts into a whirlpool of confusion. She struggled to suppress the urge to roll her eyes at her. What a charade. Surely, she must find this exhausting. Thankfully, her relationship with Gu Mohan was not one of true matrimony, otherwise, witnessing Gu Mohan lavish 5 billion on jewels for Gu Xiuxiu would surely drive her to despair. Overwhelmed by frustration towards both Gu Xiuxiu and Jiang Xi, a smile graced her lips as she gently patted Gu Xiuxiu on the shoulder. Rest assured, I am not so petty as to misconstrue your intentions. It is entirely within Jiang Xi's prerogative to purchase gifts for whomever he pleases. After all, the funds are his, not hers. Moreover, she is not Jiang Xi's legitimate wife and thus has no authority over such matters. Yet, despite her rational thoughts, an inexplicable wave of irritation and melancholy washed over Jiang Xingtong. At that moment, a server approached, carrying a tray adorned with dazzling and exquisite jewels. Upon seeing the approaching staff member, Gu Xiuxiu excitedly rushed forward, extending her hand to touch the gems. Wow! This set of jewelry is simply stunning. It truly deserves its title as a globally acclaimed masterpiece. Please thank Brother Jean for me, I absolutely adore this set. Upon finishing her statement, she reached out to take possession of the jewelry. The guests, having heard Gu Xiuxiu's words, were filled with curiosity and envy. Goodness! It turned out that the extravagant jewelry purchased at an exorbitant price by Jiang Xiyue was a gift for Gu Xiuxiu, the cherished daughter of the Gu family. Rumor has it that Gu Xiuxiu is lavished with affection within her family, renowned as the beloved darling, with the Gu family often spending vast sums to procure gifts that delight her. However, the individual who had just spent a fortune on the jewelry was not a member of the Gu family, but rather Jiang Xiyue, the heir of the Jiang family and a business prodigy. Shouldn't Jiang Xiyue have presented this exquisite set of jewelry to his wife instead? Why would he bestow it upon Gu Xiuxiu? What many do not realize is that Jiang Xiyue and Gu Xiuxiu have been childhood friends, having grown up together. Jiang Xiyue and Gu Xiuxiu's elder brother, Gu Yuqing, share a deep bond of brotherhood. If not for the interference of old lady Jiang, who insisted that Jiang Xiyue marry Jiang Xingtong, a pretentious and incompetent heiress, he might have already married Gu Xiuxiu. Indeed, Gu Xiuxiu is not only the treasured daughter of the Gu family, but also a woman of great talent. Jiang Xingtong, the pretender, is unworthy even to shine Gu Xiuxiu's shoes, let alone be worthy of marrying the business magnate Jiang Xiyue. Upon hearing the gossip among the crowd, Jiang Xingtong felt as though a damp cotton ball had been stuffed into her chest, rendering her breathless and filled with an inexplicable discomfort. Gu Xiuxiu, overhearing the chatter, wore a smug expression, casting a haughty glance at Jiang Xingtong, and proudly addressed the staff, Excuse me, could you assist me in putting on this jewelry? She intended to showcase the jewelry to everyone present, making it evident how significant her position was in Jiang Xi's heart. Moreover, she aimed to demonstrate to Jiang Xingtong that Jiang Xi had not given her a second thought, encouraging her to withdraw gracefully and relinquish her position as Mrs. Zhan. Of course, she also wished to exhibit to Zhan Sai just how exquisite and noble she appeared adorned with this jewelry. Jiang Xingtong, with her mere beauty and an air of impoverishment, was utterly unworthy of being compared to her. The waiter, taken aback by Gu Xiuxiu's soliloquy, discreetly shifted the tray to evade her grasp and respectfully presented it to Jiang Xingtong, stating, "Mrs. Zhan, this was specially purchased for you by Mr. Zhan. I hope you will find it to your liking. Would you like me to assist you in wearing this set of jewelry?" Chapter 79, The young master's affection is reserved for his wife. Is this jewelry meant for me? Jiang Xingtong inquired in surprise, glancing at Zhan Sai. She had not anticipated that he would bestow such a gift upon her. What could this mean? The waiter nodded respectfully at Jiang Xingtong. "Indeed, Mrs. Zhan. May I assist you in wearing it?" The guests, overhearing the waiter's words, were equally astonished and intrigued. Whispering among themselves, who would have thought that the young master purchased this jewelry specifically for his wife? It seems we may have misjudged the situation. It was hardly surprising that they had misinterpreted, considering the ambiguous remarks made by the young lady from the Gu family, which left little room for misunderstanding. One couldn't help but wonder if her words hinted at lingering feelings for the young master, or perhaps other intentions entirely. Zhan Xiao is now a married man. If the daughter of the Gu family still harbors feelings for him, would she not be attempting to intrude upon another's marriage, thereby acting immorally? Indeed, I suspect that the Gu heiress stands no chance, as it is evident to all that Zhan Xiao shares a profound bond with his wife. Otherwise, he would not have lavishly gifted her such an exquisite set of jewelry. Upon overhearing the guests gossiping like fickle reeds in the wind, Jiang Xingtong began to vehemently criticize Gu Xiuxiu, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips as she cast a scornful glance at her. Simultaneously, she secretly admired Zhan Sai's formidable influence among the aristocracy of the capital. Whoever Zhan Sai favored, they would rally behind, illustrating the extent of his power. It appears that in order to pave a smoother path for her future, she must firmly grasp onto Zhan Sai's influential support. Gu Xiuxiu, upon hearing the guest chatter and perceiving Jiang Xingtong's disdainful gaze, instantly lost her composure and barked at the waiter, "You must be mistaken. How could Brother Zhan possibly bestow this jewelry upon his wife? I explicitly told him that I adored this set." Her face turned a shade of fury as she commanded the waiter, her eyes brimming with menace, "Hurry and put this jewelry on me, and I shall overlook your negligence." The waiter, her brow furrowed in concern, looked at the enraged Gu Xiuxiu with trepidation. As an ordinary employee, she certainly could not afford to offend a top-tier figure like Zhan Sai. However, if she were to cross paths with Gu Xiuxiu, a daughter of the Gu family, her future would undoubtedly be grim. After all, the Gu family is indeed one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Jiang Xingtong sensed the trepidation and discomfort of the waiter and smiled softly, saying, "Could you please deliver this set of jewelry to my husband? I wish for him to adorn me personally." The waiter, relieved by her request, promptly turned to approach Zhan Xiyue. Gu Xiuxiu, observing this, cast a dark glance at the waiter before turning to Jiang Xingtong with a smile. "Miss Jiang, the waiter must have made an error earlier. Let us go to Brother Zhan together. I believe he will surely be the one to adorn me with this exquisite jewelry. After all, I was the one who requested this set from Brother Zhan, and you said nothing. How could he possibly bestow it upon you? I hope that when Brother Zhan places this jewelry on me, you will be magnanimous, refrain from anger, and avoid any unfounded thoughts. Our relationship is purely innocent." "Very well," Jiang Xingtong replied, casting a glance at the confidently smiling Gu Xiuxiu, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes as she nodded slightly. Moments later, Jiang Xingtong and Gu Xiuxiu followed the waiter to stand before Zhan Xiyue. The distance between Zhan Xiyue and the 2 women was not far, and he had vaguely overheard their conversation. However, he maintained his composure, allowing a rare softness to grace his handsome features as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Xingtong. "Why did you have the waiter bring the jewelry? Do you not like it?" Jiang Xingtong stood behind Gu Xiuxiu, who, being slightly shorter, failed to notice that Zhan Xian was indeed gazing at Jiang Xingtong. Mistaking his attention for her own, Gu Xiuxiu blushed and, without waiting for Jiang Xingtong's response, eagerly exclaimed, "Zhan Ge, just now, that rather foolish waiter claimed you intended to gift this exquisite jewelry set to Miss Jiang, nearly causing me to lose face." As she spoke, she cast a shy glance at Zhan Xian, adding, "Fortunately, Miss Jiang took the initiative to request that you personally adorn her with this splendid jewelry. Or else I would have been utterly embarrassed." Jiang Xingtong rolled her eyes at Gu Xiuxiu, who was speaking in a coy tone to Zhang Xian, and then, exasperated, lifted her beautifully sparkling eyes to glare at him. Despite being confined to a wheelchair, Zhang Xian managed to attract attention effortlessly. Upon meeting Jiang Xingtong's dissatisfied gaze, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion in his chest, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Was Jiang Xingtong feeling jealous? The sensation of being cared for by someone was truly remarkable. He chuckled softly at Jiang Xingtong, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with an unrecognized fondness. In that case, allow me to personally adorn you with this jewelry set. Zhang Ning pushed Zhang Xian towards the waiter, reaching for the ruby necklace on the tray, and slowly approached Jiang Xingtong. Gu Xiuxiu gazed at the approaching Jiang Xueqi, her heart racing to her throat, filled with excitement and elation, her eyes sparkling with pride and joy. Jiang Xueqi, endowed with a remarkably astute mind, had showcased his extraordinary business acumen in the commercial realm by the tender age of 15. Within just 5 years, he transformed the Zhang Group, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, into the foremost financial conglomerate in China, propelling the Zhang family from the bottom of the 4 great families to the pinnacle, thus earning the title of the unrecognized king of commerce in the capital. Such an exceptional figure as Jiang Xueqi was truly deserving of her. The Gu family had once been the foremost among the 4 great families, and in terms of both lineage and capability, she and Jiang Xueqi were remarkably well matched. The likes of Jiang Xingtong, hailing from a humble background, were wholly unworthy of comparison. With this thought, Gu Xiuxiu looked up at Jiang Xueqi, who had now reached her side. A coy smile adorned her face, yet her posture was one of haughty pride as she raised her chin, hoping that Jiang Xueqi would adorn her with a necklace, thus drawing the attention of more guests. Step aside, you're in the way, Jiang Xueqi said, his brow furrowing at the sight of Gu Xiuxiu, who stood there with her chin held high and unyielding. Taken aback, Gu Xiuxiu felt her previous confidence freeze in place as she stared at him in astonishment. Zhang Ge, what did you say? Jiang Xueqi's brow remained furrowed. Step aside. At his words, Gu Xiuxiu felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, her eyes reddening as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Zhang Ge, I just told you how much I adore this set of jewelry. Did you not promise to bid for it and gift it to me? Why do you want me to step aside? Her words were laced with doubt, yet her eyes bore a glimmer of a pitiful plea, hoping that Jiang Xueqi would grant her a modicum of dignity and spare her the embarrassment before the multitude. Chapter 80, The Wedding Night. Unfortunately, Jiang Xueqi was a cold, unfeeling machine. Apart from the fleeting softness he displayed in the presence of Jiang Xingtong, he remained as unyielding as iron, impervious to the supplications of others. Lacking the patience to observe Gu Xiuxiu's performance, he commanded decisively, Zhang Ning. Without hesitation, Zhang Ning extended his iron grip, seizing Gu Xiuxiu's arm and pulling her aside. In an instant, Jiang Xingtong, who had been standing behind her, was fully revealed before Jiang Xueqi. Without waiting for him to speak, she suddenly crouched down, her eyes sparkling brightly as she looked up at him. Thank you for the surprise you prepared for me. I truly adore it. Not at all, it was my duty, Jiang Xueqi replied, his long, jade-like fingers wrapping around the nape of Jiang Xingtong's neck, earnestly fastening the necklace around her. He struggled to clasp the necklace, and in an effort to assist, he unexpectedly embraced her upper body, leaving her nape fully exposed to his gaze. As Jiang Xueqi enveloped her in his arms, Jiang Xingtong, who had been crouching beside her wheelchair, found her delicate face and ears pressed against his firm abdomen. She could distinctly feel the strength of his muscles beneath her cheek, her heart racing uncontrollably, and a flush of crimson crept up her ears, igniting an intense warmth within her. The position felt rather awkward. Her trembling hands clutched onto Jiang Xueqi's long legs as she attempted to straighten herself, hurriedly exclaiming, I suddenly don't want to wear it anymore. Let us put it on when we get home. However, before she could finish, Jiang Xueqi had already located the hidden clasp. His slender fingers, akin to jade, pressed her back down just as she had managed to rise halfway. In a moment of dominance, Jiang Xueqi's actions caused Jiang Xingtong's hand to slip, inadvertently pressing against a sensitive spot. Instantly, she felt as though she had been paralyzed, her entire body stiffening in his embrace, unable to move. Jiang Xueqi's body also froze, his typically unflappable demeanor suddenly flushed with an unexpected crimson hue. Sensing an unusual warmth in her palm, Jiang Xingtong murmured softly, Does this thing transform? It seems several sizes larger than before. Upon hearing her whisper, Jiang Xue snapped back to reality, his heart racing as he swiftly adorned Jiang Xingtong with her necklace. He then seized her collar, lifting her to sit on his lap. If he did not act to conceal his discomfort, he risked causing a scene before the many guests present. Next time, do not act recklessly, Jiang Xue warned, his lips brushing against her delicate ear. His voice deep and husky. I did not, you were the one who made the first move, Jiang Xingtong retorted, sensing the pressure beneath her. Her face etched with innocence and anxiety. She squirmed uncomfortably, pleading, please, let me down quickly. Zhang Xian's powerful arms encircled Jiang Xingtong's slender waist. His voice gentle as he whispered soothingly in her ear, be good. Do not move around, it will be over soon. Jiang Xingtong felt on the verge of tears, pleading. I want to go home. Can we go home now? If this continues, I fear I shall feel unclean. What about the remaining auction items? Are you not interested in them? Zhang Xian inquired. Jiang Xingtong resolutely insisted, I only wish to return home at this moment. Very well, as you wish. Zhang Xian cast a cryptic glance at Jiang Xingtong, then tenderly stroked her long hair before turning his attention to Zhang Ning. Having resolved to embrace the role of a genuine husband to Jiang Xingtong, he believed he ought to grant her a proper wedding night. Zhang Ning, without awaiting Zhang Xian's command, left, gently ushering him away as they departed the banquet. The guests observed the couple's retreating figures with a mix of astonishment and envy, subsequently casting disdainful glances at the mortified Gu Xiuxiu, whose embarrassment was palpable. Some individuals simply relished in their own delusions. Chapter 81, She was indeed the girl he had long sought. Gu Xiuxiu, acutely aware of the mocking gazes directed her way, felt a flush of humiliation and rage wash over her. Striding towards her elder brother, Gu Yuqing, she feigned distress, her eyes reddening as she lamented, brother. Did you not just tell me that Zhang Gu would bid on the time imprint jewelry set for me? If not for your misleading words, I would not have suffered such disgrace. You have gone too far. With that, she turned and fled in tears. Gu Yuqing stood in bewilderment as Gu Xiuxiu suddenly turned, tears streaming down her face, and dashed away. When had he ever mentioned that Jiang Xue intended to purchase that set of jewelry as a gift for her? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, Gu Yuqing, valuing his sister's reputation, could only accept this silent grievance. With an apologetic expression, he addressed the astonished guests, saying, I apologize. It was my oversight that led to her misunderstanding, and I regret that you had to witness this spectacle. Please do not misjudge my sister. She has always been a girl of impeccable morals and sound principles, merely regarding Jiang Xue as an elder brother. With that, he did not wait for the guests' reactions and hurried after Gu Xiuxiu, calling out, Sister, it was my mistake, please do not be upset. I have already clarified everything to them. As Gu Xiuxiu fled, covering her face in tears, she heard Gu Yuqing willingly take the blame, and a triumphant smile crept across her lips. Within the Gu family, she was the cherished jewel, the apple of their eye, they would never allow her to feel sorrow. However, Gu Xiuxiu's swift pace soon led her to encounter Jiang Xue, who had left moments earlier. She cast a glance back at Gu Yuqing, who was in pursuit, then quickly approached Jiang Xue, blocking his path. Brother Jiang, please allow me to explain. Jiang Xue regarded her with an impassive expression and inquired, explain what? Gu Susu gazed at the impassive countenance of Jiang Xie, reminiscing about the moment he adorned Jiang Xingtong with a necklace, treating her as if she were but a mere specter, utterly disregarding her presence. Her eyes brimmed with indignation and sorrow as she choked out, Brother Jiang, I was misled by my elder brother, which led me to believe that you intended to gift me that set of jewels. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no misunderstandings, Jiang Xie coldly articulated, his indifference towards Gu Susu rendering her concerns insignificant. To him, she was merely the sister of a good friend. Gu Susu's expression froze upon hearing his words, and with teary eyes, she implored Jiang Xingtong, Miss Jiang, could you kindly elucidate to Brother Jiang? I truly did not intend to compete with you, I was also misled by my brother, which led me to believe that Brother Jiang meant to bestow that jewelry upon me. The innocent will clear their own name, there is no need for you to explain. Jiang Xingtong replied with a smile that barely concealed her sarcasm, before turning to Gu Susu and curtly stating, please step aside, we are leaving. Gu Susu's face flushed with embarrassment as she clenched her fists, momentarily unable to discern whether Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xie believed her words or if they were angered by her desire for the jewels, thereby forming a negative impression of her. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Gu Yuqing approaching, and it felt as if a savior had arrived. She hurriedly dashed in front of him, grasping his arm with urgency as she implored, "Elder brother, you have arrived just in time. Please clarify the situation to Brother Jean and Miss Jiang. I did not intend to compete with Miss Jiang for that set of jewelry. I was misled by you into thinking that Brother Jean intended to gift it to me." Gu Yuqing cast a complex glance at his sister, Gu Xueqi, who was so eager to shift the blame. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his little sister was indeed quite taken with Zhang Sai. Otherwise, she would not have behaved so inappropriately for his sake, nor would she have asked him to bear the consequences. Had he known how deeply she admired Zhang Sai, he would have devised a plan much earlier to assist her in winning his heart. Nonetheless, Zhang Sai was already married, and no matter how much his sister cherished him, she could not disrupt another's marriage. She must act with propriety. "Brother Jean, sister-in-law, I apologize. It was I who misled my sister into believing that the jewelry was intended for her," he said, offering his apologies. "I hope you will not hold it against her." "Oh." Jiang Xingtong replied nonchalantly, then continued with indifference, "You have made your explanations. Can we not step aside now?" Gu Yuqing cast a complicated look at the aloof Jiang Xingtong, uncertain whether she believed his explanation. However, in order to prevent Zhang Xini and Jiang Xingtong from forming a negative impression of his sister, he smiled and said, "Brother Jean, sister-in-law, to express my apologies. I would like to arrange a gathering and invite you both to a restaurant for a meal. I wonder if you have any free time?" "No time." Zhang Xini cast a glance at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, his voice frigid as he uttered those two words. Tonight was a special occasion he had eagerly anticipated. He merely wished to enjoy a candlelit dinner with his little wife to ease the atmosphere, and then naturally transition into being a true couple. Gu Yuqing inquired, "Brother Jean, do you have something urgent?" "Yes." "What is so urgent that it cannot be handled by your subordinates?" Gu Yuqing genuinely hoped for a cordial relationship between his sister and Jiang Xingtong, and he also wanted his sister to witness the bond between Zhang Xini and Jiang Xingtong, thereby dissuading her. Upon hearing Gu Yuqing's question, Zhang Xini's handsome face darkened instantly, and he coldly spat out a single word, "Get lost." He was eager to return home and sleep with his wife. How could that fool Gu Yuqing suggest delegating such matters to subordinates? "Very well. We shall reschedule for when you are free," he finally conceded. Gu Yuqing detected the impatience and anger in Zhang Xini's tone and helplessly pulled Gu Xueqi aside. "Miss Jiang, please persuade my elder brother to join us for dinner." Although Gu Xueqi was pulled away by Gu Yuqing, she remained undeterred and directly grasped Jiang Xingtong's arm, refusing to let her leave. "I sincerely wish to apologize to you both." Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow, gazing at the anxious Gu Xueqi. "Did you not just claim that it was your brother's fault? Why then, do you feel the need to apologize to us?" Gu Xueqi's expression stiffened momentarily, before she lowered her head to conceal the turmoil of guilt and anger in her eyes. In a voice tinged with grievance, she replied, "Though the mistake was not intentionally mine, I fear that you might harbor resentment towards me and my brother over this incident, which could jeopardize our relationship. Hence, I felt compelled to offer my apologies." As she spoke, a shadow flickered in her gaze, and she turned slightly to obscure Jiang Xingtong's view. Feigning nervousness, she retrieved a jade pendant from around her neck, fiddling with it absent-mindedly. Zhang Xiyue, whose handsome face had previously been devoid of expression, suddenly cracked upon seeing the jade pendant in Gu Xueqi's hand. His eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her. That pendant was not the engagement token he had once given to Xiao Yuiqing, was it? How could Gu Xueqi possess it? Could it be that Gu Xueqi was the girl he had been searching for all along, the one with whom he had once shared trials and tribulations, Xiao Yuiqing? Chapter 82, Confronting the Elders. Gu Xueqi noticed the drastic change in Zhang Xiyue's demeanor upon spotting the pendant. His expression turned grave, and his eyes reflected shock as she discreetly tucked the pendant back beneath her neck. "Never mind, since you are unwilling to meet, we shall not impose upon you further." With that, she released Jiang Xingtong's arm and turned to Gu Yuqing, saying, "Elder brother, let us depart." Without waiting for his response, she swiftly turned and left. Zhang Xiyue narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, his dark gaze inscrutable as he watched Gu Xueqi's retreating figure. He had never heard Gu Yuqing mention that Gu Xueqi had been abducted by human traffickers. Could it be that he had merely misperceived the situation? However, the jade pendant he possessed was a treasured heirloom bestowed upon him by his mother. How could he possibly be mistaken? Jiang Xingtong noticed that Zhang Xinai's gaze remained fixed, his expression inscrutable, as he gazed longingly at Gu Xiuxiu's retreating figure, stirring an inexplicable discomfort within her. In the next moment, her heart jolted as she suddenly recalled a crucial detail. In her past life, she seemed to have heard that Jiang Xingtong's beloved was of the Gu family. Could it be that Jiang Xingtong's cherished one was indeed Gu Xiuxiu? If he held affection for Gu Xiuxiu, why had he just presented her with the exquisite set of jewelry known as Time's imprint? Could it be that he, aware of his own precarious health and limited time, feared that marrying Gu Xiuxiu would lead to her suffering due to his inability to accompany her throughout her life? Thus, he feigned indifference towards Gu Xiuxiu, deliberately gifting her tokens of affection? As these thoughts crossed Jiang Xingtong's mind, she cast a complex glance at Jiang Xingtong. She had not anticipated that this man, of formidable lineage and exceptional intellect, possessing both talent and striking looks, would have poor judgment, being enamored with someone as duplicitous as Gu Xiuxiu. Indeed, perfection is an elusive ideal. When the divine opens one door, it often closes another. Young Master Zhan, young Mistress Zhan, why do you linger at the entrance? Fu Shixue, supporting Madame Fu, approached Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xingtong, breaking the silence. Jiang Xiyue and Jiang Xingtong, each harboring their own thoughts, simultaneously lifted their gazes upon hearing Fu Shixue's call. Jiang Xiyue noticed Mrs. Fu politely acknowledging him. Mrs. Fu. His greeting was merely a gesture of respect for Fu Zimo, as she had shown him kindness during their childhood playdates. Mrs. Fu then turned her attention to Jiang Xingtong, standing beside Jiang Xiyue, and an unmistakable displeasure flickered in her eyes. Ah yi, is this the wife your grandmother has coerced you into marrying, Jiang Xingtong? Jiang Xiyue replied with a simple, yes. Mrs. Fu scrutinized Jiang Xingtong from head to toe with a critical gaze, then let out a cold huff, remarking, indeed. She is from the countryside, lacking even the most basic decorum. She fails to greet her elders. Just days prior, her daughter had tearfully complained about Jiang Xiyue's new spouse, alleging that this country bumpkin maliciously tarnished her daughter's reputation before him, even colluding with the mistress of Huiyanting to bully her. Such grievances demanded retribution on her daughter's behalf. Upon hearing Mrs. Fu's scathing remarks, Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow, her expression one of incredulity. Madam, do I know you? Are we intimately acquainted? Do we share any familial ties? If my memory serves me well, this is indeed our first encounter. I was previously unaware of your existence. And we are in no way related. To me, you are a complete stranger. What gives you the right to reprimand me, a stranger, while claiming to be my elder? Chapter 83, The General's Protection of His Wife. Double kill. Madame Fu's complexion turned pale when Jiang Xingtong rebutted her, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she raised her finger accusatorily at Jiang Xingtong and exclaimed, You are simply being unreasonable. Without waiting for Jiang Xingtong's response, she earnestly turned to Zhan Sanyi and implored, "Yi, this country bumpkin is utterly unworthy of you. You should hastily divorce this provincial girl and seek a partner of equal standing." Jiang Xingtong, with her cold, piercing gaze, looked at Madame Fu with disappointment. Madame Fu. It is disheartening to discover that as the matriarch of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, you harbor disdain for those from the countryside. Do you realize that the rice, vegetables, chicken, fish, and eggs you consume are all cultivated and raised by us rural folk? Without our labor to provide sustenance, no amount of wealth could procure you a meal, and you would be left to rely on the whims of fate for your survival. Her voice resonated with indignation as she continued, Your behavior exemplifies the hypocrisy of biting the hand that feeds you. It is truly disillusioning. With her chest held high, she boldly declared to Madame Fu, What is wrong with being from the countryside? I take pride in my origins. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's incisive retort, Madame Fu's face shifted through shades of green and white, embarrassment washing over her as she furtively glanced at Zhan Sanyi. Her intentions had been to avenge her daughter and humiliate Jiang Xingtong, yet she had overlooked the fact that there is no shame in being a country dweller. Without the diligent toil of the rural folk, these self-proclaimed noble city dwellers would face starvation, regardless of their wealth. Zhan Sai observed Jiang Xingtong, who stood tall with confidence gleaming in her eyes, and a flicker of admiration surfaced in his phoenix-like gaze. Jiang Xingtong was entirely correct, without the labor of the countryside, city dwellers, no matter how affluent, would struggle to sustain themselves. Fu Shixue had intentionally brought her mother along, hoping to put Jiang Xingtong in an awkward position. Yet within moments, Jiang Xingtong had rendered her mother speechless. She lowered her gaze to conceal her jealousy and resentment, whispering to Mrs. Fu, "Mother. Although Jiang Xingtong hails from the countryside, I have heard that her parents maliciously exchanged her with Jiang Xueqi at birth, leading Jiang Xueqi to toil in the rural expanse for over a decade. After usurping Jiang Xueqi's identity, she has enjoyed a life of luxury in the Jiang household. She has never experienced rural life, and even after Jiang Xueqi was reclaimed, she shamelessly clung to the Jiang family, refusing to depart. In essence, she is merely a counterfeit heiress loathed by the citizens of Jiangqing." Upon hearing Fu Shihui's words, the shame on Mrs. Fu's face vanished entirely, replaced by a mocking expression as she scrutinized Jiang Xingtong from head to toe. "Ha! You speak so eloquently, yet I have heard that despite your rural origins, you have usurped Jiang Xueqi's life, living as the Jiang family's heiress. In the end, you are merely an unremarkable counterfeit heiress. Do not feign superiority here. You are unworthy of being a rural dweller. At least the rural folk earn their livelihood through their own labor, whereas you subsist by draining the vitality of others. Such a person as you is not even fit to polish Aya's shoes. What right do you have to aspire to be his wife?" Jiang Xingtong regarded the indignant Mrs. Fu with a sneer, saying, "Mrs. Fu, if one were unaware, they might assume you were my husband's biological mother. My husband's own mother harbors no grievances against me, so what gives you the audacity to voice your discontent? Could it be that you have an affection for my father-in-law, wishing to take on the role of stepmother for both my husband and me? What nonsense are you spouting?" Mrs. Fu, her cheeks flushed with anger, glared at Jiang Xingtong. "Yi and my son are close brothers. I have watched them grow up together. To me, he is like another son. So what if I have my reservations about you?" Jiang Xingtong replied with calm composure, "Then allow me to offer you 3 words. You are unworthy." Mrs. Fu was left speechless, her face a deep shade of fury as she turned to Jiang Xinai, exclaiming, "Yi, did you hear that? This woman, Jiang Xingtong, has a tongue like a razor, utterly formidable. It is impossible to reason with her. Such an unreasonable woman will only bring you trouble and disgrace. You must divorce her at once, for she is utterly unfit for you." Jiang Xinai, his expression impassive, regarded the furious Mrs. Fu and replied, "Aunt, my wife speaks the truth. My personal affairs are not for an outsider to dictate." Upon hearing the cold and severe words of Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Fu's expression froze instantly, her previously fiery anger transforming into a rather ludicrous demeanor. Clenching her fists, her face turned pale, rendering her speechless. Observing this, Fu Shihui could not contain her dissatisfaction and spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, my mother expresses these sentiments for your own good. How could you disregard her goodwill?" Mr. Jiang's icy gaze pierced through Fu Shihui like a winter's chill, as he replied, "Do you harbor grievances against me?" "Not at all, not at all," Fu Shihui stammered, her earlier discontent and resentment evaporating completely, leaving her face ashen and trembling as she hurriedly shook her head. "Goodness, Mr. Jiang's eyes were colder than the biting winds of winter, and his formidable presence was truly terrifying. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for her to breathe, as she feared that a careless word might provoke the renowned figure, known for his decisiveness, ruthless methods, and cold-hearted nature. Mr. Jiang lifted his frosty gaze, casting a brief glance at Mrs. Fu. "Aunt, is there anything else?" Meeting Mr. Jiang's unfeeling and piercing black eyes, Mrs. Fu quickly realized his impatience. The underlying message being that if she had something to say, she should do so promptly, otherwise, she ought to leave without obstructing his path. Anxiously, she raised her hand to adjust her elegantly styled hair, casting a discreet glance at Fu Shihui and then at Jiang Xingtong. It seemed that Mr. Jiang held Jiang Xingtong in high regard, and if she intended to vent her frustrations on this day, she could not simply let Mr. Jiang and Jiang Xingtong depart so easily. After a moment of contemplation, a passionate smile graced her face as she addressed Jiang Xiyue, saying, "Yi, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will not hold it against me. Soon, we have a crucial segment in our charity gala. And since you are here, I would greatly appreciate your support in furthering our charitable cause, allowing more individuals in need to receive assistance. Would you and your esteemed wife be willing to stay and participate in this vital segment that requires the presence of distinguished guests?" Jiang Xiyue furrowed his brows, casting a vague glance at Mrs. Fu. Although he was reluctant to remain, the memories of his past abduction lingered, reminding him of the poverty that plagued many areas, which prevented children from attending school, left young men in villages without brides, and led to the trafficking of children and women. He felt compelled to contribute to the charitable cause. However, having just promised Jiang Xingtong that they would return home, he could not be untrue to his word. Thus, Jiang Xue turned his gaze toward Jiang Xingtong and inquired, "Would you be willing to stay and accompany me in completing the final segment before we head home?" Chapter 84, Unveiling the Illegitimate Daughter's Secret. Seeing Jiang Xue seek her opinion, Jiang Xingtong felt a profound sense of respect from him. Unlike other domineering men who often made decisions for their wives without consultation, she smiled and nodded at him. "Yes, Mrs. Fu just mentioned this segment in such an intriguing manner, and I am quite curious about its significance." Jiang Xue, noticing her agreement, reached out to take her delicate, porcelain-like hand, his heart stirring with emotion. After a brief moment, he addressed Madame Fu, saying, "Auntie, just this once. I truly appreciate your cooperation." Madame Fu expressed her gratitude to Jiang Xi, and then cast a glance at Jiang Xingtong, her eyes filled with inscrutable meaning as she subtly squeezed Fu Shixue's hand. Observing that Madame Fu had successfully persuaded Jiang Xi and Jiang Xingtong to remain, Fu Shixue's eyes brimmed with pride and anticipation. Soon, she planned to trample this inept faux heiress, Jiang Xingtong, underfoot, showcasing to Jiang Xi that this uneducated and unscrupulous impostor was utterly unworthy of him. Furthermore, she intended for Jiang Xingtong to witness firsthand what a genuine noble heiress embodies, leaving her so mortified that she would willingly depart from Jiang Xi's side. At that moment, she would undoubtedly fulfill the task assigned by Gu Xiuxiu, paving the way for Gu Xiuxiu to marry Jiang Xi. With this thought in mind, Fu Shixiue exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Fu, and the two, in perfect harmony, cast a disdainful look towards Jiang Xingtong, before turning on their heels and striding towards the banquet hall. Sensing the ill intentions behind Madame Fu and Fu Shixue's gaze, Jiang Xingtong's lips curled into a slight smile. Having faced death once and now holding on to the formidable support of Jiang Xi, she felt no fear of the schemes of these two women. In the next moment, Jiang Xingtong suddenly darted forward, positioning herself behind Fu Shixue and Madame Fu, and playfully tapped both of their shoulders. "Ladies, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for us." After speaking, she swiftly retracted her hands, discreetly plucking a strand of hair from both Fu Shixue and Madame Fu. Then clenched her fists to conceal the hair within her palms, promptly hiding her hands behind her back. Madame Fu, being advanced in age and having committed no wrongdoings, remained oblivious to Jiang Xingtong's subtle maneuver. She merely cast an irritable glance at Jiang Xingtong, who displayed a lack of decorum and boundaries, pausing to wait for Jiang Xingtong to accompany her. As a younger generation, it was exceedingly impolite for her, a mere junior, to pat her shoulder. As strangers, their familiarity was minimal, making such an act wholly inappropriate. Fu Shixue, usually cautious, felt an unsettling prickle at the back of her neck. Her face taut with sensitivity as she turned to Jiang Xingtong, her voice laced with indignation. "Jiang Xingtong, did you just tug at my hair?" With an expression of innocence, Jiang Xingtong raised her beautifully arched brows at Fu Shixue. "Why would I pull your hair when I'm perfectly fine? How am I to know why you would pull mine?" Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's retort, Fu Shixue's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, promptly reaching out to grasp Jiang Xingtong's hand concealed behind her back. "It is exceedingly rude to indiscriminately pluck someone else's hair. Return my hair at once." Jiang Xingtong deftly evaded Fu Shixue's outstretched arm. Regarding her with feigned innocence and pointedly questioning, "Miss Fu, why do you appear so paranoid? Could it be that you are not Madame Fu's biological daughter? And you fear I might use your hair for a paternity test with her?" Upon concluding her words, she cast a discreet glance at Mrs. Fu, whose back suddenly stiffened for a moment. It appeared that Mrs. Fu had comprehended her remarks. Thus, Mrs. Fu had begun to harbor a hint of suspicion towards Fu Shixue. And with suspicion naturally came a desire for meticulous scrutiny and verification of the truth. Chapter 85, In critical moments, Zhang Xiao chose her upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words. Fu Shixue was instantly infuriated, her heart racing as she shouted at Jiang Xingtong, "Jiang Xingtong, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not attempt to sow discord between my mother and me. I assure you, my mother would never believe your fabrications." With that, she tightly gripped Jiang Xingtong's arm, anxiously declaring, "I see that you are deliberately pulling my hair with ill intent, wishing to use it to frame me. Return my hair to me at once." As Jiang Xingtong felt a sharp pain in her arm, she instinctively furrowed her brows. Suddenly, Fu Shixue let out a cry of pain, "Ah!" It was then that Jiang Xingtong noticed that Fu Shixue's wrist was being grasped by Zhang Sinai, and she looked at him in astonishment. Jiang Xinai coldly commanded Fu Shixue, release her. In an instant, Fu Shixue, who had been clutching Jiang Xingtong, weakened and promptly let go. Casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Xinai, Zhang Ge, I did not intend to trouble your wife, it was merely that your wife stealthily plucked a strand of my hair. I acted out of self-defense. Enough. Jiang Xinai abruptly interjected with a harsh tone. Then turned his head and looked tenderly at Jiang Xingtong, show her both your hands. Jiang Xingtong turned to Zhang Sai, a sweet smile gracing her lips, all right, aye. With that, she elegantly extended her hands, palms facing up, presenting them to Fu Shixue, see? Fu Shixue gazed at Jiang Xingtong's pristine, delicate palms. As immaculate as flawless mutton fat jade, and immediately furrowed her brow, how could there possibly be no trace of my hair on your hands? She had distinctly felt a sharp pain on her scalp moments earlier. Observing Fu Shixue's incredulous expression, Jiang Xingtong let out a cold snort. Delivering a veiled jibe, why would you assume I plucked your hair? Are you perhaps feeling guilty, fearing that you might not truly be Madame Fu's daughter? And that someone might unearth the truth, leading to your expulsion from the Fu family and a return to your original self? I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. Fu Shixue, unable to meet Jiang Xingtong's piercing gaze, hastily clutched Madame Fu's arm and implored, Mommy, please don't listen to Jiang Xingtong's ramblings. I believe she is merely suffering from delusions of persecution, thinking that everyone is like her, a lowly counterfeit heiress. Life is not a performance. Where would all these switched identities come from, turning the genuine heiress into a fake? Without waiting for Madame Fu to respond, she swiftly pulled her mother away. Jiang Xingtong watched Fu Shixue's hurried departure with a mocking smile curling her lips. Zhang Sai, observing the sardonic smile playing upon Jiang Xingtong's face, enigmatically extended his other hand towards her, for you. His slender, jade-like hand unfurled, revealing 2 strands of hair nestled within his palm. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the 2 strands in Jiang Xueqi's hand, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she reached out to accept them. With gratitude sparkling in her clear, bright eyes, she said, thank you, I truly appreciate your help just now. She had not anticipated that in a moment of urgency, Jiang Xueqi would choose to assist her. Moreover, he had not questioned her motives for taking Fu Shixue and Madame Fu's hair to uncover her secrets, truly, a man with a sense of boundaries. Jiang Xueqi observed Jiang Xingtong's delicate face, which bore a hint of coolness, while his phoenix-like eyes held a pensive glimmer. There is no need to be so formal with me, he replied. Jiang Xingtong nodded, then smiled brightly at Jiang Xueqi, suggesting, shall we go inside? Indeed. Jiang Xueqi responded softly. At that moment, Zhang Ning, ever ready, promptly pushed Jiang Xueqi's wheelchair as they entered the banquet hall alongside Jiang Xingtong. Inside the banquet hall, the guests were completely captivated by the items displayed on the auction stage. It seemed that the earlier incident had not dampened their spirits regarding contributions to the charitable cause. They watched with excitement as a bottle of perfume was presented for bidding, with some guests raising paddles to place bids while others, reluctant to offer such high prices or unable to afford them, whispered among themselves. At this juncture, the bottle of perfume, containing a mere 50 milliliters, had already reached a staggering price of 8 million, with more bidders eager to drive the price higher. 50 milliliters of perfume, when compared to 500 milliliters of mineral water, appeared pitifully scant. Who were these unsuspecting souls vying for such a diminutive bottle of fragrance? You fail to comprehend. This bottle of perfume is far from ordinary, it possesses extraordinary medicinal value. This exquisite fragrance was crafted by a prodigious perfumer who, at the tender age of 18, triumphed in an international fragrance competition. Within a mere 3 months, he garnered the adoration of perfume enthusiasts worldwide. The Master of Destiny meticulously blended a multitude of rare herbs and spices to create this elixir. It is said that the Queen of Country Y, tormented by severe headaches and relentless insomnia, sought the counsel of renowned physicians from across the globe, yet to no avail. In an unexpected turn of fate, she tried the perfume named Fortune, concocted by the Master of Destiny, and to her astonishment, her chronic ailments witnessed a miraculous improvement. Subsequently, the Queen endeavored to reach out to the Master, offering any price for him to prepare Fortune for her, and she treated him as her esteemed guest. Alas! What is the lament? One guest, unable to contain their curiosity, urged for the conclusion. Alas, the Master of Destiny declined the Queen's generous invitation. What? The Master of Destiny had the audacity to refuse the Queen's lavish offer? Has he lost his senses? No, rather. The master explained that he named this perfume Fortune because the herbs and spices used in its formulation are exceedingly rare. It is uncertain if he could procure the same materials again. Those fortunate enough to possess this perfume are truly blessed. In the beginning, the Master of Destiny distilled a total of 3 bottles, which were auctioned off at an international auction house. One of these bottles was utilized by the Queen of England, while the whereabouts of another remain unknown. The bottle currently up for auction is reputed to have been reluctantly donated by a certain enigmatic magnate, who chose to contribute to charitable endeavors, otherwise, he would not have parted with it. Good sir, you possess a wealth of knowledge. Do you happen to know the Master of Destiny? Might you facilitate an introduction? My family is in the perfume business, and I have a significant deal I wish to discuss with her. The middle-aged gentleman's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at the eloquent young man. Jiang Xingtong raised his well-defined eyebrows and chuckled softly. The Master of Destiny is my idol. I am merely familiar with her, but I do not know her personally. To be precise, apart from the owners of the haute couture perfume companies that collaborate with the Master, no one knows whether she is male or female, nor her age. Moreover, she produces exceedingly little, releasing only 1 fragrance per year, yet each creation invariably sells out. Therefore, no matter how grand your business or how substantial your offer, she would remain unmoved and would not engage in collaboration. Is the Master of Destiny truly so enigmatic? The middle-aged gentleman questioned in disbelief. Everyone aspires for fame. Why would someone who is globally celebrated choose to remain in the shadows? Jiang Xingtong's enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with longing as she reverently remarked. How could superficial beings like you, who regard perfume merely as a commercial endeavor, possibly comprehend the thoughts of a master who considers it the essence of the soul? Jiang Xingtong, overhearing the dialogue between Jiang Xingtong and the middle-aged gentleman, could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Why could it not be that she simply viewed perfume as a delightful pastime, concocting a fragrance when inspiration struck and attending to other matters when it did not? Of course, a significant reason for her restraint was. Chapter 86, Zhang Xiao's humiliation in her previous life. Jiang Xingtong had been morally shackled by the Jiang family, unable to surpass Jiang Xueqi. Thus, she concealed her talents from the Jiang clan. As she pondered this, her expression grew enigmatic as she regarded Jiang Xingtong. To her surprise, this illegitimate child had elevated her identity as a perfumer to that of an idol. One could only wonder how Jiang Xingtong would react if she were to learn that the perfumer she idolized, Master Xingyun, was, in fact, her. Zhang Xian noticed Jiang Xingtong's unwavering gaze upon him, and his strikingly handsome face darkened ominously. What are you staring at? He demanded coldly. Jiang Xingtong, startled by Zhang Xian's harsh inquiry, quickly regained her composure and smiled at him. I was listening to their discussion about why this particular fragrance is so exorbitantly priced. Zhang Xian inquired, do you like it? Before Jiang Xingtong could respond, Zhang Xian commanded Zhang Ning, raise the bid. Zhang Ning promptly raised the card, declaring, 10 million. As the auction commenced, a staggering 2 million was added, leaving the originally animated guests, who had been bidding in increments of tens of thousands, utterly astonished. A mere 50-milliliter bottle of perfume was priced at 10 million, a figure they deemed exorbitant, far surpassing their mental thresholds. Observing the sudden silence of the previously enthusiastic bidders, the host struck the auctioneer's hammer, calling out, 10 million once. Are there any admirers wishing to acquire this exquisite fragrance? If so, do not hesitate, seize the moment and raise your paddles to take this cherished item home. In that instant, Jiang Xingtong raised his paddle, declaring, 15 million. His bold bid elicited a chorus of gasps. Good heavens! Who is this dashing young man, the heir capable of such a substantial leap in bidding? Whispers fluttered through the crowd. It was rumored that he was the illegitimate son of the Zhang family, a half-brother to Jiang Xingtong. No wonder this scion could afford a 5 million increase in one breath. It became clear that he belonged to the Zhang lineage. His name was Jiang Xingtong. Although he had yet to be inscribed in the family genealogy, it was well known that Jiang Xingtong's father, Zhang Haonan, had an extraordinary fondness for this illegitimate child. Having served as the head of the Zhang family for over 20 years, Zhang Haonan possessed considerable wealth, nearly bequeathing all his private assets to Jiang Xingtong. Conversely, he remained indifferent and parsimonious towards his legitimate son, Jiang Xingtong, providing only the bare minimum for living expenses, unwilling to invest a single extra penny in him. No wonder the illegitimate son suddenly increased his bid by 5 million, it turns out he has the support of his father behind him. Upon hearing the guests' discussions, Jiang Xingtong felt a surge of pride and cast a provocative glance at Jiang Xini, who was not far away. So what if Jiang Xini was the legitimate child? Their father still favored him more, didn't he? Jiang Xingtong, upon overhearing these gossiping remarks, instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Xini. When she noticed that Jiang Xini's already frosty and handsome face had grown even colder, she comfortingly grasped his hand and said, You needn't take their words to heart. You are now the president of the Jiang Group and the heir of the Jiang family. Jiang Xingtong is merely an illegitimate child. Moreover, even if Jiang Xingtong has your father's backing, he simply cannot compare to your excellence. As the saying goes, iron must be strong in itself. Jiang Xingtong lacks your talent. No matter how much inheritance your father bestows upon him, he cannot surpass you. As long as you wish, you could earn far more with just a flick of your finger. Jiang Xini's previously turbulent mood softened upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words of comfort. And he gazed at her with his enigmatic phoenix eyes. Do you have such faith in me? Of course, you are my husband. Jiang Xingtong replied with an encouraging smile. Jiang Xini's cold heart was instantly melted by her warm smile. He then commanded Jiang Ning, raise the bid to 50 million. Jiang Xingtong protested, no. But Jiang Ning immediately raised the sign, 50 million. Before Jiang Xingtong could utter the words she wished to convey, Jiang Ning had already placed a bid. As the figure of 50 million reverberated through the air, the banquet hall fell into an immediate hush, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the next moment, the professional host regained composure, excitedly striking the gavel, 50 million once. Are there any other bidders? The guests, roused by the host's fervent voice, snapped back to reality, unable to suppress their murmurs. Heavens! Young Master Jiang has directly raised the bid to 50 million. He truly lives up to the reputation of being the heir of the Jiang family, the current president of Jiang Group. As the legitimate successor of the Jiang clan, his worth and economic prowess undoubtedly surpass that of Jiang Xingtong, the illegitimate son. You see, since young Master Jiang took the reins of Jiang Group, he has brought immense profits to the family. Without him, how could the once declining Jiang family ascend to be among the 4 prominent families of the capital? Young Master Jiang exudes such majesty and dominance. From this moment forth, he shall be my idol. Upon hearing the guests shift their admiration from him to praises and adulation directed at Jiang Xueqi, Jiang Xingtong's handsome visage darkened ominously. These wretched turncoats, showering compliments on the other. Moments later, a voice laden with disdain emerged from a female guest. You privileged second-generation rich kids, engrossed in indulgence, likely do not comprehend that Jiang Xueqi is merely the president of Jiang Group at present and has yet to become the head of the Jiang family. His financial strength pales in comparison to that of Jiang Haonan, who has been the family head for over 20 years. Despite the immense value and benefits he has generated for the Jiang family conglomerate, the reality remains that the individual possessing the majority of shares holds the title of the family patriarch, and the strength of one's financial prowess is paramount. Currently, Jiang Haonan, as the head of the Jiang family and the chairman of the Jiang Group, controls the most significant portion of its shares. Furthermore, his 2 younger brothers and a sister possess a considerable number of shares as well. One must ponder how many shares remain in the hands of Jiang Xueqi. I surmise that Jiang Shao, the president with a limited shareholding, is merely trying to project an image of affluence. The guests, upon hearing this abrupt and disdainful remark from a woman, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. How could Jiang Xueqi, so astute and talented, who has adeptly led the Jiang Group, possess so few shares? This seemed utterly unjust. It was surprising to discover that the illustrious and formidable Jiang Shao, who instilled fear and respect in others, was regarded by his own father as inferior to the illegitimate child, Jiang Xingtong. It was as if Jiang Xueqi was merely viewed as a tool for generating wealth, which was exceedingly excessive. 50 million, twice. The host's commanding voice abruptly interrupted the guests' discussions. Are there any friends interested in this bottle of luck? If so, please seize the opportunity to bid, your time is limited. The host's enthusiastic and vibrant tone penetrated Jiang Xingtong's ears, bringing him back from his initial shock and anger. He raised his paddle and declared, 50 million and 1. The guests, upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's bid, were once again taken aback, leading to a renewed wave of murmurs. Jiang Xingtong's bidding was rather intriguing. Was he intentionally attempting to humiliate Jiang Shao? Chapter 87, Mrs. Jiang's forceful defense of her husband. Jiang Xingtong, hearing the voices of the guests, subtly raised the corners of his mouth, his peach blossom eyes provocatively glancing at Jiang Xian, before shifting to Jiang Xingtong with a hint of ambiguity. Sister-in-law, I believe this bottle of fortune suits you perfectly, I shall acquire it for you. Jiang Xian's devilishly handsome face instantly turned as cold as eternal ice, emanating an aura of chilling hostility and an invisible murderous intent. Those near Jiang Xian felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Perceiving the menace radiating from Jiang Xian, Jiang Xingtong nonchalantly twirled his Patek Philippe wristwatch and provocatively remarked, Sister-in-law, you are the only woman who has ever captured my heart at first glance. Alas! I wish I had encountered you sooner, lest my brother beat me to it. This bottle of fortune is for you, may you find joy in every day henceforth. Becoming a favored child of destiny. Jiang Xian shot a frigid glare at Jiang Xingtong and commanded Jiang beside him, Jiang, 100 million. Jiang promptly raised his paddle to bid, but Jiang Xingtong hurriedly pressed down on Jiang's paddle, anxiously exclaiming to Jiang Xian, i.e., I'm allergic to perfumes. Please do not raise the bid, as it would be a waste. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian cast a cryptic glance at Jiang Xingtong and inquired, allergic? Why did you not mention this before? Jiang Xingtong, with an air of nonchalance, cast a glance at the guests around her who were deliberately eavesdropping on their conversation. She then raised her voice intentionally, previously, I was not well acquainted with you, so how could I confide in you? Although we have been officially married for over a month. You left on a business trip right after the ceremony, and we have hardly spent any time together. I certainly cannot start by divulging my flaws, can I? A girl always wishes to present her finest self in front of the man she admires, which is why I refrained from saying anything before. Hearing Jiang Xingtong's explanation, Jiang Xingtong chuckled softly, Sister-in-law, could it be that you are under pressure from my elder brother and are using allergies as a pretext to decline my gifts? Or perhaps you are employing this excuse to persuade him to abandon the auction, thereby sparing him any embarrassment? Jiang's eyes' expression grew icy, and he reached for the plaque held by Jiang. Jiang Xingtong promptly pressed his hand down and leaned in to whisper a few calming words into Zhang's ear. The once frigid demeanor of Zhang soon softened under her soothing influence. Subsequently, Jiang Xingtong, with a half-smile playing on her lips, regarded Jiang Zichen with a cool gaze. Sir, I recall having mentioned previously that my mother-in-law has only one son, my husband Jiang Zai. So please refrain from making unfounded connections with me. Jiang Zichen met Jiang Xingtong's composed and rational gaze, raised an eyebrow, and replied with a grin, Sister-in-law. I also remember informing you that Jiang Zai and I are half-brothers. Jiang Xingtong stated, you yourself have acknowledged that we are half-brothers, not born from the same womb. What claim do we have to brotherhood? She cast a vague glance around the guests and continued, I believe that anyone present here, possessing a sound moral compass and impeccable character, should understand that illegitimate children are the least respectable of all. They hold no ground to be compared with legitimate offspring. Anyone with a just perspective would naturally despise those who disrupt families and marriages, such as mistresses and illegitimate children. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's words, the guests eagerly chimed in, Madame Jean is absolutely correct, what we detest most are mistresses and illegitimate children. They feared that if they were to hesitate in their agreement, they might be perceived as morally deficient, their integrity questioned by those around them. Jiang Xingtong, upon hearing Jiang Xingtong and the guests' endorsements, felt a surge of anger, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with intensity. He longed to silence Jiang Xingtong with a sharp slap, yet his strikingly handsome face maintained an air of cultivated grace, as he reasoned, Sister-in-law. I concede that being a mistress and disrupting someone else's family is indeed unethical. However, I cannot align with your perspective, although I am an illegitimate child. My birth was beyond my control. If given the choice, I would not wish to be anyone's illegitimate child. I, too, aspire to be like my elder brother. A legitimate son basking in the affection of my father, growing up under his care, rather than enduring the scornful gazes of onlookers, being ridiculed as I mature. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's retort, Jiang Xingtong let out a cold, derisive laugh. Jiang Xingtong, do not delude yourself into thinking you are innocent. Emerging from the womb of a mistress is your original sin. The mistress was fully aware of the existence of another family, yet she chose to bear you, driven by the desire to ascend in status through her child. Your presence, along with that of your mother, has severely disrupted the happiness of others' families. Can you truly claim innocence? Conversely, if we consider your childhood ignorance, when you were unaware of your status as a child of a mistress, I could comprehend your claim of innocence. However, as an adult, you are fully aware that you are merely a means for your mother to achieve her ambitions. If you possessed a sound moral compass, you would have immediately sought to halt your mother's actions and distance yourself from the Jean family. Instead, you have chosen to compete with my husband. To vie for all that the Jiang family possesses. Do you still believe you have the audacity to declare your innocence? It seems that anyone with discerning eyes can see that you and your mother share a similar lack of purity in your intentions. Therefore, please refrain from playing both sides. It is utterly distasteful, is it not? Chapter 88, Conspiracy. Jiang Xiqing's expression shifted between shades of green and white in anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's incisive remarks, the guests immediately cast disdainful glances towards Jiang Xiqing, whispering and gesturing in his direction. The words of the young mistress of the Jiang family were, in fact, entirely accurate. Although Jiang Xiqing may have initially been innocent, his subsequent greed for something that was never rightfully his marked a significant moral decline. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the host struck the auction hammer decisively, 50 million and 1 yuan, going thrice, sold. Please accompany the staff to complete the payment. Before Jiang Xiqing could even muster a defense against the mocking jests of the crowd, he was ushered away by the staff to settle the payment. Seething with indignation, he spent 50 million and 1 yuan to acquire that exquisite bottle of perfume. Zhang Xian observed Jiang Xiqing's dejected retreat toward the payment desk, his phoenix-like eyes reflecting a complex mix of admiration and warmth directed at Jiang Xingtong, which he could not conceal. He realized that had it not been for Jiang Xingtong's timely intervention, the one facing humiliation or significant loss might have been himself. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Zhang Xian's intense gaze, Jiang Xingtong smiled and waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us." Zhang Xian responded with a soft acknowledgement, his dark eyes lingering on Jiang Xingtong. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly noticed Jiang Xiqing returning, visibly frustrated, clutching the elegantly packaged perfume. In an instant, his gaze turned as cold as ice. Jiang Xiqing noticed the unmistakable warning in Zhang Xian's icy gaze, and the displeasure from being ridiculed by the crowd surged within him. He strode confidently towards Jiang Xingtong, holding the exquisitely packaged perfume. "This is for you." This time, he omitted the term of address, directly presenting the perfume to Jiang Xingtong. She regarded the fragrance before her with a cryptic glance at Jiang Xiqing. Although this man possessed a handsome and refined appearance, exuding the charm of a genteel and harmless young gentleman, the truth was far more sinister. He was the very individual with whom Jiang Xueqi had an affair during her marriage, successfully casting a shadow over Zhang Xian, rendering him a figure of ridicule among others. This alone illustrated that Jiang Xiqing was a wolf in sheep's clothing, seemingly innocuous, yet harboring a dark and malevolent heart. His intention behind gifting her this extravagant perfume, purchased for an exorbitant sum of 50 million, was undoubtedly to curry her favor and regain his recently lost pride. Should she, in her vanity, accept this perfume, it would effectively nullify her earlier remarks, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Xian's face. It would lead others to believe that Zhang Xian was incapable of procuring such a gift for her, thus shaming him before the assembled guests and rendering him powerless. A mere subject of mockery. Jiang Xiqing's scheming was truly insidious. Zhang Xian observed Jiang Xingtong as she gazed at the perfume with a complex expression, then turned her attention back to Jiang Xiqing, her countenance darkening with an uncontainable fury igniting within him. Surely, Jiang Xingtong would not consider accepting this perfume, would she? Jiang Xingtong remained oblivious to Zhang Xibanhan's furious gaze. With an air of nonchalance, she raised her crimson lips and addressed Zhang Xi, "Sir, if I recall correctly, I just mentioned my allergy to perfume. What does it signify that you have presented me with such a gift?" Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's response, Zhang Xiqing's previously composed smile faltered for a moment before he resumed with an elegant smile, "Miss Jiang, there is no need for such formality between us. Even if you choose to disregard our half-brother relationship, my mother and Zhang Xi's mother are indeed biological sisters. Therefore, while I may refrain from calling you sister-in-law, it would be appropriate to refer to you as cousin-in-law. This perfume is merely a token of our acquaintance. Should you be allergic, I would not mind if you chose to pass it on to someone else. Perhaps to my aunt, who was once the most distinguished perfumer in the capital and made waves globally in her youth. Regrettably, she retired from the industry after marriage. I believe she would greatly appreciate this bottle of perfume." Upon hearing Zhang Xiqing's revelation of their connection, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brows in surprise and glanced at Zhang Xi. To her astonishment, Zhang Xi's mother and Zhang Xiqing's mother were indeed sisters. My goodness, what a revelation! The guests, too, were taken aback by Zhang Xiqing's disclosure, murmuring in disbelief. Who would have thought that Jiang Xiqing's mother and Jiang Sai's mother were siblings? Was this a case of two sisters sharing a husband? Jiang Sai's gaze was as frigid as a blade of ice as he directed it towards Jiang Xiqing, mockingly retorting. Your mother is merely a burden brought over by your grandmother when she married my grandfather, and bears no blood relation to my mother. Does she truly deserve to be considered a sister to my mother? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiqing's handsome visage froze, his complexion paling as he looked towards Jiang Sai. Desperately attempting to defend himself, after my grandmother married my grandfather, they became a family, and thus my mother is naturally a sister to your mother. A cold laugh escaped Jiang Sai's lips. You are indeed just like your mother, brazen and shameless. After growing up, he had specifically investigated Jiang Xiqing's mother and discovered that she was exceedingly naive, treating Jiang Xiqing's mother as her own sister. This foolishness afforded Jiang Xiqing's mother the opportunity to climb into his father's bed, donning his mother's attire while his father was inebriated. Although his father had not initially acted with intention, his mother, unwilling to forgive him, created a tumult over divorce. Unable to finalize the divorce, she insisted on separation, resolutely rejecting any physical contact with him. Consequently, his father became obsessively devoted to Jiang Xiqing and his mother, hoping to evoke regret in his own mother and prompt reconciliation. However, this approach only deepened his mother's disdain and hatred toward his father. Had it not been for him, she might have long since departed from the Jiang family, rather than coexisting with the dim light of a solitary lamp and ancient scriptures. Jiang Xingtong grasped Jiang Sai's hand and coldly addressed Jiang Xiqing, Mr. Jiang. My mother-in-law has a penchant for cleanliness and detests anything unseemly. Kindly pass your perfume on to someone in need. She deliberately raised her voice when mentioning something unsavory. And in that instant, Jiang Xiqing and the others who heard her immediately understood that Jiang Xingtong was alluding to him being unclean. He was instantly infuriated, his anger boiling. Yet he found himself unable to confront Jiang Xingtong. For if he were to question her intent, he would inadvertently implicate himself, conceding that he too considered himself unclean. Not wishing to endure further humiliation, he turned on his heel and departed in a fit of rage. That wretched Jiang Xingtong had embarrassed him so thoroughly today. He vowed not to let her escape unscathed. Jiang Xueqi cast a dark, penetrating gaze at Jiang Xingtong and remarked, Your eloquence is commendable. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Xingtong replied with a playful wink at Jiang Xueqi. At that moment, the voice of the host resonated across the stage. Next, we have the most exciting performance arranged for our charity auction evening. Please welcome Mrs. Jiang Xingtong, to the stage. Chapter 89, Embarrassment. Along with the esteemed Miss Fu Shixue of the Fu family, to perform a piano piece, Fr. Elise. As the host's words faded, the impeccably dressed Fu Shixue appeared on stage, adorned in a pristine, diamond-embellished gown that trailed behind her like a royal cloak, exuding confidence and elegance. The guests gazed upon Fu Shixue, their eyes sparkling with awe and admiration. Fu Shixue's eyes glimmered with a touch of pride and disdain as she looked down from the stage at Jiang Xingtong, who was wearing a face of utter astonishment. With a smile, she remarked, Madame Zhan Shao, I have heard that although you are but a false heiress, having lived in the Jiang family for over 20 years, you must be as proficient in the arts as any other noble young lady, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am honored to perform a duet with you, playing a piano piece in gratitude for everyone's contributions and support of charitable endeavors. Jiang Xingtong raised her chin defiantly, resembling a proud peacock, striving to showcase herself before the audience, while Fu Shixue's elegant brows furrowed in response. She had never agreed to perform a duet with Fu Shixue. In truth, Fu Shixue had not informed her of this arrangement beforehand. By having the host abruptly announce her on stage, Fu Shixue seemed intent on humiliating her. Observing Jiang Xingtong's knitted brows and displeased expression, Fu Shixue felt an even greater sense of triumph. Madame Zhan Shao, why do you linger? Surely you are not, as the rumors suggest, a mere usurper masquerading as an heiress, and a fool at that? The wife of the illegitimate son, Jiang Xueqi, had told her that Jiang Xingtong was nothing more than a pretty face, utterly devoid of substance. Fu Shixue aimed to ensure that Jiang Xingtong would lose face in front of these esteemed guests, making certain that she would never dare to cross her again. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueqi's expression darkened slightly, and he cast a cold, piercing glance at Fu Shixue, brimming with silent admonition. Immediately, he gazed gently at Jiang Xingtong beside him and said, If you do not wish to take the stage, there is no need to force yourself. Fu Shixue, feeling a twinge of anxiety from Jiang Xingtong's warning glance, nonetheless persisted in her efforts to embarrass Jiang Xingtong. She was confident that in front of the public, Jean Sinai would not come to Jiang Xingtong's defense. Madame Jean. If you cannot play the piano, you may simply inform me, and I shall apologize to everyone on your behalf so that you need not perform. Fu Shixue said with a smile brimming with sincerity, her words laced with an air of superiority and subtle mockery. Upon hearing the exchange between Jean Sinai and Fu Shixue, Jiang Xingtong chose to disregard Fu Shixue and turned her attention to Jean Sinai. When she discerned only concern in his eyes, devoid of disdain, she leaned in gently, whispering softly in his ear, "Do not worry, I shall not bring you shame." With that, she rose, gracefully lifting her gown as she walked towards the stage. In that moment, every movement of hers exuded an ethereal quality, radiating beauty like a luminous entity, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Fu Shixue, who had initially dazzled the crowd with her meticulous appearance, suddenly appeared as a mere ugly duckling in contrast to Jiang Xingtong's brilliance, fading into insignificance. Jean Sinai watched Jiang Xingtong's elegant silhouette with a complex expression, lost in thought. Rumors portrayed Jiang Xingtong as a mere empty-headed heiress, which is precisely why she enrolled in the Drama Academy, a place notorious for housing superficial beauties, where, apart from looks, most possessed little else of value. However, ever since he personally experienced the exquisite technique of Jiang Xingtong's acupuncture, he suddenly found the rumors to be untrustworthy. When Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shixue stood together on stage, the audience was struck by a singular thought: indeed, mere mortals cannot be compared to celestial beings. Previously, Fu Shixue, who was considered a beauty in both appearance and figure, now seemed like a mere foot servant beside Jiang Xingtong, utterly eclipsed by her presence. Yet, this disparity was only superficial. It remained uncertain which of the two possessed greater talent. Seeing Jiang Xingtong confidently ascend the stage without a hint of stage fright to stand beside her, Fu Shixue's face twisted into a pronounced sneer. Adopting a condescending tone that feigned concern for Jiang Xingtong, she remarked, "Mrs. Jean, playing the piano requires a foundational skill. One cannot merely masquerade as a performer without proper training. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, I suggest you gracefully exit the stage and take a seat." Quietly watching my performance, Jiang Xingtong regarded Fu Shixue's insincere smile with indifference and replied in a cool tone, "Fu Shixue, was it not you who, without my consent, urged the host to announce my performance alongside you on stage? Now you implore me to withdraw and obediently listen to you play the piano. What does this mean? Are you afraid I lack the ability, or are you concerned that I might overshadow you and reveal your inferiority?" The guests, upon hearing this exchange, displayed expressions of surprise and contemplation. Just now, Fu Shixue audaciously allowed Mrs. Jean to take the stage for a performance without consulting her, clearly intending to put her in an awkward position. A sardonic smile graced Fu Shixue's face as she addressed Mrs. Jean, saying, "I previously suggested to the host that you join me on stage to perform a piano piece, believing that having spent so many years as the false daughter of the Jiang family, you would possess some knowledge of the arts. However, I was taken aback by your reluctance to take the stage. Your hesitation undoubtedly indicates a lack of ability. Given your predicament, I shall allow you to rest in consideration of Mr. Jean's reputation." Jiang Xingtong let out a cold scoff. "My surprise at being inexplicably summoned to perform does not imply I lack the skill, so please refrain from making hasty conclusions." Having finally secured forgiveness from the head of the Fu family, Jiang Xueqi exchanged glances with Fu Zixing before rising to her feet, casting a disdainful look at Jiang Xingtong. "Jiang Xingtong, you have never even touched a piano in your life. Do not feign proficiency and embarrass yourself further. Return to your seat and spare Mr. Jean the humiliation of revealing you as the incompetent fraud you truly are." The guests, upon hearing this, directed their gazes at Jiang Xingtong, filled with overt disdain. The radiant fairy they had admired moments ago now bore the unmistakable blemish of a pretender, a mere charlatan masquerading as a cultivated individual. Jiang Xingtong disregarded the clamorous Jiang Xueqi, casting a cold glance at Fu Shixue before gracefully taking a seat at the piano. "Let us dispense with the trivialities and commence our performance," she declared. Observing this, Fu Shixue's eyes flickered momentarily before she settled beside Jiang Xingtong. Without waiting for Jiang Xingtong to speak, she addressed the guests below the stage, stating, "Please enjoy our rendition of the world-renowned piece, Fr. Elise." With that, she shot Jiang Xingtong a disdainful look and began to play with an air of confidence. Fr. Elise, a masterpiece originally composed by Beethoven, was later adapted by Charles Dekker due to its formidable difficulty level. transforming it into a piece suitable for those with merely a basic understanding of piano. On the surface, Fu Shixue appeared to be a cultured heiress proficient in various arts, yet in truth, she was a dilettante. Her skills in music and painting barely scratched the surface, sufficient only to impress her elders and showcase at social gatherings. Even with the simplified arrangement, she had practiced for over a month to perform it with any semblance of fluency. Though Jiang Xingtong had never touched a piano within the Jiang household, in her past life, she had dedicated much of her leisure time to honing her personal skills and nurturing her interests. Piano was one of the arts she had pursued later on, and due to her innate talent, she had unexpectedly performed at a national banquet as an amateur. Without hesitation, she began to play the original version of heiress. In an instant, Fu Shixue's countenance turned ashen. Chapter 90, 3 slaps that stunned the crowd. She gazed at Jiang Xingtong in astonishment, beads of cold sweat rapidly forming on her forehead, her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Xingtong could actually play the piano, and furthermore, the speed and rhythm of her performance were beyond Fu Shixue's comprehension. What on earth was happening? In her state of confusion and with fingers rendered rigid, the guests below the stage also discerned the stark contrast between Jiang Xingtong's and Fu Shixue's performances. Jiang Xingtong's finger movements were fluid and graceful, as if her fingertips danced upon the keys, creating an exceptionally beautiful visual feast. Simultaneously, the music emanating from her hands was far more melodious and enchanting than that produced by Fu Shixue. The sounds from Fu Shixue's playing, when compared to Jiang Xingtong's, resembled a child's clumsy attempts before an adult, rendering Fu Shixue utterly ridiculous. Previously, Fu Shixue had disparaged Jiang Xingtong as a mere pretender, a frivolous heiress. But now the reality struck like a resounding slap across Fu Shixue's face, stripping her of all dignity. The admiration in the guests' eyes that once regarded Fu Shixue transformed into mockery and derision. Some guests could not help but voice their thoughts, the rumors proclaiming that Fu Shixue, the most cherished little princess of the Fu family, is a prodigy well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting appear to be misleading. Indeed, there had been whispers that Jiang Xingtong was a superficial heiress devoid of talent, yet look at how radiant she is on stage. What does this signify? It is evident that rumors are utterly unreliable, and it is highly probable that the disparaging remarks about Jiang Xingtong have been deliberately propagated by those envious of her. As for the claims regarding Fu Shixue being a talented woman, it is undoubtedly a persona that Fu Shixue has crafted for herself. Given that the Fu family does not hold a prominent position among the 4 great families, Fu Shixue, aspiring to wed the heir of one of the 4 esteemed families, Huiyanqing, must certainly present herself in a more favorable light. Thus, the notorious Huiyanqing, known for his fleeting romantic escapades, might be persuaded to engage himself to Fu Shixue, driven by self-interest. It is quite reasonable to assert that the illustrious and discerning Zhan Xiao, who has always maintained a distance from women, choosing to marry Jiang Xingtong, signifies that she possesses qualities that many other women lack. Indeed, Zhan Xiao has never encountered failure in his business ventures. His choice to marry Jiang Xingtong confirms her exceptional worthiness of such a union. Jiang Xingtong truly embodies the title of Zhan Xiao's wife. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing, who were initially waiting to witness Jiang Xingtong's downfall, found themselves infuriated by the guests' discussions, their expressions shifting from green to pale. Especially for Jiang Xueqi, the jealousy and anger in her eyes were utterly uncontainable. She yearned to rush onto the stage and drag down the radiant Jiang Xingtong, who captivated all, wishing to shatter Jiang Xingtong's hands, depriving her of any opportunity to flaunt her brilliance again. Regrettably, reason advised her that under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she was rendered powerless to act, otherwise. Given Jiang Xingtong's current status as the esteemed Mrs. Zhan, any attempt to harm her would invoke the wrath of Zhan Sinai. Even if he bore no affection for Jiang Xingtong, for the sake of the Zhan family's dignity and reputation, he would undoubtedly subject her to a fate more tragic than her previous demise. On stage, Fu Shixue was drenched in perspiration, her fingers paralyzed and unsure of which chords and notes to play. In a daze, she gazed at Jiang Xingtong, whose fingers danced across the keys with an elegance reminiscent of a divine masterpiece, each finger as delicate and white as jade. In her moment of confusion, Jiang Xingtong's fingers swiftly took over, pressing the piano keys with grace. With her solitary performance, Jiang Xingtong conjured a melodious symphony that flowed effortlessly from the piano, enveloping the audience in a resplendent auditory and visual feast. Fu Shixue appeared merely as a prop, her rigid and chaotic fingers eliciting disdainful murmurs from the guests. Who among us could speak up and urge that daughter of the Fu family, whose fingers are stiffer than a mummy, to promptly exit the stage. Observing Jiang Xingtong's pianistic technique and rhythm, one could easily mistake her for a seasoned virtuoso. Had Jiang Xingtong performed heiress alone, it would have been rendered even more exquisite and harmonious. However, due to Fu Shixiu's clumsy interference, the enchanting music and the once illustrious presence of Mrs. Zhan were tragically marred. Indeed, where was the host? They ought to hasten Fu Shixiu's departure from the stage. We have no desire to witness her lackluster performance. Indeed, we are eager to witness the exquisite performance of Lady Zhan as she brings to life the masterpiece heiress. It has been a considerable time since we last heard the original rendition, and we have yet to see anyone perform it with such remarkable finesse. We implore that Fu Shixiu, a mere blemish, vacate the stage post-haste, lest she mar our appreciation of Lady Zhan's rendition of this illustrious composition. The guests' gazes towards Jiang Xingtong grew increasingly fervent, while their looks at Jiang turned to disdain. Unable to contain themselves, they called out to the lingering Fu Shixiu on stage, "Fu Shixiu, please leave the stage." The murmurs among the audience grew louder, and the already unsteady Fu Shixiu, upon hearing their remarks about her and Jiang Xingtong, suddenly succumbed to despair. She abruptly rose and, in a fit of rage, shoved Jiang Xingtong aside, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for making me lose face." As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to strike Jiang Xingtong. Witnessing this, the head of the Fu family and his wife turned pale with alarm and shouted, "Stop! Swear, cease this at once." Immediately after, they turned to the formidable Zhan Sai, whose expression had turned icy, and offered a silent apology with a feeble smile. Jiang Xingtong, with a nonchalant grace, evaded Fu Shixiu's sudden outburst, casting a cool glance at Fu's father before calmly retorting, "Miss Fu, was it not you who invited me to the stage without prior notice? Furthermore, will you not feel shame, not due to the lack of skill you possess, but because your reputation does not align with your abilities?" Jiang Xingtong's incisive inquiry pierced through Fu Shixiu's heart like two sharp swords, rendering her momentarily speechless and utterly embarrassed. Observing Fu Shixiu's distressed expression, Jiang Xingtong smiled and gently patted her on the shoulder. "Remember, if you wish to avoid humiliation in the future, you ought to enhance your own capabilities. Do not assume yourself to be a true talent while lacking substance, looking down upon ordinary individuals, only to be struck down by them." Upon hearing this, Fu Shixiu felt deeply insulted by Jiang Xingtong's words, her anger igniting furiously. "Just you wait. I will not let this slide so easily," she declared, casting a glance at her parents, whose eyes were filled with disappointment and warning. After a furious admonition directed at Jiang Xingtong, she lifted her skirt and hastily descended from the stage. As soon as she reached the ground, Fu Shixiu rushed towards Jiang Xueqi and Fu Zixing. With a resounding slap, the sharp sound of a crisp slap echoed in the air. She then pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Xueqi, scolding, "This is all your fault, you fool. If you hadn't told me that Jiang Xingtong is a lightweight, would I have allowed her to take the stage and bring such disgrace upon myself?" No sooner had she finished speaking than another sharp slap resounded, striking Fu Zixing's face unexpectedly, leaving a red imprint in its wake. He stared at Fu Shixiu in shock. "You actually hit me? And what of it?" Fang Shixiu, consumed by fury, raised her hand and pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Zixing's nose, exclaiming loudly, "It is all your fault, you wretched illegitimate child. If it weren't for your marriage to that foolish Jiang Xueqi, I would not have suffered such humiliation. You are a worthless scoundrel, and even if you had wed a proper heiress, she would still be a fool, inferior even to a counterfeit heiress, just as you are. Utterly beneath consideration, a detestable creature." Jiang Xueqi, already incensed by the sudden slap from Fang Shixiu, could no longer endure the insults. Overcome with indignation, she stormed towards Fang Shixiu, seized her hair, and struck her face with a series of resounding slaps. "You contemptible harlot! Do you think yourself worthy of any esteem? If it weren't for your own desire for revenge against Jiang Xingtong, seeking to humiliate her yet failing miserably, would you be so disgracefully exposed today? Though others praise you as a talented lady, proficient in the arts, it is merely flattery bestowed upon you for the sake of the Fu family. In reality, you are no more than an empty vessel. Without the luster of the Fu family's status, you would be less than a dog. What right do you have to insult me and my husband?" Fang Shixiu, taken aback by the ferocity of Jiang Xueqi's retaliatory slaps, stood momentarily stunned, her mind blank in disbelief. It was only after Jiang Xueqi had finished her furious tirade that she regained her senses. At the moment of clarity, Fu Shixue was consumed by a frenzy, abruptly seizing the bottled water from the table and flinging it into Jiang Xueqi's face. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around and grasped Jiang Xueqi by the throat, seething with fury as she spat, "Damn you, wretched woman! How dare you humiliate me before so many people? You deserve to die." Jiang Xueqi, observing Fu Shishue's wrathful countenance, her eyes ablaze with anger, frantically called out to Fu Ziheng for help. "Darling! Hurry and save me! Fu Shixue is going to kill me." Fu Ziheng regarded Jiang Xueqi's plight with an indifferent gaze, remaining seated while offering a few half-hearted words of persuasion to Fu Shixue. "Swear, regardless of her actions, Jiang Xueqi is still your sister-in-law. How can you treat her this way? Release her at once." Had it not been for Jiang Xueqi's earlier assault on Fu Shixue, which had granted him some satisfaction, he would have had no desire to defend her. This foolish woman had not only brought shame upon Fu Shixue today but had also exacerbated her disdain towards him. With irritation, Fu Shixue retorted to Fu Ziheng, "You illegitimate child, be quiet. You are not my elder brother. What right does Jiang Xueqi have to be my sister-in-law?" Fu Ziheng's face reflected a hint of grievance as he helplessly turned to Jiang Xueqi, attempting to persuade her. "Jiang Xueqi, you should apologize to Swear, admit your fault, and plead with her not to hold it against you. She will surely let you off the hook." Realizing that Fu Ziheng was of no assistance, Jiang Xueqi, in a fit of rage, suddenly lifted her foot and delivered a vicious kick to Fu Shishue's groin. This strike not only delivered a devastating blow to the man but also had a similar effect on the woman. Fu Shixue immediately bent over, clutching her abdomen, and let out a pained wail. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xueqi forcefully pushed Fu Shixue down and mounted her, unleashing a flurry of slaps across Fu Shishue's face. Observing this, Fu Zixing rushed to Jiang Xueqi's side in a panic, exclaiming, "Jiang Xueqi, what on earth are you doing? Release Swear at once and apologize to her." "Why should I apologize to that despicable woman who troubled me first?" Jiang Xueqi retorted, her anger flaring as she continued to strike Fu Shixue. "Fu Zixing, I am your wife, and you should be supporting me. Yet, not only do you refuse to assist me, but you also demand that I let her go. You are utterly spineless, even inferior to a single hair of Zhan Zai." In her previous life, although Zhan Zai had looked down upon him, he still afforded her the dignity befitting Mrs. Zhan in public, who dared to show her any disrespect. In this life, Zhan Zai not only granted Jiang Xingtong dignity but also protected her at every turn. It was truly maddening. This situation made her regret the exchange of marriages with Jiang Xingtong. She fervently hoped that Fu Zixing, this detestable illegitimate child, would devise a way to become the wealthiest man soon, otherwise, she could not endure this suffocating existence for even a single day longer. Hearing Jiang Xueqi's scornful words, Fu Zixing felt a surge of anger and seized Jiang Xueqi's hair, raising his hand to slap her. "Fool! I am asking you to let Swear go for your own good. If you cannot appreciate my intentions, then do not insult me." The precious daughter of the Fu family was not someone Jiang Xueqi could strike at will. Jiang Xueqi, struck by the slap, instantly lost all rationality. Seizing a chair, she hurled it at Fu Zixing's head, exclaiming, "Damn it! Have I not given you enough face? How dare you disrespect me and even lay a hand on me?" The guests, witnessing this chaotic scene, were rendered speechless. Fu Zixing, Jiang Xueqi, and Fu Shixue seemed to have forgotten that their audience remained present. Not a single soul had departed. The spectacle of their tumultuous altercation unfolded without regard for the onlookers. Jiang Xingtong, observing the scene, curled her lips into a sardonic smile. It became evident that these three individuals were cut from the same cloth. They did not require external provocation to engage in their internal strife. With a seemingly amused tone, she inquired of Mrs. Fu, "Mrs. Fu, did you deliberately keep my husband here just to witness your daughter and your husband's illegitimate son brawling?" Mrs. Fu's countenance paled as she regarded Jiang Xingtong with a contemplative expression, her demeanor revealing a complex array of emotions as she replied, "No, truly. I had arranged a special segment to raise more funds." Of course, her ulterior motive to seek retribution for her daughter could not be openly acknowledged. Zhan Zai noticed the upward curve of Jiang Xingtong's lips, indicating her apparent delight. With an impassive expression, he addressed the Fu family, whom he had intentionally detained under the pretext of seeking excuses. "First, resolve your family matters before engaging in charitable endeavors." Upon finishing his statement, he took Jiang Xingtong's hand and said to Zhaning, "Zhaning, we shall depart." "Yes, young master," Zhang promptly replied with respect as he maneuvered Zhang Sai's wheelchair. Turning to leave. The head of the Fu family cast a glance at the departing figures of Jiang Xueqi and Jiang Xingtong. Realizing that everyone was now mocking the Fu family's predicament. In a flurry, he turned to Fu Zimo and urged, "Zimo, hasten to separate Fu Zixing and his spouse. Do not allow them to harm your sister." Upon hearing this, Fu Zimo shot a cold glance at the family head before swiftly rushing to rescue Fu Shixue. With a resounding slap, Mrs. Fu suddenly struck the family head across the face. "It is your inability to control your baser instincts that has led us to this disgrace," she exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury, before she dashed to assist Fu Shixue, who was pinned beneath Jiang Xueqi. The family head bore the stinging imprint of her slap. The pain searing, yet his guilt prevented him from lashing out at his wife. Furthermore, he was loath to lose face in front of the guests, thus. He forced a professional smile and addressed them, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends for your support of our charitable cause. The auction and fundraiser must come to a temporary close, as I have pressing matters to attend to. I kindly request that you take your leave." With that, he promptly contacted the head of security, who, accompanied by a team of personnel, began to escort the lingering guests away. Once the last of the guests had departed, the family head's demeanor darkened, fury evident as he approached the now separated Fu Zixing. With a thunderous crash, he delivered a fierce kick to Fu Zixing. Fu Jiao's patriarch spoke with fury, "I just asked you and your wife to stay, hoping to give you both an opportunity. Yet, you have brought me nothing but disgrace. If I do not properly discipline you today, you will remain oblivious to the chaos you are capable of causing. Steward, please enforce the family law." The steward swiftly presented several entwined, thorn-laden whips. Upon seeing this, Fu Zixing felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, the whip descended mercilessly upon him. A heart-wrenching cry of agony echoed through the air. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhang Zai and Jiang Xingtong exchanged contemplative and troubled glances. Jiang Xingtong set aside the silver needle she had prepared for Zhang Zai's acupuncture. Her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "What is it? Speak." She was genuinely intrigued as to why Zhang Zai had suddenly vanished for a week after the charity auction. This absence had deprived her of the opportunity to discuss his condition and treatment plan in detail. Zhang Zai met Jiang Xingtong's clear, luminous gaze, and the words that had lodged in his throat suddenly failed to surface. He tightened his grip on the documents in his hand, hesitating for a moment before abruptly shifting the topic. "What have you been busy with this past week?" Jiang Xingtong raised an elegant brow. "Does this pertain to what you wish to discuss?" Zhang Zai's handsome face stiffened momentarily, but he maintained his composure as he replied. "It is somewhat related." In truth, it had no relation whatsoever. Jiang Xingtong let out a thoughtful sound and glanced at Zhang Xian before responding earnestly, "For the past week, I have remained at home, engrossed in my phone and computer, without venturing anywhere. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with the household staff or the butler." Upon returning from the charity auction, she had handed over the hair of Fu Shixue, Madame Fu, the head of the Fu family, and Fu Shirlan to her assistant for a paternity test. During the arrangement made by her private assistant, she also took on a hacking task. Since then, she had stayed at home, utilizing her phone and computer to fulfill the order. She mused that spending time on her phone and computer hardly qualified as deceit. "What about you? After the charity auction, you vanished without a trace for an entire week. What is the story behind that?" At her words, Zhang Xian instinctively lowered his gaze to the documents in his hand, and then abruptly turned them face down on the table. "I apologize. An urgent matter arose at the company, preventing me from informing you of my whereabouts." Despite having resolved at the charity auction to embrace a genuine partnership with Jiang Xingtong, he found himself confronted by the sudden reappearance of a girl he had long sought. Moreover, she was someone he had always regarded as a sister. Over the past week, he had meticulously reviewed the information gathered by his confidant and personally verified it, only to confirm that Gu Xiuxiu was indeed the girl with whom he had once shared trials and tribulations. Years ago, Gu Xiuxiu had been sent to the countryside for recuperation due to her congenital heart condition and fragile health, a decision made by her family. During the time Gu Xiuxiu was raised in the countryside, she was unexpectedly taken away by human traffickers. The Gu family, concerned for Gu Xiuxiu's reputation, chose to keep this incident confidential. "You have yet to express what you were about to say to me." Jiang Xingtong propped her chin on her hand, gazing curiously at Zhang Sinai. With a flicker in his enchanting eyes, Jiang Xingtong adopted a serious expression and addressed Jiang Xingtong. I must ask you. Is my illness truly treatable? Jiang Xingtong looked at him in utter disbelief. After all her curiosity, it boiled down to this matter, which felt like a waste of her expressions. Jiang Xingtong, his handsome visage devoid of emotion, nodded, indeed. Yet, what he had initially intended to convey to Jiang Xingtong was not this statement. He had meant to honor his promise to that girl, to divorce Jiang Xingtong and marry her. However, when he met Jiang Xingtong's gaze, the words divorce simply eluded him. He had already resolved at the auction to be a true husband to Jiang Xingtong and had accepted her confession. How could he go back on his word? As for recognizing Gu Xueqi only now, it merely indicated their fated disconnection. Additionally, Gu Xueqi was the beloved darling of the Gu family, while Jiang Xingtong was an orphan, powerless and without influence. Should Jiang Xingtong divorce him, she would be left utterly alone and vulnerable. In comparison to Gu Xueqi, the fragile and helpless Jiang Xingtong required his care all the more. Contemplating this matter, Jiang Xi gazed at Jiang Xingtong with a hint of compassion and concern in his eyes. He gently inquired, I wish to understand the true state of my health. Could you elaborate for me? Jiang Xingtong cast a curious glance into Jiang Xi's eyes, then seated herself beside him and took his large hand, placing it upon her lap. I am just about to elaborate on your physical condition, she replied, as her delicate, alabaster fingers, akin to tender green shoots, meticulously felt Jiang Xi's pulse. Jiang Xi observed his arm resting on Jiang Xingtong's lap, a subtle blush creeping to his ears. In a slightly husky voice, he urged, speak. Jiang Xingtong, oblivious to Jiang Xi's unease, continued to assess his pulse before releasing his hand. She then instructed him, please unbutton your shirt, I need to conduct a thorough examination. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Could it be that she was deliberately seeking an excuse to grow closer, to embody the essence of true partnership? The mere thought sent his heart racing, and he instinctively raised his long, elegant hand to unfasten the buttons of his suit, followed by those of his white shirt. Soon, his well-defined chest, sculpted yet robust, was revealed before Jiang Xingtong. Beneath the chiseled surface lay a gorgeous set of 8 abdominal muscles. Just as Jiang Xingtong was about to declare it sufficient, Jiang Xi unexpectedly unbuckled his belt. The unmistakable click of the belt's clasp echoed in the air, leaving Jiang Xingtong momentarily speechless as she stared at him in astonishment. In the moment of astonishment experienced by Jiang Xingtong, Jiang Xi deftly removed his belt from his lean waist, revealing an alluring and sculpted physique. His long, graceful hands, akin to exquisite works of art, soon reached for the zipper of his tailored trousers. Jiang Xingtong, overwhelmed by the potent aura of hormones, quickly regained her composure and hurriedly pressed her hand against Jiang Xi's, urgently calling for a halt. All right, enough, there's no need to continue. Jiang Xi did not respond to her plea. Instead, his fervent gaze lingered on Jiang Xingtong's delicate hand. It was then that she belatedly recognized the peculiarity of the situation. She hastily released his hand, awkwardly stating, if you wish to proceed, that's fine. But I fear you might feel uncomfortable. Chapter 93, Embrace Jiang Xi's willingness to shed his clothing and confront her openly was undoubtedly beneficial for her diagnosis and treatment. In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between male and female, there are only patients. Since Jiang Xi himself harbored no reservations, there was no need for her to be overly fastidious. Just as Jiang Xingtong fortified her mental resolve, Jiang Xi unexpectedly grasped her wrist. Confused, she looked up at him and asked, what's wrong? With a slight blush tinting his ears, Jiang Xi gazed into Jiang Xingtong's clear, bright eyes, instinctively tightening his hold on her delicate, fair wrist. His voice gravelly, I'm sorry. I still cannot do it. He felt that, at this moment, with his disability, he was unworthy of touching Jiang Xingtong. He believed he should wait until he was healed to offer her a complete and beautiful experience. Jiang Xingtong observed the fleeting expression of shame and guilt that crossed Jiang Xueqi's handsome face, and while she felt a sense of relief wash over her, an inexplicable sense of regret lingered as well. She gently patted Jiang Xueqi's large hand, reassuring him, it's merely a trifling matter, there is no need for you to apologize. Jiang Xueqi responded softly, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Jiang Xingtong, we have ample time ahead of us. Jiang Xingtong found Jiang Xueqi's reply rather peculiar. Yet the warm expression that graced his typically icy visage only deepened her curiosity. What could have prompted his sudden week-long departure, during which even his frosty demeanor had yielded to tenderness? With a furrowed brow, she scrutinized Jiang Xueqi's body, her expression turning serious as she regarded him earnestly. Due to the acupuncture treatment I administered previously, your abrupt absence has interrupted the healing process for a week, leading to a resurgence of toxins. Immediate acupuncture is necessary. Without awaiting his response, she swiftly bent down, lifting Jiang Xueqi from his wheelchair and placing him on the spacious double bed. A look of astonishment flickered across Jiang Xueqi's striking features as he stared at Jiang Xingtong in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman, who appeared to require protection, could lift him, a man towering over 6 feet tall. Unfazed by his astonishment, Jiang Xingtong proceeded with determination, deftly removing Jiang Xueqi's tailored trousers. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing Jiang's body to stiffen. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that his trousers had been removed by Jiang Xingtong, leaving his pale skin tinged with an uncontrollable blush. Jiang Xingtong, how could you? Before Jiang could finish his thought, a series of silver needles flew through the air like arrows released from a bow, deftly piercing the acupoints in his legs. Moments later, Jiang glanced at his legs. Now resembling a porcupine, his expression a complex mix of emotions. He then regarded Jiang Xingtong with a pair of phoenix eyes that shimmered with an enigmatic light. A hint of embarrassment creeping into his heart. It seemed he had misunderstood Jiang Xingtong's intentions from the very beginning. While she aimed to provide him with treatment, his mind had wandered to more intimate thoughts. Was it possible that his lack of experience with women had made him overly eager? Jiang Xingtong, oblivious to Jiang's concealed discomfort, spoke to him with a serious demeanor. Jiang, let us now discuss your physical condition and the treatment plan. Yes, please continue. Jiang replied with a slight nod, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Jiang Xingtong regarded him with a complex expression, candidly stating, your physical condition is currently quite dire. If you wish to detoxify and recover swiftly, in addition to acupuncture, you will require several rare medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, these herbs are virtually extinct now, and gathering them may prove to be quite challenging. If you can gather the medicinal herbs within 3 months and combine them with my acupuncture, you shall be cured and return to normalcy. However, at this juncture, a hint of remorse flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Xueqi. If you fail to collect the herbs within 3 months, I fear you may not survive beyond a year. According to the trajectory of his previous life, Jiang Xueqi should have had approximately 3 more years to live. Yet, due to her application of the almost lost ghost doctor's 13 needles, which had suppressed the toxins within him, she inadvertently activated the hidden poisons as well. A year? Jiang Xueqi echoed instinctively. If he could not procure the herbs, he would be left with less than a year. Suppressing the turmoil within, he fixed a stoic gaze upon Jiang Xingtong. Understood. Please provide me with the names of the herbs, I shall exert every effort to find them. I'm so sorry. Jiang Xingtong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she apologized to Jiang Xueqi. Had I not administered acupuncture and allowed you to remain in your current state, you would have had at least 3 more years. Jiang Xueqi regarded her tear-streaked eyes with an unflinching demeanor and replied softly, there is no need for your apology. In truth, there is little difference between a year and 3. Without treatment, I could at most extend my life by 2 years. While it may appear that I now have only a year left, should fortune favor me and I uncover the complete antidote, I might live a healthy life thereafter. I shall do my utmost to seek the herbs, and if I fail, then so be it, that will be my fate. He then offered reassurance to Jiang Xingtong. You need not bear the burden of guilt. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jiang Xueqi, whose unparalleled beauty was marred only by his inscrutable expression. And an inexplicable pain gripped her heart. Suddenly, she opened her arms and embraced him. Jiang Xueqi was taken aback, his entire being stiffening at her unexpected gesture. Unaware of his rigidity, Jiang Xingtong gently patted his back, her soft and sweet voice soothing him, "You need not worry. With such striking looks and remarkable talent, heaven would surely not allow such a gifted individual to perish prematurely." She vowed to utilize every connection she possessed to assist Jiang Xueqi in finding the necessary herbs. Although he was not her true husband, Jiang Xueqi had fulfilled the responsibilities of one, exhibiting integrity and offering her unwavering support, along with numerous lavish gifts. As he listened to her mellifluous voice, the desolation and gloom that had enveloped his heart were instantly dispelled by Jiang Xingtong. She shone like a beacon in the darkness of his life, illuminating the hope of existence and revealing the beauty surrounding him. Since learning of his impending demise, Jiang Xiyue had long since grown indifferent to life and death, yet now a fierce desire to live surged within him. He suddenly extended his arms, tightly encircling Jiang Xingtong's slender waist. Startled by the embrace, her body pressed closely against his, the soft curves colliding with his solid chest. As if a powerful current surged through both their forms, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. As the two individuals heard the intense rhythm of each other's heartbeats, they nervously and flusteredly uttered, "You. I." The following morning, the dawn broke with Jiang Xingtong's delicate earlobes subtly tinged with crimson. She carefully carried a simple breakfast of tomato beef noodles that she had prepared herself and placed it before Jiang Xiyue, presenting him with a pair of chopsticks. "This is your breakfast for today." The events of the previous night were too daunting to contemplate. She had actually spent the night with Jiang Xiyue. Chapter 94, dominating together they had embraced and slept soundly through the night. Upon waking, she found herself nestled in Jiang Xiyue's arms, her legs draped over his waist, her hands audaciously exploring the contours of his abdominal muscles, leaving her utterly bewildered. Now, she felt uncertain about how to face Jiang Xiyue. Jiang Xiyue, noticing the empty surface of the table, raised an inquisitive brow and asked, "Aren't you going to eat with me?" "Ah. No, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I need to meet a friend." Jiang Xingtong managed a somewhat awkward smile at Jiang Xiyue before waving her hand dismissively. "I'll be off now, enjoy your meal." Without waiting for Jiang Xiyue's response, she swiftly turned and left. Earlier, she had instructed her assistant to expedite the paternity test for Fu Shilan and the Fu family. And now the results were in. She was headed to find Fu Shilan, to present the paternity test results, and together, they would confront the Fu family with unwavering resolve. Jiang Xiyue gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him, suddenly devoid of appetite. He held a deep fondness for the breakfasts prepared by Jiang Xingtong. During the past week of his absence from home, he had yearned to savor her culinary creations once more. However, he abruptly realized that he cherished the moments of sharing breakfast with Jiang Xingtong even more. Without her presence, not only did his meals lose their flavor, but the cheerful disposition he experienced upon seeing her sleeping visage upon waking also vanished. After Jiang Xingtong departed, Jean S's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Noting it was an unfamiliar number, and answered nonchalantly, his tone indifferent. "Hello? Who is this?" "Big brother Jean, it's Su. May I ask for your assistance in locating someone?" The delicate voice of Gu Su resonated in Jean S's ear. Jean S inquired, "Who are you looking for?" With a shy reply, Gu Su said, "I wish for you to help me find a young man with whom I shared hardships in my childhood. He once gifted me a jade pendant and promised to marry me when we grew up. Now that my family insists on arranging a marriage for me upon my return, I suddenly recalled that young man, and I would like your help to find him." Upon hearing this, Jean S's handsome face stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you mean by looking for him now? Do you wish to marry him?" "Yes." Gu Su responded, her tone a blend of excitement and shyness. "I have been waiting for him all these years." Jean S replied, "Have you considered the possibility that he may already be married with children?" Reflecting on his own circumstances, he felt a complicated mix of emotions and added, "After all, you mentioned that this was from your childhood. How serious can the words of children be?" Gu Su, upon hearing Jean Xiyue's response, felt an overwhelming urge to smash her phone, yet her tone grew increasingly gentle. "Brother Jean, you do not comprehend the depth of the experiences I shared with that young man. I believe he will not forget me either. For I hold steadfast in my conviction that he is a man of his word, and he has been waiting for me all along. If only I had been bolder. And when I seized that jade pendant, I had presented it to the Jean family to fulfill our engagement. Then we would not be witnessing the disgraceful union of Jiang Xiyue with that wretched woman, Jiang Xingtong." Jiang Xiyue, after a moment of hesitation, inquired, "What if he is already married? What do you intend to do?" "I refuse to believe it, he cannot possibly be married," Gu Su retorted sharply. Only to be overcome with emotion as she continued, "I trust that even if he were married, should he recognize me, he would divorce his wife to honor his promise. The bond we share is incomparable to that between him and his spouse. He is not a man capable of betrayal." Jiang Xiyue, after a brief silence, furrowed his brow in contemplation and cautiously asked, "If he is indeed married and willing to compensate you in another manner, would you be open to accepting it?" Without a moment's pause, Gu Su resolutely replied, "I will accept no form of compensation other than marriage." Jean Xian. Gu Xiu. Unable to await Jean Xian's response, provocatively inquired, "Brother Jean, why the silence? Surely you must know the person I am searching for?" After a moment of contemplation, Jean Xian coldly replied, "When are you free? We should meet to discuss." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiuxiu excitedly clenched the jade pendant in her hand and eagerly suggested, "I am free at any moment, how about we meet in half an hour?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong, bearing the freshly minted paternity test results, sought out Fu Shirlan at the film set. Upon seeing Jiang Xingtong, the director approached her without hesitation, bowing respectfully, "Madame Jean, are you here to find actress Fu?" "Yes." "Could you grant Lan Lan a day off?" Jiang Xingtong replied with a smile. The director scratched his head, his expression revealing a blend of emotions as he looked at Jiang Xingtong. "Actress Fu has already taken leave, she has not been on set for 3 days. Were you not aware?" "What?" Jiang Xingtong gasped, her heart racing as she cautiously asked, "Do you know the reason for her absence?" The director responded. "She mentioned her mother's condition had worsened and that she needed to care for her personally. She has gone back to tend to her mother." Pondering this, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brows and queried, "But isn't her mother abroad? If she has taken leave to care for her mother overseas, then what about her commitments to the film crew?" "Director, I heard from Miss Fu that her mother has returned to the country, expressing her desire to pass away in her homeland, as she feels lonely abroad and fears departing without a loved one by her side." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before addressing the director, "Could you kindly provide me with the residential address of Fu Shirlan?" Previously, at the hot pot restaurant, due to Zhou Jiai's malicious taunts, Fu Shirlan had blocked her on both phone and WeChat. While she could resort to hacking to reconnect with Fu Shirlan, she believed it was essential to respect Fu Shirlan's boundaries and not to contact her through unconventional means that might further irritate her. Moreover, Jiang Xingtong had refrained from reaching out to Fu Shirlan earlier, intending to present a more compelling case with the paternity test results, which would also help Fu Shirlan shed the stigma of being an illegitimate child, alleviating her fears of bringing harm to Jiang Xingtong. The director retrieved a WeChat QR code, added Jiang Xingtong as a friend, and promptly sent her Fu Shirlan's current address. "Madame Jean, I have sent you the address, please check." "Received, thank you." Jiang Xingtong nodded politely to the respectful director before turning to leave. Half an hour later, she drove to the address provided by the director. It was a dilapidated community, marked by filth and disorder, starkly contrasting with the glamorous image of the esteemed actress Fu Shirlan. Fu Shirlan resided on the 6th floor. Yet the absence of an elevator in the building compelled her to ascend the stairs, laboriously climbing to her abode. Upon reaching the 6th floor, she was breathless and fatigued, weakly raising her arm to knock on the door. Fu Shirlan opened the door. Inside, Fu Shirlan was in the kitchen, preparing a nutritious breakfast for her mother. Meanwhile, her mother, Li Yuxiang, lounged in the living room, cracking sunflower seeds while watching television. Hearing the doorbell, she exhaled in annoyance, spitting the seed shell onto the floor, and sluggishly made her way to the door. "Who is it?" "It's me." Jiang Xingtong, observing Li Yuxiang's impatient expression, boldly pushed open the partially ajar door and entered. As Li Yuxiang beheld Jiang Xingtong's exquisitely striking visage, a sudden recollection dawned upon her. "You are Fu Shirlan's former classmate. Are you not?" A girl as remarkably beautiful and unforgettable as Jiang Xingtong was a rarity, thus Li Yuxiang's impression of her was profound. Moreover, Jiang Xingtong had previously extended considerable assistance to Fu Shirlan, particularly in financial matters. "Yes," Jiang Xingtong replied with a subtle nod. Li Yuxiang scrutinized Jiang Xingtong's empty hands, a palpable dissatisfaction surfacing in her gaze. "What brings you here?" Surely, Jiang Xingtong had come to visit Fu Shirlan, who was ill. Shouldn't she have brought some gifts to console the sick? Arriving empty-handed seemed rather stingy. Jiang Xingtong's response was straightforward, "I'm here to find Fu Shirlan." Li Yuxiang could not help but roll her eyes at Jiang Xingtong, and with a dismissive sound, spat the sunflower seed shell carelessly onto the ground. "Did you not hear Fu Shirlan say that I am ill? When you came to visit Fu Shirlan, should you not have brought a token of goodwill to see me? Coming here empty-handed is rather stingy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong scrutinized Li Yuxiang's complexion with a gaze that was both obscure and probing. The principles of traditional Chinese medicine emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Without needing to take Li Yuxiang's pulse, Jiang Xingtong could tell from her rosy complexion which radiated good health, that there was nothing amiss, her vital energy was evidently well nourished. You claim you are unwell? From where I stand, your complexion is vibrant and full of life, hardly the appearance of someone who is sick. You are not a doctor, what do you know? Li Yuxiang shot Jiang Xingtong a disapproving look, then, with a serious demeanor, declared, let me make it clear, I am afflicted with cancer, and in its late stages. No less. You may see me today, but perhaps next time you come to see Fu Shilan, I will no longer be here. Therefore, you ought to take this opportunity to demonstrate your filial piety. Jiang Xingtong, observing Li Yuxiang's fervent lecture, scoffed and inquired, so, what are you implying? Li Yuxiang, with her thumb, index, and middle fingers cleverly intertwined, elaborated, thus, if you happen to forget to bring a gift, you may offer me some pocket money instead. I can procure a gift for myself with that. Jiang Xingtong cast a mocking glance at the gaudily adorned Li Yuxiang, whose manner of eating was quite unrefined. Auntie, considering you are in the advanced stages of cancer, it would be prudent to refrain from consuming whatever you desire. That's all right, I have no fear, Li Yuxiang replied. Her expression one of eager anticipation, waiting for Jiang Xingtong to bestow her with money. You may be unafraid, but I am concerned. What if I were to give you money, and you squander it on food that might exacerbate your condition? How would you hold me accountable then? Jiang Xingtong inquired. Rest assured, I promise I won't hold you responsible. Just a small amount for nutritional supplements would suffice, whether it's 10,000 or 20,000. I would not find it lacking, nor would I scoff at 50 or 100,000, Li Yuxiang insisted. Are you implying that it is the thought that counts? And any amount would be acceptable? Jiang Xingtong rummaged through her bag, regarding Li Yuxiang with a smirk. Li Yuxiang extended her palm expectantly before Jiang Xingtong. Precisely. Any amount will do. Observing Li Yuxiang's impatient demeanor, Jiang Xingtong let out an ambiguous chuckle, retrieving a mere dime from her wallet and placing it in Li Yuxiang's palm. Is this a joke? You dare to offer me only a dime, as if I were a beggar? Li Yuxiang exclaimed angrily, glaring at Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong turned to the kitchen, where Fu Shilan had just emerged. A beggar who complains about stale food, someone like you deserves no more than a dime. With that, she promptly produced a paternity test from her bag and handed it to Fu Shilan. Lan, here is a delightful surprise for you. Do take a look at what it contains. Chapter 96. They are not mother and daughter. At this, Fu Shilan instinctively glanced at the document in her hands. Upon seeing the words paternity test, she was utterly astonished. What do you want with a paternity test? Open it and you will naturally understand, replied Jiang Xingtong with an enigmatic glance at Li Yuxiang, a smile gracing her lips. I do not wish for you to live your life in ignorance, mistaking an enemy for a family member. Hearing this, Li Yuxiang's pupils contracted, and she rushed forward to snatch the paternity test from Fu Shilan's hands. Caught off guard, Fu Shilan felt the document wrenched away from her grasp. She looked at Li Yuxiang with a complex expression. Mother, why did you take my paternity test? Please return it to me. Lan, do not listen to your friend's nonsense. I am your biological mother. How could I possibly be your enemy? This paternity test must be a forgery. Do not believe her deceitful words, Li Yuxiang said, her voice betraying her unease as she swiftly tore the document into shreds and discarded it in the trash. Jiang Xingtong retorted with a cold smirk. I never claimed you were Lanlan's enemy. Are you not inadvertently confessing? Fu Shilan gazed at the torn pieces lying in the bin. Her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion as she turned to Jiang Xingtong. Tong, what exactly does the paternity test reveal? Before Jiang Xingtong could respond, Li Yuxiang hastily interjected. The content of that paternity test is undoubtedly that we are not mother and daughter. Just look at Jiang Xingtong, she is clearly up to no good, trying to ruin our mother-daughter bond. Do not trust her. Fu Shilan cast a complex glance at Li Yuxiang and inquired. Why do you believe that Jiang Xingtong is here to disrupt our mother-daughter bond? Her mother had not even glanced at the paternity test results. Yet she was convinced that the outcome confirmed they were not related by blood. Thus, it seemed evident that she and Li Yuxiang were indeed not mother and daughter. Jiang Xingtong had not deceived her, nor was there any motive for her to undermine their relationship. Upon hearing Fu Shilan's question, Li Yuxiang's expression stiffened momentarily. Before she turned her dissatisfaction toward Jiang Xingtong, beginning to spout nonsensical accusations, Jiang Xingtong was once your good friend, frequently looking after you in life. Therefore, I suspect she harbors feelings for you, and now that she sees me battling cancer, she fears I might burden you, deliberately instigating discord between us to ensure you abandon me to fend for myself. Mother, Jiang Xingtong is already married, and she is not that kind of person. You are misunderstanding her. Fu Shilan approached Jiang Xingtong, guiding her to sit on the sofa, and then fetched her a glass of water. Xingtong, please sit down and have some water, we can discuss everything slowly. Jiang Xingtong settled onto the sofa, casting an ambiguous glance at Li Yuxiang, and nodded lightly. After handing Jiang Xingtong a glass of warm water, Fu Shilan noticed the floor around the sofa was littered with sunflower seed shells, prompting her to furrow her brow as she addressed Li Yuxiang. Mother, did I not ask you to dispose of the seed shells in the trash? Why are they scattered everywhere? At this, Li Yuxiang simply spat in response. With a casual flick, he deliberately spat the sunflower seed shells onto the ground. With only a few days left to live, one must seize every opportunity for joy. Just wait a moment, you can grab a broom and clean up the shells, he remarked. Fu Shilan furrowed her brows, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh as she turned to fetch a broom to tidy up the mess. As she swept away the shells surrounding Jiang Xingtong, she apologized. Xingtong, I sincerely apologize for the untidy state of my home, I hope you can bear with it. Furthermore, ever since my mother fell ill, her temperament has become rather peculiar. What she just said was indeed excessive, please do not take it to heart. Jiang Xingtong observed Fu Shilan, who was earnestly tidying up with a gentle demeanor, and couldn't help but rise to snatch the broom from her hands, tossing it in front of Li Yuxiang. Then, she firmly placed her hands on Fu Shilan's shoulders, compelling her to meet Li Yuxiang's gaze. Lan. Take a good look at Li Yuxiang's face. Observe her rosy complexion and vibrant demeanor. Does she truly resemble someone suffering from a terminal illness? Generally, those afflicted with such ailments exhibit pallor and lackluster spirits, often confined to their beds. Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan instinctively scrutinized Li Yuxiang's complexion, pondering Jiang Xingtong's words. Was she suggesting that her mother was not terminally ill? Flustered and anxious, Li Yuxiang quickly interjected, my rosy complexion and vitality are the result of expensive treatments abroad. My current well-being merely reflects the superior medical conditions and advanced healthcare available overseas. It is through Lanlan's relentless efforts to earn money for my medical treatment that I have reached this point. Do not speak recklessly and lead Lan to believe that I am not ill. Upon hearing Li Yuxiang's words, Fu Shilan turned to Jiang Xingtong and began to explain, since my mother fell ill, she has been receiving treatment abroad. It is likely that the advanced medical care available overseas has contributed to her improved appearance. Jiang Xingtong, observing Fu Shilan's unwavering trust in Li Yuxiang, could not help but feel a twinge of pity for her naivety. Lan, I have not even revealed the results of the paternity test. Yet she is so eager to inform you that the outcome must indicate you are not mother and daughter. If we consider it from another angle, if she were not feeling guilty, why would she tear apart the paternity test results without even looking at them? At these words, Fu Shilan's hands, which had been resting at her sides, suddenly clenched into fists, her gaze toward Li Yuxiang laden with complexity. The fortress of conviction within her began to crumble piece by piece. Li Yuxiang, sensing Fu Shilan's doubtful eyes upon her, puffed out her chest with a hint of anxiety and retorted, Lan, look at your friend. She comes to see you, fully aware of your mother's illness, and yet arrives empty-handed, devoid of even a single gift. What does this signify? It indicates she is miserly and stingy. A miser can hardly be a good person. Can the paternity test she brought genuinely be trusted? After all, I have heard that conducting a paternity test costs several thousand at the very least, far exceeding the value of any gift she could have brought. Fu Shilan regarded the flustered Li Yuxiang with a composed demeanor and inquired, pray tell, how could you assert with such certainty that the results of the paternity test indicate we are not mother and daughter, without even having laid eyes on its contents? Li Yuxiang, feeling cornered, averted her gaze and evasively replied, Lan. Consider this, would a miser who refuses to buy even a gift be willing to spend a fortune on a paternity test for you? Chapter 97, Expelling the False Daughter from the Fu Family. The recent paternity test document must have been hastily printed by her own hand. Do not fall for her deceitful words. With that, she stepped closer, grasping Fu Shilan's hand, and earnestly implored, I am your true mother. Must you anger your own mother over someone who is entirely irrelevant? Furthermore, I am currently battling terminal cancer. Regardless of the magnitude of the matter, you ought to show understanding and support towards me, rather than provoke your own mother for the sake of an inexplicable individual. Jiang Xingtong observed Li Yuxiang's incessant references to being a true mother and her cancer plight, attempting to morally manipulate Fu Shilan, and she let out a cold scoff. Old adage states, the more one lacks something, the more fervently one seeks to flaunt it. Your incessant claims of being a true mother only serve to highlight your own insecurity. With that, she abruptly reached out and plucked a strand of hair from Li Yuxiang's head. Li Yuxiang, taken aback by the swift actions of Jiang Xingtong, only reacted after a moment. Clutching her head in indignation as she glared at Jiang, "Damn it, why did you pull my hair?" With a faint smile, Jiang Xingtong replied, "The paternity test I just conducted for Fu Shilan has nothing to do with you. Yet you exposed yourself by claiming you and Fu Shilan are not mother and daughter. Naturally, I must conduct a paternity test for you and Fu Shilan to ascertain your relationship." As she spoke, she patted Li Yuxiang's shoulder. "Thank you for the reminder." Instantly, Li Yuxiang's expression shifted as she anxiously raised her hand to snatch the hair from Jiang Xingtong. "Hurry, give me back my hair." Jiang Xingtong deftly evaded Li Yuxiang's grasp, stowing the strand of hair in her bag, and then turned to the pale-faced Fu Shilan. "Lan, this old hag is becoming bothersome, let us step outside to converse." It appeared that Fu Shilan had discerned something from Li Yuxiang's words and actions. Fu Shilan nodded, swiftly removing her apron and tossing it onto the sofa, leading the way to the door. In a fit of fury, Li Yuxiang grasped Fu Shilan's arm. Lan, you cannot leave, you haven't prepared breakfast for me yet. If you go now, what will happen to my breakfast? With that, she shot an angry glare at Jiang Xingtong and furiously declared, "And you, this woman, are nothing but a fraud. Do not associate with her, just focus on taking good care of your mother at home." After glaring at Jiang Xingtong, she turned to Fu Shilan with a demeanor that was both pitiable and fraught with grievance. Lan, I have but a few days left to live. Perhaps I shall depart this world at any moment. Therefore, in the twilight of my life, I wish for your companionship. You know that your mother has always cherished you above all else. Without you, I find it unbearable to face each day. Lan, I recognize that you have always been a dutiful and understanding child. Please stay by my side and help me navigate these final moments. Do not heed the slander of others who seek to sow discord between us." As Fu Shilan gazed into Li Yuxiang's tear-filled eyes, her heart softened. In truth, whether or not Li Yuxiang was her biological mother, she had raised Fu Shilan, and their bond was akin to that of blood. Moreover, with Li Yuxiang's days numbered, it seemed only fitting for Fu Shilan to accompany her, allowing her to pass her final journey in peace. "Xingtong. Lan, do not let Li Yuxiang manipulate you emotionally." Jiang Xingtong interjected solemnly, cutting off Fu Shilan before she could finish her thought. "Do you realize that your current compassion may inadvertently bring pain to those who truly care for you?" Li Yuxiang, incensed by Jiang Xingtong's interference, pointed an accusatory finger at her and exclaimed with fury, "Vile woman, what do you mean by that? You shall not disrupt the bond between mother and daughter." Jiang Xingtong suddenly twisted Li Yuxiang's impolite finger backward, causing Li Yuxiang to scream in pain. "Ah, my finger." Fu Shilan stepped forward with concern, eager to examine Li Yuxiang's injury. "Mom, please show me your hand to see if it's hurt." Lan, I believe no one would willingly acknowledge a thief as their mother." Jiang Xingtong pulled Fu Shilan back with resolve, stating bluntly, "This woman has merely stolen you, ruined your life, and allowed her daughter to live well in your stead. She is a vile deceiver unworthy of your concern." Upon hearing this, Fu Shilan's pupils dilated momentarily, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Jiang Xingtong. "What did you say?" 2 hours later, in a CAF, Fu Shilan stared at the electronic version of the paternity test certificate on Jiang Xingtong's phone. Alongside Li Yuxiang's medical report, her eyes reddened as she oscillated between laughter and tears. It turned out she was the true heiress of the Fu family, while Fu Shiue was merely an impostor. The malice of Li Yuxiang, who had intentionally swapped her with Fu Shiue, thus altering their destinies, was already reprehensible. To her astonishment, Li Yuxiang had even feigned illness to deceive her into earning exorbitant medical fees, aiming to ruin her and condemn her to a hell from which she could never rise again, paving a smooth path for Fu Shiue. The extent of Li Yuxiang's wickedness was beyond her imagination. Even if she were not Li Yuxiang's biological child, having lived together for over 20 years, could Li Yuxiang truly harbor no feelings for her? All that Li Yuxiang had for her was a relentless scheming. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Fu Shilan, who was both weeping and laughing, her heart aching as she reached for a tissue to gently wipe Fu Shilan's eyes. She comfortingly patted Fu Shilan's shoulder, saying, "Lan Lan. It is not worth grieving over a cunning serpent that harbors only malice towards you. Instead, you should focus on what lies ahead. How will you ensure that Li Yuxiang and Fu Shiwe pay for their transgressions? How will you reclaim your dignity?" After a brief silence, Fu Shilan replied. "My mind is in disarray at the moment. I am uncertain of my next steps." Confronted with the truth of her origins, she felt her life was both absurd and tragic, leaving her devoid of any thoughts about the future. "Lan Lan. I have prepared the paternity test results for you and the Fu family. I recommend you take the results to the Fu household and confront them directly. Expelling the false heiress, Fu Shiwe, from the family," Jiang Xingtong suggested thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. Fu Shilan looked at Jiang Xingtong with a complex expression. "Fu Shiwe is the most cherished woman in the Fu family. I suspect the family has a deep affection for her. If I were to go to the Fu household now, they may not be inclined to oust Fu Shiwe for my sake." "How can you know unless you try?" Jiang Xingtong encouraged. "I believe there are no parents who do not love their own children." With a wry smile, she gestured towards herself, adding, "For instance, when the Jiang family discovered I was not their biological daughter, they immediately sought to expel me from their home to make way for Jiang Xueqi." As she spoke, she swiftly picked up her phone and summoned the waiter to settle the bill. "Therefore, I advise you to go to the Fu family immediately and confront them, expelling the ever-bullying Fu Shiwe from the Fu household, allowing you to vent your frustrations first." After settling the bill, Jiang Xingtong took the hesitant and dazed Fu Shilan by the hand, striding out of the CAF and driving quickly towards the Fu family home. Chapter 98, A change of heart in her torment. Minutes later, Jiang Xingtong arrived at the Fu villa with Fu Shilan. Just as they stepped out of the car, they encountered Fu Shiwe and the head of the Fu family, who was just leaving. Upon seeing Jiang Xingtong, the head of the Fu family greeted her with undue cordiality, saying, "Madame Zhang, what brings you here?" Jiang Xingtong, holding Fu Shilan's hand, began to respond, "I specifically brought Lan Lan to see you." However, her words were abruptly interrupted by the furious voice of the Fu family head, Fu Shilan. "Did I not already provide your mother with a sum of money to sever ties with you? What are you doing here now? Get out at once." Fu Shilan instinctively opened her mouth to explain, "I came today to." "Silence. Regardless of your intentions, I shall never acknowledge you as my daughter. Depart immediately and do not linger here." The head of the Fu family exclaimed, his frustration palpable, as he stepped forward and forcefully shoved Fu Shilan. The disdain was unmistakable. Taken by surprise, Fu Shilan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing. Jiang Xingtong, quick to react, steadied Fu Shilan's arm and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Do not worry. It is nothing," Fu Shilan said with a bitter smile, shaking her head at Jiang Xingtong. Upon witnessing Fu Shilan's awkwardness, which stemmed from the disdain of the Fu family patriarch, a smug smile crept across Fu Shiwe's face. With a condescending tone, she remarked, "As an illegitimate daughter, you ought to behave like one. If my father has no desire to acknowledge you, then you should refrain from being an eyesore here. Moreover, the father-daughter relationship you once had with him has long been severed by monetary means. How dare you show your face here? It is truly shameless." She crossed her arms, adopting a haughty demeanor as she looked at Fu Shilan and scoffed, "But then again, it is to be expected, like begets like. A child born from a mistress is nothing but a disgraceful product, utterly worthless." Fu Shilan gazed at the self-satisfied Fu Shiwe and suddenly chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "You are right, a child born of infidelity is indeed a disgrace, lacking worth from head to toe." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong immediately applauded Fu Shilan, giving her a thumbs up. "Well said, I concur." Afterward, her gaze playfully shifted to Fu Shiwe. Sensing Jiang Xingtong's look, Fu Shiwe felt a pang of anxiety. What did Jiang Xingtong and Fu Shilan mean? Could they possibly know something? No, that cannot be. As long as Li Yuxiang remains silent, the truth will stay hidden. "Dad. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Yun Ting and the others may be waiting for us anxiously. We should hurry over." Having spoken, she cast a triumphant glance at Fu Shilan and remarked, "Fu Shilan, my father and I are going to meet Hui Yunting and his parents to discuss the marriage arrangements. I hope you will be wise enough not to make a fool of yourself." Jiang Xingtong retorted, "That sentiment should be directed at yourself, shouldn't it?" Before she could finish her retort, Fu Shilan abruptly grasped her wrist, interrupting her. Xingtong, let us return. Jiang Xingtong looked at Fu Shilan in confusion. Why? Fu Shilan offered Jiang Xingtong a gentle smile before opening the car door and ushering her inside. Let them discuss the marriage, I have no interest in their affairs. Jiang Xingtong regarded Fu Shilan with a complex expression. Don't you wish to fight for it? At her words, Fu Shilan's gaze darkened as it fell upon Fu Shiqi. Humph. Let Fu Shiqi revel in her moment for now. She suddenly felt that so easily acknowledging her connection to the Fu family would only serve to benefit Fu Shiqi. Not only had Fu Shiqi usurped her identity and life, but she had also inflicted immense harm upon her during her upbringing. While attending school, Fu Shiqi would often find her, revealing to her classmates that she was the illegitimate daughter of a mistress, subjecting her to ridicule and bullying at the hands of her peers. Fu Shilan resolved to allow Fu Shiqi to rise to the pinnacle of her success, only to expose the facade of Fu Shiqi when she believed everything was within her grasp. Jiang Xingtong scrutinized Fu Shilan for a moment and inquired, so, do you still intend to vie for Hui Yunting's affection? After all, logically speaking, he should be your fiancé. Upon hearing these words, Fu Shilan was suddenly reminded of Hui Yunting's aloof demeanor when he stood before her, always looking down upon her with disdain. Ha! He is merely an irresponsible scoundrel. What do I strive for him? After speaking, she did not wait for Jiang Xingtong to respond and abruptly shifted the topic. Enough of this. To express my gratitude for enlightening me, the one who was kept in the dark, let me treat you to a delightful meal. What would you like to eat? Hot pot. Jiang Xingtong instinctively replied. Just as she finished her response, she noticed a sudden shift in Fu Shilan's expression. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xingtong quickly recalled their previous encounter at the hot pot restaurant, which had been thoroughly disrupted by Zhou Jiai, resulting in an unpleasant experience. She hastily began to clarify, Lan, during our last visit to the hot pot restaurant, Zhou Jiai intentionally sowed discord between us. I did not mean to look down on you. The reason I invited you to the hot pot restaurant that day was to share the truth about your origins with you. Later, since you had blocked me, I feared that if I directly revealed the truth, you might not believe me. Thus, I first gathered evidence and conducted a paternity test involving you and the Fu family. As soon as I received the results, I rushed to find you. Fu Shilan grasped Jiang Xingtong's hand, looking at her with gratitude. Xingtong, thank you for seeking evidence to prove my origins even when I misunderstood you. In this lifetime, having a true sister like you who genuinely cares for me fills my heart with contentment. Upon hearing the word death, Jiang Xingtong's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately spoke with gravity. Lan, you are still so young, you must refrain from uttering such words. In an effort to prevent Fu Shilan from encountering further distress and succumbing to despair, she could not help but grasp Fu Shilan's shoulders, earnestly advising, Lan, there are myriad beautiful things in this world. You must never let a minor setback lead you to despair. Remember, no matter what challenges you face, I will always be by your side. Rest assured, with a sister as wonderful as you, I could never entertain the thought of leaving this world. Fu Shilan embraced the concerned Jiang Xingtong, her eyes brimming with emotion. Half an hour later, Fu Shilan and Jiang Xingtong arrived at the hot pot restaurant, cheerfully ordering a Yinyang hot pot. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Jiang Xingtong's phone suddenly rang. She stuffed a piece of enoki mushroom into her mouth and languidly answered the call. Hello? Who is this? With her mouth full, her sweet voice took on a softer, more endearing quality. Hearing Jiang Xingtong's dulcet tone, Zhang Xi felt his previously resolved determination waver uncontrollably. He instinctively shifted the subject, asking, Where are you? I'm enjoying hot pot with Lan. Would you like to join us? Jiang Xingtong replied, simultaneously lifting a beef ball to her mouth. Zhang Xi responded, I prefer the meals you cook for me. Jiang Xingtong replied, Then I shall personally prepare a hot pot for you tonight. Sounds good. Zhang Xi affirmed. Jiang Xingtong once again placed a slice of lamb roll into her mouth and curiously inquired, i.e., what prompted you to call me? It's nothing. Zhang Xi replied with a hint of guilt in his two-word response. Jiang Xingtong, sipping her cola in disbelief, retorted, Why would you call me if there's nothing important? Zhang Xi countered, Is it forbidden to call for no reason? Jiang Xingtong glanced at Fu Shilan, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Their dialogue lacked any semblance of a typical marital exchange, he had become rather mundane. To alleviate Fu Shilan's concerns, she feigned a coy tone, saying, i.e., You truly are a quintessential straight man. Can't you just admit that you miss me, and that's why you called? Jiang Xi fell silent, grappling with the fact that his impulsive call was indeed related to thoughts of divorce. Not wanting the conversation to dwindle into awkwardness, Jiang Xingtong cheerfully continued, "All right. I understand that your nature doesn't allow you to utter clingy sentiments, so I won't press you." Just as Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Jiang Xingtong sweetly coo, "i.e., I've only been out for half a day, and I already miss you. When you called me, I was actually contemplating whether I should call you. Remember to finish work early tonight, I'll prepare something delicious for you." With that, Jiang Xingtong hung up before Jiang Xi could respond, turning to the eavesdropping Fu Shilan and declaring, "Jiang Xi is such a straightforward man, he rarely says anything sweet. But deep down, he treats me quite well." Fu Shilan's emotions were intricate. Yet she maintained a composed exterior as she served Jiang Xingtong a piece of freshly cooked beef roll. "As long as Jiang Xian treats you well, that is all that matters. Should he treat you poorly, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. With a sister like you, I find my life truly worthwhile." Jiang Xingtong replied with a smile, offering Fu Shilan an egg roll in return. After finishing their hot pot, as they prepared to part ways, Fu Shilan looked seriously at Jiang Xingtong. "Xingtong, no matter the circumstance, I never want you to feel wronged. If you find no happiness in the Zhan household, you have the option to divorce Jiang Xian. I will be here to care for and protect you." From the conversation she had just overheard between Jiang Xingtong and Jiang Xian, she discerned that Jiang Xian was rather indifferent towards Jiang Xingtong, lacking the warmth one would expect from a devoted husband. Perhaps Jiang Xian looked down upon Jiang Xingtong's humble origins, believing her to be unsupported, which justified his treatment of her. She resolved to reclaim her identity as the heiress of the Fu family swiftly, to support Jiang Xingtong and be her pillar of strength. "Thank you, Lan Lan," Jiang Xingtong beamed, enveloping Fu Shilan in a warm embrace. "Jiang Xian is quite a decent person, you truly need not worry about me." Meanwhile, Jiang Xian gazed at his phone, which had long since gone dark after his conversation with Jiang Xingtong had ended. His heart felt as though it were sweetened by honey. It was only when his assistant approached, bearing a stack of documents as high as a small mountain, that he emerged from this peculiar state of delight. During the meeting, the chief financial officer made a grave error by misplacing a decimal point, nearly leading the company to suffer significant losses. Trepidatiously, he contemplated approaching Jiang Xiyue to confess, fearing that he would undoubtedly be dismissed and fined. After all, in the realm of finance, a mere misplacement of a decimal point can result in a considerable deviation from the intended outcome, a matter of utmost seriousness. To his astonishment, the typically decisive and ruthlessly efficient Jean, instead of reacting with ire, merely advised him to exercise more caution in the future. The CFO, dazed and incredulous, gazed at Jiang Xiyue in disbelief. What has come over him today? It seems as if he has transformed entirely. This sentiment was shared among other senior executives, who scrutinized Jean with similar bewilderment. Why did it appear that the perennial ice-cold demeanor of Jean had thawed considerably today? Oddly enough, for the first time, Jiang Xiyue, who usually lingered at the office until the last moment or even worked overtime, hastily concluded the meeting before the designated time and was the first to leave for home. At the Zhan family residence, Jiang Xiyue eagerly anticipated reuniting with Jiang Xingtong, unaware that an unexpected guest awaited him. Jiang Xingtong regarded Gu Xiuxiu, who had insisted on visiting and requested that all her servants be dismissed, with a puzzled expression. "You mentioned you came specifically to see me to discuss something of great importance. Now that I have complied with your request and sent everyone away, may I inquire what it is you wish to convey?" Gu Xiuxiu placed the exquisite gift she had brought on the coffee table, her demeanor haughty as she regarded Jiang Xingtong. "Jiang Xingtong, since there are no outsiders present, I shall speak to you candidly. Jiang Xian is on the verge of divorcing you. If you possess any sense of propriety, it would be wise to cooperate with Jiang Xian in finalizing the divorce proceedings. I not only offer you these gifts worth millions at no cost, but I will also provide you with a check for 5 million. Should you refuse to cooperate with Jiang Xian in this matter, you will be left with nothing, as you are, after all, merely a rustic individual with no possessions of your own. Jiang Xian's premarital assets are entirely unrelated to you. Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Xingtong gazed at the haughty Gu Xiuxiu, unable to suppress her retort. "Jiang Xian has not declared his intention to divorce me. It is Gu Xiushu who has rushed over to assert that Zhan Xian wishes to end our marriage. Perhaps she has become so infatuated with him that she is now delusional. Gu Xiushu, feeling Jiang Xingtong's scrutinizing gaze as if she were a lunatic, was instantly incensed. Slamming her palm on the table and glaring at Jiang Xingtong with palpable indignation. Jiang Xingtong. Let me make this clear, I am the white moonlight Zhan Xian has sought for many years. He has come to realize that I am indeed his white moonlight. And he promised to marry me. He will soon divorce you. If you wish to avoid a messy separation, you might consider proposing the divorce to Zhan Xian yourself. Should you take the initiative to end the marriage, I can offer you an additional 1 million. Once you obtain the divorce certificate, I will grant you 6 million. I believe that 6 million would be an astronomical sum for someone of your humble origins, sufficient for a lifetime. Jiang Xingtong regarded the self-satisfied Gu Xiushu with a knowing glance and scoffed, You think 6 million will persuade me to initiate a divorce with Zhan Xian? Are you not aware that even if Zhan Xiyu's assets were legally protected before our marriage, every penny he earns afterwards still constitutes joint marital property? Considering Zhan Xiyu's remarkable earning capacity, should I choose to divorce him now, I would certainly be entitled to at least 50 million, wouldn't I? To my astonishment, Gu Xiushu turns out to be Zhan Xiyu's cherished one. At present, Gu Xiushu seems to possess a far superior standing compared to Jiang Xueqi. Was Jiang Xueqi truly capable of bringing such ruin to Gu Xiushu in her past life? I knew you, being a miser, were driven by vanity. Marrying Zhan Xiyu solely for his wealth. Gu Xiushu glared at Jiang Xingtong with indignation and retorted, Zhan Xiyu's wealth is a result of his hard work. And has no connection to you. On what grounds do you claim a share of Zhan Xiyu's fortune? Jiang Xingtong casually sipped her homemade pearl milk tea and replied. Of course, it's because he is my husband. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiushu, exasperated, shot back, Zhan Xiyu was coerced into marrying you by the elder Zhan. The one he truly wishes to marry is me. Oh. Jiang Xingtong nodded with a faint smile, however, the process is inconsequential, what matters is the outcome. The current outcome is that I am Zhan Xiyu's wife. Gu Xiushu fell silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and proposed. How about this, if you divorce Zhan Xiyu and leave the country never to return, I will give you 100 million. As she gazed upon Jiang Xingtong's face, identical to her mother's in youth, an inexplicable sense of threat washed over her. She felt that Jiang Xingtong's presence in the capital, or even in Huagua, posed a significant danger. Her mother, who has grown as corpulent as a pig and is confined in a psychiatric hospital, could inadvertently encounter Jiang Xingtong and suddenly regain her senses, which would spell disaster. Such an unforeseen event must be prevented at all costs. Chapter 100, Master Zhan's tenderness towards his wife. Upon hearing Gu Xiushu's words, Jiang Xingtong's luscious red lips curled into a sardonic smile. 1 billion is quite a sum. I wouldn't dare accept it. Weren't you just lamenting that the money was insufficient? Now, when I offer you 1 billion, you suddenly find it excessive? Gu Xiushu gazed at Jiang Xingtong with evident displeasure, her tone sharp. What do you think? Jiang Xingtong nonchalantly scrutinized Gu Xiushu's exquisitely made-up visage and her ensemble of designer attire, casually picking up an orange to peel. The invigorating fragrance of the orange peel wafted through the air, delightfully aromatic. However, Gu Xiushu, who harbored an intense aversion to oranges, snatched the fruit from Jiang Xingtong's hands and tossed it into the trash. No peeling allowed, it smells dreadful. Even in her madness, her mother had an affinity for oranges. And every time Jiang Xingtong dutifully visited her, her mother would insist on sharing an orange with her, leading to a visceral repulsion at the mere scent of them. Jiang Xingtong's expression hardened. Miss Gu, please understand that this is my home, not yours. What right do you have to dictate terms here? Gu Xiushu crossed her arms, exuding arrogance as she replied, to be precise, this is Zhan Xi's residence. Once you divorce Zhan Xi, it will no longer concern you. In the future, this will be my home. Jiang Xingtong elegantly arched her beautiful brows, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Firstly, I have not divorced Zhan Xi. The future is uncertain for anyone. Did I not just mention that if you are willing to divorce Zhan Xi and leave the country, ensuring you never return, I will grant you 100 million? Gu Xiushu looked at Jiang Xingtong with disdain, her tone condescending as she replied, for someone of your rural background, 100 million is a sum your family, starting from monkeys, might never amass. Therefore, I contend that your offer is excessive, and I cannot accept it. Jiang Xingtong responded coolly, resuming her peeling of an orange, Miss Gu, please take your leave. Gu Xiuxiu, her expression darkening as she observed Jiang Xingtong's casual peeling, retorted. When I offer you less, you deem it insufficient. When I offer you more, you claim it is too much. Pray tell. How much would you require to agree to divorce Jiang Xinai and permanently leave the country? I have never encountered anyone so eager to become a mistress and disrupt another's marriage as you. Jiang Xingtong popped a segment of the orange into her mouth, retorting mockingly. Is this the upbringing of the esteemed daughters of the capital? Gu Xiuxiu lifted her chin proudly, declaring, Did I not tell you? I am Jiang Xinai's moonlight. It is the unloved in love who is the mistress. You are the one undermining my relationship with Jiang Xinai. Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow. Then what significance does the marriage certificate issued by the state hold? Gu Xiuxiu remarked, It is merely a piece of paper, devoid of significance. Oh. Jiang Xingtong nodded slightly. If it signifies nothing, then why were you prepared to offer 100 million for my divorce? Are you unwell? Gu Xiuxiu's expression shifted dramatically, resembling a painter's palette, alternating between hues of blue and white. How did the conversation ensnare her so thoroughly? Jiang Xingtong, akin to shooing away a small dog, impatiently gestured for Gu Xiuxiu to leave. Since there is nothing more to discuss, you may as well depart. With that, she resumed her leisurely peeling of an orange. Gu Xiuxiu, incensed by Jiang Xingtong's utter disregard for her, felt her face flush with anger. Jiang Xingtong, I warn you, if you do not prudently withdraw now, you may find yourself leaving the Zhang family empty-handed. That is of no concern to you. Jiang Xingtong replied cheerfully, savoring the sweet and sour orange. Gu Xiuxiu, in a fit of rage, retorted, Jiang Xingtong, if you disregard my advice, you will surely regret it. Regret? Jiang Xingtong scoffed, listening to you is what I would regret. What if I actually took the 100 million you offered and left the country? Then, should you accuse me of extortion? I would be condemned to a lifetime in prison, ruining my future. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuxiu's countenance changed abruptly. She had not anticipated that her concealed intentions, which she had kept hidden, would be so easily discerned. Observing Gu Xiuxiu's sudden transformation, Jiang Xingtong coldly snorted, It seems you genuinely wish to pursue that path. Doesn't it? You ought to remain vigilant. Jiang Xingtong, with a frosty demeanor, suddenly splashed the unfinished bubble tea in front of her directly onto Gu Xiuxiu's face. Get lost. How dare she covet her husband and even plot against her? It was truly malicious to the utmost degree. Ah. Gu Xiuxiu, caught completely off guard by the sudden deluge of milk tea, let out a startled shriek. Just as Jiang Xingtong stepped through the door, he was met with Gu Xiuxiu's piercing scream. What happened? He inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's voice, Gu Xiuxiu immediately turned. Her eyes reddened and filled with grievance as she rushed towards him. Brother Jean, I was simply standing here, and Jiang Xingtong splashed me with milk tea. You must stand up for me. Jiang Xingtong observed the disheveled Gu Xiuxiu, who was attempting to throw herself into his arms, and instinctively took a step back to avoid her embrace. Unwilling to accept this, Gu Xiuxiu hurried forward, seeking solace in Jiang Xingtong's embrace. Stand still, he commanded coldly. Gu Xiuxiu, feeling wronged, remained rooted in place, her tear-filled gaze fixed on him. Brother Jean, Jiang Xingtong has been so discourteous to me. Not only do you fail to comfort me, but you also chastise me. What is going on? Jiang Xingtong did not heed Gu Xiuxiu's one-sided account but instead turned his questioning gaze towards Jiang Xingtong, intrigued. To him, Jiang Xingtong did not strike him as an unreasonable person. Jiang Xingtong raised her elegantly arched eyebrows, regarding Gu Xiuxiu with a smile that barely concealed her amusement. I.e., you might as well inquire directly with Miss Gu as to why I would splash her when everything was perfectly fine. Lest I tell you, and you doubt my words. I believe you, please, go ahead. Jiang Xingtong did not grant Gu Xiuxiu the opportunity to speak, directly affirming to Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong remarked. Miss Gu just offered 1 billion, wanting me to. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiuxiu interjected, Brother Jean, I was merely joking with Miss Jiang. I didn't expect her to take it seriously. Miss Jiang's temperament is rather poor, someone with such unstable emotions may not be suitable to be your wife. I believe you should seek someone of equal standing, someone who can comprehend you and possesses a generous heart. Jiang Xingtong retorted, What do you mean by joking? I find it amusing only when it's truly a joke. Do not disguise your selfish motives with excuses. Faced with Jiang Xingtong's scornful expression, Gu Xiushu felt compelled to leave and hurriedly addressed Jean Xingtong. Brother Jean, I have come today specifically to present gifts for you and Miss Jiang. These are items I brought back from abroad. I hope you and Miss Jiang will find them to your liking. I also have a gift for Auntie that she will appreciate. I shall go see her now. Without waiting for Jean Xingtong's response, she swiftly turned and departed. After Gu Xiushu left, Jiang Xingtong stood up and ascended the stairs. Jean Xingtong instinctively followed her. Why are you following me? Jiang Xingtong snapped, turning to glare at Jean Xingtong as she stood at the bedroom door. Did you not claim you would cook hot pot for me? Jean Xingtong's usually cold and aloof countenance bore a rare hint of embarrassment as he nervously sought to fill the silence. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingtong let out a cold snort and directly shoved the half-eaten orange into Jean Xing's thin lips, exclaiming, "What are you eating for? You've already gorged yourself on anger." With that, she pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside. Jean Xing's dark eyes dimmed at her words as he maneuvered his wheelchair into the room. In the next moment, he unexpectedly encircled Jiang Xingtong's slender waist from behind, deftly closing the bedroom door. Sensing the sudden presence of arms around her waist, Jiang Xingtong instinctively attempted to struggle free. What did you say? Jean Xing abruptly turned her around. His towering frame effortlessly pulled Jiang Xingtong, delicate and petite, to sit upon his lap. He leaned slightly forward. His face, a masterpiece seemingly sculpted by divine hands, was perfectly striking, as if he had stepped out from the pages of a comic, causing Jiang Xingtong, enamored by his looks, to momentarily forget her struggle and gaze at him in a daze. As Jean Xing met Jiang Xingtong's clear, bewildered eyes, a spark ignited within his elongated phoenix-like gaze. Almost as if bewitched, he lifted her chin and, unable to restrain himself, pressed his lips against hers, which were as radiant as rose petals. The unexpected kiss left Jiang Xingtong's mind blank, her thoughts swirling in shock as she stared at his enlarged handsome face before her. My heavens! What is happening here? Why would Jean Xing suddenly kiss her? Shouldn't he be eager to discuss divorce, especially with his beloved shining in the background? Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jean Xing, her mind a tumult of confusion. This was Jean Xing's first initiative in kissing a girl, and his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion breaking free from its reins. Jiang Xingtong stared blankly at Jean Xingtong, her gaze igniting an intense fire within him, causing his blood to boil with an inexplicable impulse. Jean Xingtong, possessing extraordinary self-control, swiftly raised his long, jade-like hand to shield Jiang Xingtong's eyes, his voice a low, husky whisper in her ear. Jiang Xingtong, has no one ever told you that one should close their eyes when kissing? Upon hearing his alluring, deep tone, Jiang Xingtong finally emerged from the awkwardness of the kiss. Instinctively, she retorted, I've never kissed anyone before, so of course, no one has told me. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she suddenly felt a wave of regret and hastily removed Jean Xingtong's hand from her face. How did her response seem to imply an eagerness for his kiss? It was she who had been at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Jiang Xingtong seized Jean Xingtong's tie, her delicate, fair face lifting as she glared at him in indignation. Jean Xingtong, why are you taking advantage of me? Jean Xingtong regarded her flushed visage, a bemused smile playing upon his lips as he gently ruffled her hair. Are you sure I am the one taking advantage? Fuming, Jiang Xingtong tightened her grip on his tie. What do you mean? Jean Xingtong's dark eyes held an inscrutable meaning as he replied, You have taken advantage of me before. I am merely reclaiming what is mine. Jiang Xingtong's cheeks flushed crimson, and feeling embarrassed, she released his tie and pushed against his chest with her hand. Now that you've reclaimed your advantage, could you please leave and allow me some solitude? Jean Xingtong grasped Jiang Xingtong's delicate wrist, his voice a soothing whisper, Be good. Do not be upset. Tell me what you desire, and I shall fulfill all your wishes. Please do not send me away, all right? Even if we were to consummate our marriage tonight, I would willingly disregard my own needs to satisfy you. Jiang Xingtong, taken aback, regarded Jean Xingtong as if he were a ghost. The cold, unyielding visage of a ruthless man was unexpectedly softened by such tender words. There surely must be ulterior motives behind them. She straightened her posture, her expression grave as she confronted him. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or malicious. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly want? Could it be that he had found his true love, intending to divorce her but too timid to voice it directly? Perhaps he sought to uplift her spirits before broaching the subject? She had yet to leverage Jean Xingtong's influence to elevate her own career or to seek out that charming young man. She was not ready to consider divorce. Jiang Xini, observing the wariness in Jiang Xingtong's eyes, could only chuckle in exasperation as he pinched her fair cheek. We are husband and wife. Is it not customary for a husband to bring joy to his wife? While this may be true for others, it was an anomaly in her case. Jiang Xingtong candidly expressed her thoughts. After all, to Jiang Xini, she was merely a nominal spouse, a placeholder in a marriage that could be dissolved at any moment. Jiang Xini pondered for a moment, his brows knitting as he gazed into Jiang Xingtong's eyes. What has Gu Xiuxiu said to make you so guarded against me? Previously, there had never been a trace of suspicion in her gaze when she looked at him. Now, Jiang Xingtong gazes at him with a look undoubtedly tied to Gu Xiuxiu. It's nothing, I shall descend to prepare dinner, she thought. As Jiang Xingtong met the penetrating, cold gaze of Jiang Xueqi, memories of Jiang Xueqi's tragic fate from her past life flooded her mind, leaving her feeling suddenly icy. She hastily uttered these words and swiftly turned to leave. In her previous life, Jiang Xueqi had rendered Jiang Xueqi a mere shadow of her former self, leading to her tragic demise by the roadside, indicating Gu Xiuxiu's significant place in Jiang Xueqi's heart. If she were to speak ill of Gu Xiuxiu before Jiang Xueqi, she might also suffer his wrath. Jiang Xueqi's handsome face darkened as he observed the frightened Jiang Xingtong fleeing, a hint of contemplation flickering in his dark eyes. Originally, Jiang Xueqi had wished to enjoy a delightful hot pot meal with Jiang Xingtong, yet before she could even begin preparing the dish, the matriarch summoned them through the servants to join her at the main residence for dinner. The elderly matriarch and patriarch preferred tranquility, typically dining in their respective courtyards. It was only on holidays, special occasions, or when esteemed guests arrived that the matriarch would gather the entire family around the dining table. As Jiang Xingtong guided Jiang Xueqi to the main residence, she was taken aback to find that today's esteemed guests were none other than Gu Xiuxiu and Jiang Xiqing. At this moment, Gu Xiuxiu and the matriarch were seated intimately on the sofa, engaged in conversation hand in hand, resembling a cherished grandmother and granddaughter. Meanwhile, the illegitimate son, Jiang Xiqing, played chess with the patriarch on the opposite side, while Zhang Haonan watched, the three of them exuding an air of familial warmth and harmony. This indeed highlights how she and Jiang Xueqi resembled intruders, disrupting the atmosphere. Gu Xiuxiu was the first to notice Jiang Xueqi's arrival and immediately rose with enthusiasm, greeting him. Brother Zhan, you've come. Upon hearing Gu Xiuxiu's voice, old Master Zhan set aside the chess game and turned to Jiang Xueqi, saying, Since you are here, why not play a game with your brother? Let grandfather see if your chess skills have declined. Jiang Xingtong observed the exchange with a hint of ambiguity, scrutinizing both old Master Zhan and Jiang Xiqing. It appeared that old Master Zhan not only favored Jiang Xueqi but also held a fondness for his grandson Jiang Xiqing. It is understandable, for a man's parents, any child of their son is a grandchild, regardless of which woman bore him. If the grandchild is exceptional, they might even prioritize him over the children from the first wife. However, being a prestigious family, the Zhang clan likely places greater value on the legitimate offspring. It made Jiang Xingtong ponder what old Master Zhan and old Madame Zhan intended by having her accompany Jiang Xueqi and Jiang Xiqing for dinner. Chapter 102, The Male Green Tea. Jiang Xiqing, sensing Jiang Xingtong's scrutinizing gaze, cast her a flirtatious glance before rising and cheerfully addressing Jiang Xueqi, brother. Jiang Xueqi, with a face as cold as ice, directed a menacing look at Jiang Xiqing. How dare he call him brother? If he no longer wished for his tongue, he could very well donate it. Jiang Xiqing let out a bitter laugh, casting a despondent glance at old Master Zhan and Zhang Haonan. Grandfather, father. It seems that my elder brother does not welcome me. I shall refrain from dining here today. With that, he set down the chess piece in his hand and turned to leave. Zhang Haonan grasped Jiang Xiqing's wrist firmly, his expression dark as he directed his gaze towards Zhang Xian. Whether you acknowledge it or not, Qing will always be your younger brother. For over 20 years, Qing has considered your feelings and well-being, never once demanding to remain in the Zhan family or partake in a meal here. He has always come and gone in haste. Now that you are married, it is time for your brother to return to the Zhan family. Old Master Zhan interjected at the opportune moment, saying, Qing is of the same age as you. You have established your own family. It is time for Qing to join the company. Furthermore, you are still brothers. Qing's involvement in the company would alleviate some of your workload, providing you with more time to care for your health and family. After speaking, old Master Zhan instinctively glanced at Zhang Xian's legs. Initially, under the vehement opposition of his wife, he had not intended to allow Jiang Xiqing to enter the Zhan group. However, the Jiang Group is, after all, the foremost financial consortium in Huagua and a multinational enterprise, with the Jiang family being the preeminent among the four great families in the capital. How could the leader of the Jiang family and the head of the Jiang Group be someone with a disability? Moreover, Jiang Xian had been frail and sickly since childhood. Even before his legs were impaired, his health was not robust, and now, with his current condition, it was bound to be even worse. The Jiang family must be led by a figure of integrity, robust and healthy, to truly embody the strength and might of the Jiang Group. A frail and disabled leader would only cast a shadow of instability and weakness upon the organization. Jiang Xi, with a countenance as frigid as eternal ice, cast a disdainful glance at Elder Jiang and Jiang Haonan, scoffing, "If you wish for Jiang Xiqing to join the company, just say so. Do not disgust me with the pretense of brotherly affection." Elder Jiang replied, I and your father believe that bringing Xiqing into the company is for your benefit, to alleviate your burdens. He scrutinized Jiang Xi's pallid complexion and the legs wrapped in a blanket on his wheelchair, continuing, "For years, you have shouldered this vast enterprise alone, further deteriorating your already fragile health. With your brother's assistance, you could find ample time to recuperate." Jiang Haonan looked at Jiang Xi's sickly visage with a complex expression. Nodding in agreement, "My intentions align with your grandfather's. Allowing your brother to enter the company is solely to support you and lighten your load." Jiang Xingtong observed the flicker of disdain and ulterior motives in Elder Jiang's eyes, prompting a sigh within her. She had presumed that Jiang Xi, a paragon of excellence, though lacking in paternal affection, would at least be cherished by his grandparents. To her surprise, Elder Jiang's love for Jiang Xi was not as unblemished as she had imagined. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Xi, who stood expressionless yet emanated an aura that had grown 100-fold colder since their arrival. And she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Immediately, she grasped Jiang Xi's hand and, with a cheerful expression, addressed Grandfather Jiang and Jiang Haonan, "Grandfather, father, your decision to allow Jiang Xiqing to join the company is truly splendid. Recently, I has found a miraculous doctor to treat his legs, but he's been troubled by a lack of time for the treatment. During this period, I will temporarily delegate all company matters to Jiang Xiqing, and once his legs are healed, he will return to the company. What do you think?" Jiang Xi gazed at Jiang Xingtong with a look of ambiguity, perplexed by her statement. Jiang Haonan, upon hearing this, glanced at Jiang Xi's legs and nodded without hesitation, "I have no objections." Grandfather Jiang added, "I concur as well." Jiang Xiqing, with a subtle expression, turned to Jiang Xingtong and politely declined, "I am still unfamiliar with all aspects of the company, and taking over abruptly may not be appropriate." Jiang Xingtong countered, "When I was merely 15, he took on the tumultuous Jiang family enterprise without fear. Now, you are being asked to accept a burgeoning and stable first-class conglomerate. What is there to fear?" Seizing this opportunity for respite, Jiang Xi could conveniently pass the troublesome land recently acquired by the Jiang family to Jiang Xiqing. By handing over this hot potato, not only could Jiang Xi avert a crisis, but it would also lead to disappointment regarding Jiang Xiqing's capabilities among the Jiang family, significantly tarnishing his image in their eyes. Both Grandfather Jiang and Jiang Haonan reminisced about how Jiang Xi had faced adversity without flinching, rescuing the Jiang family enterprise and elevating it to such heights. They were immediately discontented with Jiang Xiqing's reluctance, perceiving it as a lack of responsibility and resolve. Jiang Xiqing discerned the dissatisfaction reflected in the eyes of both Old Master Jiang and Jiang Haonan. Suppressing the impulse to strangle Jiang Xingtong, he calmly articulated, "It is not fear that holds me back, but rather a sense of inappropriateness. There exists only the question of courage, devoid of any consideration for what is suitable." Jiang Xingtong nonchalantly countered Jiang Xiqing's statement before turning to Jiang Xiyue, do you not agree with my perspective?" Jiang Xiyue offered a slight nod. He then coldly addressed Old Master Jiang and Jiang Haonan, proclaiming, "Given your desire for Jiang Xiqing to assume a role in the company, I shall now take my leave until my legs are healed, and in the interim I entrust the company to Jiang Xiqing." Jiang Xiqing's brows furrowed in surprise, and he gazed at Jiang Xiyue with a look of ambiguity. "Brother, as the company president, do you not fear the repercussions of handing over the company to me? What if I make a grave error that jeopardizes the company's interests?" His intention to seize power from Jiang Xiyue was evident. Yet the abruptness of this decision left him astounded. Jiang Xiyue's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he directed it towards Jiang Xiqing. "If you wish to keep your tongue, refrain from uttering the words brother from your lips." Jiang Xiqing's handsome visage darkened suddenly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Old Master Jiang immediately expressed his discontent towards Jiang Xiyue. Jiang Xiyue, how dare you threaten your own brother? Jiang Haonan's face turned ashen as he angrily warned Jiang Xiyue. Jiang Xiyue, should you dare to harm a single hair on your brother, neither you nor your mother shall have a favorable outcome. Jiang Xingtong hastily advised, Grandfather, father. Please do not blame my elder brother for this matter, the fault lies with me. I should never have been born into this world. If you must place blame, let it be upon me, not him. Jiang Xinai cast a scornful glance at Jiang Xingtong, retorting coldly, since you acknowledge that you should not exist, why do you not simply end your life? Chapter 103, A Farce Turned Reality. Jiang Xingtong's eyes reddened with sorrow. Brother, I have always regarded you as my idol. I never imagined you would wish for my demise. If that is truly your desire, then Ah Cheng, do not entertain such thoughts, Jiang Haonan interjected firmly. Disregard your brother's words, he is merely struggling to accept the situation. In time, he will come to recognize you as the admirable younger brother you are. Old Master Jiang added, indeed, should you choose to end your life, what would become of your mother and father? Would you have them send off their child while they are still in their prime? They have invested so much in your upbringing. You ought to consider how to repay their kindness rather than heed the words of others to the point of despair. Jiang Xingtong gazed at Jiang Xingtong, whose face bore a perfectly placed expression of grievance that tugged at the hearts of Jiang Haonan and Old Master Jiang. She had always thought that only women could master the art of manipulation, yet here was Jiang Xingtong, a man, demonstrating such prowess. She then turned her sympathetic gaze toward Jiang Xinai, who remained as unyielding as a glacier, exuding an icy and aloof demeanor. Indeed, those with such frosty temperaments are more prone to the machinations of others. She spoke to the elderly Lady Jiang, saying, Grandma, I have made an arrangement to dine with Yi and the divine doctor. The time is drawing near, and we must take our leave. I regret that I cannot join you for dinner this evening, I hope you will understand. Upon hearing this, a complex expression emerged on Lady Jiang's wrinkled face, as she looked affectionately at the proud and aloof Jiang Xiyue. Aware that Jiang Xingtong's words might merely be a pretext, she nonetheless replied, It's quite all right. Your health is paramount. You may go. She knew that with Jiang Xingtong present, Yi would certainly not stay for their meal. At this moment, Gu Xiuxiu abruptly stood up and, rather inappropriately, interjected, As it happens, my mother is unwell, and I wish to find a doctor for her as well. Brother Jiang, may I accompany you to meet the divine doctor? Would you kindly introduce me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiyue recalled that Gu Xiuxiu's mother had descended into madness when Gu Xiuxiu was very young, remaining in a psychiatric hospital ever since, never regaining her senses. He had heard from Gu Yuqing that shortly after Gu Xiuxiu was born, her mother had resorted to desperate measures, compelling her father to divorce her and marry her best friend. The rationale provided by her mother was that she had been diagnosed with a terminal illness and feared that, should anything happen to her, her husband might remarry a cruel woman who would mistreat them. In contrast, her best friend would treat her children as her own and would never harm them. Despite the deep affection shared between her parents, her father had initially been reluctant. However, under the persistent threat of his wife's suicides, he eventually acquiesced. On the day of his father's wedding to his mother's close friend, his mother suddenly descended into madness, brandishing a knife with the intent to harm his father. In a bid to prevent her from causing injury during her episodes, his father committed her to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Reflecting on the fact that Gu Xiuxiu's mother had been unwell for over 20 years, and recalling the promise he made to Gu Xiuxiu in his youth, he turned to Jiang Xingtong and inquired, Do you think it's possible? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingtong raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, If you wish to agree, then do so. Why seek my approval? Zhang Zai gazed deeply into Jiang Xingtong's eyes, his voice low and earnest as he stated, You are my wife. And it is you who assisted me in finding the divine physician. Even though I am eager to help Gu Xiuxiu, I feel it is only right to seek your counsel. Jiang Xingtong, upon hearing Zhang Zai's response, felt her once cold heart enveloped in an indescribable warmth. She had not anticipated that a man of such stature, standing atop the pyramid of success, would possess humility rather than arrogance or machismo. The respect and consideration Zhang Zai afforded her stirred her emotions and ignited a sense of joy within her. Since you wish to assist her, I shall extend my support for your sake this once, she decided. It is rare for married men to prioritize their wives' opinions, often leaning towards their own views. A man like Zhang Zai, who respects his wife's perspective, is indeed a rarity. Acknowledging the grace he showed her in public, she resolved to return the favor. "Thank you," she said softly. Zhang Zai tightened his grip on Jiang Xingtong's hand, his icy gaze softening with a gentle light as he looked at her with sincerity, whispering heartfelt words. If Jiang Xingtong could cure Gu Xiuxiu's mother of her madness, then he would no longer owe Gu Xiuxiu anything. Gu Xiuxiu originally intended to disrupt the date between Zhang Xiyue and Jiang Xingtong, but unexpectedly witnessed a scene of marital harmony and deep affection between them, which instantly filled her eyes with anger. She cast a cold glare at Jiang Xingtong, and then turned to Zhang Xiyue, saying, "Brother Zhang, you mentioned that the divine doctor was invited by Jiang Xingtong, which leads me to doubt the doctor's capabilities. After all, Jiang Xingtong is merely a discarded daughter of the Jiang family, a mere pretender with no abilities and no connections. What sort of divine doctor could she possibly procure? More likely, she has sought the services of a quack. I suggest you remain here for dinner tonight. Do not attend any appointments, lest you be swindled by a charlatan. The divine doctor has already treated me once, and I have regained sensation in my legs." Zhang Xiyue, displeased by Gu Xiuxiu's insistence on belittling Jiang Xingtong's medical skills, replied with a stern expression, "I am confident that soon I will rise to my feet once more." Gu Xiuxiu felt as though she had been dealt a harsh slap across the face, her expression stiffening at his words. Jiang Xingtong observed Gu Xiuxiu's frozen demeanor and remarked, "If you do not trust the divine doctor I recommended, then so be it." With that, she pushed Zhang Xiyue's wheelchair and turned to leave. Gu Xiuxiu gazed at the retreating figures with a complex expression, refraining from chasing after them. Feeling somewhat trapped in her own predicament, she had assumed Jiang Xingtong's mention of an appointment with the divine doctor was merely an excuse, and her request for a recommendation was aimed at sabotaging Jiang Xingtong's date with Zhang Xiyue. Little did she know, the divine doctor was indeed real. She did not wish for her mother's madness to be cured, yet she had already used this as an excuse before Zhang Xiyue. If she failed to seek out a renowned physician for Zhang Xiyue later, would he harbor doubts about her intentions? Zhang Xiqing observed Zhang Xiyue's retreating figure, a flicker of cold malice gleaming in her eyes. Zhang Xiyue must not rise again. After Jiang Xingtong departed the main residence with Zhang Xiyue, she drove him to the hot pot restaurant they had previously visited with Fu Shilan. She ordered the same menu they had enjoyed at noon. When the hot pot arrived, Jiang Xingtong smiled at Zhang Xiyue and said, "Didn't you want to eat hot pot? Dig in." Zhang Xiyue gazed at the dual-flavored hot pot with a complex expression. Turning to Jiang Xingtong, "What I truly desire is the hot pot you personally prepared." Jiang Xingtong dipped a pig's brain into the clear broth for him, saying, "This counts as me making it for you, doesn't it? Go ahead." Zhang Xiyue's handsome face stiffened as he stared at the contents of the bowl. Could he retract that previous statement? He simply could not bring himself to consume such a dish. Jiang Xingtong, noticing Zhang Xiyue's uncharacteristic hesitance and reluctance to use his chopsticks, chuckled softly, "If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Let me prepare some beef rolls for you instead." With that, she exchanged utensils with Zhang Xiyue and set about preparing a fresh selection of beef rolls, lamb rolls, and an array of fresh vegetables, filling Zhang Xiyue's bowl to the brim. Zhang Xiyue glanced at the mountainous heap of food, and his hardened heart softened. As he dined, he found himself unable to restrain the tenderness in his gaze directed towards Jiang Xingtong. As he observed Jiang Xingtong, deeply troubled, delicately peeling shrimp shells with her fingers, as tender and pale as green onions, her fingertips reddened from the task, he promptly set down his chopsticks and without hesitation transferred the shrimp before her to his own plate. "You eat something else first, I shall peel them for you." The silent observer, Zhang Ning, was taken aback, watching in disbelief as the fastidious Zhang Xiao, who usually demonstrated a severe aversion to mess, dutifully peeled shrimp for Jiang Xingtong. Could this gentle and considerate man truly be the same Zhang Xiao known for his cold demeanor? Jiang Xingtong gazed at the handsome and aristocratic Zhang Xiao, who was so earnestly attending to her, and felt her heart flutter. Such tenderness and thoughtfulness, along with his respect for his wife, coupled with his striking appearance and wealth, made it impossible not to feel a stir of emotions. How could she willingly relinquish him to Gu Xiuxiu, that pure and innocent flower? She couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance. Should she not play along and seize the opportunity? Chapter 104, Zhang Xiao drops the facade and reveals his intentions. Zhang Xiao noticed the fervent gaze of Jiang Xingtong and a faint smile graced his lips. With his elegant, jade-like fingers, he brought a freshly peeled shrimp to her lips. "Do you truly enjoy shrimp that much?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xingtong opened her mouth and consumed the shrimp, her sparkling eyes conveying an ambiguous message as they met Zhang Xiao's. More than shrimp, I believe I prefer you. The final word was mumbled, lacking clarity. Zhang Xiao, unable to catch her words, instinctively leaned closer to her and inquired, what do you prefer more? Jiang Xingtong gazed at the suddenly magnified, enchanting visage before her, letting out a nervous chuckle as she attempted to divert the conversation. I've discovered that your peeled shrimp is far more delectable than any I've previously tasted. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes cold yet handsome face softened into a tender smile, as he brought the freshly peeled shrimp once more to Jiang Xingtong's rosy lips. Is that so? Then in the future, whenever you desire shrimp, I shall take it upon myself to peel them for you. Jiang Xingtong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Zai, tentatively asking, could you peel shrimp for me for a lifetime? Before Zhang Zai could respond, Zhang Ning, who had been diligently maintaining the background, could no longer contain himself and coldly interjected, young madam, not only does our young master have a penchant for cleanliness, but his hands are also extraordinarily precious. The transactions that pass through his hands daily are worth billions. It is a privilege for you to have Zhang Xiao peel shrimp for you even once, and yet you dare to dream of having him do so for a lifetime? Such aspirations are mere folly. This frivolous heiress spends her days demanding from Zhang Xiao while showing no inclination to contribute to him. Truly, it is a blend of greed and ineptitude. Jiang Xingtong, startled awake from her delightful reverie by Zhang Ying's icy tone, almost forgot that even if she wished to blur the lines between pretense and reality, it required Zhang Zai to harbor feelings for her in return. In her past life, Zhang Zai had sacrificed Jiang Xueqi to fulfill his devotion to his beloved, indicating the significant place that Gu Xiushu held in his heart. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could she once again ruin herself for a man? It is far more prudent to focus on her career. After all, what could possibly rival the allure of ambition over a man? Ambition shall never betray oneself, yet men may not always be as steadfast. After resolutely making up her mind, Jiang Xingtong shook her head to dismiss the impulsive thoughts that had entwined her mind, and politely addressed Zhang Xiue, I apologize, I was being greedy just now. I shall be more mindful of my boundaries in the future. With that, she set down her utensils, took a paper napkin to dab at her lips, and said to Zhang Xiue, I have finished my meal, let us return. Indeed. Zhang Xiue replied, placing down the large shrimp he had just picked up. He elegantly wiped his fingers with a napkin, casting a cold, piercing glance at the overly talkative Zhang Ning. Upon feeling the chilling weight of Zhang Xiue's gaze, Zhang Ning instinctively lowered his head, trembling in fear. He had merely spoken in defense of Zhang Xiao. Yet it seemed that Zhang Xiao was not appreciative and was instead quite irate. Could it be that he had erred? He believed he was in the right. Zhang Xiao's status was so exalted that it was unthinkable for him to serve a woman like a mere servant, peeling shrimp for her indefinitely. After several minutes, Zhang Ning drove Zhang Xiue and Jiang Xingtong back to the Zhang residence. Jiang Xingtong was the first to exit the vehicle. Zhang Xiue, his handsome face as cold as ice, directed his gaze towards Zhang Ning, go to the punishment hall and accept your penalty. Yes, Zhang Xiao, Zhang Ning replied, his back stiffening as he respectfully acknowledged the order. He was indeed in violation today, regardless of his personal discontent towards the young madam. As long as Zhang Xiao held her in esteem, he could not afford to show her any disrespect. Zhang Ning escorted Zhang Xiue to the door of the master bedroom, then turned to leave, heading to the punishment hall to face the consequences. Zhang Xiue maneuvered his wheelchair into the master bedroom on his own. In the master bedroom, Jiang Xingtong wore a polite yet distant smile as she addressed Zhang Sen, saying, Mr. Zhang, would you prefer to have acupuncture first or take a bath? Zhang San's enchanting phoenix eyes dimmed slightly, and with a teasing smile, he inquired, will you assist me? Jiang Xingtong, taken aback, gazed into Zhang San's captivating eyes, and a blush involuntarily appeared on her fair, delicate face. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she replied, Mr. Zhang, you truly have a sense of humor. Suddenly, Zhang San reached out and drew Jiang Xingtong into his embrace, his deep voice whispering in her ear, call me I. Jiang Xingtong, caught off guard, fell into Zhang San's arms. Before she could utter a sound of surprise, she heard his alluring whispers beside her ear. Her ears flushed uncontrollably as she turned to face him. As she did so, she was momentarily captivated by Zhang San's strikingly defined features, akin to a 3D model, and his exquisitely handsome visage. She found herself momentarily stunned, her mind blank as she involuntarily gazed at him. It was one thing for a man to possess such refined features, but how could his skin be so flawless? At this close range, she could not discern a single pore. His complexion was as smooth and pristine as that of a peeled egg. Noticing Jiang Xingtong's unwavering stare, Zhan Sanya instinctively leaned down and pressed a soft kiss against her alluring red lips. Jiang Xingtong felt the warmth of his gentle lips and the refreshing fragrance enveloping her, causing her mind to short-circuit once more as she stared at him in a daze. Why had he kissed her again so suddenly? After her initial shock, she regained her senses and instinctively wished to ask Zhan Sanya the reason behind his actions. As she parted her crimson lips, Zhan Sanya seized the opportunity to invade her territory, clumsily breaching her defenses. Their fervent kiss, akin to a tempest, swiftly clouded Jiang Xingtong's once clear rationality. Initially rigid in Zhan Sanya's embrace, she soon melted like cotton, nestling softly against him, her breaths becoming frantic and her cheeks flushed with crimson. After a brief moment, Zhan Sanya, noticing her struggle for air, graciously released her. The moment she regained her freedom, she gasped for breath like a fish deprived of oxygen, coughing violently, cough, cough. Remember to breathe next time. Zhan Sanya gently patted her back, his voice a deep murmur of reminder. At his words, Jiang Xingtong's spine stiffened in disbelief as she looked up at him. Is there going to be a next time? Previously, their kisses had merely skimmed the surface. Innocent and pure. She could dismiss Zhan Sanya's teasing as an attempt to reclaim the advantage she had taken of him before. However, his recent kiss had crossed boundaries, laden with a sense of conquest. This was no simple playful peck between friends, it was a kiss brimming with ambiguity. Zhan Sanya, maneuvering his intelligent wheelchair, guided the astonished Jiang Xingtong into the bathroom. Darling, you are my wife, isn't it perfectly natural to expect a next time? Jiang Xingtong was taken aback by his response. Staring at him in disbelief, what did you just say? Chapter 105, The Strategy of the Ultimate Handsome Man. Doesn't darling sound nice? It's called baby, after all. Zhan Sanya utilized the intelligence system to fill the bathtub with water, then gently caressed Jiang Xingtong's head. His elongated phoenix eyes sparkled with a flicker of flame, irresistibly drawn to Jiang Xingtong's glistening, rosy lips. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but lightly nibble on her lip, a complex expression gracing her delicate face as she gazed at Zhan Sanya with confusion. That's not what I meant. I was saying MMM. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhan Sanya abruptly stole her breath away once more. Jiang Xingtong's small hand grasped his tie, her astonishment evident as she beheld his magnified, enchanting visage. Everything was in disarray. Zhan Sanya's frequent forceful kisses left her perplexed. What did he intend to achieve? The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Radiant sunlight streamed through the window, cascading onto the spacious, comfortable double bed. Zhan Sanya's biological clock ticked precisely, waking him first. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a golden halo illuminating Jiang Xingtong's face, as if she were adorned with a sacred glow, instantly transforming her into an angel fallen from the heavens, exquisite, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful. His heart fluttered, and he could not resist leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her cherry-like lips. Sensing the warmth upon her lips, Jiang Xingtong's long, dense eyelashes, resembling butterfly wings, fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she found herself staring into a magnified, perfect face. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a wild horse galloping within her chest. Awake? Zhan Sanya chuckled softly, playfully pinching Jiang Xingtong's delicate, fair face, whispering tenderly. At the break of dawn, Jiang Xingtong found herself in the presence of exquisite male beauty, her heart racing and her words stumbling. You're awake. Already? Good morning. Oh my goodness. Last night, after her hasty retreat from the bathroom, hadn't she taken refuge in the guest room? Why? Upon opening her eyes, did she discover Zhan Sanya lying beside her? What on earth had transpired? She distinctly recalled falling asleep alone. How had they ended up sharing the same bed? Zhan Sanya, observing the flustered Jiang Xingtong, let out a soft chuckle. There's no need to be anxious. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Jiang Xingtong pondered. Their marriage was not destined to endure. Why should she become accustomed to this? Noticing her silence, Zhan Sanya reminded her. Have you forgotten? This was your own request. At his words, a flicker of memory ignited within Jiang Xingtong. Indeed, she had once asked Zhan Sanya that. Despite their facade of a marriage, they ought to avoid sleeping in separate rooms to prevent inviting ridicule from others. Embarrassed, she offered him a sheepish smile. Is that so? I had completely forgotten about that. Jiang Xingtong, with his elegantly long and delicate hand, grasped Jiang Xingtong's damp, pale hand, redirecting the conversation. Darling. Today marks your first day of school, allow me to escort you for your enrollment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong suddenly remembered that today was indeed the opening day of the drama academy. In a flurry, she reached for her phone resting beside her pillow, exclaiming, "Oh no! What time is it? I must check if I am late." Jiang Xingtong gazed at the visibly flustered Jiang Xingtong and calmly reassured her. There is no need to be anxious, it is perfectly acceptable to be late. Being tardy may leave a poor impression on the teacher and could result in a deduction of credits. Jiang Xingtong responded with a hurried acknowledgement before leaping off the bed and rushing to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon completing her ablutions and emerging from the restroom, Jiang Xingtong presented her with a meticulously curated athletic ensemble, devoid of any overt brand insignia. As early autumn approached, the white and red custom outfit exuded a youthful and vibrant charm, making it an ideal choice for school. She accepted the garments from Jiang Xingtong, her gaze drawn to his impeccably tailored suit, which accentuated his commanding presence even while seated in a wheelchair, reminiscent of a powerful and regal sovereign. "Thank you," she uttered. "No need for thanks, darling," Jiang Xingtong replied effortlessly. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtong's deep, resonant voice, akin to the melodious strains of a cello, referring to her as darling, Jiang Xingtong felt her delicate, fair complexion flush uncontrollably. "Call me by my name, don't use such terms indiscriminately," she retorted, feeling a wave of discomfort as she clutched the clothing and hurried back to the bathroom to change. Oh my! Previously, she had found it rather cloying when men referred to women in such endearing terms. Yet now, she realized that when a handsome man with an enchanting voice called her darling, it was not only devoid of any insincerity but was utterly captivating and alluring. Heavens! As someone who was captivated by both looks and voice, she found it impossible to resist the allure of Jiang Xingtong, a paragon of male beauty and charm. She needed to swiftly redirect her focus towards her ambitions, seek out a young man to repay her gratitude, and avoid falling into the traps that men often set. Jiang Xingtong composed herself and adjusted her attire, only to find that Jiang Xingtong had already prepared breakfast upon her arrival. Chapter 106, The Breakup. As they sat down to eat, Jiang Xingtong instinctively declined the meal, stating, "I cannot eat, if I finish breakfast, I will be late for school." With that, she slung her bag over one shoulder and turned to leave. However, Jiang Xingtong firmly grasped Jiang Xingtong's wrist, asserting his will as he led her to the dining area. He placed the pasta he had prepared before her, insisting, "Finish your breakfast, and I shall ensure you arrive at school on time." Jiang Xingtong met his gaze, unable to resist his earnestness, and as she lowered her head, she picked up her chopsticks and began to devour the pasta voraciously. Observing this, Jiang Xingtong promptly brought a cup of warm milk to her lips, advising, "Eat slowly, have some milk, lest you choke." Jiang Xingtong cast a perplexed glance at Jiang Xingtong, instinctively sipping the milk he offered. How could the aloof and seemingly indifferent Jiang Xingtong suddenly exhibit such tenderness and concern? It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. What was his true intention? Once they finished breakfast, a notification from WeChat interrupted Jiang Xingtong, prompting her to unconsciously reach for her phone to check the message. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong took a tissue from the table, diligently wiping the corners of her mouth. "Was it tasty?" he inquired. Startled by his attentiveness, Jiang Xingtong hastily stood and evaded him, saying, "I must hurry to school. My friend mentioned she is waiting for me just outside. I must be off." Without waiting for Jiang Xingtong's reply, she dashed out the door. She could hardly endure the affections of the extraordinary man, Jiang Xueqi. His advances felt to her like an overwhelming temptation, an irresistible allure of a handsome seducer. She must flee, escape to a considerable distance, otherwise, once ensnared, she might relinquish her very life to Jiang Xueqi. As Jiang Xueqi observed Jiang Xingtong's hurried retreat, a hint of regret flickered in his phoenix-like eyes. He had originally intended to escort Jiang Xingtong to school himself, but now that opportunity had slipped away. After watching her figure vanish completely from sight, he picked up his phone and dialed Gu Yuqing. "Zhang Gu, what can I do for you?" Gu Yuqing's voice resonated through the receiver once the call connected. Jiang Xueqi replied, "Yesterday, your sister asked me to help her find a miraculous doctor to treat your mother's illness. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuqing fell into a brief silence before responding with a wry smile. I have already sought out many renowned doctors, both domestic and international, for my mother. However, they all claim her mental illness is a rare and complex case, one they have never encountered before, and thus, they are unable to provide treatment. The only one who might be able to heal her is that elusive Dan Shini, whom Hui Yunting greatly admires. Unfortunately, Dan Shini's whereabouts are shrouded in mystery, and he treats patients at his own whim. Finding him and persuading him to care for my mother is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I have already given up. Previously, Hui Yunting had tirelessly sought Dan Shini to treat Jiang Xueqi, but alas, after several years of searching, he had yet to uncover any trace of the renowned doctor. Later, after Jiang Xueqi became disabled, Hui Yunting intensified his efforts, spending a significant sum to offer a reward on the dark web in search of the renowned physician, Dan Shini, eventually managing to obtain contact information. Unfortunately, Dan Shini declined Hui Yunting's request to treat Jiang Xueqi's legs. Upon hearing Gu Yuqing's despondent voice, Jiang Xueqi paused for a moment before speaking. Yuqing, considering you are my brother and I owe Gu Xueqi a favor, I would like to recommend an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese doctor. However, I cannot guarantee she will remedy your mother's condition. Still, I have faith in her abilities to bring about a miracle for your mother. Would you be willing to allow her to examine your mother? After several days of treatment by Jiang Xingtong, he sensed a significant alleviation of the heavy fatigue within him, and the numbness in his legs began to fade. He inexplicably believed that Jiang Xingtong's exquisite acupuncture skills could indeed work wonders for Gu Yuqing's mother. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuqing felt a glimmer of hope and curiously inquired, "May I ask who this traditional Chinese doctor is? What are her skills like?" Meanwhile, as Jiang Xingtong exited the Zhan family estate, she spotted Fu Shilan waiting for her beside a striking pink BMW. She hurried toward Fu Shilan, who was waving at her. "Lan, your car is quite unique in color. Did you just purchase it?" Fu Shilan opened the car door for Jiang Xingtong, chuckling lightly, "It's not mine. It was a gift from that scoundrel Hui Yunting, given to me just yesterday." As Jiang Xingtong settled into the passenger seat, Fu Shilan turned and entered the driver's cabin, igniting the engine and driving directly towards the drama academy. Jiang Xingtong, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Wasn't he preoccupied yesterday discussing marriage with Fu Shihui? How does he still have the time to deliver a car to you?" A flicker of sorrow and derision danced in Fu Shilan's eyes as she instinctively caressed her abdomen. Perhaps he believes he can maintain a facade of stability at home while indulging in distractions outside, thinking that if I were aware of his impending marriage, I would create a scene to dissuade him from leaving me. He deliberately brought me a car to placate me, hoping I would resist our separation. Even on the brink of marriage, he still doesn't wish to part ways. He truly is a scoundrel. Jiang Xingtong, sensing the fleeting pain in Fu Shilan's gaze, inquired with confusion, "What are your thoughts then? Should you attempt to reclaim Hui Yunting before his wedding to you, or should you steadfastly sever ties with this cad?" Chapter 107, taking her to meet the young man. Fu Shilan let out a bitter laugh, her eyes clouded with uncertainty as she regarded her abdomen. "If I know Hui Yunting is a scoundrel and yet choose not to part ways, would that not render me foolish? Fu Shihui adores this rogue, and I am willing to enable her, hoping that they remain bound to one another for eternity, sparing others from their mischief." Jiang Xingtong, perceptive to the constant direction of Fu Shilan's gaze towards her own abdomen, furrowed her brows in concern. Lan, you wouldn't tea." Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly reached out and grasped Fu Shilan's wrist. Fu Shilan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, deftly evaded Jiang Xingtong's hand and shifted the conversation. "Xingtong, once the semester concludes, you will graduate. What are your plans post-graduation?" Jiang Xingtong glanced at Fu Shilan's delicate, fair wrist and tapped lightly on the car window. "I haven't given it much thought yet. I believe everything will unfold in due course." Hearing this, Fu Shilan chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are the esteemed wife of Zhan Sai, the heir of the Zhan family, one of the 4 great clans. After graduation, you won't need to work at all. Zhan Shao can lavishly provide for you." Jiang Xingtong shook her head. "That's not quite right. A woman must rely on herself. No matter how affluent a man may be, if he is unwilling to offer support willingly, constantly asking for it would render one as pitiable as a dog begging for scraps." Fu Shilan remarked, "Zhan Sai is exceptionally astute and possesses an extraordinary talent for business. He is widely acknowledged as the king of commerce without a crown. Any project he invests in yields astonishing returns. He earns at least several million every minute and is certainly not the type to begrudge your spending. Jiang Xingtong playfully patted Fu Shilan on the shoulder. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhan Sai is not a money-printing machine. How can he be making millions every minute? Fu Shilan replied, you are unaware. This has been calculated by renowned economists in our country, based on the performance of the Zhan Group. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth. Her heart fluttering with excitement. He earns a lot, so he must spend a lot too, right? After all, who doesn't adore money in this world? After a brief silence, Jiang Xingtong recalled that Zhan Si had someone in his heart. Suppressing her restless emotions, she forced a bitter smile and remarked, regardless of how much Zhan Si earns. If he is unwilling to spend it on me, it is of no concern to me. Fu Shilan responded, you are Zhan Si's wife, naturally. Half of what he earns after marriage belongs to you. If he refuses to share his wealth, you could always take legal action against him. Jiang Xingtong replied. It's not as though I have earned that money myself, I lack the confidence to demand it. Especially since she had signed a prenuptial agreement with Zhan Si. Fu Shilan parked the car in front of the drama academy. We have arrived, I will accompany you inside. Jiang Xingtong, with her backpack in hand, exited the vehicle and waved at Fu Shilan, I can manage on my own, you can attend to your matters. Fu Shilan parked the car, holding a brand new backpack, and approached Jiang Xingtong. I forgot to mention that I am now your classmate. Utilizing her connection with Hui Yunting while discussing wedding plans with Fu Shixue, and feeling guilty about not wanting to break up with her, she had persuaded Hui Yunting to donate a building to the drama academy, resulting in her being granted a spot as a transfer student. Without probing further, Jiang Xingtong smiled and linked her arm with Fu Shilan's. That's wonderful. Let us go in together. Indeed. Fu Shilan, with a complex expression as she gazed at the entrance of the academy, responded softly and walked in alongside Jiang Xingtong. On the first day of school, Jiang Xingtong anticipated a day filled with both fulfillment and tranquility. To her astonishment, as school ended, Zhou Jia appeared before her, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, Jiang Xingtong, I have found the young man you were searching for. I have already arranged for him to stay at a small inn next to the school. Allow me to escort you there now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingtong narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Jia with an inscrutable expression, remaining silent. Zhou Jia, feeling the intensity of Jiang Xingtong's gaze, became uneasy and cautiously inquired. What's wrong? Don't you want to meet him? Chapter 108, Conspiracy. Jiang Xingtong regarded Zhou Jia, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty, and let out a subtle, enigmatic chuckle. Of course not. Subsequently, she slung her backpack over one shoulder and stated, lead the way. Zhou Jia, relieved by her response, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Wonderful. I was just worried that you wouldn't want to accompany me, and my plan would fail. With a glint of a sinister smile flashing in her eyes, Zhou Jia guided Jiang Xingtong towards the school gate. Just then, Fu Shilan emerged from another classroom and noticed the fleeting cold smile on